Long Live Summons Chapter 884 to Chapter 929. When Yu Yang entered a mutated space, Little Wenli suddenly came out. Her expression was serious. She even stared at the front nervously. Yu Yang did not know how long it had been since he saw her like this. Especially after she inherited the information from her previous life in Conqueror City and recovered part of her memory, her willpower was even more indestructible. Now, it could actually make her nervous. Could it be? Yu Yang carefully sensed his surroundings and knew that something was wrong. The entire space seemed to belong to someone else's domain. The mutated energy had completely turned this place into a world of fire. But the strange thing was, even a god could not have such a huge domain, right? Even with Yu Yang's Heaven Eyes divine vision, he could not see the end of this sea of fire. Beneath his feet was a sea of fire. It was boundless. Countless volcanoes were hidden at the bottom of the sea. From time to time, a rain of lava would erupt into the sky. The rolling thick smoke and volcanic ash covered the sky. Even Yu Yang couldn't see what was above the inky black clouds. He could only sense that there was a completely different kind of energy. The high temperature of the air was like a burning knife that pierced into his lungs. The thick sulfur gas and the unique burnt smell of the fire were very choking. This place is a bit like someone else's domain, but the domain can't be this big. Also, if this is the embodiment of domain power, then we should feel a kind of willpower restriction. Yu Yang could not see through this strange mutated world. Out of caution, he summoned Princess Sisai and Shui Wuxia to discuss with them. I feel very uneasy. A very strong destructive energy is devouring this world. Princess Sisai frowned. The Book of Truth does not show any obvious signs. Shui Wuxia flipped through the Book of Truth and shook her head. You guys go back first. If we really can't win, I can run faster by myself. Yu Yang was not the kind of stupid person who would die if he could not win. He was the kind of smart person who would slowly kite his opponent to death if he could not win. This kind of tactic, to put it nicely, would be patient harassment. To put it bluntly, he was a wretched and despicable escort. In short, no matter what, it was impossible for Yu Yang to fight head-on with the enemy when he was not powerful enough. He was not a silly kid who would lose his IQ when he was angry. Even if he was powerful enough to defeat the enemy, he would pretend to be weak and let the enemy get complacent and show his weakness. He was a shameless person who would hurt the enemy with one move. He sneered at things like fair duels and knight's honor. Yu Yang's style was to arrange his enemies' corpses into 18 different positions, then stand on them and sing I hurt you, then laugh it off. Princess Sisai used to look down on his shameless behavior. However, after experiencing so many things, she realized that each enemy was stronger than the last. If she had been an obedient child, Yu Yang wouldn't have been able to survive even if he had 100 lives. Gradually, she started to agree with his battle strategy. In the end, she fully cooperated with his tactical needs. As for Shui Wuxia, no matter what tactics they used, the final victory was the king's way. To a certain extent, her thoughts were similar to Yu Yang's. Before returning to the grimoire world, Shui Wuxia suddenly mentioned a possibility. You said that this is a domain. I think it's possible. Princess Sisai was shocked. If this is a domain, then who is the owner of this domain? Even a god wouldn't have such a huge domain, right? Shui Wuxia nodded. We have never seen a god's domain before, so let's not talk about it for now. However, if this sea of fire is a domain, I think it's possible. However, it's not a spiritual manifestation of the domain, but a special characteristic, or a manifestation of some kind of power. If this sea of fire is a manifestation of the power of a domain that can control flames perfectly, then it can be explained. In the beginning, this sea of fire was normal. It might only be slightly larger than our domain, but it wasn't too exaggerated. However, if this person who had perfect control over fire used the power of this domain to expand, month after month, year after year, without anyone stopping it, the sea of fire would gradually expand until it became what it is today. After listening, Yu Yang fell into deep thought. After a long time, he nodded in agreement. That's right, this is most likely the expansion of Lord Lai Hua's domain. Because this is a real domain, it's an extension of the Sea of Fire's energy, so it doesn't have the suppression of willpower like other domains. Princess Sisai also reacted. If that's the case, then you have to be extra careful. This sea of fire is very dangerous. Xianxia said, yes, although the sea of fire doesn't have willpower suppression, it definitely has an amplifying effect on its owner. This is because this person is most likely an expert in controlling flames, and is most likely Lord Lihua. Therefore, I don't recommend using Nirvana Flame immediately. Let's not discuss the effect of using Nirvana Flame for now. For an expert in controlling flames, once they see Nirvana Flame, they will definitely try their best to snatch it. If they can't snatch it, they will use all means to destroy the owner of Nirvana Flame. To avoid this, I think it's best not to use Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus easily. It's best to use Frost and Purple Lightning instead. Yu Yang listened to this extremely far-sighted suggestion. In order to prevent any accidents from happening and not being able to escape in time, he persuaded Little Winley to go back. If Grey Wolf wasn't here, Yu Yang wouldn't want to fight with an old man like Lord Lihua at all. He would definitely run away the moment he saw him. If he was here, Yu Yang planned to use the three-realm compass to escape from this damned sea of fire after saving him. In this kind of place, fighting with Lord Lihua or an old man like him was simply an arduous and unrewarding task. Grey Wolf wouldn't be so stupid as to enter the sea of fire and take the initiative to provoke Lord Lihua, right? He has always been a coward, so he shouldn't be here. Yu Yang muttered to himself. The more he explored the sea of fire, the more shocked he was. This sea of fire wasn't just a few dozen kilometers in radius. It was really a world of its own. Yu Yang consecutively teleported more than 10 times and flew a distance of nearly 1,000 kilometers. However, he still couldn't see the edge of the sea of fire. Phew! Just when Yu Yang was about to look for Xianxia and Princess Sisai to discuss it again, Spirit of Heaven Fire, who had received the chaotic energy and the divine power of disaster in the Desire Valley of Heaven Realm, suddenly came out. She, who was originally used to break through in the Beast Valley, finally woke up from her deep sleep. With the perfect combination of the world's purest nirvana flame, the chaotic energy of the origin of the universe, and the most destructive divine power of disaster, she had now evolved into a new super-elemental war beast, Spirit of Chaos. Perhaps it was because she had sensed a great amount of fire energy, which made her, who had just evolved, feel instinctively hungry. She moved her hands, and the sea of fire within a radius of 10 kilometers all formed a concentrated fire pillar, soaring into the sky. That kind of spectacular scene. Not to mention outsiders, even Yu Yang had never seen it before. A raging flame soared into the sky, and hundreds of millions of waterfalls flowed back to the sky, and finally flowed endlessly into the body of Spirit of Chaos. Because she had the chaotic energy that could absorb the heat of all the raging flames in the world, she, who had evolved from Spirit of Heaven Fire to Spirit of Chaos, had an infinite stomach that could swallow all the flames in the world. No matter how many flames came, she did not refuse them and absorbed them crazily. The sea of fire under her feet had an unknown amount of heat energy. Spirit of Chaos had already drawn out the fire waterfall within a radius of 10 kilometers, but compared to the entire sea of fire, it was just a drop in the ocean. It was an extremely slight disappearance. Well, wait until we find Grey Wolf, then slowly absorb it. I asked you to help before, but you went to sleep. Now that I don't need your help, you came out to help. Yu Yang reprimanded Spirit of Chaos. Phew. Spirit of Chaos self-control had always been very poor, but if there was one person in the world who could command her, it would be Yu Yang. Facing a sea of fire, it was like a person who had been hungry for 3 days and 3 nights seeing a food street. Even if it was Yu Yang's criticism, she still inhaled dozens of mouthfuls of pure heat energy before she reluctantly stopped. Yu Yang asked her to go back to the Grimoire world. Although Spirit of Chaos strength had skyrocketed after her evolution, her self-control did not improve significantly. She shook her head and refused Yu Yang's request. She might be worried that once she went back, Yu Yang would not summon her again. Although she could not stop Yu Yang from going forward to find Grey Wolf, she was reluctant to go back. Just like a hungry person who did not dare to steal delicious food in front of her, she was also reluctant to leave. There was really no way to deal with her. Yu Yang shook his head and finally brought her with him. Among the many war beasts, she was the most worrisome one. With her weak self-control, it was already amazing that she could not absorb the fire energy in the face of the sea of fire. Phew. Spirit of Chaos followed Yu Yang to teleport a few times. Suddenly, she pointed to the southeast with her flaming finger, indicating that she had sensed Grey Wolf's existence. Eh? Yu Yang was surprised. He had not sensed Grey Wolf yet. How did she sense it? No matter what, he was an innate elder. Moreover, he had the Heaven Eye's divine vision. How could he lose to Spirit of Chaos who had just evolved? One must know that her previous senses were the worst among all the war beasts. Spirit of Chaos eyes gradually condensed into a delicate human face after her evolution. Suddenly, there was a burst of blazing flame that represented anger. Then, under the gaze of Yu Yang, she waved a wave of energy that carried the power of disaster towards the Sea of Fire. In an instant, the whole Sea of Fire immediately rolled up a huge flaming tornado that was thousands of meters high and dozens of meters in diameter, sweeping towards the distant southeast at an extremely fast speed. Yu Yang understood that in this Sea of Fire, Spirit of Chaos was also strengthened by the fire energy. Presumably, she had sensed Grey Wolf's existence through the Sea of Fire. Through Spirit of Chaos attack, Yu Yang also captured a piece of information. There was an enemy. Grey Wolf was fighting, and the enemy was very strong. Grey Wolf should be trapped in a hard fight, otherwise Spirit of Chaos would not be so eager to help from so far away. Did Grey Wolf really encounter Lord Lai Hua, this damn dog? Wouldn't it run away when it saw that kind of old bastard? The more Yu Yang thought about it, the angrier he felt. He had really provoked true Lord Lai Hua. If it wasn't for Pandora's prophecy ability, he would have died in this world of fire. Go, you are responsible for blocking the enemy. When Grey Wolf is rescued, we will teach him a good lesson. He hasn't been beaten for a long time, and his skin is itching. Yu Yang was happy and angry at the same time. He took the lead and rushed out. Together with Spirit of Chaos, they chased after the fire tornado that was getting bigger and faster. They made use of the fire tornado that carried the power of disaster to hide themselves, and at the same time, they improved their state to the peak. Although he did not know how powerful Lord Lai Hua was, seeing that he could create this Sea of Fire, Yu Yang felt that this battle might be the most difficult one in his life. Yu Yang had never seen such a situation before. When he saw Hui Tai Lang, he was completely stunned. A mountain of flesh that was even taller than the Iron Ridge peak outside, towered into the sky, occasionally spewing out volcanic lava and volcanic ash. If Yu Yang didn't have Heaven Eye's divine vision, he definitely wouldn't be able to tell that this fellow was also a war beast. No matter who looked at it, they would think that it was a volcano and not a war beast, but it was. The legendary volcano whale, a war beast that no longer existed in Tong Tian Tower. Yu Yang finally saw it. He had never thought that he would see it in such a way. Under the mountain of flesh that was almost impossible to look up at, Yu Yang discovered that Hui Tai Lang, who had become a few hundred meters tall, was like a fool. He opened his mouth wide, bit the front of the volcano whale's lips, raised his head, and pushed the prehistoric monster volcano whale into the sky. Oh my god, Yu Yang was shocked by Hui Tai Lang's actions. Even if you want to bite, shouldn't you find a smaller target? How could he swallow a prehistoric beast that was thousands of meters long? Moreover, this volcano whale was at the 6th level of heaven stage. Even if it didn't struggle with its strength, wasn't digesting it a little too whimsical? The worst thing was that this was their home ground. Although the Sea of Fire couldn't burn Hui Tai Lang, it did little to him. As for the volcano whale, it was born to survive in the Sea of Fire. He really didn't know how Hui Tai Lang lifted the volcano whale up, but this method was definitely drinking poison to quench his thirst. Rumble, 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 a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared in the Sea of Fire beneath Yu Yang's feet. The burning magma spun like water, and the whirlpool appeared beneath Yu Yang's feet. It was thousands of meters wide, and it was exceptionally spectacular. There seemed to be a human face faintly flashing under the whirlpool. Without waiting for Yu Yang to take a closer look, an unimaginably large human face suddenly broke out of the sea. It opened its mouth full of lava and sharp teeth, and viciously bit towards him. In comparison, although this human face couldn't be compared to the volcano whale in the distance, it was still a giant monster. When it opened, its mouth was bigger than a football field. Moreover, that ugly and greedy mouth had an irresistible attractive force that sucked in flames, magma, smoke, lava, and everything else. The speed of the sneak attack was extremely fast. Before Yu Yang could react, the mouth had already closed and swallowed both Yu Yang and the chaotic spirit. The human-faced monster rushed out of the sea of fire. Only then did Grey Wolf realize that there was another enemy. He had been sneakily hiding under the sea of fire and did not show himself. In Grey Wolf's eyes, the true appearance of this human-faced monster that had been hidden for a long time was finally revealed. It turned out that it was a fisher-like fish that looked like a human face. Apart from a disproportionately large mouth, this odd-faced demonic fish that looked like a burning rock had a fire rope tentacle on its head. There was even a ball of light emitting pure energy at the end of the fire rope tentacle. The strange-faced fisherman fish that created the whirlpool to launch a sneak attack, then jumped out of the sea of fire to devour Yu Yang. It proudly fell back into the sea of fire. It was preparing to use its powerful tail to slap the sea of fire and lava, preparing to dive back and continue to ambush the next enemy. Suddenly, the mouth that had just swallowed the junk swelled up. Just like a volcanic eruption, the strange-faced fisherman fish suddenly opened its huge mouth and spewed out countless waves of flames. The flaming tornado that floated over from afar and was about to disappear suddenly became 100 times stronger. It sucked the entire sea of fire into the air. The strange-faced fisherman fish did not have time to escape into the depths of the sea of fire and was sucked into the air by the flaming tornado. Even though the strange-faced fisherman fish was a sea of fire creature that reached heaven rank level 4, it was still not enough in front of the disguised flaming tornado that carried the power of disaster. The chaotic spirit angrily looked at the strange-faced fisherman fish that came out of its mouth and raised its hand. Several golden lightning bolts struck. They smashed down from a high altitude. It directly landed on the head of the weird-faced fisherman fish that was inside the flaming tornado. The weird-faced fisherman fish once again vomited crazily, spitting out all the rubbish that it had swallowed previously. However, Hui Tai Ling could not see Yu Yang's figure. "What are you looking at? Do you really think that this young master will be eaten by a broken fish?" Yu Yang's real figure appeared on top of Grey Wolf's head. Under its pleasantly surprised gaze, Yu Yang gave it a ruthless kick. This heavy kick was so familiar. It was so timely again. Grey Wolf had obtained the greatest help from Yu Yang. Whether it was courage or strength, it was several times stronger than before. Master had arrived, and it finally did not have to hold on anymore. Grey Wolf immediately spat out the volcano whale that it had just bitten, let go of the terrifying mountain of flesh that it could not swallow, and regained its freedom. Only now did it understand the value of freedom. In fact, that kind of stalemate was mutually uncomfortable. The volcano whale was depressed, but Grey Wolf did not feel good either. Especially under the premise that Supreme Lai Hua was constantly using his spiritual power to force the contract, it felt that every second was like a year. Grey Wolf relied on the innate qi and the power of the small law that Yu Yang transmitted to it, and immediately grew twice as big. With a powerful headbutt, it fiercely knocked away the volcano whale that had fallen like a mountain of flesh. Grey Wolf really wanted to tell Yu Yang immediately. The biggest enemy was not the volcano whale, but Supreme Lai Hua, who had just hidden and launched a sneak attack. That guy was the most terrifying existence. However, it did not have time to speak. Other than a headbutt that became bigger, it used its entire body to block the sky above Yu Yang's head, subconsciously blocking the possible heavy blow from Supreme Lai Hua for its master. Boom! A giant flaming palm drilled out of the sea of fire without warning and slapped Grey Wolf away. The first thing he did after successfully attacking was to take advantage of the situation and close his gigantic palm, as if he wanted to pinch Yu Yang to death like an ant. He wanted to pinch Yu Yang, who was extremely small in comparison. Compared to Supreme Lai Hua's palm, Yu Yang was even smaller than an ant. No matter how one looked at it, he looked like a monkey that could not jump out of the palm of Buddha. The palm closed. He forcefully strangled it into a fist. The high-temperature flames that were squeezed out were thousands of degrees higher than the sea of fire. It had reached the ultra-high temperature that could melt gold and stones and vaporize everything. Grey Wolf, who had been slapped away, was about to fly back. The volcano whale that had fallen into the sea of fire immediately recovered its combat power. With a fierce whip of its tail, Grey Wolf, who had been hit, was swept away like a meteor and disappeared into the sky. Supreme Lai Hua came out of the sea of fire, but there was no joy on his face of killing the enemy. Instead, he had a strange look on his face. He looked at his right hand formed by fire energy. He was surprised to find that the fist that was strangling the enemy was unexpectedly frozen. The fingers and palm that were originally high-temperature flames were frozen bit by bit in the form of flames. From the inside to the outside, it slowly spread until the whole right hand was frozen. Supreme Lai Hua's eyes flashed with a kind of humiliating anger. Except for that sworn enemy of his, he had never let his enemy's hand be frozen before. No, even that sworn enemy of his had not been able to do this. In the past, he did not have the enhancement of the Sea of Fire and the fire elemental body. A person who could control fire perfectly was actually frozen by his enemy. Wasn't this a disgrace? Supreme Lai Hua's will exploded, and the whole frozen fist was instantly crushed. The ice shards that filled the sky were all turned into nothingness by his angry breath of flames. Only Yu Yang, who had been strangled just now, was still standing there leisurely. The corners of his lips were still maintaining the original smile. It was as if nothing had happened, and everything was normal. "You, who are you?" Supreme Lai Hua was a little confused about Yu Yang's identity, but he could guess that this weird young man should know Grey Wolf, otherwise he would not have risked his life to save it. Moreover, Grey Wolf immediately became spirited at the sight of him, and completely rejected the spiritual pincer. "Who I am is not important. What's important is you. Who are you? Don't you know that Grey Wolf is my watchdog? You want to catch my dog? You're clearly looking for a fight." Yu Yang put on a look of "I am a little hooligan, and I am asking you if you are afraid." However, Supreme Lai Hua frowned at such nonsense. "It is your watchdog? Nonsense, you did not contract it at all." Supreme Lai Hua was a little uncertain. Could it be that after 10,000 years, another super expert like Immortal Buried Sword appeared in the Tower of Babel? This guy looked like a playboy. If he was not a second generation, it was impossible for him to have such strength at such a young age. However, this guy did not seem to want to lie. If the watchdog used a divine beast, then the master behind it must really be an expert like Immortal Buried Sword. There were many experts in the Tower of Babel, so it was not strange that after 10,000 years, a powerful person appeared. Supreme Lai Hua, who originally wanted to kill Yu Yang, was afraid that he would provoke a powerful enemy if he acted too hastily. Therefore, he suppressed his anger and asked, "Who are you? You saw me, a senior expert, but you did not salute respectfully. Is this what your parents taught you?" "My parents only taught me to be careful when I see people with ulterior motives, and to be civilized and polite. For a senior who sneak attacked me, I think it is not too late to salute after finding out his identity. I don't care if you are a divine emperor or a lunatic, I don't know you." "Who are you?" Yu Yang asked with a cold smile. "After I capture you, I will definitely tell you." Supreme Lai Hua expanded his consciousness to cover the whole Sea of Fire. In the end, he found that there was no other enemy in the Sea of Fire except for Yu Yang. This was a little kid who had left home and entered his own territory. Without the protection of an adult, he did not need to worry too much. Maybe he was a little impatient to kill him, but it was necessary to capture him and interrogate him slowly to figure out the outside world. This guy's ice attribute energy was very strong. If he was a descendant of his enemy, he could not let him go. However, that enemy had died with him many years ago, so there should not be any descendants left. Maybe he was a rising star among the later generations. There were many talents in the Tower of Babel. Every year, there would be one or several super experts. This was very normal. It would be strange if there were none. Supreme Lai Hua felt threatened and excited. If there were no stronger opponents than him among the later generations, didn't it mean that the whole Tower of Babel would belong to him? Today, he had to capture this guy and interrogate him about the current situation of the Tower of Babel. If there were no more experts who were stronger than him in the Tower of Babel, it was time for him to go out and take control of the whole Tower of Babel. "Kid, let this divine lord teach you what manners are on behalf of your elders." Supreme Lai Hua laughed wildly. Maybe the super expert who trained this guy was a little tricky, but this kid who had the support of an adult was not a threat to him at all. Dong, dong, while true immortal Lai Hua and Yu Yang were testing each other, the spirit of chaos had already started fighting with the fishermen. With the strength of the spirit of heaven fire, it was impossible for the spirit of chaos to fight against the heaven-ranked level 4 fisher. However, things were different now. After absorbing the energy of chaos and the divine power of disaster in the Valley of Desire, she had evolved into a chaos specter with a super-elemental body. Now, in addition to the nirvana flame that could never be extinguished, she also had the chaos energy that was the source of energy, as well as the disaster divine power that was the most destructive power in the world. The three of them were perfectly combined in her body, making her, the newly evolved chaotic spirit, one of the strongest beasts under Yu Yang's command. The fisherman's fish was also unlucky to meet her. There was no advantage to speak of. The most powerful devouring ability had no effect on her, a super-elemental body. Even if she swallowed the specter of chaos into her stomach, it would only make her stomach a mess. It turned out that the fire energy, which had always been effective in killing, was even better than a tonic for the chaos specter. Burning her with fire was equivalent to treating her to a meal. The chaos specter wished that the fire could be as big and fierce as possible. The third ability of the fisher fish was very fatal to other beasts. It was a powerful mental deceiving ability called Flash Stun Lure. However, it was completely useless against the chaotic spirits. As a spirit of chaos, she did not have any rich human emotions or visual illusions that could be deceived. No matter how dazzling Lucian was, she just turned a blind eye to it. On the contrary, the chaotic specters had all kinds of restraining abilities against the fishers, which were of a higher level and larger size. If it was still the spirit of heaven fire in the past, if she had not absorbed the chaotic energy of the universe source from Yu Yang, her absorption of fire energy would not have been as limitless as it was now. That was not the most important thing. What made the fisherman even more unlucky was that the spirit of chaos was also able to control a little bit of the divine power of disaster. Even if it was just a little, with the might of the godly power, it was enough to make the fisherman, who had been unlucky for 18 lifetimes, suffer the consequences. Hoo-hoo! Roar, ah-ha! The spirit of chaos tightly locked the fishman in the fire tornado that she controlled. The fire and wind blades could not harm the fishman, but the divine power of disaster was slowly seeping into it. No matter how stupid the fisherman was, it knew that it was going to be unlucky. It desperately unleashed a blast wave to shake off the spirits of chaos that were constantly extracting the fire energy from its body. It was determined to escape from this flaming tornado. However, this flaming tornado was a bit like the domain of the spirit of chaos. Under her will, the fisherman could not escape easily. If it weren't for the volcano whale that came to its rescue and whipped the fisherman into the air with its tail, it would have been sucked dry by the spirit of chaos and turned into a dried fish. This spirit beast is yours? Immortal Lai Hua was about to attack Yu Yang, but the moment he saw the chaotic specter, he immediately revealed a greedy look, like a pirate who saw a treasure. In the depth of its eyes, there was a hint of regret. How good would it be if this chaotic spirit was not a guardian beast? A super-elemental beast like this was more suitable for him than the demon wolf. With the divine power of disaster as its hair and the chaotic energy as its body, this kind of super-elemental spirit beast was simply a dream beast. The most important thing was that she had the nirvana flame as her soul. That was the nirvana flame, although it was only a trace, it was enough. With that trace of eternal flame, she would be an existence that would never die. How could such a beast belong to someone else? He had worked so hard to find and train it for so many years, but in the end, he could not compare to a young kid. That demon wolf had limitless potential. Before it had fully matured, it was already a divine beast. This spirit of chaos also had limitless potential. Chaos energy, divine power of disaster, and nirvana flame. Even if he had any of the three, he would still be an immeasurable existence. Now that he had all three of them and combined them perfectly, how could he survive? You must die. Immortal Lai Hua stared at Yu Yang with hatred. Why? Yu Yang pretended to be puzzled. These two beasts have fallen into your hands. Their treasured weapons have been covered in dust. All the good things have been wasted by you. For a beast like the demon wolf, you actually used it as a watchdog and even kicked it. Look at this chaotic specter, as a guardian beast, you actually did not use your willpower to guide and train it. Instead, you let it act on its own. Immortal Lai Hua's anger was like a tycoon who saw a poor kid from the slums using dragon balls to hit marbles. He could not stand it, not even for a second. Damn, jealousy needs to be cured. You are a senior. Yu Yang raised his middle finger and looked at him with disdain. How I train my beasts is none of your business. You can slowly be jealous. It would be best if you get internal injuries from jealousy. Junior, go and die. Immortal Lai Hua was really angry when he heard this. So boring. Who wants to fight with you? Yu Yang soared into the sky. His speed was so fast that he instantly surpassed Immortal Lai Hua, who was 1,000 meters tall. He stopped at a height of about 2,000 meters and waved at Immortal Lai Hua with his back to the dark and weird clouds. Before I leave, as a junior, I will kindly remind you out of good manners and good manners. Senior, it's time for you to take your medicine. However, you can't eat too many retarded pills. Just a few pills every time. You can't eat them like rice. Immortal Lai Hua was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He pressed his hands together. The dark clouds immediately flared up like fire and flowed like boiling water. Thousands of huge meteorites flew out from the dark clouds, leaving streaks of black and red trails behind them as they bombarded towards Yu Yang. The group of burning meteorites was like a rain of fire. Yu Yang was smashed into it. Supreme Lai Hua put his hands together and gathered all the meteorites together, turning them into a seamless meteorite ball. The volcano whale in the sea of fire leaped high, raised its head, and opened its mouth, swallowing the meteorite ball. Its attack and Immortal Lai Hua's coordination was extremely good. However, what it swallowed was only Yu Yang's illusion. Yu Yang's real body was already higher in the sky. He raised the Taotai blade and slashed down with his ultimate move, Earth-Splitting Slash. His target was not the extremely huge volcano whale, but the weird-faced fisherman who was being beaten by the chaotic spirits. Before the cold sword energy arrived, it had already split the sea of fire and created a huge crack that was 1,000 meters long. The fisherman cried out strangely as a ball of fire burst out from his body to protect himself. Then, he swung his flaming tentacles, sending out a dazzling ball of light that made people unable to open their eyes, intending to disrupt Yu Yang's heavy chop. Ah! Yu Yang's ultimate move suddenly stopped. The one who was really in charge of the killing was Grey Wolf, who had been silently accumulating strength and returning to his best state. It flew over from the side and plunged into the sea of fire, lifting up the entire body of the fisherman inside the flame shield. When Yu Yang's Taotai blade recovered and split the fire shield, Grey Wolf suddenly turned around and tore open the fisherman's belly, which was the weakest part of the fisherman's defense. How dare you! Immortal Lai Hua wouldn't let Yu Yang and Grey Wolf succeed so easily. A super heavy punch caused Grey Wolf's body to contort, and he was sent flying 10,000 meters away. As for Yu Yang, who was holding the Taotai blade, he flicked his finger and sent Yu Yang, who was still attacking the fisherman's back, flying. Yu Yang fell into the sea of fire. The moment the volcano whale's giant tail struck him, his entire body bounced up as if he had fallen onto a springboard. Ignoring the pursuit of Supreme Lai Hua, he immediately slashed out with the Taotai blade in his hand again. This time, he slashed towards the sky. Second slash, heaven and earth collapse. The terrifying energy from the saber and sword drew a diagonal cross on the wound that Grey Wolf tore open, further aggravating the damage on the strange-faced fisherman's belly. Blood splashed everywhere. Blood splattered all over the sky and the ground. Immortal Lai Hua, on the other hand, laughed like a madman. The heavily injured fisherman fell into the sea of fire. At first, it rolled in pain, but it soon returned to normal. The terrifying cross-shaped wound that was dripping with blood and rolled-up flesh actually healed in the sea of fire without needing any medicine. When the fisherman swam out of the whirlpool of fire, its belly was abnormally smooth, as if it had never been injured. It had been partly absorbed by the spirit of chaos and heavily injured by Yu Yang and Grey Wolf. But now, with the help of the sea of fire, it had completely recovered. It was even stronger and more vigorous than before. Ha 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 ha, you are really a little kid who lives under the protection of adults. Do you think that all the places in the world are like the swaddling clothes you used to live in? Without the protection of the adults behind you, you are nothing at all. Let me tell you, in this sea of fire, in my domain, all of my beasts are immortal existences. No matter how much damage they suffer, they will recover instantly. Even if they die in battle, they can be easily resurrected. Do you know why I spent thousands of years to build this sea of fire? The reason is very simple. Because I want to build an immortal world of fire. Here, I am invincible. Immortal Lihua laughed complacently. Woof woof. Grey Wolf barked at Yu Yang in a low voice, indicating that he had tried his best just now. It was not that he didn't try his best, but that this guy was too abnormal. So it is not a sea of fire domain, but a kind of fire attribute reignition domain. As long as it is a fire attribute beast, it can continuously recover in this sea of fire type domain. Yu Yang finally saw through the power of immortal Lihua's domain with his heaven eyes divine vision. So what if you understand? Because of the abnormal energy in this world of fire, everyone who enters, no matter how powerful they are, must wait until the day the energy is transferred before they can leave. Do you know when the next energy transfer will take place? It is almost 2 months later. With such a long time, do you think you can still escape from my fingers? I was just testing your ability just now. Next is the real hell attack. As soon as immortal Lihua finished speaking, the energy in his body increased by at least 10 times. Just the burst of energy alone could send Grey Wolf flying thousands of meters away. Yu Yang used the Tao Tai blade to resist and slowly moved back 300 meters. Only the chaotic spirit with the super elemental body stayed where it was without feeling anything. Immortal Lihua used his hand to draw a huge fire rune array with a diameter of 10,000 meters on the surface of the Sea of Fire. When Yu Yang saw this array, he immediately frowned. This was not the rune array he was familiar with, but a very special and strange ancient rune array. With the energy of the Sea of Fire as the source, the rune array was completed and immediately burst out in irresistible power. Even though Grey Wolf and Yu Yang resisted, they were instantly suppressed to the surface of the Sea of Fire. Every meter they moved, they felt that the power of the power was doubled. What kind of rune array was this fire energy ancient rune array? Yu Yang felt that if he didn't find out the core principle, the truth, and the flaws, he wouldn't be able to leave the surface of the Sea of Fire smoothly. With the strength of immortal Lihua, the volcano whale, and the fisherman fish, fighting against them on the surface of the Sea of Fire was simply asking for trouble. Grey Wolf was also anxious. It couldn't fly, and if it only relied on its 4 legs, it would be at a disadvantage if it fought against the huge monsters. It hurriedly ran to Yu Yang's side, hoping that he would kick it and use some energy to become bigger. It would be best if he could transfer a little bit of the power of law to it so that it could kill that wretched-looking fisherman fish. However, Yu Yang didn't do that. Instead, he seriously considered for a few seconds. In the end, he quietly threw a ball of special flames into Hui Tai Lang's mouth. In this sea of raging flames, his movements were inconspicuous. Besides, immortal Lihua didn't think highly of an opponent who was about to die. He just threw out a flame portal and summoned more war beasts to clean up the enemy. What immortal Lihua was looking at now was not even Grey Wolf, who was said to be the best combination in the world, but the chaotic spirit who was not affected by the fire rune array. If only she wasn't a guardian war beast. Immortal Lihua sighed in his heart more than once. The war beast that he dreamed of was right in front of him. Unfortunately, it didn't belong to him, and he could never obtain it in any way. This was probably the greatest regret in life. Just as the volcano whale and the fisherman fish were about to attack Yu Yang, his figure suddenly disappeared. The rune circle flickered and the pressure increased greatly. However, it could only lock on Grey Wolf. The real target, Yu Yang, had disappeared without a trace. The spirit of chaos swung the flame tornado controlled by its will and sucked in the burning Grey Wolf. Then, together with the spinning flame tornado, they rose into the sky. Under the incredulous gaze of perfected cultivator Lihua, he broke through the dense black clouds and disappeared within. It was not that Supreme Lihua did not work hard, but he used his momentum several times and the rune circle also exerted more than 10 times the pressure. It was as if the spirit of chaos and Grey Wolf did not exist. It did not work at all. The escape of Grey Wolf and the spirit of chaos was not what surprised it the most. After all, both of them were fire elemental beings, and the fire rune circle could not exert its full power on fire elemental beings. After all, the energy source of the rune circle was fire energy. What made Supreme Lihua feel the most inconceivable was that where did that young and arrogant boy go? He was an ice attribute warrior, which happened to be the opposite of the rune circle's attribute. He should have been under the greatest pressure. How could he escape? Besides, even if he could escape, how could he hide from his eyes and senses? Supreme Lihua was puzzled. He expanded his domain with his will and searched the entire space, but still found nothing. It was as if that arrogant boy had never appeared. He disappeared, completely disappeared. Find him for me. As long as he is still in the flame world, he will not be able to escape my pursuit. Supreme Lihua was really angry. The volcano whale and the fisherman fish, as well as the several fire war beasts that were just summoned. They all went in different directions to search for traces of Yu Yang. Supreme Lihua also summoned a heaven stage level 3 flaming condor and ordered it to penetrate the black clouds to chase after the spirit of chaos and Grey Wolf. The spirit of chaos was a guardian war beast and could not be contracted. It was useless even if he desired it. However, Grey Wolf was still an excellent choice for Supreme Lihua. With the addition of Grey Wolf, Supreme Lihua's strength would greatly increase. At this time, Yu Yang was leading Grey Wolf and a chaotic spirit through the dark clouds. There was a strange feeling in his heart that made Yu Yang persevere in moving upwards in the dark clouds. Although he had already found the opponent's flaw, and also observed the truth of the flame rune circle with his heaven eyes divine vision, Yu Yang did not stop and counterattack Lord Lihua. When he saw the truth of the flame rune circle, he had a feeling that he wanted to find more secrets of the flame world. When Yu Yang escaped the rune circle and entered the dark clouds, he found that there was a kind of special energy that was faintly breathing him at a place extremely high in the clouds or extremely far away. Perhaps it was not a true call, but a natural response to the flame runic circle. What was that? Could it be that there were more than just dark clouds at the top of the sky of the fiery world? After flying for a long time, suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of Yu Yang, Grey Wolf and the chaotic spirit. There were endless white clouds in front of him. If Yu Yang looked back, he would see that the dark clouds behind him and the white clouds in front of him were actually very similar. They were both endless sea of clouds, but the color was different. Yu Yang and Grey Wolf felt as if they had passed through some kind of obstacle, but they could not see it at all. Another strange feeling appeared. The closer they got to the sea of white clouds, the more they felt the vastness of the water energy. The chaotic spirit stopped flying with a little rejection. She saw that Yu Yang had no intention to return to the sea of black clouds, so she immediately returned to his grimoire world and refused to go forward, as if she hated the sea of white clouds in front of her. Not to mention her, even Grey Wolf felt a little uncomfortable. It was as if it had fallen into a pool of water, and was drenched all over like a drowning dog. Of course, that was just a feeling. Yu Yang gave it a kick and signaled it to follow them, and not be as willful as the chaotic spirit. One human and one wolf flew forward at an extremely fast speed, trying to find out the truth. Why was there a place with such abundant water energy in the fiery world? It was like passing through the dark clouds. Yu Yang and Grey Wolf were also very tired, and they finally came out of the sea of white clouds. The scene that came into Yu Yang's eyes shocked him, and he almost cried out in surprise. It turned out that he, who had been flying towards the sky, suddenly found himself in another world, a world of water that only had water. It was completely different from the fiery world where Supreme Lihua was. This world was full of vitality. The water surface was full of green aquatic plants, and there were also countless kinds of insects flying around. From time to time, there were silver fish jumping out of the water and playing with each other. In this boundless space, all Yu Yang could see was water. Yu Yang and Grey Wolf turned around and looked up. The firmament in the sky was filled with white clouds. Boundless white clouds. Extremely far away, it seemed that a light rain had just fallen, and there was a rainbow hanging in the distance. The two completely different worlds of fire and water were actually fused together. The most ingenious thing was that these two worlds that were incompatible with each other actually fused together at the same time. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it to be true. What kind of world is this? Yu Yang stepped on the surface of the lake, and found that the water energy here was abundant, and it was not inferior to the sea of fire in the fiery world. This is the hourglass world. Fire is on one side, water is on the other. Every 3 months, the hourglass world will undergo energy conversion. Of course, the water here and the fire on the other side will not disappear, nor will they exchange, but the position of the space will change. I don't know the specific truth, but in the 10,000 years of boring waiting, I calculated it. There was a pool of clear water on the surface of the water. Transforming into a water person, it seemed to be a female, and it started to speak. The strangest thing was that this female water person was holding a sapphire blue umbrella. This umbrella was a semi-god-ranked item. With one look, Yu Yang had a feeling that the female water person holding the semi-god treasured umbrella should not be weaker than Lord Laihua. Yu Yang changed his attitude towards Lord Laihua. "Senior, are you the beautiful Luo fairy from back then?" "This junior is Titan Yu, a descendant of the soaring dragon continent." The female water person holding the treasured umbrella had her identity exposed by Yu Yang. Her expression seemed a little astonished, but she quickly returned to normal. "I didn't expect that there would still be someone who remembers my name after so long. Is Tongtian Tower so prosperous now? A young lad like you actually has the strength of an elder innate. This is really too amazing." Grey Wolf turned his head and covered his mouth as he snickered. There was only one person like Yu Yang in the whole of Tongtian Tower, and he was the only one that could not be found in 10,000 years. If it wasn't for Yu Yang that could be used to scare those fellows from Heaven Realm, the current Tongtian Tower would definitely be despised to death by the warriors from Heaven Realm. However, Yu Yang glared at him angrily, hinting him not to be rude. Grey Wolf hurriedly held back his laughter, trying his best to suppress it, trying his best not to burst out laughing. Towards that beautiful Luo fairy's question, Yu Yang pretended to be very obedient. "That's right, the current Tongtian Tower is very prosperous. Young people like me are as common as the hairs on a cow. Those unlucky fellows from Heaven Realm described us like this. Geniuses are as common as dogs, and elder innates are everywhere. I'm still a little better now. I was considered trash in my family in the past. Because my improvement was too slow, people rolled their eyes at me for many years." Yu Yang's bragging had no limits, but if he tried to bluff people, he would become lame. Hearing this, the waterman holding the umbrella heaved a long sigh. "I didn't expect Tongtian Tower to be so prosperous now. In the past, the Demon Clan and Heaven Stairway warriors always made life difficult for us soaring dragon people. We fought for many years, and many young geniuses were sacrificed in the battle. When our generation was annihilated and no longer existed, the Tongtian Tower warriors learned their lesson and really flourished. It's a pity that I'm trapped in this hourglass world and can never leave. Otherwise, I would really like to see such a grand occasion." Yu Yang immediately seized the topic. "Senior, with such a powerful existence like you, can't you break through the space of this hourglass world?" The waterman holding the umbrella shook his head. "This is a punishment given to me by the ancient ancestors. The fight between me and that fool, true monarch Laihua, caused serious consequences and almost destroyed the entire soaring dragon continent. An ancient ancestor was furious when he heard about it. During our 1985th battle, he appeared. He destroyed Lord Laihua and my physical bodies, and threw us into this hourglass world, using this kind of imprisonment to punish us for the evil that we caused. In here, there is only the extreme balance of water and fire. Lord Laihua and I can never meet each other, and we can never fight again. Of course, we can never leave this hourglass world either. Young man, although I don't know which senior told you about us, I want to give you a piece of advice. This is not a safe world. Lord Laihua is an ambitious tyrant. He hates everything, especially an outstanding young man like you. He will never let you go. Lord Laihua, if you're talking about that manic fireman, I've already seen him. He's indeed very powerful, but he's limited by the sea of fire. Although I can't beat him, I can still escape." Yu Yang smiled. "I didn't expect you to go to his side first and fight with him before coming here. Young man, you're an ice-type warrior, you shouldn't be able to leave that fire world, right? And this demon wolf, it should be the world-destroying demon wolf, right? It's so friendly with you, why don't you contract it? You should know that the effect of contracting a divine beast is sometimes more useful than cultivating yourself." The waterman holding the umbrella looked at Hui Tai Lang who was swimming in the water and asked curiously. "A contract is good, but it won't be free." Yu Yang waved his hand. "I have enough beasts, I don't need it." "You have so many beasts that you can't even contract a divine beast?" The waterman holding the umbrella was shocked when he heard this. "There's still a lot of space, but there might be better choices in the future." Yu Yang was a little embarrassed to say that he wouldn't contract beasts unless they were beautiful women in front of a senior who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Of course, he was already used to lying, so he casually found an excuse. You're ambitious. Are there really many young people like you? This is too inconceivable. My heart has a kind of shock that I have never felt before. I have never heard of a person unexpectedly not contracting a mythological beast. Oh right, young man, how many divine beasts do you have? The waterman holding the umbrella was stunned when he heard Yu Yang's casual reply. He didn't even notice that his semi-god treasured umbrella had fallen into the water. Finally, after a long time, he murmured, how many divine beasts do you really have? I was one of the top 10 people in Tongtian Tower back then, but I didn't even have a single divine beast. How many do you really have? Yu Yang scratched the back of his head embarrassedly. I do have a few, and a few of them have the potential to become divine beasts. Because they were nurtured properly, it's not a problem for them to become divine beasts. This Hui Tai Lang was the first to become a divine beast, but because he didn't have much to take care of later on, and because the beasts after him had different opportunities, their strength increased very quickly, causing his strength to lag behind. The waterman was dumbfounded. I can't believe it, unless you summon another one. Yu Yang usually wouldn't brag like this. He showed off his strength today mainly because he had something to ask this awesome senior, so he behaved very obediently, as if he was born a good child. Hui Tai Lang naturally cooperated with his master, and pretended to pay attention. I'm a good wolf. When Yu Yang summoned Little Wenli, the Lamia Loli, from the grimoire world, the waterman who was most likely the beautiful Luo Fairy's senior immediately cried out, this is a transcending divine beast. Heavens, is this something you were born with? Impossible, how could you have a transcending divine beast? Who are you exactly? No, you're not from Tongtian Tower, you should be from that legendary race. Hearing this, Yu Yang was speechless. This beautiful Luo fairy, who was not immersed in the messy information circulating in Tongtian Tower, was able to judge his identity more clearly than ordinary warriors. Of course, no matter what she guessed, Yu Yang would not admit it. Whether she could get out or not, he had to keep his secret. Moreover, Yu Yang became more vigilant. The warriors in Heaven Realm and the people from the central shrine were also not deceived by the identity of Yu Clan's third young master. Were they investigating him, especially the people from the central shrine? It would be very convenient for them to investigate something in Heaven Realm. It seemed that he had to be more careful in the future. He could not let his identity issue repeat the same mistake. The ancient demon king would definitely not cause trouble, but there was still the Scarlet Emperor. It would be better if the Scarlet Emperor hid his identity and lived in seclusion, not being discovered by the people from the central shrine. Yu Yang was more worried about whether the Scarlet Emperor knew the clown, and whether the clown had connections with the traders of Tongtian Tower or the winged clan of the Guanming continent. If there was, his identity issue would be exposed sooner or later. Once his identity was exposed, it would be equivalent to announcing the rise of Tongtian Tower. He believed that the people from the central shrine would attack Tongtian Tower and kill him. It seemed that he had to hurry. Before the central shrine paid attention to Tongtian Tower, before he passed the 10th trial, before Queen Vivian Li broke the black hole seal, Yu Yang did not want the central shrine to discover his secret. Although Tongtian Tower was rising, it was like a seed that had just sprouted. Before it grew into a towering tree, it could not withstand any storm. I am a disciple of the Yu clan, one of the 4 great clans in the Soaring Dragon continent. Yu Yang bowed and introduced himself like a normal disciple protecting his family's honor. The 4 great clans in the Soaring Dragon continent? I have only heard of the 4 great clans in Heaven Realm. The waterman smiled. Yu Yang pretended to be speechless. In reality, it was certain that this beautiful silk fairy had never heard of the 4 great clans of the Soaring Dragon continent. It would be strange if she had, perhaps it had sensed the displeasure on Yu Yang's face, but the waterman with the umbrella waved its hand in an apologetic manner. I have no intention of offending your family. Even though it can't compare to the 4 great families of the Heaven Realm, it's still quite an extraordinary family to be able to nurture a family as exceptional as you. Young man, can you tell me why you have come to this hourglass world? Yu Yang perked up when he heard this. It was time for serious business. At least this senior believed that he was a descendant of the soaring dragon continent. If she believed that he was from the heaven realm, then it would be terrible. Without her cooperation, it would definitely be difficult. Yu Yang hurriedly bowed and said with sincerity, "Senior, it's like this. I came here under the guidance of several seniors to find the truth about the burial Sword Valley. Does Senior know Granny Xia? Other than Saluman, there's also Wind Master and Rain Master." The water man with the umbrella shook its head and waved its hand. "I don't know them. Perhaps the 3 people you mentioned are my descendants." She briefly told him what happened with perfected Lord Lai Hua back then. Back then, for the sake of the 6 divine weapons that venerable buried sword had spent his entire life to create, true monarch Lai Hua did not stop attracting the experts of the heaven realm to forcefully break the defensive formation of Berry Sword Valley and attack Berry Sword Villa. In order to repel the enemies, my husband sacrificed his life to unleash the greatest power of the divine weapons 5 God Clock and 6 God Seal, killing 2 heaven realm great leaders on the spot. After the enemies retreated, I successfully captured the heavily injured Lai Hua Supreme. At that time, Lord Lai Hua deceived me and my allies by pretending to be remorseful. In order to resolve this enmity, I released Lord Lai Hua and banished him out of the realm. I didn't expect him to make a comeback so quickly. At that time, apart from my husband who died in battle, no one else could successfully use the 6 divine weapons. Furthermore, the 5 divine bells disappeared after my husband died in battle, so they could no longer form the strongest defensive formation to defend against the enemy. The enemy attacked and broke in. The ranker Tianyu from the central shrine and his disciple Jiwuri stole the 4 divine armor from the 6 divine equipment. Another unknown ranker from the heaven realm stole the 3 divine mirrors. When more enemies were preparing to divide the 1 divine sword, the 2 divine staffs and the 6 divine seals, a hidden ranker from the Tong Tian Tower was enraged. He used an extraordinary divine equipment 5-colored divine light to kill more than half of the 3,000 enemies. In the end, due to some unknown reason, he triggered a lightning tribulation. That hidden ranker used the 5-colored divine light to resist the lightning tribulation. In the end, the 5-colored divine light shattered and scattered all over the dragon continent. Are the 5-colored divine lights really scattered all over the soaring dragon continent? Yu Yang asked anxiously. This information was too important to him. I'm not too sure about this. Maybe some were found and stolen by the rankers from the heaven realm. However, I did see the divine equipment scatter and turn into streaks of light. Because the ancient god was alerted, and because the battle was so intense that it threatened to destroy the earth, the ancient god divided the entire Berry Sword Manor into different spaces to break down different destructive powers. I don't know what happened to the other warriors, but both I and Supreme Lai Hua were sealed in this world. After countless years of observation, I finally understood that this world is like an hourglass. Fire is on one side, water is on the other, and then it changes in 3 months. The beautiful silk fairy who was holding the umbrella smiled. At that time, I indeed had the thought of killing Lord Lai Hua even if I had to destroy the whole world. If I didn't feel despair, maybe things wouldn't have turned out like this. I can understand. Moreover, the soaring dragon continent wasn't destroyed. Yu Yang comforted her. Actually, he guessed that the soaring dragon continent had been destroyed more than once. It was just that after each destruction, new rankers would rebuild it, bringing it back to glory. Because I was imprisoned here for tens of thousands of years, I knew nothing about the outside world. Moreover, my body and treasures were destroyed, leaving behind only this umbrella that I made with my own hands. The beautiful silk fairy who was holding the umbrella closed the sapphire blue divine equipment and handed it to Yu Yang. Young man, I'll give this umbrella to you. Although it's not a divine equipment, it's still a good treasure. It's a waste to leave it here. If I give it to an outstanding young man like you, it might be of some use. No, I can't accept your treasured umbrella. Yu Yang immediately refused. Meow meow? Hui Tai Lang was dumbfounded. Why did Master change his personality today? Why wouldn't he accept a treasure that was delivered to him? This umbrella is really a waste for me. I'm giving it to you because I want to find a successor for myself. I won't be able to leave this world for the rest of my life. Other than not having a successor to inherit my legacy, I have no regrets. I hope that you can find an outstanding female successor on my behalf so that she can inherit my legacy. The beautiful silk fairy handed the umbrella over for the second time. Yu Yang still waved his hand. We can talk about finding a successor later. I might not be able to find a successor that will satisfy you. When I find a suitable candidate in the future, I'll bring her here. It won't be too late for you to pass on your legacy to her then. The beautiful silk fairy nodded slightly. I understand what you're thinking. However, I don't want my successor to enter this hourglass world. Even if she becomes my successor, she might be imprisoned here forever. That would be useless. Actually, I've recorded everything in this beautiful silk umbrella. If the beautiful silk umbrella approves of someone, she will be my successor. There's no need for me to bring her here. I also don't need to meet my successor. All the etiquette in this world is meaningless. As long as she can inherit my power and knowledge, she will have some achievements in the future. That's already my greatest hope. Yu Yang was perplexed, and he asked, "You don't want her to come here?" The beautiful silk fairy smiled. "After you leave, I think I'll fall into a deep slumber again. I'll sleep for 1,000 years, perhaps even 10,000 years. I don't care about anything in this world anymore. All I want is to meet the wisp of my husband's divine sense in my dreams." She was an unfortunate and infatuated woman. This was Yu Yang's evaluation of the beautiful silk fairy. Of course, this misfortune didn't originate from her own body. Instead, it came from the 6 divine tools left behind by the enlightened master of the sword burial mountain. Yu Yang hesitated for a long while before accepting the beautiful silk fairy's umbrella, as well as this heavy responsibility. He didn't know who the beautiful silk umbrella would approve of, but there were so many outstanding beauties here, so there had to be one that was suitable. He thought about it for a while longer. Just as the beautiful silk fairy was about to sink into the water, Yu Yang extended a hand to stop her. "I've come here for 2 things. Originally, there was only one divine tool, but after hearing the truth about the sword burial mountain valley, I felt that it was necessary for you to appraise it. I've obtained 3 divine tools. Please take a look and see if this is one of the 6 divine tools of the sword burial mountain valley." Little Wenli understood Yu Yang's intentions, so she revealed the prison emperor divine seal that Yu Yang had never been able to obtain true approval from. 6 divine seal? The beautiful silk fairy was stunned when she saw it. Is this one of the 6 divine tools, the divine seal? Yu Yang's eyes lit up. I don't know what happened in the past tens of thousands of years, but this divine tool has undergone many changes. Perhaps it has gone through countless battles, or perhaps it has evolved and mutated. It's almost completely different from before. The beautiful silk fairy stretched out her watery arms and fingers, just like a mother caressing her precious baby. She gently caressed the prison emperor divine seal, her eyes filled with love. No matter what it has become, I can be sure that it is one of the 6 divine weapons. In the past, my husband used it to kill the heaven realm great leaders. Now we call it the prison emperor divine seal. It is an illusion of a senior called the prison emperor. This senior used it and the other 2 divine tools to defeat a strong enemy when Tong Tian Tower was on the brink of death. Only then did we have the Tong Tian Tower today. Yu Yang was relieved now. It wasn't that the prison emperor divine seal wasn't powerful enough, it was just that he hadn't used its full power yet. This divine seal could indeed kill the heaven realm great leaders. Later on, the prison emperor used the 3 divine tools to seal the 3 heaven realm great leaders. This could also be used to prove history. If he could obtain the true approval of this divine tool and use its full power, then what about the heaven realm great leaders? What would that arrogant Jiwuri have to fear? Since the prison emperor divine seal was one of the 6 divine tools, things would be easy. Yu Yang summoned Princess Sisai and Shui Wuxia from the grimoire world to greet the beautiful silk fairy, the senior from tens of thousands of years ago. Princess Sisai and Shui Wuxia were still fine. After all, the 2 of them had already met many senior experts, so they were mentally prepared before they came out. However, beautiful silk fairy who had been imprisoned for tens of thousands of years didn't know about the outside world. When she saw the divine equipment in the 2 girls' hands, she was shocked again. You actually obtained the approval of the divine sword? Impossible, the divine sword would never approve a woman as its master. And the divine staff, why is the head missing? How pitiful, the most important dragon head of the divine staff is also missing. Without the dragon head and the divine pearl, the power of the divine staff is much weaker than before. Princess Sisai, Shui Wuxia, and Yu Yang looked at each other. The prison emperor divine staff had been like this ever since they received it. Where was the dragon head and the divine pearl? As for why Princess Sisai obtained the approval of the divine sword, this could be explained. Because the divine sword approved of Yu Yang. However, due to the prison emperor's unfulfilled wish of very kindly helping his descendants to strengthen the contract, a confusing mistake was made. Yu Yang, who had truly approved of it, was unable to use it. Instead, it was Princess Xianxia, who was the descendant of the prison emperor who held the divine sword and had the emperor's bloodline, who became the wielder of the divine sword. Yu Yang didn't care about this, but the divine equipment itself could evolve and mutate. Every generation's master. The power they unleashed was different. This meant that the divine sword mainly used its master's characteristics to unleash its power. If he unleashed it well, he might be able to reach the level of Shinran buried Jian. He might even surpass. If that was really the case, it would be too easy for the bandits from the central shrine if he didn't settle the score with the people from the central shrine and take back the divine armor. Actually, whether the 6 divine equipment were created by Shinran buried Jian or not was not what Yu Yang was concerned about. What Yu Yang wanted to prove the most was that the prison emperor could use the 6 divine equipment. In other words, if the prison emperor could become the master of the divine equipment, he would definitely be able to do better. If there were more than 3 divine equipment, and there was still the divine mirror, divine armor and divine clock, then he would have a chance to gather a complete set. Thinking about it, it was impossible to have the divine sword without the divine armor. As it turned out, it was snatched away by Ji Wu Ri and his master, Tian Yu. As for the fellow who snatched the divine mirror, there was no relevant information yet. You're all very outstanding children. It looks like Tong Tian Tower has really risen. It turns out that even that little fellow Yu Taitan couldn't believe it. The beautiful silk celestial maiden embraced the 2 women in a benevolent manner, stroking their backs and kissing their beautiful hair. It would be great if my successors could be like you. Although I love you so much, because you are all in this hourglass world, I cannot give you everything I have. Perhaps after you leave, you will be able to accept it, but in this hourglass world, do not try to challenge the supreme dignity of the ancient gods. Children, I am glad to see you, and to have met you. Even if I fall into a deep sleep again, in my dreams I will have something to say to my husband. G divine equipment G, can you too? I am, you too, you are more than me. You of you too better of divine of the G. As for the 2 of you, you are much more useful than I was in the past. You are more capable of providing assistance to your loved ones. Children, I wish you 2 good luck from the bottom of my heart. You must work hard and live a happy life. The future of Tong Tian Tower belongs to you too. Thank you. Princess Sisai and Shui Wuxia were touched by this senior's blessing. Those who had experienced unforgettable love would know what was the most precious thing in the world. Only then would one know what the most precious things in this world were. For a senior like the beautiful silk fairy, who was still yearning for her even after tens of thousands of years of separation, her blessings were like the hopes that the senior had placed on her descendant. In a situation where she was unable to attain happiness, she would lovingly wish her descendant eternal happiness. The beautiful Luo fairy and the 2 girls hugged each other warmly and gave their blessings from the bottom of her heart. Finally, she turned around and looked at Yu Yang. Lucky fellow, what is the second thing you mentioned? Yu Yang resisted the urge to ask more about the 5-colored divine light. Firstly, he guessed that the beautiful Luo fairy didn't know about it, because she was sealed later on. Secondly, too many things had happened in the past tens of thousands of years. The soaring dragon continent had changed too much. Why did the green of the 5-colored divine light go to the 12 zodiac temples in Tong Tian Tower? Where were the other 4 divine lights? Could it be that Jiao Shao also had the 5-colored divine light? Otherwise, why would he forge a black light? Yu Yang suppressed all these questions in his heart. It wasn't that he didn't want to ask if he had the chance, but he had a feeling that the beautiful Luo fairy didn't know the truth. If he asked, he would be disappointed. He adjusted his mentality and recovered the undying will of an innate sovereign. He nodded at the beautiful Luo fairy and bowed slightly. It's like this. I hope that you can open up a passageway here and neutralize the water energy in this world with the fire energy in Lord Laihua's world. If that's really the case, the water world you're in might undergo earth-shattering changes. Therefore, I'd like to ask for your opinion. The beautiful Luo fairy immediately understood after hearing Yu Yang's words. This bold and intelligent young man wanted to use the water of the water world to drown out the sea of fire in Lord Lai Hua's world. The problem was that even if she agreed and was willing to transfer the water of the entire water world over, she probably wouldn't be able to completely extinguish the sea of fire in Lord Lai Hua's world. Firstly, there was an unimaginable amount of fire energy in the sea of fire. Even if the water went over, it would evaporate into steam and rise into the air. It wouldn't be able to impact the sea of fire enough. Secondly, with such a powerful Lord Lai Hua there, it would be difficult for the three of them to complete the transfer of water energy. There was a third problem, which was also the most difficult one. If there wasn't enough conversion power, it was very likely that Lord Lai Hua would slowly convert the water energy into fire energy or drive it back to his water world. In other words, this young man's idea was good, but it would be very difficult to implement. The beautiful Luo fairy glanced at Yu Yang and didn't reject him outright. Instead, she asked with a smile, "It looks like you're very confident. Can you tell me what kind of plan it is?" "Senior, his domain is the power of creation, but it's a little small. If we combine it with my divine sense domain and Xianxia's divine sword as a guide, we're confident that we can instantly transfer the water within a range of 10 kilometers to the sea of fire over there. As for the problem of energy conversion, even without the power of creation, the storm horn of Little Wen Li's battle beast, and my battle beast, the storm goddess general, we still have this." Shui Wuxia took out the treasure on her wrist. It was an energy-absorbing bracelet. This was the spoils of war that Yu Yang had obtained from the Toad King. Whether it was used by Yu Yang or Shui Wuxia, who had the divine sense domain, it would be like a nightmare to the enemy. The energy-absorbing bracelet was also called the conversion bracelet. Its function was to absorb the enemy's elements and convert them into another type of elemental energy. It was not very possible for an ordinary person to convert such a huge amount of energy with their spiritual power. They could barely use it to deal with a battle beast. However, with the spiritual power of Yu Yang and Shui Wuxia, once they raised their domain and used the energy-absorbing bracelet, they believed that the enemy wouldn't even be able to cry. Yu Yang didn't use it in the Sea of Fire because he wasn't very confident. After all, true Lord Lai Hua was a troublesome opponent. Even though true Lord Lai Hua had been dead for tens of thousands of years, his soul and energy possessed fire energy. He was an existence that was second only to the Heaven Realm great leaders. Without 80 to 90% confidence, Yu Yang didn't want to fight with this guy head-on. Now that he had found the water world and talked with the beautiful Silk Fairy, he had obtained many secrets of the divine weapon and information about the five-colored divine light. Yu Yang's confidence had increased greatly. He was determined not to leave the Sea of Fire world quietly with Grey Wolf, but to fight with that greedy true Lord Lai Hua. If he could take down true Lord Lai Hua in the advantageous terrain, then Yu Yang would definitely improve further. In the future, if he met the Heaven Realm great leaders or the Central Shrine's Jiwori, he might be able to put up a fight. "I'm going to sleep with my husband's will. I don't care what happens to this water world. Children, do what you want to do. Don't worry about me. An unfortunate person like me should have died a long time ago. It's just that the laws don't allow it. The punishment of the ancient great god has been tormenting me like this. Children, no matter what, please don't step into this hourglass world. I'm really worried that the pressure of the ancient great god will affect your future. You have to know that some forbidden areas should be kept away from and respected. Alright, children, goodbye. Being able to see all of you, I no longer have any worries or regrets in my heart." The beautiful Silk Fairy slowly sank into the water world in the form of a water person. In fact, this was only the water person form that she had maintained with her will. The real her no longer existed. Even her will didn't break free from the seal like true Lord Lai Hua did. Instead, she stayed in the seal willingly and continued to sleep. Shui Wuxia took the beautiful silk umbrella from Yu Yang's hand. She opened it slightly and then closed it gently. She looked at Princess Sisai and nodded. She didn't say anything. Princess Sisai suddenly gave Yu Yang a hug. She moved her lips to his ear and said in an ingratiating tone that Yu Yang had never heard before, "Can you give this umbrella to Sister Yu? I feel that Sister Yu is so gentle and gentle. She's definitely the best candidate to inherit the beautiful Silk Fairy's legacy. I know that Fallen Flowers and Anan are all very suitable, but the most suitable one is still Sister Yu. I'll give it to Fallen Flowers and Anan when I find someone more suitable in the future, okay? Although Yu Yang had fallen into Tigress's sweet embrace, he wasn't confused. Tigress, why are you suddenly speaking up for Sister Yu? This is a secret between us girls. Princess Sisai refused to answer. Is that so? Yu Yang guessed that Tigress must have done something to anger Yu Yu and wanted to repair their relationship. Otherwise, she wouldn't speak to him like this. Even if she was asking for the beautiful silk umbrella on behalf of Yu Yu, she wouldn't use such a flattering tone. However, what would Hunyo do to Yu Yu that made her, who had a temperament as gentle as water, anxious? Ordinary things wouldn't make Yu Yu angry. What did Tigress do? Yu Yang was really a bit curious. However, he also knew that if he wanted this Tigress to take the initiative to say it now, it would probably be harder than ascending to the heavens. He had a strange feeling that it had something to do with him. Hence, he didn't dare to ask directly. He was afraid that it would make everyone feel awkward. Forget it, you miser. Although Princess Sisai said that, she quickly took the beautiful silk umbrella from Shui Wuxia and put it in her storage ring. Then, she kissed Yu Yang on the cheek. Thank you, third young master. Xuanyo. Yu Yang leaned towards Shui Wuxia and gestured for her to kiss him. After we beat perfected Lord Lai Hua, if I still have the strength, I can kiss him as many times as I want. Shui Wuxia was not easy to deal with. Although she didn't reject him directly, Yu Yang probably wouldn't have the strength to kiss her after he beat perfected Lord Lai Hua. Wouldn't it be a waste of his words? Of course, it was better to have hope than to have no hope at all. With the little beauty waiting for him, he had to face it head-on, no matter how difficult it was. Moreover, Xuanyo kept her words, unlike Tigress, who often went back on her words. Yu Yang felt more motivated. Whether it was to challenge himself or to pick up girls, he had to kill that arrogant perfected Lord Lai Hua. He was a small boss on the path of cultivation. If he didn't beat him, who would he beat? True Lord Lai Hua was very unhappy these 2 days. The reason was that the arrogant kid and the uncontracted demon wolf couldn't be found. Although his raging flame condor, fuel oil bat and ghost fire crow had searched every area in the dark clouds, they found nothing. True Lord Lai Hua was sure that the kid and the wolf were hiding in the clouds, but he couldn't find them. The search in the Sea of Fire also ended in failure. The volcano whale, strange-faced fisherman fish and fire dragon eel didn't find any trace of the enemy. It was as if the arrogant kid had never appeared. However, when True Lord Lai Hua thought of the other party's face, he gritted his teeth in hatred. The prey that was about to die tragically in his hands when he was the most confident, a prey that was like a cooked duck actually flew away. This was a slap in the face that True Lord Lai Hua couldn't bear. He hated himself for not using his full strength. At that time, if he used all his strength to launch a fatal blow, the enemy wouldn't even be left of him. Unfortunately, the possibility of killing the enemy in an instant had been missed. It was destined to never happen again. Kid, don't let me see you again, or I'll kill you. True Lord Lai Hua could only be long-winded in his heart. Without the enemy and target, he couldn't use his strength. Caw caw caw. The 2 heaven-ranked level 2 will-o-wisp crows suddenly flew back in panic. What was going on? Did they find the arrogant kid and the demon wolf? True Lord Lai Hua was delighted. To him, it didn't matter even if Yu Yang left. However, missing the uncontracted divine beast Hui Tai Lang made his heart ache. At that time, if True Lord Lai Hua didn't act so pretentiously and didn't use the volcano whale to restrain it, he would use his greatest strength to severely injure Hui Tai Lang, capture it, and slowly think of a way to contract it. That way, it would definitely be better than having nothing now. Southeast, 2,000 kilometers away, the enemy was found. This was the information brought back by the 2 panicked ghost fire crows. True Lord Lai Hua was speechless towards these 2 timid ghost fire crows. What was the enemy afraid of? As long as they were in the Sea of Fire and within his domain, even if they were killed, they would be able to slowly revive. His domain was the reignited domain, the greatest blessing for all fire-type beasts in the world. Of course, Lord Lai Hua also knew that the combination of Yu Yang and Hui Tai Lang was not easy to deal with. It was normal for the two will-o-wisp crows to be defeated. Moreover, the other side still had a primal chaos spirit. If not for the primal chaos spirit's fire attribute and the Sea of Fire's boundless recovery, the two second-rank Heaven Ghost Fire Crows might not have been able to return. Perfected cultivator Lai Hua was no longer anxious after discovering the enemy. You can't possibly live in the sky forever, right? Besides, it's full of volcanic ash. I don't believe you can stay there forever. The volcano whale, the fisherman fish, and the fire dragon eel formed a semicircle, and a few dozen volcano gremlins that had just reached the heaven rank formed a large net to surround the enemy. Perfected cultivator Lai Hua brought the raging flame condor and recalled the oil-burning bat. Under the lead of the will-o-wisp crows, they set off towards the southeast. This time, he was ready to annihilate the enemy. Even if the demon wolf refused to surrender, he would kill the enemy completely. He would never let the enemy escape from his hands again. Although perfected cultivator Lai Hua had a beautiful dream, when he saw Yu Yang and Hui Tai Lang again, he couldn't help but fume from his 7 orifices. He regretted not killing these two abominable guys in a second. What entered perfected cultivator Lai Hua's eyes was a vast ocean. That's right, it was the ocean. There seemed to be a big hole in the sky. A waterfall that was thousands of meters high and hundreds of meters wide rushed down from the dark clouds, making an earth-shattering sound. The original Sea of Fire, within dozens of kilometers, had turned into a vast ocean. The boiling lava had already cooled into black reefs or small islands. There were also some places where the residual heat had yet to die out. They were still like volcanoes. The surface was cool, but the center of the volcanoes was spewing out smoke. It was raining on a larger scale. It was pouring. A cycle of water and fire had formed in the periphery of nearly 100 kilometers. The rain turned into water vapor when it was heated up, rose to the sky, and then fell down again. Rumble, lightning flashed and thunder roared. When the golden lightning tore the dark clouds apart and the heavy rain, which had never happened since the formation of the Sea of Fire, perfected cultivator Lai Hua's heart seemed to be torn apart. For the time being, he couldn't figure out where this guy got so much water. He also couldn't understand why the water didn't disappear in the Sea of Fire and turned into fire. Energy. Originally, no matter how slow it was, the water energy would be turned into fire energy, because this was the rule of the Sea of Fire, and it was irreversible. Perfected cultivator Lai Hua couldn't figure out how all this happened. However, he didn't want to find out the truth. He just wanted to find Yu Yang and kill him immediately. Even if he was a second late, he couldn't bear it anymore. Open. Perfected cultivator Lai Hua waved his hand, and the whole Sea of Fire spewed lava thousands of meters high into the sky. Compared with the lava that was thousands of degrees high, the normal temperature rain was nothing. It was directly turned into steam and couldn't fall at all. A stream of lava that was thousands of meters long swept towards the lake that was dozens of kilometers wide behind the curtain of rain like a ski slope. It directly paved a blazing lava path on the Sea of Fire that was gradually cooling down. Perfected cultivator Lai Hua stepped on the burning ski slope angrily. The volcano whale was a bit slower and didn't catch up in time, but the weird-faced fisherman seized the opportunity and rushed to the front. Then, it opened its mouth and spewed lava that was also thousands of meters long, forming a road for perfected cultivator Lai Hua to walk on. It spewed lava very fast, but on a much smaller scale. Usually, it had to spray 3 or 4 times before it could barely allow perfected cultivator Lai Hua to slide on it. When it reached the edge of the lake, it found that no matter how many times it spewed lava, it couldn't form a road on the water. The vast water energy was like a clay ox entering the sea. Ah! Perfected cultivator Lai Hua was completely enraged. Not only did that arrogant kid not hide, but he also dared to play tricks right under his nose. He deserved to die. He raised his arms angrily to the sky, and the island that had gradually cooled into a dormant volcano erupted all at once. The power of the explosion shook the entire surface of the water, raising waves that were thousands of meters high. High lava was spewed out like a monster vomiting, flipped in the air, and fell into the water. Then, under the unparalleled mental control of perfected cultivator Lai Hua, they turned into pillars of lava bridge piers. As soon as these lava piers entered the water, they quickly cooled, hardened, and turned into stone. However, even more high-temperature lava splashed up from behind, forming a huge and wide lava bridge above them. The weird-faced fisherman saw that the opportunity to make a contribution had come, so it desperately spewed lava upward, intensifying the formation of the lava bridge. The raging flame condor and the ghost fire crow circled the huge waterfall that was descending at a high speed from the sky, trying to find the source and help their master block it. Rumble, several purple lightning bolts exploded in the sky. They directly hit the heads of the raging flame condor and the ghost fire crow, sending them flying. Originally, the raging flame condor, who could completely ignore the power of ordinary lightning, screamed and rolled under the purple lightning. Its charred feathers scattered all over the sky. What was worse than it were the two ghost fire crows of heaven stage level 2. Originally, they did not dare to approach this high-altitude waterfall, but due to their master's orders, they had no choice but to go. Now that they were hit by the purple lightning, they almost fainted and lost control of their bodies. Before falling into the water, they struggled to fly up. With their crooked flying posture and the power of the purple lightning remaining on their bodies, one could imagine how much pain they were in. Caw caw caw. The two crows had just flown back to the lava bridge when they fell head first, almost losing control and falling into the water. Nonsense. Perfected cultivator Lai Hua was so angry that flames tens of meters high emerged from his head. You're here? How is it? My swimming pool is not bad, right? Although it's a little small, it's still passable. Yu Yang flew down from the sky and laughed. His expression was as if he had seen an old friend that he had not seen for many years. Do you think you can save your life by getting a little water here? Perfected cultivator Lai Hua was so angry that he laughed. Of course it's not as simple as saving my life. If you don't mind, I want to turn this place into a sea. When you die, think about how great it would be to have a sea burial. This is not an honor that ordinary people can enjoy. It has to be a marine or a pirate. For a passerby like you who will quickly leave with a lunchbox, you have to thank me for being able to have a sea burial. Yu Yang had an expression of "I'm doing this for your own good" on his face, as if he was the legendary philanthropist who liked to meddle in other people's business and take care of the aftermath of others. You won't have that chance. Perfected cultivator Lai Hua felt that even if he was retarded, he would not let this kid continue to pour water into his sea of fire. Humph. Hui Tai Lang replied with two hums. Humph. Then let's give it a try. Yu Yang also came to join in the fun. Princess Sisai saw that these two buffoons were too outrageous. After talking for so long, they did not talk about the main topic at hand. She stepped forward and kicked both Yu Yang and Hui Tai Lang into the water. Princess Sisai was a person of action. She did not waste time talking nonsense. She held the Prison Emperor Divine Sword in her hand and activated her holy energy domain. The four symbols appeared around her at the same time. The azure dragon lightning interweaved in the sky like an electric net, the vermilion bird's fire wings flapped furiously behind her back, and the black tortoise's ice power caused the whole world to freeze. The White Tiger Holy Energy and Princess Sisai's White Tiger Holy Beast allowed the Prison Emperor Divine Sword's power to explode to its maximum. What? Perfected cultivator Lai Hua was shocked by the Divine Sword in Princess Sisai's hands, but he was also fearful of this terrifying display of power. Thinking back to the past, his brother had used the 6 divine weapons to easily defeat him, and even killed the Heaven Realm great leaders in front of Berry Sword Villa. Lightning, Azure Dragon Knot! Princess Sisai shouted. Her voice was like the roar of a magnificent army. When the divine sword slashed down, even the heavens and earth lost their color. Even the monster-faced fisherman and the volcano whale were so scared that they immediately dodged, not daring to take the divine sword's slash head-on. True monarch Lai Hua stretched out his hand and suddenly grabbed the volcano spiritual monster beside him. He threw it upwards. The volcano spiritual monster that was unable to control itself quickly pounced towards Princess Sisai, who was slashing down with her sword. The volcano spiritual monster also felt that it was dangerous. If it couldn't attack the enemy first, it would definitely die. This place wasn't like the blazing sea of fire outside. There was a lake of water below. If a volcano spiritual monster like it fell into the lake with a high temperature, it would have no chance of survival no matter how strong it was. Roar! The volcano spiritual monster exploded with its greatest energy. Like a flaming meteorite, it accelerated and flew towards Princess Sisai. At the very least, it wanted both sides to suffer. However, it underestimated the power of a divine weapon. The Prison Emperor Divine Sword in Princess Sisai's hands gathered thousands of lightning bolts at the tip of the sword and slashed down from the sky. It was as simple as a knife cutting tofu. She slashed that heaven-ranked volcano spiritual monster in half. She quickly rushed past the two halves of the volcano spiritual monster. The Prison Emperor Divine Sword in her hands didn't stop at all. It was just that it was even faster and fiercer. It slashed down from 2,000 meters in the sky towards True Monarch Lai Hua. Child's play. True Monarch Lai Hua sneered. After throwing the volcano spiritual monster to test the waters, he had already found out that this female swordsman wasn't able to unleash 100% of the divine sword's power. If this divine weapon could truly unleash 100% of its power, it would be the ultimate slash that nothing in the world would be able to withstand. True Monarch Lai Hua confidently raised his right hand without any defense and blocked Princess Sisai's divine sword slash. Passing through True Monarch Lai Hua's burning fingers and body, the power of the divine sword slashed a 1,000-meter-long mark on the lake surface. However, True Monarch Lai Hua, who blocked the divine sword's slash, was not injured at all. Even if he no longer had a human body, True Monarch Lai Hua still had the power of an innate Elder Level 8. If the Prison Emperor Divine Sword in Princess Sisai's hands couldn't unleash its true power, then he could completely ignore her attack. Little flea, watch how this godly monarch pinches you to death. True Monarch Lai Hua closed his burning fingers, intending to strangle the tiny Princess Sisai in his hands. Boom, a storm goddess had appeared out of nowhere. While Princess Sisai was absorbing Supreme Lai Hua's attention, she had already condensed a destructive ice energy. It is even more terrible than a passing hurricane. She throws a heavy punch at the back of Supreme Raging Fire's head. With just one punch, the lava in Supreme Lai Hua's head splashed all over the sky. Supreme Lai Hua's body swayed as he tried to stand up straight. However, it was already too late. His 1,000-meter-tall body crashed onto the flaming bridge with a rumble. The burning magma that spurted out of his mouth, nose, and eyes scattered all over the sky, just like human blood, splashing onto the surface of the lake. It was too late for the volcano whale and the fisherman fish to save them. Moreover, with their intelligence, they didn't expect that there would be a godly general-level expert hiding in the dark to launch a sneak attack. The sneak attack of a godly general hit its target. Moreover, it was a natural enemy of the same attribute. If Supreme Lai Hua didn't fall after such a heavy blow to the complacent Supreme Lai Hua, he must have reached the fire god realm. As soon as the storm goddess succeeded, Little Wenli, Hui Tai Lang, Spirit of Chaos and other beasts that had been lying in ambush for a long time immediately attacked. Little Wenli stood behind Yu Yang and summoned the petrified snake Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga, and Ice Serpent Demon, the 4 guardian beasts. The 4 beasts also immediately stirred up the wind and waves. Among them, the Storm Mermaid was the most powerful. She immediately blew the storm horn, and a violent wind blew. Under the guidance of the Thunder Naga's lightning, the dark clouds in the sky immediately erupted into a violent storm. The rain was like arrows, sweeping across the entire world. Most importantly, the current lake surface was already filled with water energy. The volcano whale, fisherman fish, fire dragon eel, and other war beasts that absorbed fire energy to increase their strength were suppressed to the lowest point. Flying-type fire-type war beasts like Inferno Condor, Fuel Oil Bat, and Ghost Fire Crow all flew low and hid beside the volcano whale's huge body. They were unwilling to fight against the storm and were even more afraid of becoming the enemy's primary target. Hui Tai Lang unleashed the power of a divine beast. With a MT Tai suppression, his body exploded on the lava bridge that Supreme Lai Hua had paved, directly sending a few heaven-stage volcano demons flying. The bridge cracked like a spider web. Seeing that it still didn't collapse, Hui Tai Lang added another claw. The bridge pier broke, and the bridge collapsed into a hole. However, the entire bridge was still on the verge of collapse. Hui Tai Lang was furious. His head deformed like a drill bit and plunged into the bridge, plowing a few hundred meters and directly destroying a section of the bridge. Compared to Hui Tai Lang, who was a barbaric laborer, the spirit of primal chaos did not do this. She stared at a target. She used her divine power of disaster to grab a volcano demon and crazily absorbed more than half of its fire energy. Then, she threw the unlucky guy into the ice-cold lake water. The golden blood python king and the golden tiger shark were swimming at the bottom of the lake. When they saw the guy that had cooled down after entering the water fall down, they immediately pounced on it crazily and dragged it deeper and colder to the bottom of the lake. The volcano whale spewed out lava that was even more terrifying than a volcano. The storm mermaid welcomed it with 1,000 feet of raging waves. The lava cooled down into rocks and fell down one by one. When the fisher fish opened its huge mouth, preparing to swallow little Winley who was gathering water energy, Hui Tai Lang appeared behind it and opened its mouth even bigger than the fisher fish. In its throat, one could faintly see a black hole that could swallow everything. Under the support of Yu Yang's power of the law, Hui Tai Lang directly turned into a world-destroying demon wolf and swallowed the fisher fish in one bite. The body of the fisher fish was too big. Although it was far from the size of the volcano whale, it was still not something that Hui Tai Lang could swallow in one bite. Its entire mouth was extremely swollen. The unlucky fisher fish still had its body and tail exposed. It struggled with all its might, while Hui Tai Lang swallowed with all its might. The two of them were in a deadlock. The flaming godly eagle spewed out a terrifying flame. That flame could practically burn the entire world. It was like the storm that the storm bugle had summoned also stopped, and the air was filled with heat energy. Hui Tai Lang's back was on fire, and the flame soared into the sky. However, it had the fire attribute, and as a world-destroying demon wolf among the divine beasts, just using fire energy to deal with it would only cause pain but not injury. It was not a fatal blow at all. Seeing that its fire attack was ineffective, the flaming godly eagle immediately circled down from the sky. Its sharp claws tore towards Hui Tai Lang's eyes. Hui Tai Lang was in the middle of biting a struggling fisher fish. How could it still attack the flaming godly eagle? It was smart enough to fall into the lake. In any case, it was not afraid of water. At most, it would be like a drowning dog. However, the fisher fish could not stand it. It was not an ordinary aquatic fish, but a fire fish that lived in a sea of fire. Once it fell into an ordinary lake, it was no different from an ordinary fish falling into a sea of fire. The threat of death made it struggle 100 times more intensely. A huge water pillar that was hundreds of meters high was created. Hui Tai Lang, who was trying his best to bite, was also in a very difficult situation. Of course, it was impossible for it to let go. Now, it was just a matter of who could last until the end. With Yu Yang by its side, Hui Tai Lang was confident that it could even exhaust the volcano whale to death, let alone the fisher fish. It could not bite, and no matter how much the other party struggled, it would not let go. Walala! A giant hand suddenly reached into the lake, and steam rose up from it. From the bottom of the lake, it scooped up the fisher fish and Hui Tai Lang who refused to let go. It was Supreme Lai Hua. As expected of an old man, he recovered in an instant. After scooping Hui Tai Lang out, Supreme Lai Hua's huge hand smashed randomly, grabbing Hui Tai Lang's tail and throwing him up and down. Together with the fisher fish, they smashed hundreds of meters of the bridge in a few seconds. Grey Wolf was in so much pain that he almost died. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore. He opened his mouth and vomited out the half-dead fisherman fish. The Storm Goddess General's second attack arrived. It landed heavily on True Lord Lai Hua's back. This time, True Lord Lai Hua was prepared. He used his other hand to block the attack and used his huge and strong body to knock the Storm Goddess General into the water. The two parts of Supreme Lai Hua's body that were hit by the Storm Goddess General were frozen. The raging flames, when being frozen, were still strangely in the state of flames. At this moment, little Winley, who had not attacked all this time, moved. The two blades dragged out a silver light that was thousands of meters long and slashed at Supreme Lai Hua's frozen back. The broken ice splashed all over the sky. Ha! Supreme Lai Hua's protective energy burst out crazily, and he directly knocked little Winley away. However, her divine beast will made him grit his teeth, and he felt a chill penetrating into his bones, which was extremely uncomfortable. Shui Wuxia had been preparing for a long time. She raised her hand high above her head, and within 10 kilometers of her divine sense, countless water dragons soared into the sky, drenching the volcano whale, flaming condor, fire dragon eel and other war beasts. Princess Sisai's godly sword slashed quickly, cutting a volcano monster in half, and then she swung her sword at the flaming condor. That sly and life-cherishing flaming condor naturally did not want to take the power of the godly sword head-on. It immediately rushed through several water dragons and flew close to the surface of the lake, dodging the fatal blow. The unfortunate one was the fisher fish that was just spat out by Hui Tai Lang. Still dizzy, it was heavily slashed by Princess Sisai. The light on its head was cut off, and its head was also cut 10 meters deep by the sword chi. Hui Tai Lang was overjoyed when he saw this. He immediately opened his huge mouth again and swallowed the heavily injured fisher fish for the second time. He immediately rolled over and fell into the water, and then desperately swam forward, not giving Supreme Lai Hui a second chance to save it. "All of you, go to hell!" Supreme Lai Hui was furious. He gathered all his strength and put his burning hands together to attack Shui Wuxia. Now it understood that the real threat was not the spirit of chaos that could use the power of disaster, nor was it the demonic wolf that could devour everything. It was not even the human swordswoman who could split the sky and the earth with her divine sword. It was the female sage who had been silent all this while. She had been using her realm to suppress everyone present. The only divine general who could threaten him was actually summoned by her. If she didn't die, he would not be able to leave this lake area smoothly. Shui Wuxia's hand stretched out, and an extreme cold energy burst out from her body. The giant hand that was about to kill her was instantly frozen by the extreme cold energy that could freeze anything. Supreme Lai Hui widened his fiery eyes in shock. There was probably nothing in the world that couldn't be frozen by this kind of extreme cold energy, except for the Nirvana flame. Maybe it couldn't last long, but who was this human girl who could obtain this kind of extreme cold energy? Could she be the disciple of that shrew, beautiful silk fairy? At the moment when Supreme Lai Hui's hands were frozen, Yu Yang, who was just passing by, finally made his move. Silently, he approached True Lord Lai Hui's face. True Lord Lai Hui could casually open his mouth and swallow him into his stomach. However, for the first time, Supreme Lai Hui let out a scream of terror. The reason was that he suddenly realized that this inconspicuous man in front of him actually possessed the Nirvana flame. If his hands were not frozen, Supreme Lai Hui would have used all his strength to escape. The Nirvana flame was not a flame that he could resist and control. It was a godly flame that could control all the flames in the world. No, it was even more terrifying than the legendary fire god's godly flame. You've been arrogant for tens of thousands of years, it's time for you to shut your mouth and lie quietly in your coffin. Yu Yang exploded a pillar of Nirvana flame in front of Supreme Lai Hui's face, but Supreme Lai Hui could only watch as the pillar of Nirvana flame passed through his mouth and came out from the back of his neck, shooting straight to the sky, but there was nothing he could do. At this moment, he realized that an eternal wheel was shining brightly in front of him. An even more terrifying world-exterminating wheel came towards him. When Supreme Lai Hui's head was cut in half by the world-exterminating wheel, he cried out in pain. It's over. He even saw that the young man, who had completely misjudged him, took out a pure white sword chi and pierced it towards the raging flame nucleus in his head. If he wasn't trapped in this water world, if the female sage who summoned the godly general, if the female swordsman with the godly sword didn't attract his attention, if he wasn't too arrogant and underestimated his opponent's strength. If he was still in the sea of fire, perhaps none of this would have happened. It's too late to realize everything. One day later. After cutting open Supreme Lai Hui's head and taking out the core of raging fire, the huge body that had lost its consciousness fell on the surface of the lake. It soaked in the cold lake water for a day before it gradually hardened into a rock. As Yu Yang needed to use the creation domain, the energy-absorbing bracelet and the Xianxia sword to convert the fire energy of the core of raging fire, he didn't have time to participate in the final battle. If it wasn't for the fact that he was in a disadvantageous position and had underestimated Yu Yang's attack, even if Supreme Lai Hui lost, it wouldn't be that easy. Most importantly, Supreme Lai Hui had a body full of power, but he didn't have the body of a human and the will of a supreme martial artist, so it was hard for him to unleash his full power. Or, if Supreme Lai Hui was still fighting in the Sea of Fire, his reignite domain could also protect him from being defeated. Under the double suppression of Yu Yang's small law power and innate invisible sword chi, Supreme Lai Hui lost. He didn't look like an expert. Of course, no matter who underestimated Nirvana Flame, Eternal Wheel and World Exterminating Wheel, these ultimate techniques, they would be punished. Like the Nirvana Flame and the World Exterminating Wheel, as Yu Yang's strength increased, the power of the Nirvana Flame and the World Exterminating Wheel grew faster than any other abilities. Gradually, he was able to unleash his full power. With Yu Yang's current power, any one of the three would be undefeatable by anyone below the godly state. Haha, the powerful soul that was expelled from the core of raging fire carried a strong sense of unwillingness and resentment. Even with Yu Yang's current power, he wouldn't be able to destroy it. Moreover, the laws of this hourglass world didn't allow Supreme Lai Hua and the beautiful Silk Fairy to escape in any way. At least, before Yu Yang's will became stronger than the will of the ancient god, he wouldn't be able to bring Supreme Lai Hua away. Just like how Yu Yang couldn't bring Queen Vivian Li out of the black hole sealed space, no matter how hard he tried. Of course, the black hole seal was much more powerful. There was no way to escape, and there was no way to escape. In order to ensure that Supreme Lai Hua would never be able to resurrect using his field of rebirth, Yu Yang placed Supreme Lai Hua's soul in the stomach of a puppet beast. He then sank the puppet beast to the bottom of the lake and sealed it with ice that wouldn't melt for 10,000 years. Even in the future, if there was any power to break the ice and release the true Lord Lai Hua who was stored in the puppet beast's body, Yu Yang, as the creator and sealer, would be the first to know. Perhaps, in the future, when he advanced to the divine supreme realm, he would no longer need this kind of backward sealing technique. But right now, this kind of seal was Yu Yang's best choice. Supreme Lai Hua's huge body, which was made of lava, had already cooled into stone. It lay quietly at the bottom of the lake, 10,000 meters away. In the middle, Yu Yang drew a heaven rune circle. It was very similar to the flame rune circle, except that it required water energy to maintain, not fire energy. Are you done? When Yu Yang finished sealing Supreme Lai Hua and came out of the water, he found that Princess Sisai, who had gone to chase after the enemy, had returned. Tigress seemed to be in a good mood as she handed a towel to Yu Yang to wipe the water stains on his body. Afterwards, seeing that Yu Yang's movements were too sloppy, she snatched the towel over and wiped him for him, which was very rare. She looked like a dutiful wife as she laughed, "Without Sister Yu and the others, you can't even take care of yourself. How dare you call yourself the #1 genius of Tong Tian Tower, or the #1 idiot? I'm giving you guys a chance to train your practical skills." Yu Yang laughed out loud. Who cares? Tigress rolled her eyes at him coquettishly, but her hands didn't stop. How's the result? Yu Yang enjoyed Princess Sisai's service like a master. The only thing he didn't do was to move a chair and lie down. I only killed 2 fuel oil bats. That eagle was too fast. As soon as Supreme Lai Hua fell, it immediately betrayed me and ran away. I couldn't catch up with it. Hui Tai Lang was still swallowing the fisherman's fish and couldn't help, so Little Wenli went to chase it personally. Princess Sisai dried Yu Yang's hair, took off his clothes and changed him into a new set. Usually, when there were other people around, she would never care about Yu Yang's matters. But now, when there were only the two of them in their world, she was not fierce at all. Instead, she was like a gentle little wife, but she was not willing to admit defeat with her words. What about the fire dragon eel? Yu Yang was more concerned about 2 war beasts. One was the flaming godly eagle, which had intelligence and great potential. If Yu Yang didn't want to keep it, he would definitely kill it immediately. The other was the fire dragon eel from the bottom of the sea. This fire dragon eel was even stronger than the flaming godly eagle. But its weakness was also very obvious. The fire dragon eel was a giant war beast with pure fire attributes. It couldn't enter the water, nor could it fly for a long time. If it really fought, it would be limited by the terrain. It wasn't like the flaming godly eagle, which could fight everywhere except in the water. In terms of cultivation value, giant war beasts weren't as good as smaller war beasts, because the chances of them turning into holy beasts in the future were really slim. It surrendered. When the storm goddess grabbed its tail, it immediately surrendered. Princess Sisai lowered her head to help Yu Yang wipe his body as she replied. Its loyalty wasn't high in the first place. When the other war beasts attacked us, it was the only one slowly hiding behind. I guess it wasn't the war beast of Supreme Lai Hua. It was just sealed together in this sea of fire and had no choice but to submit. Yu Yang was overjoyed. It didn't matter if the flaming godly eagle could catch up. At least this trip wasn't in vain. Other than the beautiful silk umbrella, there was also the fire dragon eel from the bottom of the sea. This was also a good war beast. When Princess Sisai helped Yu Yang change his underwear, she found something standing upright like a spear. It was masculine, spirited, and murderous, as if it was about to start a big battle at any time. Her cheeks couldn't help but blush. With a little embarrassment and anger, she spat lightly, "What do you want? What are you thinking about all day long?" She reached out and patted him lightly, but as soon as she touched him, she quickly retracted as if she was scalded. Yu Yang laughed, "This is a natural reaction. If I can't even get up with a beautiful woman serving me, then what hope is there in life?" He forcefully pulled her little hand and insisted on letting her touch it. Princess Sisai resisted with all her might at first, but realized that Yu Yang couldn't resist her. She quickly touched him, but her hand retracted as if it was bitten by a snake. Her face was completely red, and even her neck was burning hot. She turned her head and looked around. When she realized that Shui Wuxia hadn't returned, her tone immediately became louder. "What's wrong with that? It's not like I haven't seen it before. I've even kissed it before." She accidentally revealed a big secret. Yu Yang was stunned. Princess Sisai knew that she had said something wrong and became even more flustered. She hurriedly waved her hands to defend herself. "That was a bet with Xuanyou. She said that she dared to kiss you, so naturally I couldn't admit defeat. Why didn't I know?" Yu Yang was very regretful. How could he miss such a beautiful moment? "You were already unconscious at that time, okay?" Princess Sisai saw that his face was filled with regret, and her heart couldn't help but give birth to a tender love. She hugged him and kissed him lightly on the lips. "All right, I also know that it's wrong to fight with you, but who asked you to make me angry all the time? After this kiss, we're even. I won't be angry with you, and you're not allowed to be angry with me. One more kiss." Yu Yang would never be satisfied with the current situation. "No, Xuanyou will be back soon." Princess Sisai refused. She looked around worriedly and hurriedly helped Yu Yang put on his clothes, afraid that Shui Wuxia would see her helping Yu Yang put on his clothes. "She won't be back so soon. I have a feeling that she's still fighting in a faraway place. Hey, is she chasing after that volcano whale?" Yu Yang struck while the iron was hot and hugged Tigress, whose body had gone limp in his arms. His tongue penetrated her lips and gave her a suffocating kiss. When his naughty hand reached into her clothes, Tigress woke up with a start. She grabbed his big hand and panted slightly. "No, she's really coming back soon. Once you've succeeded, you won't let go. If I let go, you'll tear off my clothes. Scoundrel, at night, I'll let you hug me to sleep. If Xuanyou sees you messing around here during the day, I won't have the face to see anyone. Quickly put on your clothes, she's coming back soon." Oh my God, she's coming back so fast. In the distant sky, there was a star shining. In an instant, it had already landed in front of Yu Yang and Princess Sisai. It was Shui Wuxia, who was holding the Book of Truth. She looked at Yu Yang and Princess Sisai with a smile and didn't say a word. Yu Yang was thick-skinned, so he didn't say anything. On the other hand, Princess Sisai, who was still blushing, said with a guilty conscience, "It's good that you're back. This brat looks like a drowned rat, I don't want to serve him. Xuanyou, who is as gentle as water, you do it." Shui Wuxia walked up and suddenly pulled the big hand that Yu Yang had just touched on Princess Sisai's big hand. She sniffed it with her small nose. She didn't say anything, but just smiled and looked at Princess Sisai. However, Princess Xianxia's face immediately turned red. She argued, "He forced it." Yu Yang also raised his hand. "Yes, I touched it. Forcefully. I can prove it." Princess Sisai was embarrassed and angry at the same time. She fiercely stepped on his foot, grabbed his big hand and stretched it towards Shui Wuxia. "You can't favor one and discriminate against the other. Touch Xuanyou too." She thought that Shui Wuxia would scream in fear and run away. Who knew that Shui Wuxia didn't panic at all? Instead, she was still smiling. Instead, she gracefully held Yu Yang's hand and pressed it on her towering breasts. Princess Sisai was dumbfounded. She never thought that this Xuanyou would be so brave. Yu Yang, on the other hand, had a blissful expression as if he was about to faint. He still couldn't believe that this was real. Actually, there's nothing wrong with kissing you secretly. I won't be jealous. Shui Wuxiao mischievously teased Princess Sisai. After she finished, she suddenly sighed. I didn't realize it before, but after this battle with Lord Lai Hua, I suddenly realized that the innate sovereign strength with a human body is the true innate sovereign strength. No wonder holy beasts and divine beasts have to transform into humans in the end. It turns out that the human body is so important. Indeed, the human body seems to be the weakest. It doesn't have horns, fangs, claws or scales. It doesn't have any other outstanding external specialties. It only has intelligence. However, it's precisely because of this that the weakest starting point, when one grows up and becomes the strongest, that is the true strength. Without a human body, even if one has super powerful strength, he can't use it 100%. For tens of thousands of years, Lord Lai Hua didn't realize that the various combat skills he had when he was alive, as well as the various combat methods that could only be used in a human body, had completely disappeared. After Yu Yang concluded, he asked Shui Wuxiao curiously, "Why did you suddenly think of this?" "I was thinking of the volcano whale that was captured just now. Its size and level, and even its strength was not inferior to my storm goddess. However, it lost miserably and had almost no power to fight back. Although it would take a few days for Storm to completely defeat it, the volcano whale had no chance of turning the tables, just like how Lord Lai Hua didn't stand a chance in your hands. If the volcano whale and Lord Lai Hua had a human body, I'm afraid this battle wouldn't be so simple." Shui Wuxiao put a coat on Yu Yang and carefully tidied up his collar. "In the future, the enemies will become stronger and stronger. If we don't speed up our progress and step into the supremacy realm, I'm afraid we won't be able to help." "They will definitely step into the supremacy realm. I have a hunch." Princess Sisai's 6 records talent had a strong sixth sense. She felt that one of her and Shui Wuxiao would definitely step into the supremacy realm in a short time, but she wasn't sure who it would be. With the help of Yu Yang, Shui Wuxiao, and Princess Sisai, the storm goddess finally defeated the scarred volcano whale after a day of continuous bombardment. The volcano whale would rather die than surrender. However, the blow it received was too hard to bear. The storm goddess was about to freeze it into a salted fish. The most terrifying thing was the torture of Yu Yang's little code power and Pandora's box. Under the double attack of the little code power and the disaster divine power, the volcano whale could neither live nor die. It had been tortured by Yu Yang's various experiments. In the end, it found that Hui Tai Lang was still not satisfied after swallowing the fisherman fish. It looked like it wanted to swallow another one. It had no choice but to lower its head and admit defeat to the storm goddess. Little Wenli, who was chasing after the raging flame condor, was much faster than the storm goddess. The intelligent raging flame condor knew that it was difficult to escape. Under Little Wenli's binding inherent skill, it was injured several times. It had no power to fight back and surrendered early. The spirit of chaos was focused on absorbing fire energy. The 2 will-o'-the-wisp crows were willing to surrender, but she ignored them and killed the volcano monsters along the way. At the same time, she chased into the sea of fire and killed the 2 will-o'-the-wisp crows like a fish in water. If it wasn't for the delay in killing the volcano monsters, the 2 will-o'-the-wisp crows would have died. The 2 will-o'-the-wisp crows were so scared that they circled around and fled to Yu Yang's side to seek shelter. In the face of an opponent like the spirit of chaos, if they did not surrender, there was only one consequence. That was to be swallowed directly. Unfortunately, I didn't get more information. What Yu Yang wanted the most was not a few war beasts of heaven stage, but more ancient secrets. Especially the secrets about the 6 divine weapons and the ancient runes. The more the better. Take it slow. Maybe after entering the god's ruins, we will really open the ancient secret door. Shui Wuxiao comforted Yu Yang softly. "What should we do with these beasts?" Princess Sisai asked. Of course, he would bring them out. If he left them here, it would be like releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Of course, Yu Yang wouldn't do such a thing. The problem was that beasts like the volcano whale, fire dragon eel, flaming godly eagle and will-o'-wisp crow were not only of high levels, they were also mature and had almost no value in nurturing them. After all, not every beast had the fortune to enter the Beast Valley and be reborn. To Yu Yang, these beasts were not bad at the moment and could still be used. However, in the future, they would definitely pale in comparison to Hui Tai Lang, Chaotic Spirit and other beasts with unlimited potential. Yu Yang also didn't like beasts that had such obvious strengths and weaknesses. Just the fact that it had such a huge body made him lose interest in cultivating it. The beasts that surrendered, such as the volcano whale and the fire dragon eel, were all large or extremely large beasts. Let's not talk about nurturing them first. If they were brought out to the soaring dragon continent, it would be a headache. These powerful and huge beasts, if they were to roll around in the soaring dragon continent, it would cause an earthquake and affect many places. Hence, even if they were brought out, they couldn't be placed in the soaring dragon continent. If they were placed in the heaven realm, they might run away one day. That wouldn't be good either. After thinking about it, Yu Yang decided to place these unexpected beasts in the Thunder Fortress on the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. The lava lake there would be their paradise. This fellow is too big, terrifying. However, it's really impressive. It's a heaven-ranked level 6 beast and it's also an extremely large beast. This fellow's publicity is really top-notch. Out of Yu Yang's expectations, the old cunning fox, Jun Wuyu and the other old fellows all ran to the Thunder Fortress after hearing the news. If it wasn't for Yu Yang's opposition, they would have invited the volcano whale that could splash lava thousands of meters back to the soaring dragon continent to settle down. Master is really too great. Jiada the fat toad trembled with excitement. As Yu Yang's servant, his status also rose. Not only the merchants who needed his help, even the innate rankers would nod politely when they saw him. Because Yu Yang's harvest this time was quite bountiful, Elder Nan Gong, Sky Execution, Dragon Emperor, Underworld Emperor and the others also came to watch. When they saw that Yu Yang had subdued a volcano whale that was several kilometers long, he had also captured a flaming godly hawk and a fire dragon eel from the bottom of the sea, and even 2 ghost fire crows that were as timid as mice although they had the strength of heaven stage level 2. In the end, Sky's execution used the treasure of the demonic hall, the great heavenly demon orb, to exchange for the 2 will-o'-the-wisp crows with the second strongest heavenly demon folk, Sky's wrath. Emperor of the Underworld drooled as he watched. He also wanted to exchange. But his treasure, the Eye of the Underworld, was only a holy treasure. It wasn't as powerful as a demonic orb, a semi-divine weapon, so he could only watch Sky Wrath contract the ghost fire crows. As for the fire dragon eel and the flaming condor, they were even more out of his league. These 2 were too strong and had intelligence. He wasn't confident that he could completely subdue them. Maybe one day they would betray him and run away. Yu Yang was also interested in the Eye of the Underworld. He patted his chest and promised Emperor of the Underworld that he would find a powerful and valuable war beast for him. The great demon King Baruth, who arrived a step later, also wanted to exchange a war beast with Yu Yang. But he didn't want anything else. He wanted a black dragon. He even said that riding a black dragon was a demon king tradition passed down from ancient times. Was a black dragon easy to ride? Yu Yang, who had kept the magic bottle, stopped complaining. Because of my training, I won't go to the trial grounds immediately. I'll be wandering around the heaven realm for a few days. If I find a suitable war beast, I'll definitely pay attention to it. Trust me, I won't be wrong. Yu Yang secretly rejoiced. These old fellows actually had quite a lot of treasures. He had to squeeze them out even more. Training is still more important. We're just letting nature take its course. Elder Nan Gong valued Yu Yang the most and advised him not to be too distracted. Of course, we'll look for more when we have time. But I believe we'll get a suitable war beast soon. Emperor of the Underworld was very confident in Yu Yang. If Yu Yang told him the truth, he would definitely be scared to death with the invincible advantage of the innate elder level 8 Lord Lai Hua in the Sea of Fire. Is there really no one who wants the fire dragon eel and flaming condor? Yu Yang still wanted to make the last promotion. It's okay if they're strong, but they're too intelligent. It's hard to tame an adult war beast with intelligence. Dragon Emperor even hinted that if Yu Yang didn't want to contract them, it would be best to kill them to avoid future troubles. Although the 2 war beasts, the fire dragon eel and flaming condor, had a certain level of intelligence, it was impossible for them to become holy beasts. Of course, there was still some value in training them. The chaotic spirit had always wanted to eat them and absorb fire energy, but Yu Yang didn't give her the chance. He let the Reaper Mantis sister who had a super elemental body to contract them. The Reaper Mantis sister, plus the 2 war beasts, if they became divine beasts, the 3 of them could work together and work together. Then they could be independent in the future. This was the best solution that Yu Yang thought of. 1 small and 2 big ones. If it wasn't for the fact that their attributes were incompatible, the enemy would have a headache. Hui Tai Lang's stomach bulged. No one knew that it had swallowed a huge strange-faced fish. Even now, it hadn't finished digesting. The others were too busy looking at the captive warbeasts and didn't pay attention to it. It wasn't until they returned to the Tianluo palace that little Xianxia discovered the dog's abnormality. "Brother, what's wrong with the dog? Look, did it eat something wrong? Why can't it close its mouth?" Yu Shuang tiptoed and stroked Hui Tai Lang's forehead with some effort. "This is the result of gluttony," Yu Yang said, scaring little Xianxia so much that her face turned pale. In a certain aspect, the little girl's gluttony was comparable to Hui Tai Lang's gluttony. Hearing that gluttony had caused such a scene, she was so scared that she quickly covered her mouth, afraid that her mouth would be like Hui Tai Lang's. Because of the long-term dislocation of her jaw, her mouth was damaged and she couldn't close it even if she wanted to. Hui Tai Lang's mouth was crooked, but he was very proud. Not everyone could swallow that heaven-ranked level 4 fish. If he could digest this fish, his strength would definitely increase greatly. Crooking his mouth for a few days was nothing. "What? You don't want candy?" As usual, Yu Yang took out candy to tempt the little girl. However, the little girl was afraid that if she ate too much, she would be like Hui Tai Lang who couldn't close his mouth. She rejected him with all her might and almost cried. In the end, it was Shui Wuxia who brought her to Xianxia that Yu Yang was at peace. Princess Sisai happily took the silk umbrella and went to find Yu so that she wouldn't disturb Yu Yang's training. "Study it slowly. If you discover any secrets, we'll discuss it again." Princess Sisai left with light footsteps. She seemed to be in a good mood. The great demonic orb is really a good thing. The eyes of the underworld is also not bad. Even the magic bottle that Baruth gave me has a strange energy. It seems to be a treasure from the ancient times. I can study it. Yu Yang originally wanted to study the ancient flame rune circle drawn by Lord Laihua. However, since Sickly Beauty and Yu weren't around, he didn't want to waste time on them. So he decided to wait for them to come back first. As for the great demonic orb that he exchanged with the will-o-wisp crows, Yu Yang didn't discover any more secrets. However, he realized that the eyes of the underworld seemed to be able to be embedded in the hollow space between the Gemini mask's eyebrows. Could it be that there was an eye in the hollow space between the Gemini mask's eyebrows? Because of the seal, the Gemini mask was only a gold-level treasure. After Yu Yang used Nirvana's flame to reconstruct its outer appearance many times, the broken mask had almost completely recovered. Its power was also close to the level of a semi-god weapon. It turned out that the area between the eyebrows, which Yu Yang thought was a crack, also had a perfect circular hollow. Yu Yang had tried everything, but he couldn't find a suitable filling. He thought that the part in the middle was broken and lost. It wasn't until the Emperor of the Underworld took out the Underworld clan's treasure, the Eyes of the Underworld. When Yu Yang compared the two, he was surprised to find that it seemed to fit. This Gemini mask still had one last seal that couldn't be unlocked. What other secrets did it contain? What was the truth? Yu Yang studied the Gemini mask for a long time. He couldn't find the answer. Although he had a feeling that he almost found the truth, he couldn't grasp it. He wandered in that kind of hazy fog, thinking hard but to no avail. In the end, he decided to talk to His Majesty. According to Fourth Mother's words, His Majesty seemed to have asked about the progress of the beast bracelet recently. On the other hand, this proved that His Majesty, who had been judged by Yu Yang to be a taciturn flirtatious type, had already forgiven him a little. Yu Yang understood this principle very well. He had to strike while the iron was hot in everything he did. Yu Yang was abnormally busy preparing. He threw away his rice bowl and studied until 3 in the morning. In the dead of night, Yu Yang sneaked into His Majesty's bedroom again. This time, when the female official on duty saw him, she was no longer surprised, but she still pretended not to see him and let Yu Yang sneak in. Yu Yang was very self-aware. He first moved a stool and sat in front of His Majesty's bed. He was very patient and waited for 10 minutes without saying a word. Suddenly, a pillow was thrown out from the curtain and hit Yu Yang's face. "It's you again, you brat. You always come to my place in the middle of the night. I will kill you. Don't be angry." Yu Yang took the pillow and hugged it in his arms. He then handed over the semi-finished beast bracelet in his hands. "Look, under His Majesty's inspiration, I have already completed half of it. I realized that your place is really quiet. When I think about it here, I have a lot of inspiration. I will hang you in the Blackwater Dungeon's pool. It will be even quieter and you will have more inspiration." His Majesty was furious. "Alright, I said the wrong thing last time, I apologize to you. I think you are actually not bad. You should not be a taciturn flirtatious type, nor are you a wretched type like Fatty High. You should be like me, a suave and unrestrained type who doesn't even leave a single leaf behind. Otherwise, how could we hit it off so well? Bosom friend, do you know? When it comes to picking up girls, we can be considered bosom friends." Yu Yang patted his chest, expressing that finding a soulmate in the high mountains and flowing rivers was difficult, but finding a soulmate was difficult. Hence, he shouldn't bother about these small matters. "If you say one more word, I'll slap you." His Majesty was so angry that his voice became distorted. "We're all men. There are some things that we've already said. Don't take it too seriously. Besides, anger can easily harm the liver. If the liver isn't good, the kidneys won't be good either. If the kidneys aren't good, then what hope is there in life?" Yu Yang said that men should be more broad-minded. "You." His Majesty choked. What was he talking about? "Let's study this beast bracelet. Although it hasn't been officially completed, I believe you can see its characteristics now. I was prepared to create a space similar to a storage ring. It didn't need to be very big, just enough for the beasts to hibernate. This way, it would be similar to a bronze grimoire. Of course, this space could not be upgraded, at least not automatically. When a warrior contracts a beast with a suitable attribute, then this space would be the home of that beast. The runic circle and crystal stones outside are the energy needed to summon the runic circle and maintain it. Of course, this is not enough. I'm just making a small example here. The finished product is not enough. I believe you can understand. I'm here to rush the work, so I'm anxious to discuss with you. There's no need to discuss the runic circle and crystals. I think the most difficult thing is how to communicate with the warrior's soul." His Majesty saw that this brat was talking about serious matters, so he couldn't get angry at him. "That's the most important part. I still have to discuss with Wu Hen, Wu Xia, and Sister Yu how to build the best soul-sensing runic circle on the beast bracelet without harming the warrior's soul. I have a plan in mind, but it's not very mature, so I didn't dare to take it out. I'm afraid of your criticism." "I'm very afraid of you." Yu Yang's face showed a timid expression. "You're so bold that you're afraid?" His Majesty couldn't help but ridicule him. "All men are like this. If you see a beauty's snow-white body, your Majesty will definitely be moved." Yu Yang laughed. "The saints said that appetite and lust are part of human nature. My self-control is already considered good. Brag, continue to brag." His Majesty really couldn't stand Yu Yang's attitude. "Could you be any more shameless? Brag? No, I've always despised people who brag. I've always told the truth." Yu Yang's words almost made His Majesty fall down. Alright. I know very well what kind of person you are. There's no need to advertise anymore. Let's return the topic to the beast bracelet." His Majesty felt helpless towards this brat's shamelessness. But then again, His Majesty sincerely admired Yu Yang's talent and wisdom. If it was someone else, they really wouldn't be able to make this kind of beast bracelet. Even if they had the same design, if it was placed on someone else's table, they wouldn't be able to replicate it. This was where His Majesty couldn't help but acknowledge Yu Yang. "I want Her Majesty to help me with 2 small things." Yu Yang finally stated his intentions. "Let's hear it." His Majesty became vigilant. If it was some kind of unfair treaty, he definitely couldn't agree to it. Who was this brat? He was even scarier than a big tiger. Once he knew the truth, he might take a mile after taking an inch. His Majesty decided that if this brat proposed any unreasonable conditions, he would immediately chase him out of his bedroom and never allow him to come back. Yu Yang muttered to himself for a while, making His Majesty's heart even more guilty. It's over. Could it be that this brat was suspicious? If he had known earlier, he would have chased him away last time. He was really too soft-hearted. In his heart, he was a little nervous. Suddenly, he heard Yu Yang say, "The first area that I need help with is regarding the beast bracelet. Although I have some experience in this area, I hope that everyone can share their experience with each other. I need more information on beasts and warriors' characteristics in order to create a testing instrument that is suitable for different kinds of needs. You also know that this is very important. If this test is wrong, then the whole life of the warrior will be affected." Hearing this, His Majesty's heart relaxed. "Okay, but I can't say too much for a while. I'll prepare in the next few days. When the time comes, I'll write down my experience and let someone bring it to you." Yu Yang was so happy that he threw down his pillow and cheered. "Great, I knew you would agree." His Majesty couldn't help but feel happy when he saw him happy like a child. This brat, if not for his lecherous side, was still a child. He was so easily satisfied. No wonder she said that he was actually very easy to coax. It was true. His Majesty held back his laughter and added, "Not only my experience, but I can also ask several war gods of war to participate in this matter and fully cooperate with you." Yu Yang pretended to wipe his tears. "I'm so touched that my tears are about to flow out. Please wait a little longer." His Majesty was speechless. What's the second condition? Seeing this brat's funny behavior, His Majesty couldn't help but laugh. Pretending to be serious, His Majesty coughed slightly, indicating that if he wanted to say it, then hurry up. He was going to rest. It's very simple. I want Your Majesty to help me talk about the Eye of the Underworld. I want to know its origin and its later mutation. This was the real purpose of Yu Yang. Why do you trouble me with everything? I don't know. His Majesty was a little angry. I think you should know. I can't find anyone to ask. The Night Empress is not here. Jizun, I don't dare to ask her about such a small matter. Before Yu Yang finished speaking, His Majesty flew into a rage again. Jizun, you don't dare to bother her, but you can come and bother me? Am I especially easy to bully? I'm warning you, don't make me angry, otherwise, I can also deal with you. For this kind of thing, can't you ask Nangong, who is almost stupid from reading books all day long? Aren't you nearby? I'm too lazy to look for Senior Nangong. Besides, you're here to tell me, it's just convenient. Yu Yang's mischievous smile made His Majesty feel as if he was punching cotton. Sometimes, he really couldn't do anything to this brat. What do you want the Eye of the Underworld for? His Majesty was curious. It's like this, I realized that the Eye of the Underworld is very compatible with my Gemini mask, but I can't embed it back, so I came to ask you. I feel that if I can embed it back, I might be able to find the secret to breaking the last layer of the seal. In that case, my Gemini mask might evolve, or even return to being a divine equipment. Yu Yang's words were honest. Regarding the Eye of the Underworld, I know a little, but I won't tell you. His Majesty felt that when it was time to punish this brat, if he didn't beg bitterly, he wouldn't tell him and let him be anxious. Big brother, I'm begging you, okay? For the sake of the divine equipment, Yu Yang was indeed very anxious. You called me big brother? His Majesty was very speechless. No, you heard wrong. I actually called you Your Majesty. Don't bother with calling me big brother here. Don't tell me you want to call me big sister? Yu Yang pestered endlessly. You should have a better attitude when begging others. His Majesty was a little pleased. There would come a day when this brat would be caught in my hands. If you don't beg me properly, don't even think about knowing this secret. Even if you don't beg me today, when you go to see Nangong and find out that he doesn't know the whole truth, you still have to come back. The world's most brilliant, godly, handsome, unrestrained, brave, valiant and heroic Tianluo Majesty, please tell the ignorant me about the secret of the Eye of the Underworld. Yu Yang flattered. Continue talking until I tell you to stop. His Majesty snorted lightly. Your Majesty, you're too tsundere. Yu Yang didn't cooperate. You, get out of here immediately. His Majesty's extremely good mood was instantly shattered. Originally, he was still a little soft-hearted and was prepared to tell him the secret. Who knew that this brat was actually so annoying? Would it kill him to let his mood be good for a while longer? I was wrong, I was wrong. Yu Yang shouted loudly. Seeing that he was so eager to express his regret, His Majesty decided to give him a chance and listen to what he had to say. Yu Yang immediately bowed. His attitude was quite respectful, but his words weren't quite right. I was wrong, I was really wrong. I shouldn't have said it even though I knew that Your Majesty likes to flatter, causing Your Majesty to not feel any pleasure. This is my fault, my failure. I was wrong, I had decided to change. Your Majesty, I promise that this time I will definitely make you feel extremely comfortable and pleasurable. You're practically courting death. His Majesty was furious. He rushed out of the curtains for the second time and kicked Yu Yang, who was bowing with his hands clasped in front, into a shooting star. Pleasurable? Brat, can you say it even more vile? I haven't even bickered with you about that inwardly coquettish comment last time. Although he couldn't obtain the secret of the Eye of the Underworld from His Majesty, Yu Yang wasn't worried. When His Majesty's anger subsides, he would definitely tell him. There was no need to be anxious, and he couldn't be anxious. Shui Wuxia had been discussing something with Fourth Mother for the past 2 days. Yu Yang had been beating around the bush for a long time, but she refused to say anything. Princess Sisai's tigress had gone to the heaven stairway to find Yu and hadn't returned. She was probably trying to convince Yu. What was it? Yu Yang couldn't understand. In the end, he was too lazy to think about it and could only focus on the research of the beast bracelet. Yu hadn't returned, so there was no one to help Yu Yang. In the end, it was Drunken Cat who couldn't stand it anymore and took the initiative to help. She thought it was an easy job, but who knew that after Yu Yang's experiments exploded a few times, she almost had a heart attack. The failure rate of this experiment was too high. Fortunately, she only came to help for a few days. If this continued for a long time, Drunken Cat felt that she would go crazy. Only Yu would be willing to work so hard and accompany him to do experiments every day with a smile on her face. Lunatic, stop researching. This is definitely not right. Let's try something else. Drunken Cat saw that Yu Yang had failed 3 times and still insisted on the same experiment. She couldn't bear it anymore and raised her objection. Originally, she had promised Yu Yang that she wouldn't object no matter what he did. Who knew that she would object to Yu Yang's research before even a day had passed? Failure is normal. If a research doesn't fail a few hundred times, it won't be able to stand. Even if the research is successful, it still needs to be tested in all aspects. Forget it, I won't explain too much to you. For a silly girl like you, talking too much is just a waste of my saliva. Yu Yang's expression was like an expert in the Celestial Empire looking down on the doubts of the netizens. He was just short of saying what I say is the truth. Drunken Cat was intimidated by his authority and could only remain silent in the end. Let me tell you. Actually, doing this experiment is extremely dangerous. The most important thing is to have a good memory. The steps cannot be wrong, not even a little bit. If you have a memory like mine, then it will be fine. Huh? Strange, where did my scarlet flame magic crystal go? Yu Yang muttered to himself. What happens if I do the wrong step? The Drunken Cat Big Sis turned pale with fright when she heard this. It will explode. Yu Yang replied without raising his head. Did you just say that the crimson flame magic crystal is missing? Drunken Cat was sweating profusely, and a chill ran down her spine. I've already found it. I forgot to put it into the runic circle at the bottom. However, I can't find my blue ice magic crystal no matter what. Yu Yang turned the ground upside down to look for it. Oh no. Drunken Cat remembered that this kid had just put the blue ice magic crystal into the middle rune circle. She was so scared that she turned around and ran, but it was too late. Rumble. A violent explosion occurred in the middle of the runic circle. The shockwave threw Drunken Cat to a corner, and she was almost buried alive by the debris from the explosion. When she got up, she realized that there was a big hole in her clothes. Although she was fine, she felt a chill down her spine. Looking at Yu Yang again, he had already exploded to the roof. He was like a piece of smoked meat hanging on the roof. He was completely black, and she could barely see that he was a humanoid creature. Drunken Cat waited for Yu Yang to fall down. She realized that only the whites of his eyes and his teeth were white. Drunken Cat shouted at Yu Yang crazily, "Didn't you say that your memory is very good?" Yu Yang scratched his head. "My memory is indeed not bad, but I don't remember the location of the magic crystals. Those things are usually arranged by Sister Rain. I'm only responsible for receiving the things that she passed to me." When he said this, Drunken Cat blushed. She recalled that she seemed to be a little careless when she cooperated with him just now. Because of the few explosions, her mood was affected. It seemed that she made a mistake when she took the red flame magic crystal and blue ice magic crystal. Maybe, the failure of this experiment was not because of him, but because of herself. Realizing her mistake, the Drunken Cat Big Sis felt quite guilty and was no longer angry at him. Of course, it was impossible for her to admit her mistake directly. She decided to go out to wash her face and adjust her mood. At the same time, she changed her clothes and came back to cooperate with his experiment. This time, she must cooperate with him 100% seriously. When the Drunken Cat Big Sis went out to wash off the mud and dirt on her face, adjusted her state of mind, and changed into a new set of clothes, she returned to the laboratory. She discovered that Yu Yang, whose body was still burnt black, had already started another round of experiments. She quickly went up and rushed to clean up the mess on the floor. She also gave him the items that he needed according to his requirements. Boom, a deafening explosion sounded again. The shockwave sent Drunken Cat, who was cleaning up, flying and smashing into the wall. The things that she had cleaned up were scattered all over the room. She did not clean up properly and instead made it even more messy. The Drunken Cat Big Sis almost cried. Was it really so difficult for her to do something? She clenched her teeth and continued to clean up. When she was done, she found that Yu Yang had made an even bigger and more complicated rune circle. Because of the incomparably precise drawing and control of the energy, he could not free himself to do anything for the next 10 minutes. Even when he was talking, his eyes had to stare at the rune circle. Seeing that he was sweating profusely, and that his face that was originally burnt black from the explosion had white marks on it, she could not help but feel a little soft in her heart. Actually, this brat was quite serious about his work. Although he was a little lecherous usually, he was very serious when it came to experiments. He was like a completely different person. Drunken Cat remembered that she had seen Yu Yu cooperate with Yu Yang's experiments before. She copied Yu Yu and brought a towel over to wipe his sweat. "Idiot, don't cover my eyes when you wipe your sweat," Yu Yang scolded. "You." Drunken Cat wanted to say that he could wipe his sweat if he wanted, and that she did not want to serve him. But the words rushed to her mouth and she swallowed them back. When Yu Yu wiped his sweat, he would definitely not scold her, right? She had always been very gentle and considerate. She knew what to do and what not to do. She had to be more humble. Although she felt wronged, Drunken Cat endured it. She carefully wiped his sweat and brought a glass of water over for him to drink. Who knew that Yu Yang was in the middle of his nervous research? He angrily scolded, "Stay away from me. Even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, don't bother me." Her good intentions were struck by lightning. Drunken Cat gritted her teeth and almost poured the glass of water on his head. But in the end, she endured it. She reckoned that Yu Yu would not disturb him at this time. She was still in the wrong. Putting the water aside, Drunken Cat waited for a long time. She felt that he still had to drink the water. Otherwise, he would become a jerky just from sweating. What could she do? If Yu Yu was here, what would she do? Feed him with a spoon? No, he definitely did not have the time to feed him mouthfuls of water with a spoon. That would be too slow. If this didn't work, then what should she do? What did Yu Yu usually do? She would definitely have a way. Because Yu Yu would not let her baby brother die of thirst. Drunken Cat thought for a long time. Finally, she thought of the straw that Yu Yang made for little Shuang'er to blow bubbles. Yes, this thing would definitely work. Thinking of this, Drunken Cat hurriedly searched the house. But it was not there. She immediately rushed out and ran into Fourth Mother and little Shuang'er's room. She rummaged through little Shuang'er's treasure chest and found a few unused straws. She did not have time to return the little girl's treasure chest to its original position. She hurriedly ran back and placed the straw on the glass. Seeing that Yu Yang really did not have the time to care about her, she raised the straw and placed it on his lips. "Give me another glass." Yu Yang didn't praise her. His entire mind was focused on his research, so he didn't have the time to talk too much. At this moment, the runic circle was flashing. It was as complicated as the stars, changing endlessly. Yu Yang used all his methods to memorize its changes. He couldn't waste even a second. Okay. Drunken Cat was overjoyed. She immediately rushed to pour another glass of water. On the way, she found that a torn sleeve was too troublesome. She just tore it off. When she finished tearing off the sleeves, she remembered something. Yu, who came out of the laboratory, usually wore sleeveless clothes. She probably tore them off because long sleeves would affect her work, or maybe she didn't even wear clothes with sleeves at all. When Drunken Cat turned around to pour the water, she found that the runic circle was flashing rapidly. Oh no, it's going to explode. She first thought of dodging, but when she looked at Yu Yang, she saw that he was staring at her intently. If he wanted to dodge, no explosion would be able to hit him. With his domain power, he could also resist any explosion in the experiment. However, he did not leave. Instead, he kept staring at the last change of the runic circle. He did not care about the explosion that would happen in the next second. Rumble, the big explosion came as expected. Drunken Cat placed her hands in front of her face to resist the shockwave of the big explosion. Although her newly changed clothes were full of holes, she found that it did not matter at all. Now, she kind of understood Yu's mentality when she cooperated with Yu Yang to do the experiment. As long as he could succeed, why would she care about anything else? So what if it was just a piece of clothing? Moreover, in this room, other than him, no one else would see her. Even this brat did not have time to look at her. Her clothes were torn and tattered, so who could see her? What made Drunken Cat the most was that she remembered that before the first explosion, the runic circle only had 2 layers of changes. Later, when she was about to throw a tantrum and leave, the runic circle had already turned into a complicated combination of 3 layers. And just now, other than the 3 layers, there was also an additional supporting runic circle. In other words, although the explosion failed again and again, he was actually improving. He would rather endure the explosion and persevere to find out the truth. It was also this kind of spirit, this kind of attitude, that allowed him to improve again and again in his research. Others always envied Yu Clan's third young master's success, but they completely did not know how much sweat and effort this brat had put in on the road to success. Drunken Cat saw it and felt touched in her heart. His memory must be extremely good. How could he make a mistake between the 2 materials, the red flame magic crystal and the blue ice magic crystal? This was not a joke, it was just that he was too focused, wholeheartedly recording the changes of the runic circle. In reality, outside of his spirit, he was muddle-headed, mistaking the materials for the red flame magic crystal and the blue ice magic crystal. When he was doing experiments, he was completely immersed in them, forgetting everything else, even forgetting to drink water when he was thirsty. It was because of this that he needed Yu, who understood him the most, to cooperate with him. Again, let's do it again. Drunken Cat suddenly understood. She suppressed the emotions in her heart, stepped forward and patted Yu Yang's shoulder. You come and restore the runic circle, I will pass the materials to you. This time, I will definitely not make a mistake. Yu Yang looked at her strangely, not understanding. Wasn't she very angry just now? She seemed to be in a good mood now. What was going on? Wipe your sweat first. Drunken Cat found that she had never been so gentle before. She carefully used a towel to wipe his blackened face, controlling her movements, trying not to affect the process of restoring the runic circle. Seeing that Yu Yang's clothes had been blown up beyond recognition, she simply tore it off. Forget it, it's not like she had never seen this brat's body before. Anyway, it was just an experiment, why should she care about this? Besides, you did not care, what was there to be afraid of? Rumble, again. Boom. I'm fine, again. With drunken cat's wholehearted cooperation. Yu Yang's research on the runic circle on the beast bracelet continued to make progress. 3 days later, when Princess Sisai invited Yu back from the heaven stairway, when the two girls pushed open the crumbling door of the laboratory, they were surprised to find that the naked drunken cat was gently wiping the sweat of Yu Yang, who was also naked. The two of them were completely immersed in the process of the experiment, and did not even notice that Princess Sisai and Yu had entered. Princess Sisai was dumbfounded. She had never seen such a gentle and considerate drunken cat. As for Yu, she was smiling. When drunken cat woke up and opened her eyes, she found herself lying on a bed. Princess Sisai sat on the edge of the bed, thinking about something. Wasn't she cooperating with Yu Yang to do the experiment? Drunken cat first reacted this way, then she remembered that after cooperating with Yu Yang to complete the 72-star spiral diagram, she fainted because of severe mental exhaustion. Although the 72-star spiral diagram was only a combination of the top, middle and bottom 3 diagrams, to be able to complete it was still a breakthrough for the Warbeast bracelet. With it as the research standard, she believed that the other 2 diagrams would also be completed quickly. Fortunately, she had made a little contribution. Before she fainted, she helped him complete the most difficult 72-star spiral diagram. She exhaled, sat up, and found that she was actually naked. Only then did she remember that because of the successive explosions, her and his clothes had long been blown up. At that time, she was so engrossed in it that she didn't feel anything, but now she felt very embarrassed and shy. At that time, she actually stayed naked with him for 3 days. It was really unimaginable, and she didn't know what Xianxia would think of her. You're awake? Princess Sisai turned around and said with a smile, looks like you're exhausted. I came to see you a few times, but I didn't expect you to wake up until now. Princess Sisai poured a cup of tea for drunken cat. Handing it over. Drunken cat awkwardly pulled the quilt to cover her body. When she took the tea, she realized that this was Xianxia's room. She immediately realized that it was Xianxia who carried her out of Yu Yang's laboratory, and couldn't help but feel even more embarrassed. She took a sip of tea to moisten her throat and calm her chaotic emotions. She organized her words and explained in a low voice, I was too engrossed at that time and forgot. Princess Sisai laughed, Sister Yi, don't explain to me. Don't say that it's true that you're engrossed in your research. Even if it's not a research experiment, I won't be jealous if something happens between you and him. After all, you're the bride of the Yi clan that His Majesty personally betrothed to him, and Fourth Mother also agreed. How can that be? I'm 2 generations older than you guys. Although you guys call me sister, that's just you guys randomly calling me sister. If you really want to rank me, my seniority is too high. The drunken cat Big Sis couldn't help but blush when she heard that. She was most afraid of mentioning this topic. She didn't dare to disobey His Majesty's words. She also respected Fourth Mother. Moreover, of Yu Yang's bad boy. Although he had a lot of flaws, and was as lecherous as a wolf, and she hated him on the surface, she didn't dislike him at all. If it was about marrying him, the drunken cat Big Sis felt that it was the best choice. If her seniority wasn't higher than Wu Xia, Wu Hen and Xianxian, she would definitely be like Luo Hua and Yinan, silently agreeing to the arrangement of the elders. What's seniority? Among the 100 Flowers clan, your Yi clan has the weakest population. His Majesty and Night Empress are already suffering from the curse. If you still don't want to marry and give birth to a baby with that bad boy, I'm afraid that the Yi clan will disappear from the 100 Flowers clan. Princess Sisai's expression became serious. Don't mention this matter for now. Drunken cat was so embarrassed that she buried her head in the blanket. In the past, Wu Xia and I didn't know the truth of history, so we didn't know how serious it was. Only now did we realize that if that bad boy didn't appear, I'm afraid that the 100 Flowers clan would really become the history of Tong Tian Tower. Thinking back, I'm afraid that our meeting with him was fate's arrangement. Perhaps, it was the mercy of the ancient gods, or the hard work of Yu Yang's mother over the years. Otherwise, how could we be so lucky? Princess Sisai sighed. Is that what you think? Drunken cat raised her head and looked at Princess Sisai's small face in shock. Don't you think so? Princess Sisai smiled and asked. Maybe, maybe. Drunken Cat didn't dare to look her in the eyes. She lowered her head and replied with a trembling voice. Her voice became softer and softer, until it couldn't be heard. Since it's fate, then what do you have to worry about? Besides, it's not easy to pursue happiness. You have to be as brave as an An, as passionate as fallen flowers, as tolerant as Wuxia, and finally, as hardworking as Wuxia. Princess Sisai stretched out her hand and patted Drunken Cat's shoulder lightly. I know you can think it through. In the future, we'll all work hard to revive the 100 Flowers clan. Rest well, I'll go practice my swordsmanship first. Xianxia. Drunken Cat looked at her valiant and heroic figure and blurted out. But when Princess Sisai turned around, she shook her head and waved her hand. I'm fine, I'm fine. Actually, as long as you do it, you can also do it well. Princess Sisai's face was almost bursting with light. She smiled and said, with your results, Sister Rain, Wuxia and Wuxia have already helped him complete the soul contract circle on the beast bracelet. Now, there are only 2 small problems left. One is the first test subject, and the second is the final material synthesis. In view of your outstanding performance, Wuxia and the others have decided to give these 2 tasks to you. No, you can't do this. Drunken Cat was surprised, happy, embarrassed and anxious. This was obviously giving the biggest credit to her. Also, it was to create an opportunity for her and him to be alone. Although their intentions were good, it was too embarrassing to do it. She didn't even think about it. She couldn't avoid physical contact with him during the experiment. Xianxia and Wuxia must be laughing at her behind her back. Thinking of this, Drunken Cat's face was burning with embarrassment. She couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. Mom, are you sick? Miss Panda Nyonya ran in with a big kite in her hand. It seemed like she was playing with Xianxia. Passing by, she didn't forget to ask about her mom. I'm not sick. Go and play. If it was any other time, she would definitely ask Nyonya to practice more and play less. But today, she patted Nyonyo's head lovingly and sent her precious daughter to play. When the little panda girl Nyonyo heard this, she was overjoyed and cheered. However, just as she was about to leave, the Drunken Cat Big Sis called her back again. Nyonyo, do you like me? I do. Other than Mom, Nyonyo likes brother the most. When Nyonyo mentioned Yu Yang, her face was full of sweetness. As long as you like it. Go and play. The Drunken Cat Big Sis waved her hand. The little panda girl cheered and ran out of the door. She heard the little panda girl saying to Xianxia, Mommy didn't cry today and even let me play. That's great. Let's go play with brother. Brother just fell asleep. Mom said we shouldn't disturb him. Why don't we find little Winli and fly the kite together? Okay, hearing Nyonyo go play amidst the laughter, the Drunken Cat Big Sis couldn't help but feel embarrassed again. Could it be that Nyonyo saw me crying secretly when I was in a bad mood? Would she tell that bad boy? If he knew, he would definitely think too much. This time, it was really embarrassing. He even found out that I cried secretly at night. He would definitely make fun of me in the future. If this matter was mentioned in the future, I definitely couldn't admit it. Lying down again, Drunken Cat felt a sense of relief that she had never felt before. It was as if the invisible stone that had been stuck in her heart had unknowingly disappeared. Get married, although it was His Majesty's wish, she definitely wouldn't marry him. Let him be anxious to death. She wouldn't agree no matter how much she begged him. Anyway, her name couldn't be written together with Xianxia's and the others' names. Otherwise, how would others look at her? The Drunken Cat Big Sis fell asleep in an unusually relaxed manner amidst waves of happy and shy thoughts. In her sleep, she seemed to dream of something interesting. A faint smile hung on her jade lips. If Nyonyo saw this, she would definitely find that her mother hadn't smiled in her sleep for a long time. When she woke up again, Drunken Cat suddenly had an urge to see Yu Yang immediately, but she resisted and deliberately didn't see him. For 3 days in a row, she pretended that nothing had happened. She didn't even mention him in front of Princess Sisai and the others. However, when they were talking about him, the Drunken Cat Big Sis would prick up her ears to listen. When she heard that Yu had helped him finalize the soul contract runic circle of the Warbeast bracelet, and that he had created the 3 standard prototypes of the Warbeast bracelet, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart, as expected of the gentle and considerate Yu. She had only returned for a day, but she had already helped him create the standard prototypes. It took her 3 days to experiment with the upper runic circle. It seemed that she was still far from being able to compare to Yu. At night, 1 o'clock at midnight. "Are you asleep?" Yu Yang knocked on the door of Drunken Cat's room. "I'm asleep, what's the matter?" Drunken Cat was thinking about all the things that happened with Yu Yang during the research. Her body was slightly hot. She didn't expect that he would come to find her. She was shocked and said with a trembling voice, "It's nothing, I need to rest. Can we talk tomorrow?" She was afraid that he would barge in and do something rude. If that was really the case, she didn't know if she could refuse him. Although His Majesty personally ordered it, Fourth Mother agreed, and Xianxia and Wuxia didn't object, she wasn't ready yet. This was too fast. Yu Yang suddenly pushed the door open and entered. When Drunken Cat was panicking, he pulled her up from the bed. "Sister Yu is not willing to be my first experimental subject. I don't know where Xianxia and the others ran off to. If I catch them, I'll definitely beat their little butts. Kitty, come and help me." "Don't call me Kitty. I'm not called Kitty." Drunken Cat panicked. She didn't think that calling him Kitty was bad, but she felt that it was too intimate. "Hurry up." Yu Yang's mind wasn't even on how to address her. He hurriedly pulled her away. "Wait for me to wear my clothes." Drunken Cat realized that she was still wearing her pajamas. She hurriedly tried to break free from his hand and change into her formal clothes. "That's too troublesome. This will do." Yu Yang didn't think that there was anything wrong with wearing pajamas at night. Besides, when Drunken Cat wore pajamas, although her hot body was slightly covered, there was another kind of charm that couldn't be seen normally. There was nothing wrong with it. "Hey! Slow down, I'll follow you." "Slow down." Drunken Cat found that her heart was beating like a drum. Although she wanted to refuse, her body couldn't help but follow him. Of course, she wouldn't admit that there was a kind of pleasant surprise in the depths of her heart. She was only willing to think that she was forced to help by the barbaric Yu Yang. After entering the laboratory, Drunken Cat took advantage of the time when Yu Yang was preparing and immediately got into character. She picked up the plan on the table and looked at it. She was prepared to familiarize herself with the whole process as fast as possible so that she could cooperate with him to the greatest extent. Who knew? With one look, she immediately covered her mouth in shock. According to the design plan of the 3 women, Wu Xia, Wu Hen, and Princess Sisai, the first experimental subject of the beast bracelet must have all-round contact with Yu Yang, and communicate with him spiritually. If it was only skin contact and telepathy, it could still be tolerated. But the most important thing was that the first experimental subject must have dual cultivation with Yu Yang that was not lower than the level of lovers, so that he could have the best understanding when exploring the world of the soul. No wonder Yu was unwilling to cooperate with Yu Yang's experiment. If this kind of experiment was really done, then it would be no different from lovers. If the big pervert Yu Yang couldn't control himself, he might even let him eat her in a confused state. Then what should she do now? Even if she didn't want to come, she was already here. But what she had to do was far beyond her imagination. Could it be that tonight would be the end of her virginity? As Drunken Cat thought of this, her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. She hadn't mentally prepared herself. Was she going to give it to him just like that? This was too fast, wasn't it? Should she tell him that she couldn't be his first experimental subject and rush out the door, or follow their plan and fully cooperate with his research? This decision could be said to determine the future of her life. What should she do? If I die, then so be it. Sooner or later, I'll have to take advantage of this brat. I'm going all out tonight. It's better to get the pain over with than to prolong it. Drunken Cat closed her eyes and decided to cooperate with Yu Yang to become the first person. After making this decision in her heart, she actually felt relaxed. She didn't feel the resistance and sadness that she had imagined. Her originally chaotic emotions and panicked thoughts quickly calmed down, and her mind gradually became one. Instead, she focused more on the plan. It was as if everything that was about to happen to her was about to happen to someone else. As she focused, she suddenly felt that she had entered a mysterious realm. Her ears and eyes became sharp. She stepped into a mysterious realm that she had never experienced before. It was as if she understood a lot in an instant. Her brain expanded infinitely. It was as if she didn't gain anything. She was just in a trance. This, in terms of materials, are you planning to use adamantine, mithril, and copper to make it? Drunken Cat couldn't help but blurt out. She couldn't say it for a moment, but she felt that something was wrong. What's the problem? Yu Yang turned around and looked at the drunken cat Big Sis inquisitively. I was thinking that if a warrior wants to contract a beast that is above heaven rank, then he should use a gold beast bracelet. If it's a beast that is below heaven rank, then he should use a mithril beast bracelet. If it's a puppet beast that can't be leveled up, or a special beast that doesn't have any combat power and is purely for living purposes, then he should use a copper beast bracelet. Oh. Drunken Cat felt that it was reasonable. This was the idea of Yu Yang, Yu Yu, Wu Hen, Wu Xia, Fallen Flowers, and Xianxia. There shouldn't be any problem. However, she felt that something was missing. She couldn't say it. Yu Yang was even more puzzled. What was Drunken Cat trying to say, although she had participated in the research of the runic circle? To be honest, she was a layman in this field. At the very least, she was far behind Yu Yu and the rest. However, no matter what kind of inspiration anyone had, Yu Yang wanted to listen to it. Sometimes, a flash of inspiration was much better than years or decades of hard work. Yu Yang would never deny that a layman would not be able to shine in a field that he was not good at. Take Bao Er for example, the big lowly of the Golden Elves. Normally, she did not know how to do things at all. No matter what she did, she would only do bad things. However, if she really wanted to do something really important and did it without knowing anything, Yu Yang dared to say that she would definitely be 100 times better than someone who knew how to do it. Luck, misfortune, inspiration, comprehension, these things could not be controlled by people, nor could they be obtained by hard work. I think it seems like, how should I say it, I don't know how to say it, you can sense it. If it was under normal circumstances, Drunken Cat would definitely not agree to let Yu Yang sense her heart. After cultivating together under the world tree and envisioning the godly state together, all the girls had obtained the same skill. That was to interweave the form of spiritual energy into a ribbon. Everyone was different, and the power was also different, but the function was the same. They could easily use it to communicate with their hearts. After discussion, Yu Yu and Sickly Beauty and the rest even gave this skill a name, Heart Connecting Knot. No matter who it was, they could use the heart connecting knot to connect with each other and exchange thoughts and information with their spiritual energy. Usually, everyone was more used to using words to communicate. After all, they still wanted to keep the little secret in their hearts. Now that she encountered a special feeling that she seemed to understand in her heart but couldn't say it verbally, Drunken Cat had to choose to use this heart connecting knot to solve it, and let Yu Yang sense her heart. Of course, if she hadn't made up her mind to agree to cooperate with his research and be his first experimental subject, she would not have done this. Bursts of light flashed. Different from Shui Wuxia's spiritual ribbon, which was a variation of ancient runes, Drunken Cat's own heart connecting knot also had its own uniqueness. The spiritual energy ribbon was not as obvious as the others, but the starlight on it was more dazzling, constantly blooming outwards. This kind of expansion was different from the flowery blooming of fallen flowers. It was a kind of spear light, or a kind of upstanding chi, that was erupting. Drunken Cat often felt the brilliance on it, and used it to comprehend martial arts. Silently, the ribbon wrapped around Yu Yang's finger. And she instantly felt that a rude and impetuous fellow had barged into her heart. All her secrets seemed to have been seen by him in an instant. That feeling was more uncomfortable and awkward than standing in front of him naked. Drunken Cat suppressed her embarrassment and kept using the heart connecting knot to tie his finger tightly. Her heart was pounding like a deer, and it was hard to suppress it, causing it to jump faster. Fortunately, Yu Yang did not rummage through her heart like a robber. Instead, he wholeheartedly sensed the wondrous understanding in her heart that she couldn't say out loud. Yu Yang's face was shining. He, who had inherited knowledge and had the guidance of countless predecessors of the world tree, had an ability to grasp any kind of inspiration and understanding that ordinary people couldn't. In less than a second, he completely resonated with Drunken Cat's understanding. Moreover, he sensed it more than she did, and more accurately. After an unknown period of time, Yu Yang slowly opened his eyes. The Drunken Cat Big Sis saw that there was a kind of divine light flickering in his eyes, as if there was an indescribable light of wisdom shining from the bottom of his heart, through the window of his soul, through his eyes. I understand, you thought very well. Yu Yang happily hugged Drunken Cat's fragrant shoulder, and laughed out loud in ecstasy. It took him a long time to calm down. Wu Xia had said before that she seemed to have missed something, and said that she would go back and think about it. I didn't expect that you would find it so quickly. Previously, we thought about heaven-ranked beasts and the non-heaven-ranked beasts below it. However, we forgot an extremely important thing, and that is beasts with potential. Actually, we also thought about it at the beginning of our plan, but we were too busy and anxious, and neglected it. Actually, beast bracelets don't necessarily have to be used by non-grimoire contractors, even grimoire contractors can use it. Especially for some children who are weak in self-protection, if there is a newborn beast with potential to grow up together with them, or a strong mature beast to protect them, then the safety of their lives and the process of growing up will be much more secure than those who don't. Our Tong Tian Tower is not big, and the Soaring Dragon continent is even smaller. The number of talents is decreasing with each generation. If this continues, we won't be able to compete in the heaven realm at all. Now that we have this, I believe it will improve a lot. Cat, this idea of yours is the greatest contribution to the growth of future talents. No, did I really think that way? Drunken Cat rubbed her hands, looking very embarrassed that he actually praised her. That's a kind of inspiration in your mind. You did think that way, but you couldn't say it out loud. Yu Yang laughed and shook her shoulders. You don't like to talk, that's why you're like this. No, I'm usually very talkative. Drunken Cat hurriedly explained. She heard that her voice was even smaller than an ant's, and she was surprised at how gentle she was. Wait, I don't seem like this kind of person, right? What was going on? Could it be that she could no longer be angry in front of him? Wasn't this change a little too big? When she realized that the knot in her heart was still tied to his finger, she was even more embarrassed. She quickly retracted her gaze and looked at him worriedly, afraid that he would laugh at her fake gentleness. Who knew that not only did Yu Yang not laugh at her, he even praised her vigorously. Cat, this is the right way. You have to open your heart and communicate with everyone. If I'm not free, you can talk to Wu Hen, Sister Yu, and Xianxia. Everyone is very concerned about you. Drunken Cat only now realized that he was still calling her Cat. She felt very embarrassed. I don't call you Cat, don't call me that. It's okay. When there's no one around, I'll call you Cat. This is just for the two of us. Yu Yang bent down and kissed her on the cheek, causing Drunken Cat to freeze on the spot as if she was struck by lightning. She was actually kissed by this brat, furthermore, it was on the lips. This was her first kiss, it was too fast. She didn't feel anything at all before the kiss ended. She wasn't prepared at all. She lost her first kiss too quickly, didn't she? Yu Yang had already turned around, completely unaware of the fact that he had snatched a beauty's first kiss. Drunken Cat, who had been standing there for a long time, was trying hard to recall the feeling just now. There were many times when she wanted to stick out her tongue to lick her lips to feel if there was still his scent, but she was afraid that he would turn around and see it. Her heart was thumping wildly. Come on. Yu Yang turned around and pressed his hand on Drunken Cat's fragrant shoulder. So fast? Drunken Cat was jolted awake from the memory of her first kiss. She had just lost her first kiss and now they were going to start dual cultivation? Was it going to be the legendary pushdown? She wasn't ready yet. What should she do? What should she do? Next, would he take off her pajamas and press his body on hers? How should she cooperate? If he kissed her again, what should she do? Would she bite him too hard when she kissed him back, if it was said that she was having a mental battle just now, deciding whether she should cooperate or not? But now, she was having a mental battle, thinking about how to cooperate. If it wasn't done well. If Wuhan and the others knew about it, then she would be even more embarrassed. Just as Drunken Cat was about to muster her courage, take off her pajamas and close her eyes to cooperate with Yu Yang's dual cultivation, she suddenly realized that Yu Yang had draped a coat over her body. Then, he took out the three-realm compass. We have to hurry. I suddenly have a wonderful idea. If we go one step further and make the War Beast bracelet, which has the most potential and value, use sun, moon and star gems to make it. Even if it's level 1, we can use flame drop, dream ice, lightning flower, thunder and other rare ores in heaven realm to make it. Finally, we can use gold, mithril and copper. If that's the case, then the best will always be in our hands, and those with ulterior motives will not be able to copy it even if they want to. Not to mention that they can't make the runic circle, even if it's the materials, we have to eliminate them at the root and not give those guys a chance to destroy it. It turned out that they were going to Heaven Realm to buy rare ores. Fortunately, they didn't push down immediately. Drunken Cat heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. With a bit of relief and a bit of lingering fear, she lightly patted the super hot Gao Tu's chest. When they arrived at Black Wind City in Heaven Realm, Drunken Cat discovered that he didn't go directly to the City Lord's mansion, nor did he go to the new Emerald Castle. Instead, he took her to a place called Black Flame Canyon. After flying for a long time, they still hadn't reached their destination. Drunken Cat, who was in a world of two people, became more and more relaxed. At first, she flew side by side with him, then she let him hold her small hand, and then she laid on his back with a little coquettishly, letting him carry her and soar in the sky of Heaven Realm. Although her breasts and lower abdomen were pressed against his firm back, producing an indescribably wonderful feeling, she didn't feel embarrassed at all, only a little shy. As she wiped his sweat, she found herself talking to him in a voice that had never been so gentle before. Are you tired? Why don't we rest for a while? You're lighter than a cat. Yu Yang replied. I'm not a cat. Drunken Cat realized that she could actually act coquettishly. As soon as these words came out, she secretly broke out in a cold sweat. This is bad. If I stay with this brat for too long, I don't even know what kind of person I will become. She quickly used a more serious tone to explain, actually, I can also fly, just a bit slower. It's fine, you sleep for a while. I'll call you when we arrive at our destination. Last time, I heard that there was a flame drop mine in Black Flame Canyon, but I didn't have the time to confirm it. I have dream ice, lightning flower, and thunder mine. If I can find the flame drop mine, then there's hope for the War Beast bracelet to appear. Yu Yang lifted Drunken Cat up a bit, and patted her fragrant buttocks as if he was carrying Princess Sisai on his back. With this slap, the Drunken Cat Big Sis, who was originally weak all over, became even more limp. Although she knew that he didn't do it on purpose, that kind of feeling was still too sad. Faintly, her heart seemed to be looking forward to the lovers' dual cultivation. It was really strange, just 2 hours ago, she was still thinking of rejecting it with all her might, but now. She didn't know what would happen if she really did it. The more Drunken Cat imagined it, the hotter her body became. She weakly laid on his back, quietly inhaling his warm and masculine male scent. Unknowingly, she had already fallen asleep. Because she was in a deep dream, the corner of her lips, once again, floated into a comfortable and sweet smile. A faint smile, but brimming with happiness. Black Flame Canyon. Yu Yang had carefully investigated that place a long time ago because of his admiration for the Flame Drop Oregon. According to the information, it was a canyon that burned in raging flames for its entire life. Moreover, the flames there were much fiercer than other places, and the color was mostly black from afar, which was why it was named Black Flame Canyon. There were a few mercenaries who were not afraid of fire and death who would occasionally take the risk to enter Black Flame Canyon. If they did not unfortunately die, then they would usually be able to dig up some good quality pure gold, or firestone, which was rare in the outside world and could only be found in volcanic craters. Of course, some mercenaries could also dig up flame drop ore in Black Flame Canyon. Flame drop ore, after being refined, would become flame drop gold. The latter was a type of extremely hot liquid metal. It could be combined with other minerals to create various famous weapons and treasures in the Heaven Realm. It was a very precious mineral. The high-quality flame drop gold, after being refined many times, would become a flame drop crystal gold, which was an extremely hard and completely immune to the corrosion of the fire element at room temperature. If this flame drop crystal gold was put up for auction, even if it was the size of a finger, it could be sold for a high price of more than 10 million. It was one of the 100 items that the heaven realm always bought from the lower realm. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. When Yu Yang carried Drunken Cat and flew about 50 kilometers away from Black Flame Canyon, he, with his extremely sharp senses, heard an intense battle. Someone was fighting outside Black Flame Canyon. Could it be that they were also here for the flame drop ore? If that was the case, then Yu Yang would not be surprised at all. Someone is fighting? It seems like they are getting closer. Drunken Cat also woke up from her sleep and immediately got off from Yu Yang's back. After a slight adjustment, she regained her usual calmness. She clenched her fists and continuously increased her strength, preparing to face the sudden attack of the enemy. Hold your breath and observe the situation. Yu Yang waved his hand, indicating that she did not need to be nervous. Okay. Drunken Cat looked at Yu Yang, and her tense nerves slowly relaxed. With him here, she just needed to listen to him. Even if there were any changes, he would be able to deal with everything. Rumble. At some point in time, the sky had been dyed a dazzling blood red. Countless heavenly fire meteors poured down like raindrops, densely crashing into an area of about 30 kilometers in radius. Even though the range of the attack was still a distance away from Yu Yang and Drunken Cat, the tremor caused by the attack and the subsequent shockwave still made them frown. Although he wasn't able to see it with his own eyes, Yu Yang estimated that the attacker was at least at heaven rank level 4. If it was just the strength of a heaven ranked level 4, then it was fine. This place was too close to the Black Flame Canyon. Although the fire element seemed quiet on the surface, it was actually very active. Once it was disturbed, it would erupt with a frightening might. The power of those heavenly fire meteors smashing down was not inferior to a heaven-ranked level 5 expert's attack. The heatwave was monstrous. If the fire element was already so powerful in the outskirts of the Black Flame Canyon, what would happen inside the Black Flame Canyon? The outskirts of the Black Flame Canyon might not be comparable to Supreme Laihua's Sea of Fire world, but in the Black Flame Canyon, the fire element inside would probably surpass it. The Sea of Fire could be balanced by the Hourglass world's water. Where would he find so much water to reduce it here? If he didn't bring Drunken Cat along and was alone, it would naturally not be a problem. However, since he was already here, it would be a pity if he didn't let her take the opportunity to temper herself. Right now, he didn't know if he was friend or foe, so he should just wait and see. Shoo. Yu Yang made a hand gesture to hide. Understood. Drunken Cat changed from her usual self and completely listened to Yu Yang's arrangements. She held her breath and quietly hid beside Yu Yang. After the heavenly fire meteor smashed onto the ground, a few shadows escaped from the raging flames. Two of them were old friends that Yu Yang knew. One was Skeleton Man Rachel, the leader of the Black Skeleton Bandits in the Southern Heaven Realm. The other was the vampire who had a falling out with Lima under the Redemption City and was scared away by Lima's trick. Yu Yang didn't know the name of this vampire, but this vampire's strength wasn't bad. He had the strength of Heaven Stage Level 3 and was only a little weaker than Skeleton Man Rachel. However, no matter if it was Skeleton Man Rachel or vampire, they were both in a sorry state. Skeleton Man Rachel and vampire each brought along 2 heaven-rank subordinates, fleeing from afar while feeling battered. Yu Yang could see that if it wasn't for the 2 of them protecting them, the heavenly fire meteors just now would have been enough to kill Skeleton Man Rachel and vampire subordinates. The 2 of them cherished the fact that their subordinates were heaven stage and would rather be in a sorry state to protect their lives. That was how they managed to escape from the meteor shower alive. The enemies who released the meteor shower did not chase after them. Instead, they retreated. They returned to the Black Flame Canyon on their own. Due to the distance, Yu Yang couldn't see what it was even with his Heaven Eye's divine vision. He only saw that when it came and went, it brought along a 100-meter-tall black flame that soared into the sky. Could it be the demon beast boss that guarded the Black Flame Canyon? However, he had never heard of any demon beast appearing in the Black Flame Canyon before. The main reason why the mercenaries who went there died was because there was a kind of explosive flame eruption in the Black Flame Canyon. No matter if it was a fire attribute race or a beast, once they were sprayed by this explosive flame, they would immediately turn into smoke. This was the main reason why the Heaven Realm mercenaries didn't dare to go to the Black Flame Canyon. As for the demon beast occupying it, no one had ever heard of it before. Damn it, Blood Fong, because of your wrong information, the Black Skeleton group that I had painstakingly managed for many years is finished, completely finished. Skeleton Man Rachel no longer had the pretentious look that Yu Yang had seen before. Instead, he angrily roared at his companions. I admit that I am responsible for the wrong information, but you should also know that I didn't want this to happen. Your Black Skeleton group is finished, but didn't my Bat group also die? If I didn't use my treasure to protect them just now, how could your two subordinates still be alive? Rachel, I did get the wrong information, but it wasn't my original intention. It's not that I don't want to make up for it. Look at how I used my most precious guardian of light, you can see how much I have sacrificed for our cooperation. That vampire called Blood Fong immediately frowned when he talked about the battle. It was obvious that he was very pained to use that guardian of light. Leader, what should we do now? One of Rachel's subordinates saw that the two bosses were almost done arguing, so he came up to ask. No matter what, it has nothing to do with you. With your strength, it's impossible for you to go back to the Black Flame Canyon. How about this, we'll stay and think of a way. The four of you immediately returned to Silver Leaf City to rest and wait for our return. Pay attention, don't cause trouble for me, especially don't provoke the new Emerald Lord and the 3 clans of Soaring Dragon, Sky Demon, and Sky Reaching Clan. Those experts from the Western Heaven Realm, even the Lionheart King has to curry favor with them. Rachel sternly warned. Subordinate understands. Even without Rachel's reminder, the 4 of them wouldn't dare to become enemies with the new forces of the Emerald Territory. One had to know that not everyone had the strength to provoke a cross-border war, and it was obvious that the experts of the 3 clans of Soaring Dragon from the Western Heaven Realm had won both openly and secretly, becoming a force with absolute power in the Emerald Territory. After waiting for his 4 subordinates to leave, Rachel angrily slashed a 100-meter-long crack in the ground with his blade. Damned Lord of the Black Flame, this bastard has been hiding underground like a rat for thousands of years. To think that he has quietly accumulated such a powerful strength. If we hadn't joined hands to explore, we would have been deceived by the tranquility of the Black Flame Canyon. It turns out that he has always been hiding in the Black Flame Canyon to absorb fire energy. Fortunately, we discovered it early. Otherwise, when he succeeds and comes out, the group of enemies we used to fight with will all die without a burial place. Vampire waved his hand, indicating for Rachel to calm down. Rachel, it's still in time. We have already found traces of the Black Flame Lord. If we wait for him to absorb all the fire energy from the flame-dropping stones, that would be really bad. Rachel's skull made a thinking gesture. Blood Fong, the problem is, with just the 2 of us, even if we know that the Black Flame Lord is at the critical moment of advancing to Heaven Rank Level 6, we are still powerless to stop him. Now that there is no one to help us, the 2 of us are powerless. We can only watch helplessly as the Black Flame Lord absorbs fire energy to advance. It's really maddening. No matter what, we can't let him advance. Vampire Blood Fong put on a pair of sharp silver claws and waved his hand. Even if there is no one to help, we have to harass him to the end. The Black Flame Lord is at the critical moment of advancing and is most likely to be destroyed. If it was any other time, we would have no choice but to escape. If only the clown was here. Rachel sighed. With him here, I'm even more worried. It's hard to guarantee that the clown won't use us as cannon fodder and reap the benefits in the end. Vampire immediately sneered. Although there is that kind of danger, his brain is still more useful. He can think of a way and has a higher chance of success. With just the 2 of us, I really don't have any confidence. Skeleton Man Rachel sighed. When Drunken Cat heard this, she stretched out her hand to touch Yu Yang, as if asking Yu Yang why he didn't go out and cooperate with the other party. Yu Yang shook his head. A mysterious smile appeared on his face. If they went out to help now, even if they won, the spoils of war would still be given to Rachel and Blood Fong. He had enough strength and was hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Why did he have to cooperate with Skeleton Man Rachel and Blood Fong? Moreover, these two fellows were not good people. If he cooperated with them, it would be hard to guarantee that they wouldn't do something behind the scenes. It would be fine if the Black Flame Lord was an extremely strong enemy. But from Rachel and Bloodfang's tone, it was just a lord that was hiding to absorb fire energy. Not to mention heaven ranked level 5, even if it reached heaven ranked level 6, Yu Yang wouldn't care about it. Since Lord Lihua was so powerful, he had already killed him. What difference would there be with the Black Flame Lord? This guy was at most an elite monster, not even a boss. The only thing that was worthy of Yu Yang's caution was the dangerous terrain of the Black Flame Canyon. Sometimes, the harsh terrain was more terrifying than the enemy, because it was something that could not be completely grasped without knowing its true depth. Let's do this. Yu Yang made it. They fight on both sides, we'll pick up the middle, gesture towards Drunken Cat. If this shameless plan was in normal times, Drunken Cat would definitely despise it. But now, her sense of justice would not overflow to the southern heaven realm. In her heart, although she didn't view her opponents as strange like Yu Yang, she also felt that everyone here was an enemy, and nothing she did would go overboard. Black Flame Canyon. The temperature was high, and the flames soared to the sky. This barren land was a forbidden area for other creatures, but for Drunken Cat, who was wearing the energy absorption bracelet, it was not a big deal. Not to mention her own realm and control of the elements, not to mention Yu Yang's care, and even putting aside the energy absorption bracelet, which was a treasure known as an elemental disaster, just the protection of the fire ring of the contracted war beast, Golden Flame Lion King Simba, allowed her to walk freely in the burning land of Black Flame Canyon. The little panda girl Nyonya did not follow. But Simba's family came. The Golden Flame Lion King Simba, who had already risen to the 3rd level of Heaven stage, already had the strength to hold his own. If it wasn't for Yu Yang's extreme caution and insistence on advancing step by step when exploring, Drunken Cat could have advanced quickly under the protection of Simba and the lioness. Yu Yang's caution was not without reason. In a place like the Heaven Realm, being careless was equivalent to courting death. In the Heaven Realm, abnormal life forms and terrifying environments were everywhere. If a warrior was not careful, they would fail miserably. As a man who often used all kinds of favorable conditions to attack his enemies, how could he suffer such a clear loss? What's more, Skeleton Man Rachel and Vampire Blood Fang had even led a team to charge in, causing them to be completely annihilated and come out with their faces covered in dirt. If they still did not wake up after this, they would not even be called an idiot, but a retard. Shoo, pay attention. Yu Yang felt a little regretful. He had left in a hurry and forgot to bring Hui Tai Lang or the chaotic spirit. If Hui Tai Lang was here, it would be best to send it to scout ahead in this kind of terrain. Simba. Drunken Cat felt that she had to make a contribution, so she gestured for Simba to scout ahead. As a smart war beast, at this moment, it naturally had to actively perform to please its master. Simba brought his wife and lurked in front. It was like hunting a wild beast. Hidden in the flames, the two of them kept approaching the 3 people who were fighting in the distance. Skeleton Man Rachel and Vampire Blood Fang were attacking the flaming giant from afar with their claws and saber lights. With every breath, the black flames on the giant's body would rise to a height of 100 meters. His strength was enough to overwhelm Rachel and Xianxia. But he didn't seem to want to fight with Rachel and Blood Fang. His face was full of impatience. Rachel, you skeleton, I've already let you go. Why are you still bothering me? Scram for this lord. You might still remember the little friction in the past, but this lord doesn't care at all. Unlike a pitiful worm like you, this lord's ambition lies in the heavenly realm. Scram immediately. This lord can no longer be bothered to investigate the dirty deeds of your bone clan. As for Xianxia, you loathsome vampire, I have no grudges with your vampire clan. Get lost, or I won't hold back. Do you think that with your heaven rank 3 strength, I would have instantly killed you if I hadn't been lenient? You make it sound nice. Who doesn't know that you're a vindictive person? Rachel sneered. With the strength of heaven rank level 5, you can indeed instantly kill me, who is only heaven rank level 3. But 90% of your fire energy is used to refine the black flame soul crystal. You're just an empty shell now. You can't even protect yourself, and you still want to threaten me? Although Vampire Blood Fang didn't want to admit defeat, he still stayed far away from the giant. He didn't dare to get close and only maintained his harassment. Do you think that you can stop me from reaching heaven rank level 6 by doing this? The giant laughed wildly, as if he had something to rely on. We want to try. Skeleton Man Rachel waved his blade and attacked like a tide. But he was careful not to get within 100 meters of the enemy. Because he had already discovered that there were dozens of caves of different sizes within 100 meters of the enemy. Drunken Cat couldn't see clearly because she was too far away. She touched Yu Yang with a questioning look. Yu Yang used his Heaven Eyes divine vision to investigate to the best of his ability. When the truth entered his heart, he couldn't help but tremble and blurted out, "It's actually the Earth Guaying Fire." Drunken Cat felt that it was a little familiar, as if she had heard of the name Earth Guaying Fire before. For a moment. But she couldn't remember. Yu Yang knew that other than this place, there was another place that had the Earth Guaying Fire. That was the God's Ruins. According to Xianxia's sister's inheritance of knowledge, Yu Yang knew that there was a sea of fire in the God's Ruins. It was all formed by the Earth Guaying Fire. This kind of Earth Guaying Fire was very strange. It was usually still. It looked like a lake. If there was no external force to break it, it could stay quietly for thousands of years. This kind of strange burning was also called silent burning by the ancient warriors. The advantage of the silent burning of the Earth Guaying Fire was that if someone could do it without disturbing it, then they could always cultivate in it. Not only would they not be burned to death by the fire, but they could also achieve the effect of body tempering. Of course, this was very difficult. Even in the ancient times, there were very few people who used the Earth Guaying Fire to cultivate. Most of them used it to forge divine weapons. Forging divine weapons was relatively simple. As long as the divine weapon that needed to be quenched was thrown into the Earth Guaying Fire, it would undergo a tempering process, and carefully take it out without disturbing its eruption. Of course, it looked easy, but it was actually very difficult. Because once the silent burning of the Earth Guaying Fire was disturbed, once the tranquility was broken, it would erupt with a temperature that was tens of thousands of times higher and erupt crazily. That kind of eruption was enough to destroy all unformed divine weapons. What? Drunken Cat was immediately scared out of her wits after being reminded by Yu Yang. At the moment, it is still quiet and has not been disturbed. Otherwise, forget about Heaven Stage Level 5, even Heaven Stage Level 6 or 7 would not be able to withstand it. That Black Flame Lord is still waiting. Maybe it is not the time for the eruption, or maybe it needs some conditions to break it. However, I can be sure that this ground is still far from the earth. Guaying fire that is buried deep underground. Otherwise, it would not have scattered into those big and small caves. Yu Yang made a bold judgment. What should we do now? Drunken Cat asked. Of course we should find a bigger cave and follow the eruption passage to take a look. Yu Yang answered with certainty. You lunatic. Drunken Cat was so scared that she broke out in cold sweat. She really couldn't understand what kind of person this brat was. If she were to say that he was afraid of death? He was cautious enough. No matter what he did, he would think twice before doing it. If she were to say that he was reckless, he was also bold enough. Even though he knew that those were the caves where the Earth Guaying Fire was erupting, he still wanted to take a look. If the fight outside caused the eruption, it would be strange if he, who was halfway through, did not become a roasted pig. Yu Yang did not ask for her opinion. Usually, he was very democratic. No matter what he did, he was willing to let Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai consult and give their opinions. Even if he got their support, he would often ask Fourth Mother or some elders to humbly ask for advice. He always hoped that he could use everyone's wisdom to do his best. However, when it came to some very important decisions, he was a dictator. Once he made a decision, he would definitely not be questioned. No matter what kind of plan it was, once he made a decision, everyone had to fully cooperate with him. Drunken Cat was already used to Yu Yang's contradictory personality and actions. Every time he made an important decision, she would definitely support him to the end. This was what she learned from Shui Wuxia. Among the girls, Shui Wuxia was the first to stand up and support him. At the same time, she was also the one who fully cooperated with Yu Yang's decisions. Even Princess Sisai could not compare to her in this aspect. Simba and the lioness stayed behind. Their purpose was to stall for time in case the Lord of Black Flame defeated Rachel and Blood Fong. If Yu Yang and Drunken Cat had not come out yet. Yu Yang originally only guessed that there was a flame drop mineral vein in the Black Flame Canyon. He did not expect that there would be such a surprise like the Earth Guaying fire. Even if he could not get it, he wanted to see it with his own eyes so that he could use it as a reference when exploring the gods' ruins in the future. Maintain the emptiness, the mind is one. Yu Yang imitated Jizun's hand gesture and drew the runic circle to break the void. In an instant, Drunken Cat, who was tightly lying on his back with the heart-connecting knot, felt that she and Yu Yang were teleported to the largest cave not far from the feet of the Lord of Black Flame. This kind of deceptive teleportation and the double pressure of breaking into the cave where the Earth Guaying fire was erupting made Drunken Cat's body tremble slightly. Nervous. Fortunately, Yu Yang quickly brought her down the tunnel. The Lord of Black Flame above her head did not know anything. He was still angrily throwing fire spears to drive away Rachel and Blood Fong, who refused to let go. They slid down at least 2 kilometers. Drunken Cat felt that this tunnel was so long that it made her heart tremble. If the Earth Guaying fire erupted, then both of their lives would be in danger. That was definitely not something that the energy absorption bracelet could resist. This feeling was even more torturous than stepping on a volcano that was about to erupt. If it wasn't for Yu Yang's decision, and if it was someone else, she wouldn't have entered this passageway where the Earth Guaying fire was erupting even if you beat her to death. That was simply courting death. The slightly curved tunnel slid down another 1 kilometer. Suddenly, they were in the air. Drunken Cat found that she was already in a spacious space. The space was at least 2 to 3 kilometers in all directions. Looking down, the height was about 300 to 400 meters. The first thing that came into her eyes was an incomparably quiet black flame. It was not big, and was in an irregular circle. Its diameter was less than 50 meters. However, it made her hair stand on end. If he fell into this tranquil black flame, he would definitely explode into nothingness. The energy contained in the silently burning black flame would definitely be able to destroy the entire Black Flame Canyon if it completely exploded. Fortunately, it was very calm. No matter how the magma around it boiled and rolled, the black flames did not move at all. Are you going to get some back? Drunken Cat did not need to guess to know what Yu Yang was going to do next. This guy would never enter a treasure mountain empty-handed. If she did not get some Earth Guaying fire back, she believed that he would not give up. However, if she disturbed its tranquility and caused it to erupt, wouldn't it be? Drunken Cat naturally accepted her fate to follow him. If she died, she would die. Anyway, the only thing she needed to do now was to support him. That's for sure. However, our real harvest is not only the Earth Guaying fire. Yu Yang's voice was suppressed with excitement. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, "We're rich." Cat, look at the top of your head. The top of my head? Drunken Cat looked up and found that the dome of the whole space was less than 10 meters away from her. It was densely covered with a kind of black or with purple and blue light stripes. Some of them were in the shape of stalactites, long and hanging down. The whole stalk had turned deep purple and blue. Was this the flame drop ore? A drop of flame crystal gold the size of a finger could be auctioned for tens of millions. There were so many flame drop ore here. How many drops of flame crystal gold could be refined? Drunken Cat also felt like she had fallen into a gold mine. No, it was 10,000 times better than a gold mine. It seemed that she was really going to be rich this time. She immediately suppressed her excitement and looked at Yu Yang in high spirits. Tell me, how do you want me to cooperate? Although I'm not very good at mining, I think it's not a problem for such an obvious open mine. Yu Yang shook his head and waved his hand, signaling Drunken Cat to suppress her excitement. He pointed in a direction. Look, the flame drop ore is nothing. That fire god soul refining grass is our biggest harvest this time. After being refined by the Earth Guaying fire for thousands of years, this divine herb, which is said to be the reincarnation of the souls of gods after their death, has reached its mature stage. If we have it, it's no less than getting a divine weapon. It's really unexpected that there is such a divine treasure in the Black Flame Canyon. No wonder the Black Flame Lord would rather let people fight his way in than to chase us out of the canyon. It turns out that he has been guarding this fire god's soul refining grass. Drunken Cat's beautiful big eyes widened. Divine treasure? What did divine grade mean, especially consumable medicine or herbs? If it could be rated as divine grade, it was simply an unimaginable treasure. You take care of it. Don't let anyone disturb me within half an hour. Also, be careful not to let anyone use energy to attack the Earth Guaying fire. Otherwise, if it breaks the silence and erupts, the entire space will become hell. Yu Yang looked at Drunken Cat seriously. Don't worry, I won't let anyone cross the boundary even if I die. Drunken Cat felt that her blood was boiling. She didn't know how long Rachel and Xianxia could keep the Black Flame Lord occupied, but she estimated that no matter how hard they fought, it wouldn't be more than half an hour. If Simba couldn't hold it back outside, the Black Flame Lord would most likely rush back immediately. Yu Yang needed to focus on separating and obtaining the fire god's soul refining grass. Moreover, there was still the Earth Guaying fire on the ground that would explode once the energy balance was broken. She had to subdue the enemy first, or else the consequences would be unimaginable. Drunken Cat forcefully suppressed her intense heartbeat, clenched her fists tightly, and took a deep breath. She tried her best to calm down her trembling body. She couldn't be nervous. She had to use 100% of her fighting power to protect him. Before he successfully obtained the fire god's soul refining grass, no matter who it was, they were not allowed to pass. Slowly, she took out the gold-ringed dragon-slaying spear that Yu Yang gave her, closed her eyes, and held her breath, sensing any unusual movements in her surroundings. Time passed by minute. In Drunken Cat's heart, every second was as unbearable as a year. Half an hour of protection was too long. Rachel and Xianxia couldn't possibly keep the Black Flame Lord occupied for that long. With the Black Flame Lord's attention on the fire god's soul refining grass, he couldn't possibly chase after them and would definitely return as soon as possible. At that time, when he realized that Yu Yang was fighting for the treasure, there would be a fight to the death. Furthermore, when he was in despair, the Black Flame Lord might even attack the Earth Guaying fire, causing a huge explosion and perishing together with her. If only she was a little stronger. If only she had the strength of an innate elder. Come on, you can do it. Drunken Cat bit her lips lightly to encourage herself. She didn't dare to use too much strength, fearing that she would become nervous. He slowed down his breathing and made it as long as possible. Every bit of his mind was spread throughout the surroundings. One to defend the four directions. Papa. A few pieces of rubble fell to the ground because of the rising flames. Drunken Cat was so scared that her heart almost exploded. Fortunately, they did not fall into the range of the Earth Guaying fire. She hurriedly continued to maintain the state of single-mindedness that she had achieved with great difficulty, but she was unable to suppress her thoughts in an instant. Ancestors of the 100 Flowers sect, please bless me that I can safely pass this treasure hunt. If I can successfully pass this time, I will definitely let go of all my worries and dual cultivate with him. I will definitely work hard to increase my strength as my #1 responsibility. Rumble, 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 rumble. Far away on the ground, a tremor like an undercurrent was transmitted through the sound waves. The Drunken Cat hurriedly calmed herself down and used her spear to pierce the stones that were falling from the sky, causing them to explode into powder. She then rotated the air around her, forming a hot cyclone that kept spinning around her, preventing the Earth Guaying fire from being disturbed in the slightest. In the face of difficulties and adversity, if one didn't have enough strength, it would be like flipping over the bridge of death. It was all about the heartbeat. The Drunken Cat was drenched in sweat. She had only used one skill, but she was already as tired as if she had been fighting with the enemy for 3 days and 3 nights. Relax, don't be nervous. Yu Yang's thoughts were transmitted into her mind. The Drunken Cat knew that he was reminding her. Her tensed heart was relieved, and her mind returned to its original state of single-mindedness. She was fully immersed in sensing the space, and gradually, she entered the ESP state that she had longed for but had never entered before. This state had once appeared under the world tree when she reached the God Glimpse realm with Yu Yang's mind. However, she had never reached this state with her own understanding. She didn't expect that she would successfully step into this state at this critical moment. Huff. Huff, as she breathed in and out, the drunken cat Big Sis could clearly feel that she was ascending. Her realm was rising. The energy that she had accumulated during cultivation was constantly being converted during this ascension. Some of it flowed out of her body, and some of it integrated into her mind. There was also some elemental energy that was converted by the energy-absorbing bracelet to the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear, allowing it to benefit from it. If she didn't need to protect Yu Yang, she was willing to immerse herself in the ascension of her realm for 10 days and 9 nights. There was a slight movement. A cave appeared above her head. An enemy had entered. The enemy did not rush in immediately. Instead, he kept probing, as if he was playing hide and seek with someone. Sometimes, he would retreat to the outside to observe. Was it the Black Flame Lord? Could it be that he had defeated Rachel and Blood Fong? Because of this thought, she could no longer maintain the state of single-mindedness. The drunken cat realized that her energy was slightly shaken because of the change in her state of mind. Roar. Even without using her eyes, the drunken cat could see the Black Flame Lord, who had sensed the movement of the energy ripples below. He was madly pouncing down. She had to stop him in the cave. Not even a minute had passed. If she let him in, Yu Yang, who was focused on gathering herbs, would be in danger. If the Black Flame Lord threw his energy into the earth-going fire, then both she and Yu Yang would be heavily injured. Kill. The drunken cat did not have the time to open her eyes. She raised the dragon-slaying spear and used the remaining energy from the new realm that had not completely dissipated. In addition to the energy that she had refined before, she used her will to pierce the enemy with the tip of the spear. There was no defense, and there were no other moves. It was just one spear. Full power, the Black Flame Lord, who was as strong as heaven-ranked level 5, was stunned to realize that there was a spear piercing towards him like a dragon. It was as easy as piercing an egg. It pierced through the energy barrier protecting his body. Under his incredulous gaze, the spear pierced into his heart. The Black Flame Lord was furious. This was simply humiliating. Although he had already refined a pure elemental body, it was still a great humiliation to have a spear pierce through his heart. What made him even more furious was that he did not realize that the enemy had sneaked into his nest. He even fought with Rachel and Blood Fong, the 2 guys who were baiting the enemy. Scram. The Black Flame Lord used his fire hand to hold onto the spear shaft and released a power that could shake mountains, wanting to shake the other party to death. However, to his surprise, that gold-level spear actually exploded with the power of a transcending sage weapon. Firehand actually couldn't hold on to it, and it actually easily pierced through his chest. From front to back, the spear had penetrated his body in one go. Go. The drunken cat did not lose her momentum. Together with her spear, she pierced the Black Flame Lord and flew upwards. The Black Flame Lord's claws tore at the cave wall. In the blink of an eye, he allowed drunken cat to pierce through thousands of meters with her spear. Seeing that he could not resist, the Black Flame Lord exploded with flames that soared into the sky. His fire claws intersected and slashed towards drunken cat's neck, intending to kill her in one move. Despicable human bug, I will kill you. Simba, who was riddled with wounds, appeared behind the Black Flame Lord. Together with his master. A pincer attack. The sharp claws heavily tore the Black Flame Lord's head. So this stinky cat is yours. The Black Flame Lord completely understood why a heaven-ranked level 3 Lion King would sneak an attack on him after Rachel left. So its master was her, the Lord of the Black Flame, whose head had been smashed in half and dark red lava flowed out of his head, completely ignored his injuries and laughed coldly. Do you think that you can kill me like this? Too childish. I have long cultivated into a pure elemental body. Using sharp weapons and brute force to attack is impossible to harm me. The test is over, you can die now. The drunken cat Big Sis unleashed a soaring fist. The Black Flame Lord easily caught it with his fire claws and used his other fire hand to pull out the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear from his chest. He disdainfully stabbed it into the wall at the side. There was a big hole in his chest, and countless amounts of black-red lava flowed out. However, this was not fatal. The Heaven Realm warriors were different from humans. Their hearts were not fatal. Especially when they had cultivated into a pure elemental body. Otherwise, the attack would be ineffective. Human worm, watch me crush your fist. The Black Flame Lord did not care about Simba who was behind him. They were both of the fire attribute. He felt that fighting with Simba was meaningless. Because defeating Simba was not difficult, killing him, who had the same attribute, might not even be possible in a few days. However, the human girl in front of him was different. She looked very weak. With just a light slap, she would be instantly killed. Stupid. The drunken cat's originally tense expression suddenly changed and became relaxed. Do you still remember the feeling of being frozen? What? The Black Flame Lord was stunned at first. Then, he shockingly realized that his arm had started to freeze. When he looked carefully, he suddenly saw that there was an energy-absorbing bracelet on her wrist. It was the elemental calamity bracelet that many Heaven Realm warriors and elemental beasts were terrified of. She actually had such a treasure. Simba bit on the Black Flame Lord's tail and tried his best to drag him out of the cave. The frightened Black Flame Lord had already realized that something was wrong. The place where his chest was pierced was no longer lava, but water vapor. It was caused by the collision between the ice and the heat in his body. Ever since he had become an elemental body, his chest, which had never had any permanent cracks, started to harden and crack open. Without any hesitation, the Black Flame Lord spat out a blazing tongue of fire, forming a fire sickle. His other hand that was not frozen grabbed the sickle and slashed sideways, cutting off half of his body. Using his remaining right leg to kick his body, which was gradually turning cold, towards Simba to block him. At the same time, the Black Flame Lord dodged the second shot from Drunken Cat. He turned into a ball of flames that resembled a shooting star, rushing towards the bottom of the cave. The Drunken Cat was anxious. Yu Yang was still picking the fire god's soul refining grass. If she let him go down, he would definitely find out. Just as she was about to chase after him. Suddenly, the Black Flame Lord was split into two. A ball of black flames came out from the Black Flame Lord's body and charged towards the Earth Guaying fire. However, the Black Flame Lord's body suddenly stopped and used its fire claw to block Drunken Cat's dragon-slaying spear. I do not deny that you came prepared. However, in this kind of terrain, I will never fail. Even if I only have 10% of my fire energy left, even if I don't have 10% left, just the Black Flame Soul Crystal alone is enough to withstand the baptism of the Earth Guaying fire. As for you, human little bug, you will turn into ashes when the Earth Guaying fire erupts. Ha ha ha, goodbye. No. The Drunken Cat screamed in despair. When the ball of black flames collided with the Earth Guaying fire, she was not thinking about herself, but Yu Yang. If it was not for the fact that she was not strong enough to completely freeze the Black Flame Lord, she would not have made such a mistake. She rushed towards the Black Flame Lord's fire claw, even if there was a long wound on her back. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. She did not care at all. Right now, she only had one wish, and that was to stand in front of Yu Yang before the Earth Guaying fire erupts. She could die immediately, but nothing must happen to him. This was not only for the hope of Tong Tian Tower, it was also to protect the love in her heart. Even if it had never said it out, but love definitely existed. She was very sure of it. For the love that she could not say out loud and was never willing to admit, she wanted to stand in front of him. Even if she could not resist, she wanted to die together with him. Speed up, and speed up. The Drunken Cat's tears flowed down her face as she rushed down from the 1,000-meter-tall tunnel. She did not care about the black flames crashing into the Earth Guaying fire. She only opened up her arms wholeheartedly. Even if she died, she wanted to be with him. At the last second, she threw away her worries, shyness, guilt and all other distracting thoughts. She only had a pure wish. To be with him, forever and ever, regardless of whether they turned into ashes or something else, they would never be separated again. My nose. Yu Yang was hit by Drunken Cat, who was rushing towards him with all her might. He was sent flying 100 meters away, breaking 2 stalactites as he crashed into the hard cave wall. His calves twitched as he cried out in pain. He covered his nose and shouted at the stunned Drunken Cat in exasperation, "Cat, what are you doing?" Drunken Cat felt that her brain was a little lacking. She had never thought that she would use her chest to send Yu Yang flying. Sigh, it was fine if she said it was a mistake, But why didn't the Earth Guaying fire explode? Wasn't it the last second of her life just now? What exactly was going on? Not only the drunken cat, even the Lord of Black Flame who had been hiding here for thousands of years was confused. The earthly Guaying fire disappeared like fireworks. It was completely silent. Wasn't there nothing in this world that could break the silence of the earthly Guaying fire? Why did this happen? Most importantly, the Lord of Black Flame raised his head to look at the dome and realized that the fire god's soul-refining grass that he had been waiting for thousands of years for had actually disappeared. He suddenly had the urge to burst into tears and bang his head against the wall. What a bitter life. In the past, he was besieged and crippled. He couldn't even protect his body and could only transform into an elemental body. After much difficulty, he finally found a divine-grade herb that unexpectedly appeared in the world realm. He thought that his luck had finally taken a turn and he was finally the winner in life. He had been counting on it for thousands of years. In the end, during the last month when it was about to ripen, it was stolen by a human couple that popped out of nowhere. Thousands of years of hard work had been destroyed in an instant. The Lord of Black Flame suddenly felt that his heart ached 100 times more than when he had watched the temple master of the central shrine steal his childhood sweetheart and first love. He had spent thousands of years digging out all the flame-dropping ores that were produced in the Black Flame Canyon and laid them around the fire god's soul-refining grass to increase its growth energy. He had also risked his life to trigger the eruption of the earthly Guaying fire at regular intervals to accelerate its ripening. However, during the last month, it was actually stolen from under his nose. If he had intestines, the Lord of Black Flame would definitely be green with regret, just like his first love back then. If he had known that she would be snatched away by that damned hall master, he would have impregnated her earlier and made her the mother of his child. Otherwise, he would have disfigured her and turned her into an ugly monster. At the very least, he would still be able to have her. The Lord of Black Flame was so angry that he was about to explode. However, just as he was about to attack Yu Yang, he suddenly saw this young man stride forward and ask a question that the Lord of Black Flame could not believe. "Are you the owner of this place? How could you leave your post when the herb is ripening? Aren't you being too irresponsible as the owner? Although the soul-stabilizing grass only looks good and is not a treasure, what you did was wrong. If I did not discover it when I came into mine, it would be such a pity if it was destroyed by someone else. We were kind enough to help you pick the herb, yet you attacked us. Don't you feel ashamed at all?" Looking at Yu Yang's criticism, Drunken Cat was stunned. The Black Flame Lord's mouth opened so wide that a Heaven Realm toad could fit inside. Only when Yu Yang finished scolding him and stopped to rest and drink some water did the Black Flame Lord wake up from his daze. Suppressing his excitement, he asked in disbelief, "Are you talking about the soul-stabilizing grass? Soul God Soul Yang thought of the Yang?" Wasn't his foresight a little too lacking? However, this seemed to be a good thing. The Lord of Black Flame's heart, which had already lost all hope, was quickly infused with a heart-trembling warmth. Using force was definitely not an option, because once the battle started, this brat would destroy the fire god's soul-refining grass. Then, even if he cried himself to death, he would not be able to salvage the situation. However, if he could trick this brat back, perhaps he would continue to be a winner in life. Heavens, could this be the legendary fate of never cutting off one's way out? If he really tricked the fire god's soul-refining grass back, he might be able to break through to Heaven Rank Level 6, or even Heaven Rank Level 7, and advance to Heaven Rank Level 8. That was the divine-grade fire god's soul-refining grass. With a heaven-ranked level 8, Skeleton Man Rachel and the other scum could be killed instantly. Even that damned palace master Jiao Tu wouldn't be a match for him. At that time, he would definitely snatch all of Jiao Tu's women back. He would rape all of his women and daughters before killing them, including his first love who didn't even fake a few cries when Jiao Tu snatched her away. She only had a satisfied look on her face. He really regretted not knowing that she was AB*TCH before. Cough cough, thank you very much for picking it in time. Although it's not a very important item, it was planted by my ancestor personally. Seeing it reminds me of him. In order to protect this soul-refining grass, my grandfather, father, and I have been silently guarding it for thousands of years. Because an enemy came knocking on our door, we had no choice but to leave. I didn't think that little brother would come to mine and protect this soul-refining grass for me. I'm really grateful. The Lord of Black Flame held back his excitement, and also forcefully held back the urge to vomit. Saying that the family had been guarding it for generations, how could he, the unfilial son who killed his grandfather, then his father, and finally his brothers and sisters to snatch the position of Lord, endure it? Of course, speaking was almost the same as farting. Even if he smelled the stench, he wouldn't scold him. I knew it. It's placed in such an important position, and it's such an ordinary item. How could it not have a special meaning? Yu Yang's face was filled with pride that he was very smart. Yes, that's right. It has a special meaning. It's something that I cherish, the memory of my ancestor and father. Every time I see it, I can't help but think of my grandfather and father's earnest teachings when I was young. The Lord of Black Flame put on an expression of I was born to be a filial son. The soul-refining grass is useless to me. I can return it to you. Yu Yang was very generous. Cough cough. Drunken Cat almost blurted out that it was impossible. She had never heard of any treasure that could come back out after it entered his hands. However, because of the Lord of Black Flame, she realized that something was wrong. She forcefully held back her words and sighed in her heart. Only Wu Xia could do it. I can't cooperate with him at all. Fortunately, she knew that even without her cooperation, this brat could still trick the other party. Actually, if little brother can return the soul-refining grass, I will definitely repay you generously. After all, there's nothing in this world that can replace familial love. If not for the fact that he had become an elemental body, the Lord of Black Flame would have squeezed out a few tears. Actually, I don't want to repay you for your kindness. My mother taught me to do good deeds since I was young. Do you think that my reputation as the Heaven Realm's #1 obedient child was picked up for nothing? Of course, if you really want to express your gratitude, I can't reject you. After all, it's your kind intentions. Actually, I don't really want anything. For example, I don't want any of these black flame ores. Kitty and I are not greedy people. Don't even mention all of them. Even if you insist on giving me half of these black flame ores, I won't agree. That's really too much, I'm sorry. Yu Yang acted like a greedy and prideful novice. I agree. What's more important than familial love? Beep, cough. Although these black flame ores are good, they can't compare to familial love that supports my beliefs. I agree to give you half of the black flame ores. The Lord of Black Flame almost burst into tears again. What a foolish family disciple, only God knows how this brat managed to barge in. With his childishness and foolishness, it was simply a miracle that he could survive in the Heaven Realm. Maybe it was because of the protection of his girlfriend and bodyguard. For this kind of foolish family disciple to appear in front of him, it was really a turning point in his life. If it was someone else, they would have escaped long ago. Why would they even bother mining ores? A mountain full of flame drop ores couldn't even compare to a leaf of the fire god's soul refining grass. Forget it, there's no such thing as a stupid idiot in this world. Seeing that the Lord of Black Flame had agreed, Yu Yang clapped his hands happily. He then turned around and signaled to Drunken Cat, Kitty, I've already said that he would agree. That's why we still have to be reasonable. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and mine. With so many black flame ores, we can make a flame iron saddle for Simba. Drunken Cat didn't dare to open her mouth now, afraid that she would be exposed if she opened her mouth. She quickly turned around. She didn't even have time to change her mining tools. She immediately raised her gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear and pointed it at the flame-drop stalactites that were hanging down. Seeing her mining amateurishly, the Lord of Black Flame had some strange thoughts, but he immediately threw them to the back of his head. They were simply a pair of foolish lovers. As long as this brat returned the fire god's soul-refining grass, he would skin him alive and fry him. As for that female bodyguard who had decent strength and dared to fight but lacked experience, come on, continue to mine. We can't ask for more, just half will be enough. Yu Yang was just like a hedonistic son of a rich family. The only thing missing was the words "I haven't stopped drinking milk" written on his face. He didn't mention the soul-refining grass again. Instead, he urged Drunken Cat to hurry up and mine. The Lord of Black Flame believed that this young master was indeed smart. Black Flame Lord was finally convinced that this brat would really return the fire god's soul refining grass to him. This was because he realized that the other party seemed to be a little nervous. His right hand had wanted to take out the fire god's soul refining grass from his storage ring a few times, but he seemed to be worried that he would go back on his words. Hence, he urged the female bodyguard to hurry up and mine. I say, little brother, you don't have to work so hard. Because of thousands of years of guarding, I still have some black flame ores that I have accumulated. In order to thank you for your kindness, I have decided to not only give you my collection, I will also give you an extremely rare white tiger pearl in the heaven realm. Although its rank isn't very high, it will definitely be of help to your lion beast Simba. Look, this is a pearl that can only be found in the lower realm. The Lord of Black Flame had wanted to take out a better treasure, but after thinking about it, he realized that this brat was a hedonistic son of a rich family. He had seen many things before. Instead, things from the lower realm were rare to him. It's so beautiful. When Yu Yang saw the white tiger pearl, his eyes widened. He was drooling even more than a child who had seen a candy. You don't have to dig anymore, it's too troublesome. Other than this pile of black flame ores and this white tiger pearl, I can also tell you about a hidden treasure ground. It's definitely a treasure, but it's extremely dangerous. Hence, normal people wouldn't be able to explore it. You don't have to be embarrassed, you are my little brother after all. The Lord of Black Flame became anxious when he saw this brat's awkward expression, as if he wanted to help but was worried about losing face at the same time. A well-educated family's disciple was really annoying. If you said that he was greedy, he was extremely greedy. If you said that he cared about his face, he cared about his face more than anyone else. Even though the Lord of Black Flame had given him something, he still wanted to protect his pride. I don't deserve it. However, since you have begged me so bitterly and are so sincere, I will reluctantly agree. Yu Yang shouted at Drunken Cat to stop digging. The Lord of Black Flame really wanted to strangle this brat to death. I won't go to the hidden treasure ground. My mother said that I shouldn't go to places that are too dangerous, but it's good to hear the secret. Yu Yang expressed that he was definitely a good boy who would listen to his mother. The Lord of Black Flame despised this brat from the bottom of his heart. If he told him the location, this brat would probably go there to die at the first moment. Although the Lord of Black Flame was sure that he would torture this brat to death in a while, this didn't stop him from telling him the location of the hidden treasure ground in the central shrine. This was the biggest piece of information he had obtained in order to seek revenge on the palace master for scorching the earth. Yu Yang nodded his head, beaming with joy. After he received the white tiger pearl and a large pile of ores, he really took out the fire god's soul refining grass and casually held it in his hand. The Lord of Black Flame was almost angered to death. It was extremely easy to destroy this precious fire god's soul refining grass like this. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid that snatching it would destroy it, this brat would be dead for sure. In order to calm this brat down, the Lord of Black Flame immediately apologized to Drunken Cat and praised her spear skills. The Lion King Simba also fulfilled his duty and took out a dual luo pearl necklace that he was prepared to give to his first love but was unable to give it to her in time. This item had the effect of nourishing one's complexion and was a quasi-saint level treasure. He generously gave it to Drunken Cat as an apology. Naturally, Drunken Cat didn't take it. However, Yu Yang didn't hesitate to take it. Just as he was about to pass the fire god's soul refining grass to the Lord of Black Flame, he suddenly asked, was that fire just now the geocentric lotus fire? Why did it suddenly disappear? Geocentric lotus fire? The Lord of Black Flame felt that he should just go blind. However, the fire god's soul refining grass was right in front of him. He couldn't care less and immediately replied casually, that's right, you're too accurate. As for why it disappeared, I also don't know what happened. Perhaps, it was the protection of my ancestor and father spirits. This is all to protect this soul-refining grass. When I talk about my grandfather and father, my tears are about to fall. Alright, since you said it so pitifully, I'll give you this soul-refining grass. Yu Yang stuffed the herb in his hand into the Lord of Black Flame's hand. The Lord of Black Flame was ecstatic. He was so excited that his heart almost exploded. However, a second later, When he was observing the herb in his hand for the last time and was about to confirm it before putting it into his storage bracelet, he suddenly realized that the herb in his hand that was protected by the energy ball was really a soul-refining grass. Why did it change? It was clearly a fire god's soul-refining grass just now. How did it suddenly become a soul-refining grass? He was stunned for 3 seconds before he immediately understood. He angrily threw the soul-stabilizing grass in his hand onto the ground and roared at Yu Yang, "Brat, you dare to play with me?" Yu Yang's expression was extremely innocent. "Didn't you want the soul-refining grass? You even said that your ancestor had personally planted it and protected it for generations. If this isn't the soul-refining grass, then what is it?" "My mother said that my eyesight isn't very good, but who would know that your eyesight is even worse than mine? Don't tell me that you mistook the soul-refining grass planted by your ancestor as the fire god's soul-refining grass?" When drunken Cat heard this, she couldn't hold it in anymore. She burst out laughing. "You dare to trick me? I'll kill you." The Lord of Black Flame had never been so angry in his life. Even when Jiao Tu snatched away his first love, or when his father announced that his brother was the heir of the Lord, he had never been this angry. This human brat who stole his fire god's soul-refining grass was not only a thief, but he also dared to stay behind to trick him. If he didn't torture him alive for 81 days before killing him, he wouldn't be able to dispel the hatred in his heart. "Actually, I'm not only interested in the treasure, I also like the heaven-ranked level 6 black flame soul crystal." Yu Yang smiled, his eyes sparkling. "Since you agreed to give it to me, it would be impolite of me to refuse." "Did he agree?" Drunken Cat immediately asked curiously when she heard that something was wrong. "Just now, I asked him silently in my heart, and he didn't say anything against it. This means that he agreed to my request, so..." Yu Yang answered. "Hey, can you be any more shameless?" Drunken Cat suddenly pitied the Lord of Black Flame, who was so angry that he almost vomited blood. It was really a tragedy to meet such an abnormal opponent like Yu Yang. When the drunken cat Big Sis saw that Yu Yang had completely defeated the Black Flame Lord and dug out the Black Flame Soul Crystal that he had been refining for thousands of years, she couldn't hold it in anymore. She went forward and poked him with her finger. "Why did you say so much to him? Wouldn't it be better to just kill him and take everything from him?" Yu Yang ignited a ball of nirvana flame and purified the Black Flame Soul Crystal. When it was refined from the size of a fist to the size of a finger, he passed it to Drunken Cat and gestured for her to take a look. "If I didn't say anything and just killed this fellow, then the Black Flame Soul Crystal that I dug out would at most be a lesser saint-level soul crystal. It wouldn't be of much use. However, after being provoked by me, he was mentally and physically exhausted and his soul was heavily injured. Even though he was originally connected to the Black Flame Soul Crystal, it still caused a crack in my Jizun's willpower. That's why I could easily dig it out without any damage. Look, not only was it not damaged, it was even purified to the saint level." Drunken Cat didn't deny the benefits of doing this. However, she still felt that something was wrong. "Is it really okay to do this?" Yu Yang smiled. "Cat, don't look at it as a human. Just look at it as a beast. That's enough. Killing monsters and obtaining treasures is a natural thing to do. But it's obviously in human form." Drunken Cat didn't disagree with Yu Yang's opinion, but she just couldn't accept it. "Then just treat it as a humanoid monster." "Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Simba, this fellow's flame body is not bad. I'll give it to you as a reward. Drag it out and have a good meal." Enemies that died in Yu Yang's hands were tragic. They would either become fertilizer or meat. "I think this guy will die with everlasting regret." The drunken cat Big Sis muttered to herself. "It's already dead, why would it care about dying with regrets? Come, let's continue mining. There are so many drops of flame ore, we can't waste them. We can't leave a single piece for others." Yu Yang continued to mine as if nothing had happened. Drunken Cat was stunned. This brat was greedy to the point of death. He wouldn't even let go of a small advantage. If it was someone else with his status, doing this kind of thing would simply be beneath their status. Even if he wasn't greedy, he was still extremely generous at times. He gave away tens of thousands of wyverns just like that without batting an eyelid. He didn't even care about heaven-ranked beasts. He really was an incomprehensible contradiction. Oh, by the way, where did the Earth Guaying fire go? Drunken Cat suddenly thought of something. What do you mean you can't see it? I was just bluffing that fellow. Actually, it was just an illusion created by my domain. I have long since collected the real earthly Guaying fire. It took me a lot of effort to wrap it up carefully with Nirvana flame and put it into the grimoire world. I almost failed at that time. Now that I think about it, it was really dangerous. Yu Yang replied without raising his head. Is the earthly Guaying fire especially hard to collect? Drunken Cat didn't need to guess to imagine the difficulty. Nonsense, I spent a whole 10 minutes to collect it. Yu Yang humped proudly. You collected the fire god's soul refining grass and still had the time to collect the earthly Guaying fire? Drunken Cat felt that this brat was not kind at all. You didn't even tell me when you collected the herbs. I was so worried at that time. How long would I take to collect the herbs? 1 minute is enough. The main thing is to collect the earthly Guaying fire. Yu Yang accidentally revealed a big secret. What did you say? Drunken Cat's anger flared up. You brat, you didn't even say anything when you finished collecting the herbs. I was so scared that I almost lost my life. When I saw the illusion of the Black Flame Lord attacking the earthly Guaying fire, I even thought it was real. At that time, I hurriedly rushed over, wanting to die together with him. She threw away the pickaxe in her hands and rushed over. She pushed Yu Yang to the ground and sat on his waist. She raised her fist and was about to punch him. Don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. Yu Yang hurriedly caught her fist. I'm not impulsive. I just want to beat you up. Drunken Cat really wanted to use her teeth to bite off a piece of flesh from his body. She wanted him to have a taste of being bullied. Actually, it's not that I didn't want to wake you up. It's just that you were immersed in your enlightenment at that time and were constantly improving. Of course, I couldn't wake you up from that state. When Yu Yang said this, Drunken Cat remembered that it was really like that. According to what you're saying, I've wrongly blamed you. Drunken Cat felt a little embarrassed that she had wrongly blamed this brat. No, if you want to blame someone, I can only blame myself for not being fast enough. If I could finish in 1 second, then there wouldn't have been such a misunderstanding. It's all my fault. Yu Yang pretended to blame himself. His words were humorous, causing Drunken Cat's embarrassment to subside. She coquettishly rolled her eyes at him and struggled a little. Then why aren't you letting go? I want to get up. Before Yu Yang let go, he carefully asked, Are you really not going to hit me? Drunken Cat snorted unhappily. It's not that boring. Yu Yang asked again, Are you sure? Drunken Cat saw that he was afraid of death and couldn't get angry anymore. She rolled her eyes at him. Coward, I promise I won't hit you. Okay? Yu Yang immediately heaved a sigh of relief and patted his chest. That was close. I thought you were going to use chest tightness to interrogate me. You also know that my willpower is very weak. I can't withstand the torture of chest tightness at all. Torture of chest tightness, hearing this new term, the veins on Drunken Cat's forehead bulged. She wasn't an idiot. She immediately understood what he meant. However, what was the content behind chest tightness? Drunken Cat immediately raised her fist. Speak. What else are you hiding from me? Yu Yang's reaction was extremely fast. Grabbing her fist, the expression on his face was that of a hero who would rather die than submit for the sake of the revolution. Do you think that I, who is the most secretive person in the entire Tongtian Tower, would tell you such a shocking secret that you used too much force when you sat down just now, causing your pants to split open and revealing your body? Drunken Cat was stunned after hearing this. She first lowered her head to look at her lower body. Sure enough, the cave door was wide open, and the small grass could be seen clearly. She couldn't help but be dumbfounded on the spot. When she came back to her senses, she saw that Yu Yang was laughing evilly. Anger rose from her heart. In a moment of impulse, she did something that she wouldn't normally do. She pressed her whole body down, using her towering breasts to fiercely press on the laughing little thief's face. Good boy, aren't you afraid of the chest tightness torture? I'll let you taste the feeling of suffocating in happiness. Who asked you to be lecherous? Who asked you to bully me? Kitty, spare my life. I surrender. I'll really die if I'm suffocated for too long. A certain guy from another world who pretended to struggle but was actually secretly feeling good was screaming. You deserve to die. This was the big-breasted big sister who was already furious and decided to punish him to the end. One day later, Drunken Cat, who had returned to Tianluo Palace, warned the guy from another world for the 100th time. If you dare to mention it to others, I'll kill you. Yu Yang, who had taken advantage of her, naturally pretended to be an obedient child. He patted his chest and said, don't you worry, unless Xianxia and the others use the same kind of torture, I definitely won't tell anyone. Drunken Cat was already too weak to be angry. Alright, getting angry with this kind of pervert was wrong. Hitting him directly was the most practical. Before she could even raise her fist, Princess Sisai and Yu came out to welcome her. Tigress smiled and quietly asked Drunken Cat, that bad guy didn't bully you, right? Drunken Cat almost cried, but she denied it with her mouth. No, he dares, I won't skin him alive. Yu Yang cooperated with her and put on an expression that said I'm a gentleman. Although everyone didn't believe it. Sister Yu and I are going to bring Bing Air to the ancient forest to absorb the ancient rune's energy tonight. We'll need your help next. Princess Sisai said that she would hand Yu Yang over to her elder cousin to take care of. Drunken Cat couldn't refuse, she wanted to cry but had no tears. How could she take care of him? He only said it with his mouth, it would be good enough if she didn't let him bully her. Alright, I'll definitely look after him. Even if he goes to the Heaven Realm to purchase ores, I'll still look after him. Drunken Cat sighed as she braced herself and agreed. I'll definitely listen to leader. Yu Yang acted like he would listen to his wife and follow the party for 50 years. You shut up. Drunken Cat was furious. Although she used the chest tightness torture and let this rascal touch her for a while, it didn't count because she was confused at that time. She hadn't officially agreed yet, it was still too early to talk about his wife now. Elder cousin is mighty. If you marry into the family in the future, your family will definitely be very strict. Princess Sisai clapped her hands and praised. Drunken Cat was so embarrassed that she turned around and left. At night, Drunken Cat tossed and turned, but she couldn't fall asleep. Originally, she thought that Yu Yang would come to attack her at night. If that was really the case, she would punch him into the sky with one punch. At the very least, she would shut him out and shut him out. However, what was strange was that this rascal actually didn't come to disturb her. Xianxia and the others weren't around, and Her Majesty refused to see him. He had nowhere to go, so why would he obediently go to sleep so early? She really couldn't sleep, so she put on her clothes and went downstairs. She gently pushed the door of Yu Yang's room and found that he wasn't resting on the bed at all. At first, Drunken Cat thought that he had gone somewhere to have fun, but who would have thought that when she turned to the laboratory, she found that the light was on inside. Like a small hill, the flame crystal ore was refined in Yu Yang's hands one by one. The smallest became a crystal the size of a bean, and the biggest was only the size of an egg. Similarly, the flame crystal ore was piled up like a small hill, and placed on the other side of Yu Yang. There were tens of thousands of them. Others only saw his luck and prestige, but how many people could see his hard work? How many people could truly understand his heart? Drunken Cat's eyes were moist, and her throat seemed to be blocked by something. It was very uncomfortable, and tears silently fell down. Looking at his lonely figure, she quickly wiped away her tears, and showed a gentle smile. She stepped forward, and when he was about to move the flame crystal ore, she took the initiative and handed a piece of ore to him. She didn't even have time to take a towel, and directly used the sleeve of her pajamas to wipe away the fine beads of sweat on his forehead. You just came back, don't you want to rest? Yu Yang looked back at her with a strange expression. He clearly saw that she had already fallen asleep. Are you the only one working hard, and you don't want others to help you a little? Drunken Cat couldn't help but do something that she had never thought of doing before, and it was very natural. She leaned down and kissed him lightly on the lips as a reward. But after this kiss, the two of them were instantly stunned. Their eyes met, and they didn't know what to do. Drunken Cat suddenly reacted, and turned his head back, not allowing him to look at her, but her face was bursting with shyness. How could this be? This was really dizzying. She actually took the initiative to kiss him, and it was even on the lips. What was worse was that, including the last time he kissed her and this time, she didn't feel it clearly. This time, she had completely lost her first kiss, but she still didn't feel it clearly. What a failure. Kitty, it was too fast just now, I didn't feel it clearly. A certain guy from another world suggested to officially do it again. If you say another word, I'll kill you. A certain big-breasted big sister was so embarrassed that she weakly and awkwardly rejected this suggestion. Refining the flame drop ore was extremely difficult for others. They could not even refine one piece in a month. Refining the flame drop ore was already the limit of many warriors in the heaven realm. Refining the flame drop ore into the crystal gold state, and every piece had been purified perfectly. That was an even more impossible task. Of course, for Yu Yang who had the nirvana flame, this was a piece of cake. In his eyes, the black flame soul crystal that he dug out from the black flame lord's body was the kind of energy crystal that had a strong will and soul imprint. As for the earth Guaying flame, which was usually calm and would explode once the balance was broken, it was really difficult to refine. According to Yu Yang's perception of difficulty, refining the flame drop ore was at most G-ranked, which was a piece of cake. The difficulty of refining the black flame soul crystal was also not that high, it could barely be considered as D-ranked. As for the abnormal earth Guaying flame, the difficulty of refining it was at least AAA, which was only a little lower than the fire god's soul refining grass. The difficulty of refining it was only a little lower. Furthermore, if he couldn't refine the fire god's soul refining grass, he could at most fail and try again. It was impossible to absorb and refine the earth Guaying flame in the laboratory of Tianluo Palace. Once it exploded, the entire imperial palace would be razed to the ground. Other than the buildings within the protective layer of the mirage, nothing else would be left. It would be completely annihilated. It was Yu Yang's nature to take risks. If it was just a decoration, Yu Yang would not be so troubled. He would only be tempted if it was useful. Drunken Cat suggested to try refining it in the Heaven Stairway's void ruins. It would be destroyed by the Heaven Queen anyway, so it would not hurt if it was destroyed again. Cat, you should stay away. I will be fine even if I fail. Yu Yang tried to persuade her to leave, but Drunken Cat insisted on staying. Her reason was, I want to stay, so you won't fail. That's right, this is an incentive for you. I still remember when I was in the Black Flame Canyon, someone lied to me and said that it would take at least half an hour. In the end, I was scared half to death. I also had to go all out to break through in that kind of tense environment. I'm different from you. I'm very rational. I won't be as brainless as you. Ah, I was wrong. I meant impulsive. Don't misunderstand, what I said just now was a slip of the tongue. No, it wasn't from my heart at all, it was really a slip of the tongue. Since you don't like me, it doesn't matter even if you blow me up. Don't be too tsundere, kitty. After a day, Yu Yang had unfortunately failed 3 times. His entire body was charred black, leaving only a row of white teeth and the whites of his eyes. He fell into Drunken Cat's arms, gasping for breath. Although this was a heaven-sent opportunity, if she could roll around in such a broad chest, how good of a blessing would that be? Unfortunately, he was too tired. He was so tired that the ends of his fingers were cramping. He didn't even have the strength to blink, wasting this excellent opportunity. Every time, it was just a little bit off. Yu Yang was just a little bit away from finding a balance point, but he still failed in the end. Because Drunken Cat was by his side, not only could he not escape, he had to protect her at the first moment. Hence, he was blown up very badly. You're not dead, right? Drunken Cat suddenly asked. Soon. Yu Yang sighed softly. If he could stay in this broad chest forever, even if he really suffocated to death, it would still be a blessing. Drunken Cat carried him up and carried him on her shoulder. She opened a teleportation scroll with one hand and passed through the teleportation gate, returning to the little garden on the first floor. Because all the girls were cultivating in the world tree, the manor in the little garden had been unoccupied for a long time. Only occasionally, some maids would come to clean the cobwebs and dust, keeping the place clean so that the master could come back to live at any time. She didn't enter the house. Instead, she flew to a lake not too far away. She put Yu Yang into the water. Like a little wife welcoming her husband's return from afar, she diligently cleaned Yu Yang's body. This action made Yu Yang confused. Taking advantage of the time when he recovered a little strength, he grabbed her slightly trembling hand. "Kitty, what are you doing?" Drunken Cat lowered her eyes and suppressed her shyness. She humped in a mosquito-like voice. "I know what I want to do. You need help, and I'm the only one who is free right now. So, I have to do it. Didn't you say that you weren't ready?" Yu Yang said in disbelief. "I'm ready now." The drunken cat Big Sis suddenly stood up and bravely took off her clothes in front of Yu Yang, revealing her perfect and sexy snow-white body. Seeing Yu Yang's dumbstruck expression, she immediately used her hand to turn his head to the side. "You're not allowed to look, otherwise I'll regret it. Kitty, you don't have to do this." Yu Yang's voice suddenly became gentle. "We can do that, but we don't have to do it for any reason. You talk too much, I don't even know why." A certain domineering lady suppressed her shyness and corrected his peeking head again. "No peeking. Do you really want to do that? Kitty? Then I'll put on my clothes." "Don't." When the two of them were hugging each other and lying on the bed, Drunken Cat suddenly said, "I don't think we're in a relationship. Isn't this progressed too fast?" Yu Yang almost died from sweat. "Isn't it too late to say these things when we're at the last step?" "What's done can't be undone," he quickly comforted her. "Actually, it's not fast. The fastest way is to do it when we meet. That's fast. Our progress is just right. Moreover, if it doesn't work out, we can still date after marriage." Although Drunken Cat looked calm on the surface, she was actually very excited and nervous. "The situation now is like this. You've seen my body, and I've also seen you. Both of us have more or less understood each other. What do you think we should do next? You're experienced. You tell me how to carry out the plan first, but I'll have the final say and the right to carry it out. If it hurts too much, then the plan will be immediately terminated. You can decide, but you definitely can't carry it out, because you don't know anything." Yu Yang suggested. "If you want me to carry it out, I guarantee there won't be any problems. Warning, you only have the right to make suggestions. Otherwise, you'll be severely punished." A certain domineering lady didn't slap a certain guy's wolfish hands away like she usually did. She only warned him with a trembling voice to quickly carry out the plan. "There's no need for any bullshit plan to do this. We can do whatever we want." A certain guy expressed that he was very busy and didn't have time to think. "Then what should I do?" A certain domineering lady panted and asked. "Try your chest tightness torture," a certain guy suggested. After about 10 minutes, the beautiful prelude made a certain domineering lady feel that it wasn't as scary as she had imagined. Under her beloved wolfish suggestion, she displayed her best side to him and observed his bad side up close. She even tried to follow his suggestion and kissed him a few times. She could listen to his suggestion and hold back her shyness while holding on to the bad side that burned her heart, but she refused to hold back like other people. She didn't say that the main reason wasn't because she was afraid of getting dirty, but because she was afraid that she would hurt him with her teeth if she wasn't skilled enough, or give him the impression that she was an idiot. She was looking forward to it, but also nervous and excited. For the first time, she suggested, "Although it's quite comfortable like this, you're too tired. It's better to lie down and let me do it." A certain guy held back his laughter and asked, "Do you know how to do it?" "Let me do it. This isn't a question of whether I'm tired or not. I don't mind even if I do my best." Seeing her beloved wolfish contempt, she snorted angrily. "Isn't this what we're doing? Although I don't know how to do it, I have a natural female instinct. Can this stump me? Don't move your hands, you're making my whole body weak. Let me take a breather and then I'll take you down directly. Whose first time would be like this? Today, I'm going to take first place for my sisters." Yu Yang supported her, but he was afraid that she would regret it if she failed. He leaned close to her ear, just like a military advisor giving advice. He suggested, "It's not good for me to use my strength from below. It's better for me to be on top. You can just lie down and enjoy it. This angle should be about the same." Aya, no, why isn't something right? Don't look, it's making my whole body weak. How about I turn around? This should work. A certain arrogant older sister tried 3 times and failed twice. In the end, she finally succeeded in pushing down her beloved wolfish while crying from the pain. She was in so much pain that she couldn't speak for a minute. When she regained her breath, the first thing she said was, "Brat, can't you make it smaller?" A certain guy sweated profusely. I only have the ability to become bigger, sitting like this was not a solution. Thus, a certain older sister with 0 experience shamelessly asked, "What do you want to do next?" "Oh? Don't you feel pain?" "Of course it does. I'm just afraid that you'll get sick." "Didn't they say that you'll get sick if you don't move?" "Who said that?" "Forget it, I'll go up." "Actually, Kitty, there's still a lot for you to learn. Let me teach you slowly." "Oh, I see. That's easy, I can do it too." "Aya, don't be so fierce, like a man-eating tiger." "God, I'm dying, don't be like this, I feel terrible." "So you're so fierce, how did Traceless take it?" "I can't take it anymore, if you do it again I'll." Aya, I beg you, let me go up, if you continue like this, I won't be able to take it." "Actually, this is just the beginning, it's just a warm-up." "This is just the beginning?" "God, looks like I won't be able to live. I can't take it anymore, let me rest, otherwise I'll die." "My body almost exploded just now." "How could your body explode?" It might be because you have a particularly sensitive physique." "Just now." A certain guy whispered into the older sister's ear some knowledge that could not be learned from books. She was so embarrassed that she hid in his arms, raised her fists, and randomly hit him. She denied it with all her might. "No, I don't have that kind of physique." "Who said it was uncomfortable?" "It was uncomfortable." The long night passed, and drunken Cat, who had been sleeping for a long time, opened her eyes to find that she had fallen asleep in his arms. This guy was really a greedy devil, he could not be satisfied no matter what. She couldn't bear to hit him, so she hesitated for 2 seconds before kissing him with a little hatred. The intense action woke him up, and he grabbed her and kissed her passionately. As drunken Cat kissed him, she suddenly pushed Yu Yang away and exclaimed, "It's over, I forgot about the dual cultivation yesterday, but I still remember it from the start, it's all because of you." Yu Yang laughed, "It's okay, I forgot to do it yesterday, I'll just make up for it again." The slightly dazed drunken Cat thought for a long time before her brain came around. Now that they were already husband and wife, was there still a need to worry that the dual cultivation would not be enough? She understood, and shyly rolled her eyes at him. "You're trying to be naughty, aren't you?" "No, yesterday doesn't count, this time I have to be up there." By the time Princess Sisai and Yu returned, it was already 5 days later. Yu Yang had already successfully developed the beast bracelet and asked for the flaming condor, which was originally temporarily under the command of the Reaper Mantis sister, to become the first experimental subject of the beast bracelet. Becoming the first experimental subject was quite risky. It might die directly, but the rewards were also great. Yu Yang fused the Earth Guiying fire that had been purified by the Nirvana flame and the white Shuanghua sword into the flaming condor's body, allowing it to break through from Heaven Stage Level 3 to the peak of Heaven Stage Level 4, infinitely close to Heaven Stage Level 5. At this time, the flames all over its body were calm. When it was not in an official battle, it was almost impossible to feel its heat, but once it was angered, it would be 10,000 times more terrifying than a volcanic eruption. It could be said that the current flaming condor had completely integrated and inherited the characteristics of the Earth Guiying fire. Because of this, the drunken Cat Big Sis gave it a name, Iris. This was to commemorate the iris she had planted when she was young. Of course, because the flaming condor's flames had turned into an incomparably tranquil purple-blue, from afar, it looked like a cluster of iris flowers were in full bloom. "Is this a beast bracelet made of flame crystal gold?" "Aya, it's quite beautiful." Princess Sisai turned and asked, "Why not use moon gem to make one?" "Do you think moon gem is a small stone on the side of the road?" Yu Yang was speechless. There was no other way, he didn't know the cost of daily necessities. "Didn't you cheat a lot of good things from the stupid 2-headed dragon last time?" Princess Sisai laughed. "For the time being, there is no way to make the best beast bracelet." That will only waste materials. It's better to explore the experience first. Of course, Yu Yang also wanted to use Sun Gem, Moon Gem, and Star Gem to make a superb beast bracelet, but there was still a certain distance between ideal and reality. It was impossible to reach the sky in one step, so he had to settle for the next best thing. It's already not bad. This treasure has already surpassed the gold rank and reached the platinum rank. If we continue to study it, it will reach the saint rank. Yu quickly praised her brother to show her encouragement. In fact, she was right. When Yu Yang succeeded in researching the beast bracelet, His Majesty, who heard the good news, excitedly sent 3 waves of messengers to praise him. Every wave of messengers brought His Majesty's generous congratulations and praise. From this, it could be seen how moved His Majesty was. Although His Majesty still refused to see Yu Yang, he had already made a promise and strongly encouraged Yu Yang. When Yu Yang used the Sun Gem to create a holy ranked beast bracelet, it was said that His Majesty would personally reward him. Yu Yang couldn't wait to reach his goal. Unfortunately, with his current comprehension, he could only create a platinum-ranked flame drop crystal gold beast bracelet at the moment. Needless to say, Fourth Mother was naturally proud of her San'er. At the Yu clan castle, there was a grand celebration. Jun Wuyu was sleeping. When he heard this surprising news, he didn't even have time to wear his shoes. He immediately ran out barefooted and got drunk with Elder Yu Hai, the Old Fox and the others. The Warrior Guild, Mercenary Guild, and Thief Guild, the 3 big guilds also announced this good news to the world. Although it couldn't be compared to a summoning grimoire, with this kind of beast bracelet, many warriors who didn't have the chance to contract a grimoire would no longer feel despair. Some of the younger generation who had contracted a grimoire but hadn't grown up would also have a safer life. Although the disciples of the Su clan were talented, there were many cases of them losing their lives in training. Especially when the chosen successor died, it would easily cause unrest in the whole clan. Now, this problem that had always been a headache for the various clans was finally solved. The Yu clan's 3rd young master had already announced to the world, in the Soaring Dragon continent, any disciple who had the potential to become a heaven rank would be given a heaven rank beast of the same attribute to grow up together according to their effort and contribution. Those who had the strength of an earth rank would be given a beast of the same attribute to grow up together with them. In other words, as long as one worked hard enough and had enough potential, no matter if one's status was high or low, one could become an innate, heaven rank, or even stronger warrior. Jun Wuyu's Imperial Guards Commander 1000 Withered Bones Feng Kuang, Eagle Eye Xia He Wei Jia, Feng Qi Sha, Yan Pejun and other well-known warriors brought more than 100 official members of the Dragon Knight Regiment to the Warriors Guild and registered their beast bracelets with different attributes. According to the style and quality, the beast bracelets were divided into 3 grades. The first was the Gold Beast Bracelet, inlaid with energy crystals of Heaven rank level 3 and below. The second was the Mithril Beast Bracelet, inlaid with energy crystals of Earth rank level 5 and above. The third was the Copper Beast Bracelet, inlaid with energy crystals of Earth rank level 5 and below. The members of the Dragon Knight Regiment were required to be able to contract a Mithril Beast Bracelet at the very least, unless they were a freak with an extremely special ability. There are still close to 3,000 spots in the Dragon Knight Regiment and 10,000 spots in the Dragon Blood Guards. Warriors who want to become stronger, what are you waiting for? When the 3 great guilds posted Yu Yang's summons, the blood of the warriors in the world boiled. I must become a Dragon Knight. Who knew how many youths in the world swore like this? The visible wyvern and the visible beast bracelets were placed in front of them. This was an unprecedented opportunity to be publicly distributed to everyone in the world. For warriors who pursued strength all their lives, this was simply a ladder to the heavens. 2 days later, when Yu Yang brought back Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, Xue Tan Lang and the others who were trained like dead dogs from Conqueror City, even Hui Tai Lang had a large flame crystal beast bracelet on his neck. The beast that he contracted wasn't the most suitable beast, because Hui Tai Lang didn't contract anyone but the giant gold dragon that was determined to become Yu Yang's mount in the future. The unlucky giant gold dragon had been caught by Yu Yang to hold down the fort. Afterwards, he had thrown it to Jun Wuyu and arranged for it to be used as a model in the Warriors' Plaza. He had thought that he would be able to hold out until the clouds parted to see the moon. Who would have thought that Hui Tai Lang would find out about his little scheme and immediately put him in his place, letting him know that not anyone could casually become his master's mount. Although Yu Yang didn't use Hui Tai Lang as his mount, the extremely jealous Hui Tai Lang definitely wouldn't allow any giant gold dragon to touch him. Hence, he immediately contracted this giant gold dragon. Didn't you want to be his master's mount? There's no place for you, come and be my mount. What else could the giant gold dragon do? This Hui Tai Lang was the most pampered beast. If he was angered, it was possible that he would swallow him whole. In addition, Hui Tai Lang spat out a ball of ancient dragon flame to tempt the giant gold dragon, saying that if you become an obedient little brother, I will protect you. Otherwise, I will turn you into dog food. In the end, the giant gold dragon pinched his nose and accepted it for the sake of the ancient dragon flame. Although the one who contracted him was a dog, this dog was still an awesome world-exterminating demon wolf. Even if he couldn't hug his master's thigh, he would still hug his master's beast's thigh. Hui Tai Lang, you can't be serious, right? You already have a heaven-ranked beast, but this young master is still empty-handed. Where is the justice in this world? No, I have to act quickly. I have to find a heaven-ranked beauty beast and kill you all. Fatty Hai was so excited that his face was red to the ears and he was dancing with joy. Quickly pretend that you don't know this fellow. Yi Kong and Xue Tan Lang turned around tacitly. A heaven-ranked beauty beast, right? I didn't expect you to have such a taste. I'll beat him. The wind-breath seabird had already evolved to have a human head and a human body. Only her legs were still bird feet, but she had an extra pair of wings on her back. Her strength was also a big step closer to that of a holy beast. Even her speech was incomparably fluent. As for her jealousy, it was even more terrible. Who asked her to be the smartest wind-breath seabird in the world? The pitiful Fatty Hai was beaten up again. Hui Tai Lang saw the excitement of the fight and felt itchy. He also went up to trample on him. Yi Kong and the others were used to it, so they all pretended not to see it. Even though they had summoning grimoires, they were still shocked by Yu Yang's beast bracelet. What did it mean to have another beast that could communicate directly with the soul? It was equivalent to having another guardian beast. Although the beasts contracted by the beast bracelet could not compare to the guardian beast, it was already very close. However, Yu Yang did not let them do it easily. First, he couldn't find a suitable heaven-ranked beast to contract, and second, he wanted them to lead the Dragon Knights in the Soaring Dragon Continent. It won't do without some contribution points. After all, it's called walking out of Tong Tian Tower and training in heaven rank. If you see someone with potential, take the initiative to help them. Do your part as the new generation of Tong Tian Tower's genius young warriors. Besides, training every day is not enough. You have to strike a balance between work and rest. After I challenge the 6th Valley, Demon Valley, I'll bring you to Conqueror City. Yu Yang arranged a mission for Fatty Hai and the others. In fact, Fatty Hai and Yi Kong had not returned for a long time. The families behind them were also anxious to see them. One must know that for such a big event like the establishment of the Dragon Knights, without the participation of the Yu clan's third young master's teammates, how would the world see it? Understood. Yi Kong absolutely listened to Yu Yang and never doubted him. Conqueror City, there seems to be a lot of people coming recently. Before Xue Tanlang left, he revealed a piece of news to Yu Yang. Could it be the people from the Central Shrine? It was impossible. The people from the Central Shrine would definitely not be able to infiltrate Conqueror City. Could it be that the snake-haired demon man had discovered his identity? It was also impossible. He had clearly said that he was waiting in Tianhua region's White River City. Could it be that the poisonous bee king, dragon horse and weasel scythe from the Beast Valley had led their clansmen to join him? Thinking of the snake-haired demon man, Yu Yang suddenly became a little interested. This guy was an official descendant of the 4 great clans. If he was looking for him, it might really be a good thing. At the very least, he could dig out some information from him. Thinking about the Mirror of Pain, a semi-god treasure, could it be related to one of the 6 divine weapons, the Divine Mirror? In the Virgo Temple, Inan also obtained the Soul Mirror. Maybe there was some kind of connection between the two. The 6 divine weapons had been lost for too long. He hoped that he could find some useful information on this trip. Thinking of this, Yu Yang immediately ran to find Princess Sisai. Tigress, let's go. We're going to Heaven Realm's White River City for a tour. I'm not going, you go with Sister Yi. Princess Sisai rejected. What a sour taste. Tigress, you're jealous. Yu Yang used his pestering invincible divine skill. Not at all, I just need time to comprehend the sword. Wait until I completely turn the prison emperor divine sword into my divine sword, I'll accompany you anywhere. Before Princess Sisai could finish speaking, she was already pulled away by Yu Yang. Comprehending the sword, I'm the best at it. Let's study it together. Hey, Xuanyou, you're looking for me? The ancient rune that the storm goddess envoy sensed? Wait, I'll sign up with Tigress. Let's form a team and explore together. Hey, don't make decisions on my behalf. Princess Sisai was furious. Xuanyou, let's go. Yu Yang pretended not to hear her. He only grabbed Tigress's hand and refused to let go. Wasn't it just anger? It would pass in a while. Furthermore, she wasn't really angry. If Yu Yang did not ask Princess Sisai to go to White River City with him, and Xue Wuxia came to find Yu Yang to search for the ancient runes, he would not bring her along. After all, a world of two people was much warmer. But now, he had already invited her. If he left Princess Sisai behind and went with Xue Wuxia, Yu Yang reckoned that Tigress would be so angry that she would not be able to eat or sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Although bringing Princess Sisai, the Rouge Tigress, would not please either of them, Yu Yang still loved Tigress dearly. He would rather be stuck in the middle and be looked down upon than let her suffer any grievances. Hence, he held on to Princess Sisai's small hand and did not let go. Alright, I'll go, alright? Princess Sisai was not an idiot. Of course, she could understand Yu Yang's intentions. Tigress is so obedient. Yu Yang was overjoyed when he heard this. He was waiting for this sentence. Third young master's way of picking up girls is really brilliant. I admire you, I admire you. Xue Wuxia felt a little sour in her heart and could not help but tease him. Yu Yang replied with a mischievous smile, Big brother, I'm just trying to make a living, please let me live. When it came to being a rascal, who could be compared to the Yu clan's third young master? When he said this, Xue Wuxia felt as if she had punched cotton. She could only helplessly roll her eyes at him, forgiving his previous protest. On the other side, Princess Sisai looked at Xue Wuxia apologetically, expressing that she did not have the intention to destroy their world of two people, but was forcefully pulled out by this brat. Xue Wuxia smiled indifferently. This was nothing at all. If she did not want to drag Princess Sisai along with her, she would not have waited for him to find Princess Sisai before intercepting him halfway. It would be better to let Tigress tag along. Only with competition would there be progress. Fallen Flowers, Traceless, and Anan were no match for her. The one who could really compete with her was Tigress. Who had the 6 records talent, Tong Tian Tower 10th floor. Xue Wuxia led the way to a unit world covered in ice and snow. There was no life in the entire unit world, and there was no sign of life. As far as the eye could see, there was only an endless snowfield. All the mountains and rivers were formed by ice. There was no soil, no sand, no rocks, no life. The entire unit world was filled with nothing but ice. This world is very strange. How did you find it? Even the experienced and knowledgeable Yu Yang had never seen such a strange world of ice and snow. In the past, no matter how cold it was, there would still be life. However, there was not a single life in this place. Even the ice elementals and other elemental life forms that were formed from ice energy did not appear here. It was really unbelievable. It's like this. Night Empress once told me about a book. She said that there were many miscellaneous books in the Innate Alliance. For example, there was a book that introduced strange stories recorded by different explorers from different eras. Coincidentally, Elder Nan Gong came to the Soaring Dragon continent a few days ago, so I asked him to bring this book along. I did not go and take the examination for other strange stories, but the description of this world of ice and snow aroused my curiosity. When you and Sister Yi were refining the beast bracelet, I came here alone to investigate and found an indescribable ice energy reaction. After searching for 3 days and 3 nights with the Storm Goddess General, we finally found an anomaly at an iceberg 6,000 kilometers away from here. I suspect that there is an ice-type ancient rune there. Xue Wuxia told her the whole story. With the Ice-type ancient rune, I believe that you will be able to level up to the Elder Innate Realm. As for me, I don't know how long that will take. Princess Sisai could not help but sigh. She had the Prison Emperor Divine Sword in her hands, but why couldn't she improve as much as Xue Wuxia? This is just luck. Xue Wuxia expressed that this had nothing to do with strength. Luck is also a part of strength. Princess Sisai took a deep breath and threw away the knot in her heart. The stronger Xue Wuxia was, the more she could not admit defeat. Actually, last time, Yu Yang had previously extorted an astonishing white tiger pearl from the Black Flame Lord. At first, he didn't care much about it, but when he was free, he used Nirvana Flame to purify it. Then, he used his innate sword chi to activate it and unseal it. He discovered that it was actually a holy ranked white tiger sacred pearl. Yu Yang had the intention to bring Princess Sisai to Heaven Realm White River City, and also to bring her to the world of lovers to cultivate together. However, his plan to find the ancient rune for Xue Wuxia was delayed. Princess Sisai knew that he obtained the Fire God Soul Refining Grass, Earth Guayin Fire and Flame Drop Oregon. She even knew that Yu Yang extorted a dual Luo pearl necklace. Because she was too surprised by Yu Yang obtaining the Fire God Soul Refining Grass, she did not pay attention to the white tiger pearl. At that time, Yu Yang did not realize that the ordinary-looking white tiger pearl was a holy ranked treasure, so he did not say much. It was not until he had successfully researched the beast bracelet that he discovered its true identity. He had even thought of giving Princess Sisai a surprise. Just as he was about to say the white tiger sacred pearl, he suddenly felt a wave of energy fluctuation. It seemed that some kind of power had extracted a trace of pure energy from Yu Yang, Xue Wuxia, and Princess Sisai. Among them, Xue Wuxia, who possessed the ice attribute, had the most energy extracted, almost 10% of it. Princess Sisai was second. Due to his special physique, Yu Yang had the least energy extracted, but it was still close to 1,000th. We are 6,000 kilometers away, yet he can still extract our energy? Yu Yang was shocked. I'm afraid this has already surpassed the ordinary power of the law. Princess Sisai also felt that it was inconceivable. If it was said that her energy could be extracted, it would not be strange, but Yu Yang was a ranker who possessed the sovereign's will. When you reach your destination and see it, you will have even more feelings. Xue Wuxia smiled. Then let's go. Yu Yang originally wanted to use the quintet golden puppet mice to explore, but now he felt that something was wrong. It was better not to damage his treasures. He could not bear to summon the quintet golden puppet mice to explore, so he hugged the two girls' slender waists and teleported as fast as he could in the direction Xue Wuxia pointed. 6,000 kilometers, in this kind of flat snowfield with almost no obstacles, Yu Yang only needed 10 minutes of teleportation to reach it. He teleported more than 100 kilometers in one go. After 60 to 70 teleportations, what appeared in front of Yu Yang was a majestic mountain peak that was 10,000 meters high. The mountain peak was sharp like a sword, piercing the sky, as if it wanted to pierce a big hole in the sky. The whole mountain was made of ice and snow, without a grain of sand, soil, grass or trees. The sky was cold and there was no wind, but the snowfield on the ground was like a snow wave, producing layer after layer of ripples. The strangest thing was that these ripples flowed towards the ice mountain from all directions, continuously becoming a part of the ice mountain, thickening the ice mountain. When Yu Yang used his Heaven Eye's divine vision to scan the area, he realized that the whole ice world was like this. He discovered that the entire world of ice and snow was like this. All of the cold energy was gathered toward this ice mountain. It was unknown how many millions of years had passed before this ice mountain was formed. Why was there no life? This was because this ice mountain would continuously absorb energy from the outside world. No life could survive here. It was impossible for an ordinary iceberg to be like this. There must be an ancient rune that was exerting its power. Xue Wuxia's previous judgment was not wrong. Now, the only problem was how to turn this frost-type ancient rune that had existed for tens of millions of years into her own use. This was the hardest part. However, if they succeeded, then Xue Wuxia would easily break through to Elder Innate Realm, becoming the second person to break through to Elder Innate Realm after Yu Yang. Chi. Princess Sisai took out the Prison Emperor Divine Sword and slashed at the ice mountain with all her might with the support of the four elephants' power. The power of this slash was enough to kill a heaven-ranked warrior in an instant. The sword chi soared to the sky. The unparalleled power of the sword chi directly tore the space apart. Even the sky had a crack that could not be seen with the naked eye. Under Yu Yang and Xue Wuxia's attentive gaze, the Prison Emperor Divine Sword's sword chi heavily slashed on the ice mountain. Boom, the whole ice mountain seemed to be shaking. However, the result made Princess Sisai feel discouraged. Such a powerful slash didn't even leave a scratch on the ice mountain. With her eyesight, she carefully searched the ice wall of the ice mountain and found a scratch that was smaller than a strand of hair. Furthermore, it was slowly recovering. This ice mountain was basically a 10,000-year-old mysterious ice formed from millions of years of pure energy. It was not an existence that could be shaken by a human. If this goes on, we won't be able to reach the core even after 10,000 years. This was the first time Princess Sisai felt powerless. This ice mountain was too sturdy. Brute force definitely won't work. We need to think of a way. Yu Yang was never a person who used brute force to solve problems. Maybe, I can try to sense it with my body. However, I need your Jizun's help. Before Xue Wuxia could finish her words, Yu Yang and Princess Sisai strongly objected. Using one's will to sense the ancient rune was an extremely dangerous method. Let's not talk about whether they could sense it or not. Even if they could sense it, the energy of the ancient rune would treat it as an attack and immediately counterattack. If it was light, they would be injured. If it was heavy, their soul would be annihilated. No, that won't do. Even if you have my will to help, this is still a stupid thing to do. Yu Yang rejected immediately. There must be another way. I'll just give it a try. If it doesn't work, we'll all go back. It would be best if there's an ancient rune, but I won't risk everyone's lives. Xue Wuxia smiled at Yu Yang. She was indeed eager to become an innate elder, but she definitely didn't want Yu Yang to take such a risk for her. If anyone wants to try, it should be me. Yu Yang wouldn't let her take the risk. All of you, calm down. This ice mountain won't leave. We'll slowly think of a way. We have all the time in the world. Princess Sisai quickly persuaded. If we can't think of a way, we can discuss it with Night Empress and Jizun. They might have some good suggestions. Sensing is indeed not a good method. The ancient rune is definitely not that easy to sense. Moreover, it is now protected by the entire 10,000 years old mysterious ice mountain. Sit down and think about it. Actually, why don't we try one by one? Or we can use the world to absorb the energy. It will be better than doing it recklessly. At least it can absorb without limit. The last sentence was like a ray of light that directly struck the depths of Yu Yang's mind. Yu Yang's voice trembled. He looked at Princess Sisai and shouted, "Wait, you, what did you say just now? World? Did you say the world?" Xue Wuxia felt a little strange. It wasn't that she hadn't thought of using the world to absorb it, but it was too slow. She was afraid that it wouldn't work even after 10,000 years, but why was Yu Yang so excited? Could it be that he used this method to think of a suitable countermeasure? She was also excited and couldn't speak. Her small hands tightly grasped Yu Yang's arm. On the other side, Princess Sisai stuttered and replied, I think I said that. Am I right? This method isn't good. It's too slow. I know that. I said that because I had no other way. Why are you looking at me? Am I right? You're absolutely right. Yu Yang hugged Princess Sisai tightly. He patted her back and kissed her excitedly. Tigress, bringing you along was the right thing to do. You inspired me. Yes, it's the last sentence. I'm really too stupid. I always had the best method, but I never used it. I'm really an idiot. Such a good thing, but I've been idle all this time. My God, if I had realized it earlier, I wouldn't be like this now. Ha 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 ha. Luckily, Tigress, you reminded me. I didn't say anything. Princess Sisai was puzzled. Tell me quickly, what is the solution? Xue Wuxia couldn't stay calm anymore. She was already convinced that Yu Yang had really thought of a solution. Moreover, it was really because of Princess Sisai, the Rouge Tigress's unintentional inspiration. What's the best way to use this method? Before that, I still need to ask her. You guys go into the grimoire world first. Wait for me, I'll be very fast. Yu Yang couldn't wait to let little Wenli bring Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai into the grimoire world. He then quickly circled around Ice Mountain, trying to gather as much information as possible. Little Wenli came out and nodded to him to show that she was ready. Yu Yang carried his little darling and said, "Let's go, we're going to see Mother again." Black hole sealed space. After Fei Wenli heard Yu Yang's description, although she tried her best to suppress it and not show it, her eyes still couldn't help but flash with surprise. Finally, there was a chance to break free from this black hole sealed space and see the light of day again. Maybe this process would still take some time. It wasn't something that could be done in a day. But after all, she had seen the light of hope. For a long time, she didn't speak. She didn't praise Yu Yang's bold and wonderful idea, nor did she say any words of gratitude to him. Because she knew that her soul was one with him. No matter how touched her heart was, she didn't need to express it in words. In her heart, he could feel her true feelings, and she could completely read his heart. Queen Vivian Li opened her arms and hugged Yu Yang tightly. Even little Wenli was infected by the atmosphere. She also reached out and hugged Queen Vivian Li and Yu Yang, her little face leaning on the two of them happily. This was the first time she had truly revealed a comfortable smile in this dark and sunless black hole sealed space. If I were a little stronger, I wouldn't need to borrow the strength of others to save you. Yu Yang kissed Fei Wenli's cheek apologetically. On it, there used to be beads of tears falling, but they were quickly absorbed by the black hole sealed space and disappeared into nothingness. Yu Yang seemed to want to kiss away the remaining tears, kissing away all the psychological shadows of Queen Vivian Li being sealed. In fact, Yu Yang most wanted to use his own strength to save this conquering queen. However, the current him was still unable to do this, and could only rely on external forces. What nonsense are you saying? One day, you will surpass me. It's just a matter of time. Queen Vivian Li comforted Yu Yang in turn. With her white fingers that were like white orchids, she gently stroked Yu Yang's high nose bridge, and with her slightly warm cherry lips, she left a mark on his lips. Do you have any good suggestions? As soon as Yu Yang finished asking, he suddenly felt little Wenli tugging at him from below. She looked up and waited. He hurriedly bent down and kissed the little darling's forehead. This was to show that he was very fair and would not favor one over the other. Little Wenli happily rewarded him with 2 loud kisses. Only in front of Fei Wenli would she act like a child and like to act coquettishly with Yu Yang. If it was outside, she would be the cold-blooded god of slaughter lowly by his side. Empress Fei Wenli laughed, "You're going to spoil her rotten." However, she was happy to see this kind of warmth, and even joined in. She kissed little Wenli's eyebrows and forehead like raindrops, making little Wenli shy, and only then did she stop. After playing around, she regained the aura of a conquering queen. Regarding Yu Yang's question, she thought for a moment. If the situation is really as optimistic as you said, I think I'm not in a hurry to go out. When Yu Yang heard this, he was stunned. What? Little Wenli was also anxious. Her small hands desperately pulled Fei Wenli, hoping that she would change her mind. Queen Vivian Li laughed. I'm trapped in this black hole space and have suffered enough. How can I leave so easily? Perhaps you understand a little. That's right, that's what I think. I want to turn this black hole space into my world. A world that completely belongs to my will. This used to be my prison. If I were to escape from here, I would still need to rely on external forces. I, Fei Wenli, am determined to conquer the Heaven Realm's conquering queen. If I were to leave like this, the highest peak of my life would be like this. No, I will never be satisfied with being a conquering queen. I want to be like you, to become a higher existence. I hope that in the future, I can climb to a higher realm with you, explore the limits of the divine sovereign. Explore the limits of the martial way. I hope to be like you, one day I can create the entire world, and at the same time control everything. This black hole sealed space is my starting point. If I can't even change it, then don't think about anything else. Escaping is no longer my biggest goal. Not only did Fei Wenli regain her former imposing manner, her beliefs and ideals had also become even higher because of the resonance of Yu Yang's thoughts. I understand, but... Of course, Yu Yang understood Queen Vivian Li's ambition, but he still hoped that she could leave as soon as possible. Even if my attempt fails this time, with your advancement, I believe that you will be able to save me soon. Fei Wenli smiled. Her smile was full of confidence. All right, you've convinced me. Yu Yang was moved by Queen Vivian Li's bold idea. As expected of an existence like the conquering queen, she was even bolder and crazier than him. If it were you, you would do the same. Both of us have the fearlessness of taking risks in our blood. With your support, all right, I've decided to go all out. This time, I won't lose the black hole sealed space. This cage will definitely become a world of ice and snow that I control, my paradise, my home. Queen Vivian Li's eyes flashed with unshakable determination. She clenched her fist and made a vow that only Yu Yang and Little Wenli could hear. 10,000 years ago, when she first stepped into the heaven realm, she had also made the same indestructible vow. After that vow was made, she became the conquering queen that the entire heaven realm trembled for. In front of the iceberg, when Yu Yang left the black hole sealed space and returned to the outside world, he summoned Princess Sisai and Shui Wuxia from the grimoire world and told them everything. So that's how it is. Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai were suddenly enlightened. Do you have anything to add? Yu Yang asked the two girls for their opinions. With their meticulous supplementation, it was the foundation for the perfect implementation of the plan. 1. Will you be in danger if you guide the iceberg's energy into the black hole sealed space? Shui Wuxia felt that if she had to risk Yu Yang's life, no matter how precious the ancient runes were inside the iceberg, she would not agree to it. She also believed that Queen Vivian Li would not agree to it. Queen Vivian Li was trapped inside and did not know what was happening outside. She had to ask for clarification on behalf of everyone. When Yu Yang nodded his head seriously and confirmed that there was no danger, Shui Wuxia finally heaved a sigh of relief. She asked the second question, too. Do you only need to work hard by yourself, or do you need everyone to cooperate with you? The two of you are enough. I don't want too many people to know about this matter. Yu Yang did not want to alarm the people of the Soaring Dragon continent. He did not even want Fourth Mother to worry about him. 3. The time estimation. If it takes too long, I suggest that we put it aside temporarily. Shui Wuxia looked at Yu Yang. I can't predict this, because I can't imagine how the black hole sealed space will absorb energy. Maybe it will take a second, maybe it will take a year. I can't tell. Yu Yang shook his head. He could not come up with a standard answer for this estimation. Let me try. Princess Sisai, who was standing at the side without saying a word, volunteered. She, who had the 6 records inherent skill, not only had her 5 senses sharp, she also had the strongest 6th sense among all the girls in the world. Although she rarely used her 6th sense, especially on Yu Yang, she was more willing to be a tigress who stared at him angrily. However, that didn't mean that her 6th sense had weakened in the slightest. On the contrary, under the world tree, she, who had reached the Peking God realm together with Yu Yang, improved her 6th sense the most. In a situation where she was clueless about something, her intuition, her 6th sense, was more accurate than anything else. Today, this was the first time she had solemnly sensed Yu Yang. In order to increase the power, Princess Sisai forgot everything and kissed Yu Yang. She borrowed his energy and the realm of spiritual fusion to carry out the strongest premonition. A knot that connected their hearts like sword chi. A long dance. A wonderful interweaving of all kinds of mysterious patterns. When Princess Sisai opened her eyes and withdrew her consciousness from the 6th sense, she did not say anything. Instead, she was stunned for a few seconds. Tigress, what's wrong? Yu Yang gave her a fright. Previously, when they were in the spiritual premonition, she refused to let herself resonate with him. Instead, she tried hard to sense him alone. Could it be that this matter would cause her harm? That did not seem very possible, right? Ah, I'm fine. I feel that the iceberg will crack, and Xuanyo will also benefit. Things will go beyond our imagination, but I seem to cry. Is it because I'm excited? Ah, forget it, we are not in danger. This must be a good thing. Princess Sisai told the truth. She did not hide anything from Yu Yang and Shui Wuxia. Yu Yang and Shui Wuxia looked at each other in confusion. the iceberg cracked, and the mission was beyond imagination. What did this have to do with her crying? Moreover, Xianxia was very strong. She rarely cried, right? Let's take a break first. When we are in a better state, we will sense again. Yu Yang felt sorry for Tigress. He did not want her to be sad, so he decided to handle it carefully. Anyway, this matter could not be rushed. It was better to put it aside first. Perhaps, after resting, there would be more and clearer senses. Shui Wuxia also opened her book of truth, but she found nothing. It seemed that Xianxian's sixth sense was really needed for the supernatural premonition. Facing the iceberg, Yu Yang, Shui Wuxia, and Princess Sisai forcibly suppressed the excitement in their hearts. Under its feet, they set up a small tent and lay side by side. They held each other's hands and quietly communicated with their energy. At the same time, they also quietly sensed, hoping that when the spiritual light appeared again, they would be able to successfully capture it. It was not until the gradually darkening night that Yu Yang was the first to break free from that kind of sensing. In the grimoire world, Xiaonu had already prepared dinner for Yu Yang and the two mistresses, as well as hot water for a bath. She could not help Yu Yang in battle, but in life, she took care of him meticulously. She tried her best not to let him be distracted in these aspects. After returning to the grimoire world, Yu Yang put aside all his previous concerns. Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai also nodded to him, fully supporting his next plan. The three of them had a full meal. Then, they soaked in a comfortable hot bath. Both their mood and physical state had been adjusted to their best state. The two women behind Yu Yang looked at each other and smiled. One on each side, they chased after him and held his big hands. To guide the energy of this world of ice into the black hole sealed space might be an arduous project that was difficult to ascend to the heavens, but they had already decided to help him complete it. No matter what their sixth sense told them, they would do their best to cooperate with him to complete this unprecedented feat. As for the ancient runes, that was no longer the first goal. We will succeed. Yu Yang sensed the hearts of the two women. He raised his hands high, cheering for them and at the same time, cheering for himself. Definitely. The two women were infected by his emotions. They nodded firmly and echoed in unison. This was Yu Yang's first time challenging the black hole sealed space. What would happen? Yu Yang knew how terrifying the black hole seal was, but he didn't expect it to be this terrifying. Shui Wuxia and Princess Xianxia were also shocked by what they saw. With the creation domain as the guide and the summoning grimoire as the foundation, Yu Yang had originally thought of using the world as a supplement. However, he never expected that the entire space would collapse just as he used the power of the small rule to guide out the black hole space. The iceberg that Princess Sisai couldn't even leave a mark on with the Prison Emperor Divine Sword's full-strength attack instantly disappeared within the range of the black hole seal that Yu Yang had guided out. It was like a piece of cake being bitten off fiercely. Fortunately, the black hole seal only appeared within the range of Yu Yang's domain and did not go out of his control. Moreover, once Yu Yang's power of the small rule disappeared, the entrance of the black hole seal would immediately disappear. Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai, who were standing 1,000 meters away, were so scared that their faces turned pale. Even though Yu Yang stopped the power of the small rule and the black hole seal disappeared, their hands couldn't stop trembling immediately. It's too scary. Princess Sisai, who was not afraid of anything but Yu Yang's shameless behavior, was so scared that tears flowed down her face. When Yu Yang walked over, she hugged him tightly, as if Yu Yang would be swallowed by the black hole space if she let go. Has she always stayed in such a scary space? Shui Wuxia felt that Queen Vivian Li was really an unimaginable strong woman. If it was someone else, they would have stayed in the black hole seal all the time. Even if they didn't die, they would have gone crazy long ago. Princess Sisai and Shui Wuxia only relaxed after checking that Yu Yang was safe and sound. Although they were scared half to death, they finally came to a conclusion. That was, Yu Yang's idea was completely feasible. The only question was, how long could his willpower and energy last? Yu Yang had to remain in the supremacy stage and use the power of minor laws to guide the black hole seal space. In other words, he had to maintain the state of challenging the black hole seal. Although the black hole seal was completely harmless to him, it was still quite difficult for Yu Yang to maintain the supremacy stage for a long period of time while constantly using the power of minor laws. After repeated arguments, Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai succeeded in convincing Yu Yang for the first time. They also wanted to stand by Yu Yang's side and lend him a hand. Although Yu Yang was not willing to take the risk, the two women felt that there was no need to think too much about whether the black hole would harm them or not. As long as they and Yu Yang maintained a state of mind and soul fusion and dual cultivation, the black hole seal would definitely feel that the three of them were one and would not harm them, just like it would not harm Yu Yang. The black hole seal was the embodiment of the willpower and divine power of an ancient powerhouse. Although it was extremely powerful, it was ultimately not an intelligent life. It could not think, nor could it modify itself. It only strictly followed the laws set by the will of its master. Even if we are imprisoned, we will only be locked together with Queen Vivian Li. I'm not worried. Anyway, Her Majesty Queen Vivian Li will be out soon. Princess Sisai said it generously, but when it came to actions, she was a little shy. She looked at Shui Wuxia, then looked at Yu Yang, blushed, and turned behind him. She was afraid that when she hugged Yu Yang, she would touch something bad. If that happened, she would lose control of her mind and withdraw from the soul resonance of dual cultivation. Although no one will come, we still have to be careful. Shui Wuxia summoned the storm goddess general and asked her to come out and protect them. Princess Sisai was at the back, hugging Yu Yang's waist. Shui Wuxia was at the front, her face pressed against his, her delicate body in his arms, her arms around his neck, and their lips touched. Quickly, they entered the best state of dual cultivation. Slightly slower than her, Princess Xianxia, who was a little shy, also immersed her mind in this state of dual cultivation, sublimated. Although it was rare for three people to cultivate together, it had happened before. Not only with Shui Wuxia, but also with Princess Sisai, Fallen Flowers, and Traceless. They had tried it before, so it was a walk in the park for them. Of course, because the three people's souls were intertwined, it was equivalent to the three of them being naked, without any barriers. Some secrets in their hearts might not be kept, and some awkwardness was inevitable. Shui Wuxia was focused on cultivation, her mind was very calm. To Princess Sisai, this Xuanyao was already the best. If she were to cultivate with Sky Law, Aquamarine, and the others, they might start to have feelings for each other as they cultivated. Then, they might as well take it a step further and strengthen their communication. Their minds and bodies would advance, reaching the level of husband and wife dual cultivation. That would be the real awkwardness. Princess Sisai felt that Yu Yang had already begun to gather the power of the minor nomological laws. She quickly put away her distracting thoughts. The black hole sealed space appeared again. Under the guidance of Yu Yang's will, the minor nomological laws in the world creation domain kept changing into different shapes. The black hole seal also kept swallowing in different shapes, not allowing the minor nomological laws to have any chance of escaping. The minor nomological laws being swallowed by the black hole seal was not the goal. The various shapes of the world creation domain within 100 meters and the various changes of the black hole seal were the effects that Yu Yang wanted the most. The ice mountain that could not be cut by swords instantly disappeared as the domain changed. Wherever the power of the black hole passed through, the ice mountain would instantly disappear. The ice mountain had been compressed for tens of thousands of years. Even the smallest piece of ice contained a huge amount of energy. If it burst out, it would be enough to destroy an entire city. However, even though it was a 100-meter-long block of ice, it was like a clay ox entering the sea under the devouring of the black hole seal. 10 minutes passed. When Yu Yang and the two girls stopped to rest, the three of them were shocked to discover how terrifying their results were. The iceberg that was more than 1,000 meters tall had been swallowed up. The black hole that looked like a black hole still showed no signs of being filled up. Sometimes, it really gave people the illusion that it could never be filled, and that any energy that entered it would disappear forever. However, Yu Yang's rationality told him that the black hole seal space could definitely be filled with energy. It was just a matter of how much. Perhaps it would not even need to fill up the entire iceberg with ice energy. Perhaps it would not even fill up 1% of the entire unit world's ice energy. All these possibilities came down to how powerful the powerhouse who sealed Queen Vivian Li was. The more powerful that senior was, the more energy the black hole seal would need. Master, you've worked hard. Drink some water. Mistresses, drink some water and rest for a while. Returning to the grimoire world, Xianxia hurriedly fed water to Yu Yang, who was sweating profusely from overexertion of spirit and energy. We can't go on like this. Princess Sisai felt that 10 minutes was the limit. However, the 1,000-meter iceberg was not even 1/10,000th of the entire iceberg, and the amount of energy needed for the black hole space was even more unimaginable. She felt that this model was right, but to find a better way, they had to increase their efficiency. Let's take turns. If it's possible, I think we should try to collect the cold energy outside first. Shui Wuxia suggested a losing control idea. You mean to deliberately let the black hole space go beyond the control of the creation domain? Yu Yang seemed to have a flash of inspiration. That's right. You can try this when we rest. Anyway, there's no life in this unit world. Even if it's destroyed, there's nothing to be afraid of. Shui Wuxia's idea was also made after careful consideration. Then let's make the best use of our time to adjust. Yu Yang was extremely tired. He fell asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. Xianxia, who was massaging him, watched with reddened eyes and almost teared up. An hour later, Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai were almost done resting. However, Yu Yang had not woken up yet. There was no problem with his physical strength. It was just that he had been overusing the power of the small laws previously, and his overdrawn spirit had not been fully adjusted to its best state. Although she saw Shui Wuxia and the others walking over, Xianxia, who was guarding by the bed, could not bear to wake up Yu Yang immediately. In her heart, it was her duty to let him sleep for even a second more. Seeing Xianxia like this, Shui Wuxia sighed slightly. How could she not feel sorry for this bad guy? However, if she did not wake him up on time, he would definitely be angry when he woke up on his own. Why don't you let me do some of my best too? This sentence was said by Pandora, who had just woken up from her deep sleep in Xianxia's body. But it seems a little cold outside. The latter sentence was said by the shy Xianxia. Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai blushed when they heard it. They both understood what Pandora meant. She wanted to use the mode of husband and wife dual cultivation to help Yu Yang. With her, the former goddess of misfortune, whether it was Yu Yang's spirit recovery or the control of the power of the laws, it would be greatly improved. It seems that I have never done it in a world of ice and snow before. Xianxia, let's try it. It must be very exciting. Pandora was excited. She took the initiative to move her body and wanted to hug Yu Yang's body with her hands. However, Xianxia was a little resistant. This is not very good, right? Let master and mistress rest for a while. She resisted and tried not to move her hands. At the same time, she peeked at Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai with her big watery eyes to see if they would agree. Princess Sisai coughed and turned her head as if she did not see anything. Shui Wuxia knew that Xianxia was very obedient. If she did not agree, she would feel uneasy even if Pandora controlled her body to do it. Thus, she smiled and nodded to her. Xianxia bowed to Shui Wuxia as if she had been pardoned. Then, she covered her blushing face with her hands. This was her last natural reaction. Later, she let go of her mind and control of her body. She let Pandora drive her hands to carry Yu Yang out. Xianxia naturally wanted to lend a helping hand to her master. Seeing his exhausted look, she felt extremely heartache. Now that she got Shui Wuxia's consent, she was of course shy and touched. She carried Yu Yang and quickly left the grimoire world. This boy is really lucky. Princess Sisai could not help but feel a little jealous. Ah, I agree. Shui Wuxia rarely agreed with Tigress's words. But today, she felt that Tigress was right. The two ladies were preparing to go back to their rooms to rest and adjust their condition. All of a sudden, they saw Xianxia running back with her naked body. Her huge snow-white breasts swaying in the air caused Princess Xianxia and the others, who were women, to involuntarily cry out in surprise. Xianxia did not realize this at all. She was so excited that her face was flushed. Mistresses, Pandora said that the ice mountain seems to have a god's martial soul that has lost its consciousness. Idiot, we can come back and tell them after we're done. There's no need to be so impatient. Pandora sighed helplessly when she said the last sentence. When Xianxia finally reacted and realized that she was completely naked, she immediately screamed. She was so scared that she ran out of the room. she tripped and fell outside the door. She was afraid that Shui Wuxia and the other ladies would come to help her. She endured the pain and climbed up. It's not painful. Mistresses, I'm leaving. Ah, master is still sleeping outside without anyone to take care of him. Xianxia deserves to die. Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai looked at each other. They shook their heads and laughed. With such a cute little maid, sometimes it was really hard to be angry. 3 days later. 1/10 of the towering iceberg had been devoured by the black hole seal space. It looked a little like a ferocious prehistoric monster with its mouth wide open. The huge ice wall allowed Yu Yang to open up a 10,000-meter-long ice crystal tunnel that extended to the center of the iceberg. The black hole space was still as terrifying as ever, as if it could never be filled. When Yu Yang entered the black hole space, he found that there had been earth-shaking changes inside. There was melting 10,000-year-old mysterious ice floating everywhere. Without Queen Vivian Li's will, these 10,000-year-old mysterious ice would probably disappear completely in less than a minute. However, under Queen Vivian Li's will, even a small piece the size of a finger would take several minutes or even tens of minutes to completely melt, let alone the 100-meter-tall ice peaks. Turning the black hole space into her world of ice and snow was the wish that Queen Vivian Li had previously vowed. With Yu Yang's help from the outside, she had plenty of time and energy to receive the 10,000-year-old mysterious ice that had yet to melt. She would break away from the control of the ancient runes and turn them into her own ice energy. The more energy the black hole seal space devoured from Queen Vivian Li's will, the more she would assimilate. Previously, Queen Vivian Li's energy had been completely devoured by it. Now, with Yu Yang's continuous supply of 10,000-year-old mysterious ice from the outside, Queen Vivian Li was gradually determined to challenge the black hole space's sealing power. A martial soul that has lost its divine sense? After listening to Yu Yang's description of the situation, Queen Vivian Li also felt that it was a little strange. Apart from the gods' ruins, I've never heard of any other place where gods have been buried. Moreover, even if the godhood disappears, the divine sense of the gods will not disappear easily. This situation is just the opposite. I'm also confused. Pandora is very sure. Yu Yang also suspected this, but he still believed in Pandora's judgment. After all, she was the former goddess of misfortune. In this case, you have to be careful and pay attention to the counterattack of the hidden divine sense, Queen Vivian Li warned. If that's the case, I can use it to test my sword. Yu Yang had already advanced to the sovereign realm. The power of the 3 swords, Guai Tsung, Shuanghua, and Shaolian had greatly increased. In addition to the world extermination, eternal double wheel, and even the flames of nirvana, Yu Yang was confident that he was not afraid of any hidden divine sense. Once they lost their divine bodies, no matter how powerful they were, they would not be able to regain their original power. You look more confident than before. Queen Vivian Li praised Yu Yang. Right now, Yu Yang had 2 plans. When Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai worked together as lovers, he would use the creation domain to guide the devouring of the black hole seal space. This method was controlled by Yu Yang's will, but the range was not large. At most, he could absorb the ice wall within a kilometer at a time, and it was already very tiring. The second plan was when Xianxia cooperated with Yu Yang to carry out the husband and wife dual cultivation. Pandora, who was in her body, would use her divine sense to guide it. Although her divine body and godhood no longer existed, her purified misfortune divine power and divine sense still had boundless power. This point could be expanded 1,000 times in Yu Yang's body. At this time, Yu Yang used the lost control method suggested by Shui Wuxia. It was to guide the black hole seal space to expand as much as possible, the bigger the better. Then, Yu Yang gave up control and let the black hole seal space disappear from this unit world on its own. The result of this was that not only did the black hole devour the surrounding ice and snow energy, but it also directly tore the space apart and engulfed it. If Yu Yang did not escape fast enough, it was very easy for him to be affected by the shattering of the space the moment he left. Fortunately, the most terrifying power of the black hole seal would not hurt Yu Yang, otherwise, this plan would be completely unfeasible. Moreover, there was a drawback to this plan. Because the speed at which the black hole disappeared was too fast, it could not completely engulf the iceberg that was condensed from tens of thousands of years of cold energy, and the effect of destroying the iceberg was not good. However, this method of losing control was unimaginable for the ice and snow on the ground to be attracted. Yu Yang had once teleported out to an open area. He carried out this plan. As a result, the ice and snow energy within a radius of tens of kilometers was instantly devoured. Even the space was torn to pieces, and it could not be repaired for a long time. 10 days later. Everything was safe and sound. On this day, Yu Yang, who had just finished his work, had just teleported back with Xiaonu from afar. Suddenly, he saw that the storm goddess general was fighting with someone at the foot of the iceberg. Princess Sisai shouted continuously, the prison emperor divine sword she pointed straight to the sky. What's going on? Yu Yang saw that Xue Wuxia was heavily injured and had fallen to the ground. Fresh blood flowed out and stained her cherry lips. His heart ached when he saw this. He took a step forward and hugged the trembling Xuanyo tightly in his arms. As soon as he hugged her, Yu Yang was shocked to find that her body was as cold as a 10,000-year-old ice. At the same time, he realized that this kind of cold energy was not the energy that her body had lost control of. It was a strange cold energy that invaded her body. Who was it that could sneak an attack on Xue Wuxia, who had the divine sense domain? Yu Yang raised his head angrily and looked at the battlefield where the fierce battle was going on. He realized that a golden figure that was sealed in the iceberg was using ice as a weapon to attack Princess Sisai through the iceberg. He also created ice chains, intending to bind the storm goddess general tightly. The iceberg at this time was not the same as before. It was unknown when a strange power of the ancient code had appeared inside and outside of it, as if it was protecting its existence. Was there really someone sealed in this iceberg? Strange. How did he hide from his Heaven Eyes divine vision and Xue Wuxia's book of truth? Princess Sisai, who had the strongest sixth sense, and even Pandora, who had the ability to predict death, couldn't see through his existence. Who was this guy? Countless questions flashed through Yu Yang's mind, but he didn't have time to think. Xue Wuxia's injuries had already ignited his anger. No matter who the other party was, whether he was a god or a human, as long as he dared to hurt his woman, he would kill him without mercy. Kill. He Guade Song, Bai Shuanghua, and Qi Xiaolian attacked at the same time. Yu Yang, who was seething with anger, instantly fell into a berserk state under the stimulation of his beloved woman's injuries. He soared into the sky, passed by the equally furious Princess Sisai, passed by the storm goddess general who was fighting to protect her master, and completely ignored the tens of thousands of ice chains that the other party shot towards him. He raised the Night Immortal sword and slashed down, forcefully cutting off the tens of thousands of ice chains that were shaped like a torrent, creating another opening. Separated by an unknown thickness of ice wall, the red-eyed Yu Yang let out a violent roar. The Guizong sword that carried the will of the Jizun broke through the wall and entered. Princess Sisai, who was behind him, was dumbfounded. One must know that before this, no matter how much she used the prison emperor divine sword to cut, she couldn't even make a small hole in the 10,000-year-old ice wall. But now, Yu Yang, because of his anger, had actually shattered the ice wall with a single slash, causing at least 1,000 meters of collapse and a few dozen meters of explosion. This was not the end. The berserk Yu Yang completely lost his previous rationality. He did not consider anything at all, did not care how many tens of thousands of meters thick the ice wall was, and did not know how deep the opponent was hiding in the ice wall. Instead, he was completely controlled by his anger and continued to unleash the third slash, Bai Shuanghua. If he used Bai Shuanghua to attack kind-hearted women like Lu Yi, Yu Yu, and Fourth Mother, then the Bai Shuanghua sword would be powerless. It might even help them recover to their peak state in an instant. However, if it was used to attack evil and filthy demons, then Bai Shuanghua would be the most powerful existence in the world. Nothing could compare to it. Yu Yang's right hand pierced into the shattered ice wall. The Bai Shuanghua sword was not like the black Guizong sword, which only attacked the surface layer of ice. It was also not affected by the refraction of the ice crystals, and even ignored the influence of the hidden power of the ancient code. It directly pierced through the wall like a light sword, without a sound or presence, and pierced into the golden figure inside the ice layer. The golden figure paused for a moment, then suddenly disappeared, as if it had never appeared before, and no longer existed. Xue Wuxia was heavily injured and unconscious. Yu Yang could not find the enemy for a while, so he used the Guizong and Shaolian sword to slash wildly, breaking many layers of ice. In the end, he returned with hatred. Strange, she's fine, but some kind of power is fusing with her. Princess Sisai was already holding Xue Wuxia at this time. She checked on her body's condition, but found that her injuries were not caused by a sneak attack. Yu Yang broke out from his berserk state and felt waves of fatigue. He almost sat down on the snow. He endured the fatigue and took over Xue Wuxia. When he forced the pure innate sword qi into her body, he found that her injuries had already recovered. If not for the bloodstains on her cherry lips, it was as if she had never been injured. Most importantly, Yu Yang also found the same situation. There was some kind of energy fusing with Xue Wuxia's body, and this energy was actually the same as her extreme cold power. Pandora, can you see anything? Yu Yang found that his Heaven Eye's divine vision could not be used for the first time, so he could only pin his hopes on Pandora. Maybe, I was wrong before, and there is not only one god sealed in the ice mountain. Maybe there are two gods sealed inside, and one has already been beaten to the point of dissipating by the other, but the divinity and last wishes are still suppressing the other. Pandora in. Xianu's body could not figure out the truth, and could only make a half guess. What should I do now to kill the remaining god? Yu Yang only wanted to find the answer. It did not matter if he was a human or a god, as long as he dared to hurt his woman, he would die. Pandora was a little hesitant, and shook her head. I can't see through it either, maybe this is a good thing. Although I can only give people bad luck, I also have a strong sense of good luck. Yu Yang was about to faint. Xuanyo being injured by the enemy was a good thing. If it was not for Pandora, the former goddess of misfortune, saying this, Yu Yang would have thought that she was crazy. The enemy was hiding. Even if they wanted to kill him, they could not find him. Yu Yang had no choice but to bring Xue Wuxia back to the grimoire world, but this way, the energy that was obviously beneficial to Xue Wuxia would be cut off. After discussing with Princess Sisai, Yu Yang had no choice but to bring Xue Wuxia out again, but he tried to stay as far away from the ice mountain as possible, so that the golden shadow that was trapped inside would not have a chance to attack. After a day and a night of waiting, Xue Wuxia's long eyelashes trembled a few times. She finally woke up. Before Xue Wuxia could fully open her eyes, she screamed, "Don't hit him, don't hit him, don't hit him." Yu Yang's heart ached as he hugged her tightly. "Don't be afraid, I'm here, no one will hurt you anymore, Xuanyo, don't be afraid." When Xue Wuxia was fully awake and saw that the person in front of her was Yu Yang, she suddenly laughed. Her laughter made Yu Yang and Princess Sisai confused. Did this Xuanyo become stupid? Why was she laughing after being ambushed? It was really confusing. Don't worry, I'm not stupid, my head is not broken either. Xue Wuxia hugged Yu Yang's neck and tried to suppress her excitement. She smiled at the startled Yu Yang and Princess Sisai. Actually, there was no one who ambushed me. That's right, I found the enemy, but he was not the one who injured me. Wait a minute, let me explain, it's actually very simple. I sensed the seal, the enemy wanted to lure me to attack the seal, but I had already sensed another type of divine power, so I retracted my attack. In other words, I was injured because of the recoil of my telekinesis. Don't attack the enemy, otherwise, that guy will take the opportunity to escape. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yu Yang sweated profusely, he had even broken a large part of the ice mountain. But your body is constantly being fused with energy, what's going on? Princess Sisai still had doubts in her heart. There is indeed an ancient rune in the ice mountain. It has the same attribute as me. It is calling for me. Xue Wuxia raised her hand slightly. Yu Yang and Princess Sisai could see that the ice energy, which could not be controlled by any will, was gradually gathering in her palm. Although it was very slight, it could be said that Xue Wuxia already had the qualifications to control the ice energy in this world. As long as she completely fused with the ancient rune in the depths of the ice mountain, she would be able to achieve great success. At that time, she would be able to control the whole unit world. Yu Yang was happy at first, but then he became worried. According to the current situation, he was 80% sure that the ancient rune was the basic existence to seal the enemy. Without it, the strong enemy would break out of the ice. Princess Sisai looked at Xue Wuxia to see if she had any ideas. Xue Wuxia, who understood their thoughts, smiled and shook her head. Although the ancient rune is good, I will not fuse with it if it does not have a 100% chance of winning. I have fused with the ancient rune, so I need at least a period of time to upgrade it. If that is the case, it will not be of help to the overall situation. I will not ask you to risk your lives for my own needs. Moreover, releasing such a strong enemy in the ice mountain is not a good thing for the whole Tongtian Tower. Yu Yang objected, we definitely need the ancient rune, but we have to think of a way to get it. Far away. It seemed to be transmitted from the unseen world. A voice full of divine power resounded in the minds of Yu Yang, Shui Wuxia, and Princess Sisai. It was silent, but it was like a thunderclap exploding in their ears. If it was not for Yu Yang, who had the will of a supreme martial artist, and if it was an ordinary person, even if they did not die, they would be so scared that their souls would leave their bodies and kneel down to worship the gods. A clear and dignified voice that couldn't be questioned resounded. Even if you want to refuse, how can you refuse the bestowment of me, Qi Tianhe? Pitiful ants like you will never understand what a human is and what a god is. Don't think that just because you raised the sword in your hand and broke 1 or 2 pieces of ice, you can jump out of this pitiful realm of mortals. Lowly lives, you will forever be frogs at the bottom of a well. Yu Yang was furious. He had seen many arrogant people like Shun Tian, Scarlet Emperor, Black Hell King, Thousand Goblin King, Ancient Demon King, Empress of Heaven, Jiao Shao, and Void. Although these rankers were also very arrogant, they were definitely not as arrogant as this guy today. This fellow was even more arrogant than Jiwori. It could be said that there was no limit to his arrogance, gods were only seen in the eyes of ordinary people. No matter how powerful a god was, he was only a ranker who had reached a certain realm. A divine sovereign could possess a godhead, an existence that surpassed the existence of domains and had boundless power. However, no matter how powerful a god was, no matter how powerful a godhead was, there was still a limit. Did he really think that he was the omnipotent lord of the world? Compared to those ancient gods who could easily create or destroy worlds in ancient times, a god who had just stepped into the divine sovereign realm was nothing. Those who could destroy the whole world with a raise of their hands and create the whole world with a raise of their hands were the true almighty beings. This fellow who had been sealed in this ice mountain for God knows how many years was really a joke. He actually dared to be so arrogant. When Yu Yang thought of this, he became even more furious. Don't be angry, this is a kind of mental disturbance. It is meant to provoke you. Promise me, no matter what happens, don't lose your mind. Only by keeping a clear mind will you not make any mistakes. Shui Wuxia was the most sensitive to mental attacks. Some mental attacks were like needles that pricked people, some were not, they were like a flood that drowned people, and some were silent, they could make people lose their minds and become a captive. Don't worry, I won't be angry. I will just treat his nonsense as a lowly dog's fart. Yu Yang nodded and promised Shui Wuxia. In fact, he felt that if he was really angry and went berserk, that fellow would be even more unlucky. Because when he went berserk, the terrifying power that he could unleash was not something that he could unleash normally. Of course, Shui Wuxia might have warned Yu Yang like that because she had some kind of premonition, or maybe it was some kind of divine inspiration. The ice mountain now was filled with different types of divine power. There was the power of the divine fire that was about to erupt, the extreme cold divine power that could freeze everything, the sealing divine power that was as strict as a castle, and there was even a divine power that Yu Yang, Shui Wuxia, and Princess Sisai could not figure out what it was. These divine powers were all suppressing each other, but they were also restraining each other, forming a strange yet strange balance. There was clearly no divine power at the beginning. Why did so many divine powers suddenly appear? Could it be? Because I used the black hole to seal the space and break the ice mountain, Yu Yang thought to himself. While he was secretly on guard with Princess Sisai, Shui Wuxia's storm goddess was also guarding the side, just in case something unexpected happened. Rumble. At the broken ice wall, there was suddenly a huge explosion. Thousands of pieces of ice flew into the sky, and a divine light, like lightning, went straight towards Yu Yang. Yu Yang had already condensed Guizong and Shuanghua. When he saw the enemy sneak attack, he immediately used Shuanghua to meet the attack. Guizong was ready, waiting for the enemy's next move. However, what made Yu Yang incomparably surprised was that the Shuanghua sword had no power to harm that divine light, and that divine light also seemed to be completely harmless. Under the support of the Shuanghua sword, it became even stronger and more wonderful. Because of Shuanghua's attack, the divine light slightly stagnated. It drew an arc, brushed past Yu Yang's left side, and shot towards Princess Sisai. Princess Sisai blocked it with the Prison Emperor Divine Sword. The divine light was blocked by the divine sword, and was reflected towards Shui Wuxia. Finally, it hit the Book of Truth, and was reflected between Shui Wuxia's eyebrows. Ah! Yu Yang's eyes widened. If he knew it would be like this, he would have just let the divine light hit him. Who knew that when he fought back, he would harm Shui Wuxia instead? Don't be afraid, I'm fine. Shui Wuxia spoke at the first moment, indicating to Yu Yang not to be afraid. You're really fine? You scared me to death. Princess Sisai was also very guilty. If she knew that the divine light would hit between Shui Wuxia's eyebrows, she would definitely not block it with her sword. Ha ha ha, ants, everything is as I expected. That arrogant voice laughed out loud. You mortals, with your intelligence, how could you think that the divine light was not an offensive divine light, but a kind of divine sense guidance? Ha ha ha, that bitch Yu Lan, in order to prevent me from escaping, she actually dispersed her own divine sense. But how could she think that after tens of thousands of years, there would still be 3 fools like you who broke the 10,000-year-old ice wall and woke me up from my slumber? What makes people feel that fate has arranged the most is that there is actually a descendant of that bitch Yu Lan, the descendant who is most suitable to inherit her power. You ants, other than lamenting fate, what else can you do? Yu Lan dispersed her own divine sense, without the divine light to guide. It's alright, I will help her guide with my divine sense. When that ant girl inherits Yu Lan's divinity, it will be the time when the seal is lifted, and also the time when all of you will die. Fate, fate, you are so wonderful, I like you so much, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Go. Yu Yang heard that something was wrong. Of the 36 stratagems, escape was the best. But it was already too late to leave now. The entire iceberg was trembling. Shui Wuxia, who was stunned, looked at Yu Yang without blinking. Countless ice and snow energy quickly gathered around her body. On the other side of the iceberg, countless specks of divine light, bright like a galaxy, slowly floated over. Inheriting the divine power of the predecessor and effortlessly obtaining the divinity, this was originally a great thing, but this divine power just happened to seal a strong enemy. Once it was integrated into Shui Wuxia's body, it meant that the seal was lifted, which meant that the strong enemy from tens of thousands of years ago was about to be born. Yu Yang clenched his teeth, turned to face Princess Sisai, looked into her eyes, gave her a deep hug, and kissed her cherry lips hard. Then, he let go of her hands. Tigress, you go first, go tell Night Empress and Jizun that we want to help. Princess Sisai was usually very strong and never cried, but now, her tears flowed down. Don't chase me away, I know, once I leave, I won't be able to see you again. Although I usually like to fight with you, but, I just want to act coquettishly. Let me stay, if we can be together, it doesn't matter even if I die. If you ask me to leave, there's no meaning in me living on. Yu Yang's voice was incomparably gentle. Usually he would yell at her, but now, he was unusually patient, and gently persuaded, don't cry, nothing will happen to me, Xuanyo will also be fine. Even if the opponent is a broken god, I can still defeat him, I am born to defy the heavens, nothing can stop me. Princess Sisai heard, and cried even harder, since you can defy the heavens, then why do you still want to chase me away? Let me accompany you, if you can defy the heavens, I will accompany you to defy the heavens, if you fail, I will also accompany you. Yu Yang held her little face, and wiped away the tears for her over and over again. Shui Wuxia, who was beside him, was already speechless. Holding the Book of Truth in her hand, half of her body was already covered in ice and snow, and more divine power light spots, as vast as the Milky Way, floated over. Some of them merged into the Book of Truth, and the majority of them merged into her body. The iceberg in the distance shook violently. The ice peak that pointed straight to the sky gradually began to crack, as if it was going to break from the middle. Inside the layer of ice, countless light spots of divine power formed an image that was thousands of meters tall, and it slowly floated out, completely without any divine consciousness, just a female godhead that was not controlled by any consciousness, and it looked somewhat similar to Shui Wuxia, but it was shining with divine light, and its power was unparalleled. When the female godhead left and floated towards Shui Wuxia, the entire iceberg shook even more violently, as if something was struggling to get out. This is a bit too much, but I am not afraid at all. Come on, no way, Do you think I will tell you that challenging fate and defying the heavens is what I like? Yu Yang, who was supposed to be very anxious because he could not persuade Princess Sisai to leave, suddenly smiled, and his face flashed with unparalleled boldness and confidence. There seemed to be divine light shooting out from his eyes. It made him look like a god from the legends, or in other words, this was the real him. When Princess Sisai and Shui Wuxia looked at Yu Yang from behind, they had an illusion that the female godhead that was thousands of meters tall, and even the iceberg that was tens of thousands of meters tall were under his feet. Countless rays of divine light shrouded Shui Wuxia, who was floating in midair. Shui Wuxia was already in a semi-conscious state. Her mind was filled with all kinds of information about the godly state contained in the divine light, causing her to have a splitting headache. She could not afford to be distracted at all. Princess Sisai was blasted thousands of meters away by the supreme energy of the godly state. She could not get close to Shui Wuxia at all. Moreover, she was most worried about Yu Yang, not Xuanyo, who was merging with an unknown godhead. The ground shook violently as if there was an earthquake. The iceberg collapsed completely. The broken tip of the iceberg rumbled as it broke off. It was as if there was an invisible demon hand controlling it, causing it to tilt and turn sideways. The gigantic tip of the iceberg pierced towards Yu Yang, who was on the ground. Falling from a height of 10,000 meters, coupled with the strange manipulation of power, even an innate martial artist would be smashed into pieces if he was hit by the tip of the iceberg. Yu Yang was not an ordinary innate martial artist. He was an innate martial artist, one who surpassed everything and reached the most perfect state. He raised the crescent moon sword and unleashed the first slash, earth-splitting slash. The heaven and earth-splitting saber and sword chi perfectly split the tip of the huge iceberg into two. The two halves were exactly the same. It was 100 times more accurate than when a craftsman measured it with a ruler. The tip of the iceberg was cut in half, but it did not slow down. It fell like a meteorite and a huge gap gradually opened up in the middle. It was 100 meters wide and could easily accommodate Yu Yang, Shui Wuxia, and Princess Sisai. The iceberg pierced deep into the ground and the explosion of the impact swept across the land. The entire snowfield was like a hurricane passing through the ocean. Billions of ice and snow were splashed up, forming a terrifying snowstorm. The ice on the ground also spread out like waves under the impact of the impact. It spread for dozens of kilometers before it gradually calmed down. Princess Sisai, who was holding a sword and standing between the two cracked ice peaks, was safe and sound because of the protection of Yu Yang's creation domain. Even the deafening impact and sonic booms did not affect her at all. It was as if she was listening from 100 miles away. Although it was clear, she was not harmed. Looking at the spectacular scene, Princess Sisai was both shocked by the enemy's powerful control and gratified by Yu Yang's mysterious solution. Only he could receive it so easily. If it was him, if he didn't retreat, wouldn't he be in a very difficult situation? In the sky, a sharp piece of broken ice fell towards Shui Wuxia, who was floating in the air. Even though she was protected by divine power and no attack could hurt her, this was still a provocation. A mocking smile appeared on Yu Yang's face. He didn't even need to use his crescent moon sword. With a flick of his finger, the sharp piece of ice in the sky was completely shattered. It exploded into snowflakes and scattered in the wind. This kind of childish provocation was obviously not an attack from the enemy. It was not even a test. At most, it was a small disturbance to delay time. Yu Yang knew what this meant. He also knew that the enemy was struggling in the seal, trying to break free, but he did not attack. Not only him, Princess Sisai also did not attack. She, who was holding the prison emperor divine sword, followed behind Yu Yang, silently guarding his back so that he could fight with peace of mind. Do you think that by delaying time, you can let that ant girl absorb divine power? Ha 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 ha, naive. Without a few months' time, with her strength, don't even think about fusing with divine power that has an independent godhead. A voice that sounded like that of a god resounded with incomparable majesty. I want to say, whether you are called Qi Tianhe or He Tianqi, you really talk a lot of nonsense. Yu Yang replied. That's right, no matter what you say, we will not attack. Don't even think about using our strength to break free from the seal. Princess Sisai laughed coldly as she retorted. Ha 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 ha. This is really too funny. Ha ha ha, that's right, I am still in the seal, but this is because my divine power is too strong and I can't pull it out immediately. It's not that I can't come out immediately. For ants like you, I can easily kill you with just a finger. That kind of difficulty isn't much more difficult than crushing an ant to death. That arrogant Xianxia laughed loudly. Is that so? Then let's try it. Yu Yang shrugged his shoulders. Not only did he not care about that Xianxia, he even kept the broken ice peak into his grimoire world as if there was no one else around. If it was still on the ice mountain and was protected by the law of the seal, then Yu Yang would not be able to keep the ice on the ice mountain into his grimoire world. He could only forcefully swallow it with his black hole domain. However, it was different now. The broken ice peak had already fallen to the ground, and was no longer restricted by any law. Although Yu Yang had to conserve energy to deal with enemies who could break free from the seal at any time, and was unable to use the power of the small law to guide the black hole domain to swallow it, it was completely possible for him to keep the broken ice peak into his grimoire world. This did not require any effort from him. Yu Yang's action of ignoring him had probably completely angered the other party. There was a moment of silence. When he had accumulated enough energy, the golden figure inside the ice mountain appeared again. With a rumble, the side of the ice mountain that was destroyed by Yu Yang exploded into millions of ice shards. Millions of ice shards exploded into the air, forming a dense rain of ice shards that fell down like a cannonball. Azure Dragon. Princess Sisai did not need Yu Yang to make a move. She leapt forward. The image of the azure dragon flashed above her head. The sword chi was like a dragon. It spun mysteriously in the air. It was different from the previous azure dragon lightning knot that bound the enemy. This was a more brilliant and ingenious spinning attack. The lightning produced by the sword chi was like a azure dragon. It glided through the millions of ice shards in the sky, causing them to spin like a top and fall to the ground as light as a feather. When they fell to the ice surface, they only spun on the smooth ice surface, and did not damage the ground at all. If a warrior below heaven rank saw this kind of control, they would probably be scared out of their wits. Even a warrior above heaven rank would be dumbfounded if they saw this. At least, in the heaven realm, many king level 5 heaven rank warriors might not be able to do this. It was easy to break these ice shards, even if there were twice as many of them, it would not be a problem. But like Princess Sisai, not a single one of them was broken. They all spun and fell to the ground like feathers. That was too difficult. Moreover, Princess Sisai used sword chi and lightning to do this. This was even more difficult, and became an inconceivable miracle. TSK, you dare to show off such insignificant skills. Xianxia, who was sealed in the ice mountain, was extremely disdainful. Although he had to admit in his heart that when he was at the same realm as Princess Sisai, it was impossible for him to do this. However, the current him had already surpassed his previous self by 1,000 times. Looking back, he felt that he was omnipotent and did not need to care about the tricks of ants. No matter how strong a person was, he was still just a mortal. He, who was sealed in the ice mountain and could not escape for the time being, split out a golden shadow as a clone. The 100-meter-long golden shadow drilled out of the ice mountain with some difficulty. Because it was afraid of disturbing the power of the seal, it was actually very careful when it drilled out. It tried its best to follow the ice tunnel that Yu Yang had created previously. Yu Yang did not stop it. He only curled his lips. What a big golden mouse. Princess Sisai, who was holding the divine sword with a solemn and nervous expression, could not help but burst into laughter. If one did not look at its shape, just by looking at the cautious manner in which it drilled out of the ice tunnel, it really did look like a mouse drilled out of a hole. It was a far cry from a deity descending from the sky and displaying his divine might. Of course, when the golden shadow drilled out of the ice mountain completely and left the range of the seal, it immediately recovered its arrogance and haughtiness. It unleashed its full power, and its whole body flickered with divine light. In particular, the top of its head was like the sun, and it shone with a radiance that made it difficult for people to look directly at it. Perhaps it had heard Yu Yang's mockery, but the golden shadow's clone glared angrily at Yu Yang. It extended its palm forward. The golden palm shone. The 5 huge and golden fingers slowly closed together. Within 100 meters around Yu Yang and Princess Sisai, there were 5 terrifying forces that quickly closed together. The ice on the ground seemed to have been plowed up by a bulldozer, piling up and quickly compressing towards the space around Yu Yang's body. The ice on the ground was also pulled and smashed towards Yu Yang like meteors. In the air, a giant hand made of ice even appeared and fiercely squeezed towards Yu Yang and Princess Sisai's body. Break! Princess Sisai waved the Prison Emperor Divine Sword with both of her hands and slashed out a sharp sword chi, directly cutting off the 5 fingers that were made of ice. Rumble! The ice hand that had its fingers cut off was still gathered together, but the 5 fingers fell down. It did not manage to kill Yu Yang as it had hoped. Princess Sisai's sword attack had not finished. She flipped in the air and half knelt on the ice. She turned the divine sword around and stabbed it into the ground. The power of the divine sword quickly expanded in the layer of ice under her feet, forming a soundless shock wave. The killing force that was gathering on the ground was like a soap bubble meeting a sharp needle. It was instantly destroyed. It disappeared into nothingness. Even the 5 fingers of the golden shadow, Qi his energy clone, furrowed its brows as it looked at its own fingers. Although it did not break, the counterattack power of Princess Sisai's divine sword had already cut off its 5 fingers. This was the power of Princess Sisai's white tiger holy power. It was soundless, yet it could kill people without leaving a trace. If you think that you can be proud of yourself after breaking my casual claw, then you are gravely mistaken. The golden shadow flickered with extremely dazzling divine light. Its entire body was like a blazing sun. A kind of divine fire that was close to the power of the earth Guiying fire erupted from the bottom of the golden shadow's feet. It was different from the earth Guiying fire. This kind of unknown divine fire burned endlessly and surged crazily. There was no possibility of it being peaceful. Accompanying its birth was an incomparably powerful golden thunderbolt that crackled and exploded. When Yu Yang saw this kind of divine fire, he secretly compared it to the earth Guiying fire. He was not alarmed. Instead, he was delighted. It seemed that he had suddenly understood something. Not only him, but even Princess Sisai also nodded to herself. It seemed that she had understood something. The golden shadow quickly turned into a flaming giant that was surging with divine fire. It burned fiercely. The cold ice on the ground was dispersed and incinerated by the fire energy. It retreated far away like a receding tide. An empty circle of 1,000 meters was formed around the golden shadow's body. The golden palm that had injured Princess Sisai's fingers had long since been healed by the divine fire. Moreover, divine fire was surging endlessly from the center of the palm. It was like a volcanic eruption. Actually, my true divine power is not frost at all. On the contrary, my divine power is flames. Under my scarlet sky divine fire, there is nothing in this world that cannot be destroyed. My willpower can burn everything in this world. Pitiful ants, accept the punishment of my scarlet sky divine fire. Ha 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 ha, in front of a god, your struggles are meaningless. Other than lamenting, there is no need for you to make any other sound. The golden shadow raised his hand. The divine fire erupted, and terrifying raging flames soared into the sky. Yu Yang was speechless. Although he was also an expert in playing with fire, and even possessed the nirvana flame that could burn everything in this world, he did not mind letting his enemy be arrogant for a while. After all, a boss that was killed was usually very arrogant before its death, wasn't it? Weep and tremble, ants. The golden figure arrogantly raised both of his hands up high and propped them against the sky. Soon after, he pressed them down again and hit the ground heavily. Hundreds of thousands of raging flames spurted out from the icy ground. Among them, the 2 largest flames appeared under Yu Yang and Princess Sisai's feet. Yu Yang's reaction was extremely fast. The instant the flames erupted under his feet, he flipped his body and somersaulted in the air, easily dodging the impact of the flames. On the other hand, Princess Xianxia was different. Her speed was even faster than Yu Yang's. Unknowingly, a pair of vermilion bird flame wings had already appeared on her back. At the same time when the jet flame impact disappeared, her real body had already appeared behind the golden shadow. The Prison Emperor divine sword slashed down. Its power was enough to tear the heavens and split the earth, but that slash that could easily kill a heaven-rank powerhouse was blocked by a single finger of that golden figure covered in god fire. The golden silhouette, Xianxia, raised a finger, and with a hint of arrogance that seemed to look down on all living things in the world, he casually blocked Princess Xianxia's sword, which she had attacked with all her might, above her head. Those who look down on the gods will be punished by the gods. Qi Tianhe raised his golden eyes and glared angrily at Princess Sisai, who had counterattacked. Princess Sisai's expression changed greatly. Her body seemed to have been hit by some kind of invisible force. She fell towards the broken iceberg like a meteor. With a rumble, she smashed into the hard ice wall. She was in so much pain that her whole body was trembling. Fortunately, the Prison Emperor Divine Sword had blocked most of the force. Otherwise, she would have fainted on the spot. The might of a single glare was already so terrifying. However, Qi Tianhe's face was filled with arrogance. He even snorted disdainfully, "Insignificant little worm." Slap. Just as he finished saying this, Qi Tianhe's face suffered a slap. Even though this slap to the face wasn't heavy, it was still sufficiently humiliating. This was especially so for a prideful god like Qi Tianhe. It was an unimaginable humiliation. Even though it was an energy clone, it was still an unforgettable humiliation for a human to slap to the face. When Qi Tianhe slowly turned his head around, he discovered that Yu Yang was standing in front of him with an extremely annoying smile on his face. What drove Qi Tianhe crazy the most was that Yu Yang even said without the slightest sense of blasphemy, "Such a big face, it feels really good to hit it." Die. Qi Tianhe's anger had reached its limit. The divine flame erupted. Raging flame soared into the sky. In a thousandth of a second, the golden energy doppelganger clasped its palms together like it was swatting a mosquito, wanting to flatten Yu Yang alive. Yu Yang's afterimage disappeared, and he fell to the ground like a meteor. Even though the 100-meter-tall golden energy doppelganger was strong, it was still a little slow compared to him. Qi Tianhe's hands couldn't hit Yu Yang, so he immediately raised his huge feet and stomped down fiercely. The huge shockwave caused the layers of ice within 10,000 meters to shatter and melt. Yu Yang, who was hiding in midair, also seemed to have fainted from the shockwave. The huge hands that were burning with raging flames slapped down heavily. Boom! Yu Yang's entire body was smashed by the huge hands that were burning with divine flames, sinking at least 100 meters deep into the ground. A huge burning handprint appeared on the frozen ground where the layers of ice had melted. It was deep, and the raging flames burned the frozen ground that had been frozen for 10,000 years black. Qi Tianhe controlled the energy doppelganger and used its huge feet to stomp heavily on the edge of the handprint. The divine flame on its body fluctuated, and finally, it followed the stomp's momentum and penetrated into the ground. When the foot was raised, the divine flame's energy, which had been suppressed to the limit, immediately detonated. The energy underground couldn't bear it anymore, and it completely erupted, turning into a volcanic crater that spewed flames into the sky. A charred humanoid figure immediately shot out of the ground and into the sky, bringing with it an endless amount of molten lava and a charred humanoid figure. Mortals that infuriate the gods must die under the divine punishment. Qi Tianhe controlled the golden energy doppelganger and clenched its fist. In the sky, the lava and the divine flame's energy immediately condensed to the limit. They formed into a ball. When they reached the point where they couldn't bear it anymore, they exploded with a bang, turning into millions of sparks that rained down on the entire sky. Qi Tianhe sensed that the life form that had rushed out had already been completely annihilated. Only then did the fury in its heart subside a little. Originally, it had wanted to continue tormenting it for a little longer. Unfortunately, its opponent was too weak. After all, it was just a mortal that was as small as an insect, when the golden energy doppelganger turned around and continued to kill Princess Sisai. It was astonished to discover that the ant that should have died just now was actually still alive. Not only was he still alive, he was even roasting chicken wings. Student Yu Yang held a fork in one hand as he roasted chicken wings at the edge of the divine flame. At the same time, he swayed his head and sang, "Little chicken wings, my favorite food." His appearance was as annoying as it could get. When Qi Tianhe saw this, he simply wanted to spit out a mouthful of blood and spit this brat to death. "Give me a bite." Princess Sisai moved closer to him. Now, she knew how to cooperate with him. "What's the hurry? There's still a big monster that hasn't exploded yet." Before Yu Yang could finish speaking, a giant golden hand had already smashed down from the sky. Qi Tianhe chased after Yu Yang and Princess Sisai, furiously smashing them. The surrounding ground was destroyed beyond recognition, but he couldn't do anything to the two of them. As if they had figured out their opponent's strength, Princess Sisai and Yu Yang didn't fight him head-on. Instead, they switched to a guerrilla warfare strategy, and the results were pretty good. Tianhe was extremely angry, but the two of them acted as if nothing had happened. They even ate a honey sauce chicken wing between them. However, not much time had passed. The golden energy doppelganger suddenly stopped moving. Yu Yang and Princess Sisai looked at each other and quietly moved forward. First, Yu Yang used the crescent moon blade to poke the golden energy doppelganger's anus. When he realized that the doppelganger really couldn't move, he was overjoyed. He gestured to Princess Sisai to take out her divine sword and slash at the doppelganger. I'll slash, I'll slash, I'll slash. Princess Sisai slashed at the doppelganger's head. Unfortunately, even though she had the divine sword in her hand, Tianhe's golden energy doppelganger was too tanky. It couldn't deal much damage to the doppelganger at all. It could only forcefully slash away some of the scarlet sky divine fire that was burning outside its body. When Yu Yang saw this, he was extremely angry. Are you an idiot? Why are you slashing this monster's face? It doesn't care about its face at all. Cut off its fingers, or its toes. Hearing Yu Yang's criticism, Princess Sisai defended herself with a little grievance. How would I know that its skin is so thick? She used the four elephants' power to support her with all her strength. The Prison Emperor Divine Sword and Yu Yang's Crescent Moon Blade worked together. After spending a lot of effort, she finally managed to cut off the end of one of the golden energy doppelganger's fingers. Yu Yang didn't care about the divine fire that was burning him and kept it happily. In the second after he kept the finger, the entire golden energy doppelganger dissipated and turned into countless golden light spots. Like a flood, they flowed into the ice wall passage and returned to Tianhe's body. The ice mountain that was originally split apart collapsed even more violently. The entire ice mountain started to shake, and huge ice peaks that were the size of small hills continuously tumbled down. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Princess Sisai used her divine sword to split apart the descending ice peaks. On the other hand, Yu Yang was on the ground, quietly using his grimoire world to store the ice and snow. It was as if he wanted to store the entire ice mountain inside. If Tianhe had been paying attention, he would have realized that no matter if Yu Yang was fighting or escaping, he would never forget to store the ice pieces that fell from the ice mountain into his grimoire world. You two hateful ants, it's time for you to die. A deafening roar erupted from within the ice mountain. It was as if thunder had exploded. Thousands of ice shards were sent flying into the air, forming a hail of ice bullets that fell around Yu Yang and Princess Sisai. At this moment, a huge crack appeared on the ice mountain. A man that was as dazzling as the sun was struggling with all his might, as if he wanted to break free from the seal at the innermost part of the ice mountain. It was unknown what kind of runes the seal was made of, but it was still deep within the ice layer. There were only countless rays of light that wrapped around Tianhe like a cocoon. After Tianhe received the energy from the golden energy clone, his power instantly increased greatly. The radiance on his body became 10 times brighter than before. Within the cocoon of light, he struggled with all his might to free one of his arms. Of course, he only managed to free one arm. Haha, ha 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 ha, you guys are really born fools. If you guys were a little braver and offered sacrifices to the seal, I wouldn't have been able to break free within 10,000 years. However, not only did you guys destroy the ice mountain and draw away the blue divine spark, you guys even shrunk your heads like a turtle when I feigned an attack to stall for time. You guys didn't even dare to come forward and touch me. Haha, it's because of your stupidity that I, Tianhe, can see the light of day again. Alright, to repay your stupidity and cowardice, I've decided to grant you guys death. Tianhe, who had already broken free with one arm, laughed grimly. If his previous arrogance was due to looking down on the world, then his current arrogance was due to the success of his scheme. Don't talk nonsense. You want to stall for time, but so do we. Don't think that you're very smart. If you're so smart, how can other people live? Actually, come to think of it, those gorillas that learn to carry boxes and eat bananas from high places, when they smile, they look exactly the same as you. Gorillas, you have to learn how to walk upright first. Playing with intelligence is still a little too difficult for you, who hasn't evolved completely. Yu Yang lectured the other party in a deadpan manner. Pfft. Princess Sisai tried to hold back her laughter, but failed. As Yu Yang lectured the other party, his hands weren't busy at all. He carried Shui Wuxia, whose body had almost fused with the divine light but was already in a deep sleep, and handed her over to Princess Sisai. He indicated for them to retreat a little, so that he could properly display his skills. Princess Sisai only had time to say, "Be careful," before she was sent 1,000 meters away by Yu Yang's palm wind. As she carried Shui Wuxia and ran away, Yu Yang pounced towards Qi Tianhe, who had already broken free with one arm. His crescent moon slashed down with the power to destroy heaven and earth. In the same second, Qi Tianhe's arm extended infinitely. His finger was like a divine weapon. It pierced towards Yu Yang's heart. Hiss, 5 bloody wounds appeared on Yu Yang's chest, and fresh blood spurted out. Yu Yang, who had brushed past Qi Tianhe's finger, frantically rushed over. Qi Tianhe first coiled his arm into a snake shield, blocking in front of his body. Then, he extended his 5 fingers and chased after Yu Yang's back. He even used his arm and wrist to create a circle in the sky, forming an inescapable battle net. The instant Qi Tianhe's fingertip pierced Yu Yang's back, the power of the blade that was slashing down suddenly disappeared without a trace. It was as if there had never been a person called Yu Yang. He plunged into the seal. It didn't seem like he was attacking Qi Tianhe, but more like he was throwing his life away. What was this brat trying to do? Qi Tianhe was stunned. To be honest, he wasn't afraid of being hit at all, because even if he only had one arm left, it was impossible for this brat to defeat him. In fact, if he attacked even more fiercely, the faster the seal would be undone, and the more intense the fight would be, and the more satisfying it would be. However, this brat didn't fight at all. Instead, he plunged into the seal. What was he trying to do? Yu Yang had entered the sealed space more than once. In fact, there was no sealed space more terrifying than the black hole sealed space where Queen Vivian Li resided. Other than the black hole, Yu Yang had also specially researched the evil dragon lair where the Scarlet Emperor resided, the Blood Lake torture chamber where Wusu resided, the Black Tower where the Peerless Emperor resided in the water world on the first level of the Heaven Stairway, the Fire and Hourglass world where true Lord Lai Hua and the beautiful Silk Fairy resided in the ancient seal of the Buried Sword Valley. In the end, he came to a conclusion: any seal would be restricted by the rules of a specific attribute under certain conditions. For example, there was a possibility that someone would foolishly run into the sealed space without violating the rules. Then, even if he stayed in the sealed space, he would be absolutely safe. From ancient times until now, no one had ever done this before. Even if they knew about this secret, no one would rush into the sealed space for no reason, because that was a really risky and painful action. The environment here is not bad. Yu Yang did such a foolish thing and ran into the sealed space where Qi Tianhe resided. Why did you come in? Qi Tianhe felt a little dizzy. Was this brat an idiot? I can actually explain. Yu Yang didn't struggle at all. He allowed the countless white lights to bind him. Because Yu Yang didn't struggle and symbolically bound his body, not letting him leave, the sealing law's power stopped binding him. Compared to Qi Tianhe, who was struggling with all his might to escape, he was like a mummy. It was a stark contrast. The worst thing was that this brat even took out the honey sauce chicken wing that he hadn't finished just now and slowly gnawed on it. He ate it so savagely that he almost didn't lick his fingers. Only when Qi Tianhe was so furious that he was about to explode did he slowly raise a finger. Don't be angry. Even if I don't want to go in, I still have to go in. Whether you are willing or not, I reckon that we will have to spend some time together. Don't yell like an idiot. I know, it's not your fault that you look like a gorilla. It's all your genes. Alright, I won't say any more, lest you feel too inferior. Speaking of which, I'm obviously not interested in your anus. Don't worry, my sexual orientation is very normal. Besides, there are so many beauties around me, where would I find the time to explode your anus? Look, only a person without quality would say such filthy things like you. Other than proving your incompetence, it doesn't mean anything else. Yu Yang casually threw away the chicken bones. The ribbon of light flashed and quickly tied up the chicken bones. In front of the laws, all objects were treated the same. Taking out a napkin to wipe his mouth, Yu Yang said slowly, "Seeing that you're not so angry anymore, I'll tell you. Actually, I am here to help you." No matter how angry Qi Tianhe was, he couldn't help but be stunned for 3 seconds after hearing these words. Did I hear wrongly? This brat said he was here to help me? Yu Yang casually crumpled the napkin into a ball and took out a toothpick. Just like Brother Ma, he confidently said, "You didn't hear wrongly, I didn't say anything wrong either. I really am here to help you escape from danger. Just now, when you were bragging with all your might, as if you were afraid that everyone wouldn't know that you were impotent, I didn't utter a single word. I gave you a chance to show off. You're angry again, aren't you? You need to be patient, you need to learn to listen. This is a very important step for a gorilla to evolve into a human. Where was I just now? Ah, that's right, you were provoking me with all your might just now, but I didn't make a move. Wasn't I cooperating with you? If you want to go out, I'm happy to see that. Your actions are very much in line with my intentions. It's as gratifying as the time when I threw a banana to the gorilla in the zoo and it bowed to me. This is a great progress on the long road of evolution. Right, do you want a banana?" Qi Tianhe was so angry that his face was cramping. He flew into a rage. "You're courting death." Facing the furious Qi Tianhe, Yu Yang calmly peeled a banana and took a bite. "It's really not bad. I can't let the gorilla eat all the bananas. Good things can't be wasted." Roar, roar, Qi Tianhe actually looked quite formidable, but there was a lot of red hair on his face. It was probably similar to the beard of a human male, and it could be considered a symbol of his race to show off. Moreover, after reaching Qi Tianhe's realm, even if his original appearance wasn't good, he could still transform into a dignified one. His appearance didn't need to be said, but Qi Tianhe couldn't help but be furious when Yu Yang insulted him like this. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't fight inside the sealed space and that the more they fought, the tighter the seal would be, Qi Tianhe would have torn this brat to shreds. No one had ever dared to call him a gorilla, and no one had ever dared to ask him if he wanted a banana. What did they take him for? Did they really think that he was a gorilla that was locked in a cage for people to watch? Yu Yang didn't have the self-awareness of angering someone to death. He yawned and closed his eyes, as if he had fallen asleep. He waited until Qi Tianhe's angry roars became powerless before he opened his eyes again. He continued his previous words. "Just now, you lured us to attack, but we didn't. This is a bit wrong. I express my deepest sympathy and condolences to you. However, we did this out of kindness. We were afraid that we wouldn't be familiar with you and would ruin your escape. Moreover, you weren't very friendly either. You were too pretentious and rejected our warm help. This hurt our young hearts. However, we are magnanimous and won't bicker with you. Who would be angry with a gorilla that hasn't fully evolved? Don't worry, we won't." Qi Tianhe was already powerless to be angry. Right now, he only wanted to know why this brat had barged into this seal. Moreover, he didn't enter earlier or later, but only entered when he was about to break free from the seal. Why did he do this? Perhaps he had seen through Qi Tianhe's thoughts. Yu Yang very straightforwardly gave an answer. "If you want to ask, why did I come in? I said it just now. I was kind-hearted, great and magnanimous. I had decided to do a good deed. You don't know how much courage I needed to do this. I practically overcame my worries that were taller than a mountain. Do you know how difficult it is to do a good deed? When I was young, I had already made up my mind to help an old granny cross the road. Until today, I still don't have the courage to do so. An old granny isn't someone who can be helped just because you want to. Alright, actually, you wouldn't understand even if I told you this. With your intelligence, I'll just say it directly. The reason why I came in was to replace you. I wanted to help you break free from the seal." What? Qi Tianhe was dumbfounded. Impossible, how could this brat be so kind-hearted? See, isn't that right? What did I say just now? With your intelligence, you actually couldn't understand such a simple question. How sad. But forget it, it's already not easy for an orangutan to evolve to your level. Yu Yang had a forgiving look that said, "Don't worry, I'll forgive you. You waited for me to break free from one of my arms before coming in. You wanted me to be stuck in the middle, unable to take care of both ends." Qi Tianhe finally understood what was going on from Yu Yang's roundabout words. In his entire life, he had never seen such a shameless human. Although many human warriors were shameless and unscrupulous. However, Qi Tianhe could say that even if all the humans in Tongtian Tower were added together, their shamelessness wouldn't even reach 1% of this brat in front of him. This brat didn't have any way to deal with him. However, he pretended to be dead and didn't make a move, allowing Qi Tianhe to break free from one of his arms. When he was stuck in the middle, unable to advance or retreat, Qi Tianhe ran in. At this moment, there should be someone outside attacking from both sides, right? When Qi Tianhe thought of this, he immediately used his divine sense to penetrate the seal. Indeed, the human swordswoman with the divine sword had already run back and was fiercely slashing at his exposed arm. Thinking of this, Qi Tianhe suddenly understood many things. This brat in front of him had always been scheming. Qi Tianhe had wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to scheme against him. Who would have thought that he would actually take advantage of Qi Tianhe's wishes? However, mortals were mortals, and gods were gods. Even if mortals had the best schemes, they would never be able to scheme against gods. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Qi Tianhe burst into crazed laughter. He laughed to the point where tears almost flew out of his eyes. Yu Yang looked on quietly. It was as if he was looking at a madman. Apart from silent mockery, there seemed to be a faint sympathy in his eyes. After laughing for an unknown amount of time, Qi Tianhe finally stopped laughing. However, he would occasionally recall something and continue to laugh until he was no longer smiling. Only then did he immediately change his expression into one of coldness and arrogance. Pitiful ant. Even if your scheme succeeded, so what? Can you attack me? Can you kill me? If I want to leave, can you stop me? Before I leave the seal, your companions won't be able to harm me. They will only speed up the weakening of the seal. Once I leave the seal, you will be trapped here forever. As for me, I will be able to easily kill your companions and destroy the entire heaven-reaching tower. That's right. You entering here will cause me some trouble. However, this is all you can do. Mortal, you will never be able to make an enemy of gods. Yu Yang used his fingers to dig his ears. He revealed a smile that was extremely annoying. Qi Tianhe, if I'm not wrong, you are actually only a quasi-god. In other words, the highest you can reach is the quasi-divine exalt. I don't know how you cultivated to this level. However, I can be sure that it's because there is a type of God's blood flowing in your body. Moreover, there is a lot of God's blood. That's why you reached this level. However, this is definitely not your true achievement. If you don't have God's blood, you will be nothing. You want to obtain my God's blood? How laughable. Do you think you can harm my God's body? Qi Tianhe faced the sky and laughed loudly. Of course not in the outside world. It's not easy to defeat you. Yu Yang also laughed. However, in this sealed space, I don't need to defeat you at all. I can do it with just a stretch of my hand. Boast. Continue boasting. Qi Tianhe didn't believe him in the slightest. All right. After I fuse with the core ancient runes of the seal, I will prove it. You still have 3 days before you can completely break free from the seal. Before that, enjoy the last of your life. After Yu Yang finished speaking, the eternal wheel appeared beneath his feet. Qi Tianhe's divine flame attack just happened to block the eternal wheel. Moreover, because of Qi Tianhe's energy fluctuations, the power of the seal immediately bound several dozen light ropes. This added a little more resistance to Qi Tianhe's escape. Qi Tianhe didn't care about this little bit of binding. He only wanted to instantly kill that hateful little human bug, Yu Yang. However, he witnessed it with his own eyes. Yu Yang's body slowly passed through the eternal wheel and entered the sealing formation. He disappeared without a trace. He could feel that this brat was still there. Moreover, the eternal wheel was still there. However, it was precisely because of this that he couldn't attack him. Could it be that this brat really wanted to fuse with the core ancient runes of the seal? If he really succeeded, wouldn't he become the prey of the seal? Qi Tianhe suddenly felt a trace of unease in his heart. Moreover, this was the first time that this strange feeling of unease had appeared since he had obtained his god's body. 3 days passed by quickly. To Qi Tianhe, these 3 days were long and fast. He could finally come out after being sealed for several tens of thousands of years. This was undoubtedly a great encouragement to his heart that longed for freedom. However, because of his impatience to break free from the seal and that lad's strange behavior, he felt that time passed like a year. Moreover, what made him feel the most suspicious was that the swordswoman who had been attacking him with her sword outside had also left after that brat disappeared. Such an abnormal action made Xianxia feel that something was wrong. Could it be that he was about to come out, but was he going to fail at the last step? Breaking free from the seal became smoother and smoother. First, it was his arm, then his head. On the second day, it was his body. On the third day, only his right leg was left, and it was still bound by the light band of the seal. He was about to regain his freedom. Xianxia wanted to face the sky and roar several times. Who could understand the feelings of being sealed for several tens of thousands of years and forced to sleep? When my strength is completely restored, the heaven-reaching tower and the gods' ruins will be mine. Although Xianxia had a divine body that was fused with divine blood, the torture of the seal for 10,000 years still left his body in a sluggish state. However, he could use at least 1/10 of his strength, which was much better than other martial artists who had just come out of the seal. They were extremely weak and had less than 1/100th of their strength. Crackle, when his body was bound by the light band and only his right leg was left, Xianxia discovered something strange. At the edge of the eternal wheel, there were strange lightning crackling. At first, it was very soft, but it became louder and louder. It seemed as though something was about to rush out from within. Although he couldn't see it with his eyes, Xianxia could sense that beneath the wheel of eternity, in the core region of the ancient seal, there was an intense movement. It was silently changing. The eternal wheel, which was originally 10 meters in circumference, was also gradually expanding. Not good. Could it be that lad? Did that lad really fuse with the ancient runes in the core of the seal? If he really fused with the ancient runes, wouldn't that mean that he would become the master of the ancient seal? Xianxia would officially fall into his hands. No wonder he said that he didn't need to defeat him. He only needed to stretch out his hand to injure him. The eternal wheel continued to expand. Gradually, it extended towards the area where Xianxia was at, and its speed became faster and faster. The thunder and lightning around it were like millions of golden snakes that were on the verge of boiling. Shit. Shit. Xianxia cursed in disgust. Just a little bit more. Only his calf below his right knee had not broken free from the restraints of the seal. If at this critical moment, that lad had not successfully fused with the ancient runes at the core of the seal and sealed himself again, then all his efforts would have been in vain. The most troublesome thing for Xianxia was that the wheel of eternity was continuously enlarging. If he fell into the wheel of eternity, everything would stop, and he would become an eternal existence. This meant that he would never be able to escape the next seal. Absolutely not. He absolutely could not let that brat succeed. Now that he was about to regain his freedom, no one could stop him. What an intolerable ant. When you come out, you're dead. However, if you think that you can make me, Xianxia, stay by relying on a little trick, then you're mistaken, gravely mistaken. Xianxia gritted his teeth and raised his right hand, which was flickering with golden light. He used his divine power to condense a divine sword that was 300 zhang long. He gathered the god's blood in his heart and extracted as much energy as he could from the lower part of his right knee. Then, he forcefully cut off the part below his right knee. Below his right knee, golden blood oozed out. However, it didn't splatter. The instant it oozed out, it completely condensed. The wound was as smooth as a mirror, and it was as if it had never appeared below his right knee. The sealing band of light firmly sealed his right leg, and even more bands of light extended towards Xianxia as if they had a mind of their own. Xianxia would be an idiot if he didn't leave at this moment. He didn't have the time to grieve over his severed leg, nor did he have the time to be angry over his severed leg. The instant the bands of light once again coiled around his leg, he soared high into the sky like a golden thunderbolt. Only when he had completely broken free from the seal did the bands of light radiate brilliantly, and he descended like a deity. His eyes revealed a kind of delight, anger, and even a strange radiance that carried an indescribable resentment and unforgettable humiliation. Xianxia had descended 10,000 meters away from the ice mountain, far away from the seal. Although he was extremely angry, he still had reason left in him. He wouldn't arrogantly descend onto the collapsed ice mountain, and he wouldn't give the law of seals another chance to seal him. Loathsome ants, it's time to settle old scores with you. You made me, Xianxia, lose one of my divine legs. I don't deny that there was a certain element of craftiness involved in forcing me to this state. However, all of you will stop here. Next, it's time for me to judge all of you. The radiance on his body was 100 times more intense than the sun. He raised his right hand, and it was like the hand of a thunder god. With a mere wave of his hand, the entire enormous ice mountain that had cracked open immediately started to tremble, as if it had been struck by a heavenly deity. From the middle of the mountain to the foot of the mountain, a deep crack that was 1,000 meters long appeared. The splashing of shattered ice and snow simply blotted out the sky. It was even more terrifying than an apocalyptic snowstorm. After a few seconds, a world-shaking, ear-splitting, and deafening sound of an explosion could be heard. Boom, along with the sound of the explosion, a shock wave rapidly spread outwards at a visible speed. In the end, it swept up the ice and frost on the ground, and pushed the earthquake tens of kilometers away with an unstoppable force. Xianxia didn't care about this kind of attack at all. In his eyes, all of this was a matter of course. The only thing he was concerned about was whether or not he would receive a backlash from the seal's power at the core of the ice mountain. The answer was very clear. Although the seal's power was stimulated, it was powerless to spread out of the ice mountain's range. Thus, the band of light couldn't capture Xianxia, who had landed 10,000 meters away. Since the seal can't do anything to me, Xianxia, then, ant, you can die under my all-out attack. Annihilate. This is the only final destination for an ant like you. Ha ha ha. Xianxia had just been probing Xianxia. After he obtained a clear result, he immediately accumulated power and condensed all the divine power in his body. He condensed close to 100 divine power fireballs in his palms, and then threw them out like raindrops. These attacks all bombarded the core of the Ice Mountain Seal region. His goal was to disturb Yu Yang and kill him within the ancient seal. At the very least, he wanted to strengthen the seal's power, and use that kid to replace him, sealing him inside forever. Ancient runes weren't easy to fuse with. During the process of fusion, one couldn't be disturbed by the slightest bit from the outside world. If one suffered an intense disturbance, one's spirit would be injured, and one would be annihilated in a puff of smoke. Xianxia hated Yu Yang to the core. Originally, after he broke free from the seal, he wanted to leave as fast as possible, and only come out after he recovered to his peak state. However, because he was forced by Yu Yang to cut off one of his legs, and was insulted by Yu Yang as a brainless gorilla, Xianxia really couldn't bear it. Since he possessed a divine body, he would never die and be undefeatable. If he didn't instantly kill that hateful ant, he would find a place to recuperate and recover. He really couldn't swallow this resentment. Even if he wanted to leave, he would first kill that brat before leaving. Boom 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 boom. The ice mountain that Princess Xianxia couldn't even shake with the prison emperor divine sword had now crumbled under Xianxia's all-out attack. Chunks of ice that were as big as a small mountain were sent flying and scattered all over the sky. The dome of the sky had already been covered by a vast expanse of white powder, and the sun couldn't be seen. The ice mountain that was originally 10,000 meters tall had already completely collapsed. Now, the highest point wasn't even 2,000 meters tall. It had completely buried the ice wall passage that Yu Yang had opened up using the black hole seal's space devourer, and this is the result of looking down on a god. Xianxia snorted coldly with a bit of disdain. At this moment, let alone the fact that that brat hadn't fused with the ancient runes yet, even if he had succeeded, he wouldn't be able to survive this attack. Moreover, the seal's power would definitely be greatly shaken when it received a divine power attack. The seal's power would explode even more violently. Even if that brat didn't die, he would never be able to come out again. Just when Xianxia turned around and was about to leave, a divine sword slashed down from above. It was Princess Xianxia. The timing of her sneak attack was extremely good. However, the current Xianxia wasn't the golden shadow that was separated from his divine power. Moreover, even if it was that golden shadow, with Princess Xianxia's current strength, she wouldn't be able to injure it, let alone Xianxia who had just escaped. Xianxia's eyes were filled with disdain. It was as if he was looking at a little insect that overestimated itself and was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws at him. He raised a finger and casually caught the prison emperor divine sword that Princess Sisai had slashed down with all her strength. Then, with a twist of his finger, Princess Sisai's entire body was like a meteor as she fell into a mountain-sized ice peak. Without waiting for Princess Sisai to struggle out, Xianxia directly extended his right hand towards the huge ice peak. He exerted his 5 fingers and squeezed in front of him. The entire ice peak was immediately compressed and caved in like a piece of dough. It was distorted beyond recognition. An incomparably huge 5-finger indentation appeared in the middle of the ice peak. A divine light flashed in Xianxia's eyes. He tilted his body slightly and dodged the Storm Goddess General's fatal attack from behind. He was a little different from the relaxed way he fought against Princess Sisai. He was finally a little more serious. He didn't use his fingers to block. Instead, his body swayed slightly as he dodged the Storm Goddess General's meteor-like attack. However, Xianxia's attitude was still as arrogant as before. He only dodged and didn't counterattack. Moreover, he didn't even turn around when he dodged. Instead, he kept his back facing his enemy. Dozens of punches, then hundreds of punches. The Storm Goddess General actually couldn't even hit Xianxia, who could only use a tenth of his strength after escaping from danger. In terms of the Storm Goddess General's battle prowess, she was at least one of the top 3 beasts. However, when she attacked Xianxia with her fists, she couldn't even injure a single hair on his body. The difference in strength was really too big. In the instant when the Storm Goddess General's attack missed, Xianxia, who was calm and at ease, suddenly swung his elbow. His elbow heavily struck the Storm Goddess General's lower abdomen. Whoosh! Rumble! The Storm Goddess General was smashed into the group of ice mountains like a meteor. She passed through several 100-meter-thick ice blocks, but she still couldn't stop. She heavily crashed into the huge wall of the ice mountain in the distance. Her body was deeply embedded into the ice wall. This is the struggle of an ant. When self-righteous humans step on ants, they never thought that humans are just as pitiful as ants in the eyes of gods. Xianxia seemed to be a little dispirited. He looked at the sky with a 45-degree angle with his melancholy eyes. Then, he sighed and shook his head in the end. Forget it. The benevolent me will send you on your way. God's punishment is really too cruel for ants like you. Bah, bah. Princess Sisai crawled out of the snow in a sorry state. With one hand supporting herself with the divine sword, she patted off the snow on her body with the other. After spitting out the remaining blood in her mouth, she asked Xianxia, who appeared out of nowhere, in a daze, Pandora, do all the gods in the heaven realm look like this? I don't remember a lot of the past, but it is impossible for such an idiot to have a god spark. Pandora, who was in Xianxia's body, immediately denied. Eh? There is actually such an ant. Godly power, not bad. He, this is the arrangement of fate. Xianxia's eyes widened. At this moment, he realized that Xianxia's body actually contained an extremely pure godly power. Although he couldn't figure out what kind of power it was the best tonic for him after he regained his freedom. As long as he killed this woman and absorbed the godly power in her body, not only would he be able to recover to his peak, he might even be able to break through and reach the true divine sovereign realm, possessing a true god spark. The more Xianxia thought about it, the happier he got. If he could obtain such pure godly power, the god spark he would be born with would probably not be low. If he could become a true god, then it wouldn't be difficult to open the god's ruins. Once he obtained all the martial souls, divine blood, divine senses, and god sparks in the god's ruins, he might be able to become the highest god. After becoming a divine master, whether it was the sky-reaching tower, the heaven realm, or the heaven realm, wouldn't they all belong to him? Ha ha ha, divine master, how bright is my future. As he thought about it, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh wildly. So scared. Xianxia saw Xianxia's appearance and was so scared that her whole body trembled. Pandora, however, comforted her, don't be scared, this guy is actually a very retarded gorilla. Although I can't feel other things clearly, one thing is clear, he will die soon. And he will die very miserably. When Xianxia heard this, he couldn't even pretend to be sacred anymore. He was so angry that his veins bulged. How did he look like a gorilla? Absorbing your godly power is your honor, but you, a mere ant, actually dared to speak arrogantly and blaspheme a god. You even dared to predict the death of a god? How could a god die? Unless one was a god, no one could kill a god. He, who possessed a divine body, had been sealed in an ice mountain for tens of thousands of years, and now he was completely fine. In a situation where no one could threaten him, he still dared to say such ridiculous words. These ant-like humans were the real idiots. Forget it, there was no need to be angry with an ant, Xianxia thought for a while and sneered. A disdainful expression reappeared on his face. He didn't know that Pandora was once the most terrifying goddess of misfortune in the heaven realm. Her ability to predict death was unparalleled. After she predicted Yu Yang's death, Yu Yang, who was like an unkillable cockroach, almost lost his life. The fearless Xianxia had already viewed the divine power within Xiaonu's body as a timely supplement. He was only left with the question of how to absorb it. Princess Sisai was speechless. When this Xianxia was thinking and getting angry, he looked a bit like a gorilla. This gorilla is so scary. Xiaonu was almost scared to tears. I say, third young master, your precious maid is about to be snatched away by someone, and you're still pretending to be dead. Aren't you bored? Princess Sisai couldn't stand it anymore and shouted. I'm being wrongly accused. I'm not pretending to be dead. It's just that the immemorial rune is too difficult to fuse. Everyone thought that it was an ancient rune, but who knew that it was an immemorial rune? You also know that just the ancient rune is enough to choke me. Immemorial rune, that's even more. No matter how much I calculated, I still miscalculated this point. If it wasn't for the Xianxia who exploded the ice mountain and helped me, I might not even be able to fuse it completely. Look at how hard he worked and helped us. If we don't give him a chance to act cool, it would be unjustifiable. Yu Yang drilled out from the ice mountain. He was completely naked, but there were countless mysterious runes flickering on his skin. However, this brat came out just like that and didn't have the slightest bit of self-awareness. He ran over like a wisp of smoke and hugged the trembling Xiaonu. He comforted her gently, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Actually, the gorilla is very easy to deal with. Just throw a few bananas over. Look. You're courting death. When Xianxia saw that this brat really threw bananas at him, he couldn't help but tremble with anger. Who's a gorilla? Is there a gorilla like me? Roar roar, Princess Sisai laughed until she bent over. After experiencing life and death, she didn't care about Yu Yang's naked appearance. Mistaking the immemorial rune as the ancient rune was so serious that it was already good enough for him to come back alive. She ignored Xianxia who was condensing the scarlet sky divine fire to attack. She opened her arms and hugged Yu Yang tightly. Scoundrel, you scared me to death. I already said that it was dangerous to run into the seal, but you insisted on taking the risk. Fortunately, you're fine. While she was helping Yu Yang to put on his clothes, she took the opportunity to inspect his body. She realized that the energy of the immemorial rune was fusing into his body like a brand, and it hadn't even completely fused into his skin. She couldn't help but rejoice. Fortunately, Yu Yang was able to successfully fuse the immemorial rune. Otherwise, the entire plan would have been ruined because of this accident. Princess Sisai reached out her hand and gently caressed the rune circle on Yu Yang's skin. Yu Yang frowned and said, "Don't touch it, it's very painful." Princess Sisai then found out that Yu Yang actually didn't finish fusing the rune circle. He was worried about her safety and ran out in a hurry. This scoundrel, let me tell you a good way to stop the pain. Once you die, it won't hurt anymore. Of course, this sentence wasn't spoken by Princess Sisai, but by Xianxia who was watching with eyes that were burning. He had already condensed the scarlet heaven divine fire that was as bright as the sun. He carefully avoided Xiaonu's delicate body and clawed at Yu Yang's neck with his fire claw. That's right, but how did you think of it? Yu Yang had a very surprised expression and seemed to be questioning whether orangutans also had this kind of intelligence. Die. Xianxia couldn't bear it anymore. The fire claw instantly grabbed onto Yu Yang's neck. He exerted his strength ruthlessly and decided to squash this kid to death like a little chick. No, like squashing an ant to death. In his entire life, he had never hated someone so much. This kid was so vile that he hated him from the bottom of his heart. If he didn't kill this kid, he wouldn't be happy even if he became a divine master. Yu Yang didn't have any fear in his eyes. Instead, he had the calmness of a decisive battle against a strong enemy. With a shake of his hands, he sent Princess Xianxia and Xiaonu flying 1,000 meters away. Behind him, little Wenli appeared. Her eyes widened in anger. Her binding innate skill, which wasn't inferior to the light belt of sealing power, caused Qi Tianhe, who was grabbing onto Yu Yang's throat, to become sluggish. At the same moment, the storm goddess general, who was originally buried in the snow on the ice mountain, appeared behind Qi Tianhe. Her two fists collided and heavily smashed onto Qi Tianhe's ears. After half a second, Qi Tianhe had already struggled free from Xiao Wenli's binding chain's inherent skill. He furiously shook his head. He angrily shook his head and forcefully used his protective divine power to push the storm goddess general away. He grabbed onto Yu Yang's throat with one hand and said with eyes full of ridicule, "I say, little worm, insignificant ant, what other tricks do you have?" Yu Yang revealed a smile on his face. "Let alone the fact that you aren't the legendary deity, even if you are, I will still explode you. It's not bad to have power, but at the same time, one must also have a strategy. Most importantly, one must have a clear mind that recognizes one's own power. I know what I have, but you are just a gorilla with empty power." After Qi Tianhe heard, his face twisted. He had never seen such a person before. His throat was being grabbed and was about to die, but he still dared to be so arrogant. "Go and die." Qi Tianhe couldn't talk to Yu Yang anymore. He was afraid that if he spoke, he would go crazy. The person in front of him was simply a madman. When he was about to use the Scarlet Sky Divine Fire to burn Yu Yang's body and turn him into ashes, Qi Tianhe suddenly felt a wave of heat. Was his hand burned? How was this possible? He was Qi Tianhe who possessed the Scarlet Sky Divine Fire. However, in the next second, he no longer had any doubts. He saw that the body of this kid in front of him was burning with a flame that no other flame in this world could compare to. Nirvana's flame, the true #1 flame in the world. Even if it was the Scarlet Sky Divine Fire, compared to this flame that could truly burn and purify everything, it was still a low-grade existence. Qi Tianhe's heart was filled with extreme jealousy. He possessed the eternal wheel and fused with the immemorial runes. Wasn't this not enough? He even possessed the Nirvana's flame. This ant-like human had obtained even more than he, a deity, had obtained. This was simply too unfair. Why was it that a human, such an insignificant existence, could possess the world's #1 flame? Even if he possessed the Nirvana's flame, he would still kill him. If the Scarlet Sky Divine Fire couldn't burn him, then he would use his godly power to directly break his neck and smash his brain into pieces. What a joke! Yu Yang shook his head, and the power of the minor precepts erupted. Qi Tianhe's fiery hand was like 100,000 strong men turning their fingers. Bit by bit, it bent backward and released Yu Yang's neck. Yu Yang extended his right hand, which was burning with the Nirvana's flame, and reached out to grab Qi Tianhe's throat. "Don't think that you are the only one who possesses godly power. I possess an even stronger primal chaos energy and world origin energy. In my world creation domain, no one, including deities, can break my neck before I lose consciousness. You don't understand what a sovereign's will is. You are merely a nouveau riche who obtained God's blood and God's flame." Qi Tianhe's left hand grabbed onto Yu Yang's arm and forcefully pulled it. He quickly waved his right arm and formed a fist, striking Yu Yang's lower abdomen. In a second, he had already delivered 100 heavy punches. Yu Yang's body didn't move a single inch. His right hand moved in a reverse grip, and the instant his lower abdomen was hit, his left hand didn't make any defense. He similarly clenched his fist and hurriedly waved it. Under Qi Tianhe's astonished gaze, Yu Yang blasted out 100 punches toward Qi Tianhe's face. Boom, the two of them stood upright like mountains. However, the two waves of heavy punches that didn't put up any defense caused a shockwave that dispersed all the ice and snow within a range of 10,000 meters. Their might was even more terrifying than a hurricane passing through. Princess Sisai held on to Xiaonu and retreated again and again. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't stop her footsteps. Qi Tianhe's eyes turned red like a bulldog's. He couldn't bear the humiliation that the enemy had brought him. When he struck the enemy actually struck back at him. Furthermore, the target of his attack was his own face. This was truly an unprecedented humiliation. Vacuum divine explosive bomb. Xianxia made a mysterious hand gesture and compressed a certain kind of unparalleled power within his body without limit. Finally, he pushed it onto Yu Yang's chest. This was a godly power ultimate skill that could destroy an entire mountain range. If it wasn't for the fact that Xianxia was extremely furious and humiliated, he wouldn't have used it during normal battles. This was one of his 3 secret trump cards. The vacuum god explosive bomb was shot out. The space became silent in an instant, as if time had stopped in the world. Immediately after, the space shook violently. It was even more terrifying than the shattering of the void. The distance between Xianxia and Yu Yang, no matter if it was the air, the ice, or the sky, they were all shattered in an instant. Everything turned into nothingness and was annihilated. Even its master, Xianxia, couldn't withstand this kind of power easily. He covered his face with his hands and retreated backwards. Xianxia wasn't worried that his body would be destroyed, because he had an indestructible divine body. Unless it was a god, no one could destroy his body. The crazily expanding shockwave spread 30 kilometers away and still showed no signs of subsiding. The solid ice on the ground was destroyed into ice foam. Amidst the shockwave, the ice foam covered the sky and the sun. Princess Xianxia, who had already retreated far away, used the prison emperor divine sword to block the shockwave, but she still couldn't stand steadily. She protected Xianxia, who was behind her, tightly. The two of them slid back for 1,000 meters before they could barely support themselves. The storm goddess general, who was preparing to assist Xianxia, was sent flying. She first landed on an ice peak, then along with the collapsed ice peak, she was thrown a few hundred meters away. She was buried in the snow and disappeared. A full 3 minutes passed. However, the shattered void was still unable to recover. The shattered ice and snow in the surroundings were like an ice storm, covering the sky and causing darkness in a radius of 100 miles. What a hateful ant! Xianxia snorted proudly and angrily. Although he had killed his enemy in an instant, he was still unhappy. This kind of victory couldn't bring him too much pleasure. On the contrary, using this kind of forbidden technique to deal with a weak human ant was a disgrace. Fortunately, he had won in the end. Otherwise, he would be even more unhappy. Xianxia thought that he should first catch up to the 2 girls and use the cruelest method to kill them, then absorb their divine power and snatch their divine equipment. As for the storm goddess general buried under the snow, Xianxia felt that it was unnecessary to kill her. This was because she was a guardian beast. Furthermore, it was extremely difficult to kill a divine general. It was possible to defeat her, but it was almost impossible to kill a divine general who was gradually condensing a unique divine spark. Besides, in a world of ice and snow, the storm goddess was almost an immortal existence in such a terrain. Just as Xianxia was preparing to fly up and chase after the distant Princess Xianxia and Xianxia, he suddenly discovered that at the place where the shattered space was mending, the man who should have died but didn't really die as a human was actually still alive. She couldn't help but cry out in surprise, "This is impossible." The power of the vacuum divine bomb was something that even a god would frown upon. Without a god's body, it was impossible to resist that kind of destructive power. How did this ant-like human man withstand it? Even space had exploded, and everything was annihilated and turned into nothingness. How exactly did this brat survive? Most importantly, Xianxia had discovered that not only did this brat not die, he wasn't even injured. From the looks of it, not even a single strand of hair was lost. It was already inconceivable that his arms and legs were continuously broken, and his intestines and stomach were blown into the sky. How exactly did this result where his body wasn't injured at all? Yu Yang wasn't injured, but his face was full of pain. Amidst the pain, there was also an unbearable sense of comfort. It was like an ordinary person walking barefoot on a small stone path paved with sharp stones and having their feet massaged. If he didn't die from the explosions, could it be that he would feel comfortable like this? Xianxia simply couldn't imagine it. He could only deny it. Impossible. No matter what the reason is, you're dead for sure. You're definitely dead. Xianxia was furious and furious. His body seemed like it was about to explode as he circulated his godly power that could shake mountains and rivers and flew towards Yu Yang. Fists rained down like rain. They landed solidly on Yu Yang's body. Regardless of whether it was his head, face, or his limbs, they were all bombarded by the rain of fists. Yu Yang could only curl up his body to protect himself. It seemed like he couldn't escape at this moment, let alone counterattack. Boom 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 boom, boom boom boom, wave after wave of fists infused with godly power bombarded Yu Yang's body like cannonballs. Xianxia's heart was filled with hatred. You won't die from the explosions? I'll beat you to death. I'll smash you into pieces. I'll smash you into mincemeat. I'll smash you into ashes. Let's see if you can still live. He didn't know how long he had been fighting for. He estimated that he had attacked no less than 10,000 fists. Even Xianxia, who possessed a divine body, felt a little tired. After all, he had first used the vacuum divine explosive bomb with all his strength and then bombarded with 10,000 fists with all his strength. If he didn't possess a divine body, an ordinary martial artist's body would have already collapsed. In the end, Xianxia condensed an incomparably huge scarlet sky divine fireball and smashed Yu Yang inside. Then, before the scarlet sky divine fireball exploded, he dealt a heavy blow. His hands cleverly struck that incomparably huge scarlet sky divine fireball. At the same time, he used his thoughts to direct it to break through the void and bring along his enemy's body, disappearing into the void forever. It didn't matter if there was a huge explosion inside or if it continued to burn silently like this. The enemy would undoubtedly die. That was because the enemy that brought the scarlet sky divine fireball into the void couldn't return to their original world. This was one of the 3 secret trump cards. At the same time, it was also one of the 3 great forbidden techniques, divine flame burial. The scarlet sky divine fireball brought along Yu Yang and smashed into the void. It was like the destruction of the sun as it entered the eternal void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Xianxia didn't have 100% confidence like he did when he used the vacuum divine explosive bomb. He kept staring at the crack in the void. He was afraid that Yu Yang would escape from inside. If that was really the case, he wouldn't mind using his final and strongest forbidden technique to deal with him. If he really used that forbidden technique, it would definitely harm Xianxia's body. Of course, the destructive power of that technique would definitely be more than 10 times greater than the combined might of the previous 2 forbidden techniques. He kept looking at the shattered space as it slowly mended itself. Yu Yang didn't escape in the end. Xianxia secretly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Sometimes, he was really a little afraid that he wouldn't be able to kill this human male who was clearly as weak as an ant but had an incomparably tenacious life. No one would believe him if he told others about this. A dignified deity actually couldn't deal with a mortal. Boom, the storm goddess heavily bombarded Xianxia's left and right ears with her fists. Xianxia felt a little dizzy. How did her battle prowess suddenly increase by several dozen times? Just now, she clearly used her protective divine power to send him flying. How did this happen? Fortunately, her valiant divine body eliminated the damage from the attack. The dizziness subsided in less than half a second. The power in Xianxia's body rose sharply, and he forced the storm goddess back. He first shook his slightly dizzy head, and then snorted arrogantly, "Get lost. I don't want to do meaningless things. With your strength, it's impossible for you to harm me. Tell your master that even if he obtained the blue god spark, he will never be a match for me. Get lost." He pushed with both hands, and the storm goddess was forced back by 100 meters. Just as Xianxia turned around for the second time and was about to leave in a carefree manner to chase after Princess Sisai and Xianyu, he suddenly saw something unbelievable from the corner of his eyes. A hand suddenly reached out from the space that was mending. First, it felt around as if it was looking for a door handle or a handle. Then, a 6-pointed star pattern appeared in the void and shone faintly. Immediately after, that hand seemed to have grabbed something and opened a door in the space. Under Xianxia's incredulous gaze, Yu Yang came out from the door in a sorry state. His hair was blown up like a chicken's nest, and his face was also black. However, his body was strangely uninjured. Xianxia's jaw dropped to the ground. Yu Yang's face that was blown up black revealed a smile. He nodded towards Xianxia and greeted him as if they were old acquaintances. Then, he carefully closed the door of the space. "You didn't die?" Xianxia asked in astonishment. "I shouldn't have." Yu Yang nodded and confirmed, although the primal chaos energy in the endless void is very terrifying. Fortunately, my teacher is an expert who is proficient in teleportation. I stayed in there for a while and found my way out. Ah, I understand your feelings. You must have suffered a great blow, right? Please allow me to express my deep sympathy and condolences to you. Of course, I also thank you. Thank you? Xianxia was even more shocked. Yes, if it wasn't for your vacuum god explosive bomb and whatever god's fire burial, I wouldn't have been able to fuse with this immemorial rune immediately. This is extremely difficult, I believe you also know. With your selfless help and the timely delivery of me to the endless void, allowing my body and the immemorial rune to absorb the origin energy of the universe and resonate with each other, I finally succeeded. Speaking of which, I really have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I reckon that I would need at least half a year or even longer to fuse with it completely. Even if I fused with it, it wouldn't be as perfect as it is now. Yu Yang expressed that he was extremely moved. He wanted to get a banner with the words "Shake the country to prosperity, protect the capital's peace and tranquility" written on it and gift it to Xianxia. As for why he used the word shake instead of defend, the experts had already said that the word shake wasn't a typo. This word shake made it seem heavy. Of course, whatever the experts said was right. As long as they didn't change the word shake to regret, it would already seem very kind. Ah, no, it should be heavy. Xianxia was so angry that his nose became crooked. A mere mortal actually couldn't even be beaten to death like this. After throwing him into the endless void, he still managed to successfully fuse with the immemorial rune. This was simply illogical. Could it be that he really had to use his final forbidden technique to kill this brat? While Xianxia was still hesitating, it was Yu Yang's turn to counterattack. After suffering 10,000 punches, although the immemorial rune would fuse a little more with every punch, it was still very painful. Yu Yang, who never suffered losses, decided to repay Xianxia with this kind of help. Moreover, it was 10 times, 100 times more. Didn't you punch me 10,000 times? Alright, it's my turn to repay you with 100,000 punches. If you're not satisfied, then what if I reward you with another 10,000 punches? Yu Yang pounced towards Xianxia. Just as Xianxia was about to make his move, the eternal wheel appeared between the two of them. Yu Yang, who had already fused with the immemorial rune, and the immemorial rune's mysterious power simultaneously boosted the eternal wheel. Xianxia realized that even though he had a divine body, he was still instantly frozen, completely unable to move. Under the amplification of the immemorial rune, the eternal will had practically reached the realm of conferred God. This was even before Yu Yang had fused the immemorial rune with the eternal wheel. Otherwise, Xianxia would be stuck in this eternal wheel for eternity. Unless Yu Yang's will dispelled it, he would never be able to break free. Yu Yang retaliated with a torrential storm of attacks, landing on Xianxia's body. At first, it wasn't fast. Gradually, the attacks became faster and faster. In the end, the punches were as dense as rain, and the momentum was endless. Xianxia couldn't remember how many punches he received. If he didn't have the immortal god body, Xianxia felt that even if he was twice as strong, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Unknowingly, the eternal will flickered with the passage of time. The instant it completely disappeared, Xianxia did not escape. Instead, he forcefully used his palm to receive Yu Yang's fist amidst the raindrop-like attacks. Have you had enough yet? He grabbed Yu Yang's fists with both hands and summoned the boundless god power in his body. He pulled Yu Yang off the ground. He was flung high up, and then smashed down heavily. Amidst the crazy smashing that shattered the space, Yu Yang's head smashed down fiercely. The irresistible power caused half of Yu Yang's body to sink into the endless void. While holding Yu Yang down, he sneered arrogantly, "No matter how many punches you throw, I won't be injured at all. Because I have a god body, an immortal god body. If you want to defeat me with a few strange skills and the strength of an ant, then I can tell you that you will never be able to do it, never." What am I? I am a god, and you are just a pitiful mortal. This is the biggest difference between us, and also the gap that you will never be able to cross. Even if you are a god, I can still kill you. Yu Yang's eyes were filled with killing intent. Dream on. Seeing his soaring killing intent, Xianxia couldn't help but feel a trace of unease even though he was confident. This brat's killing intent was really too heavy. The storm goddess general took advantage of the deadlock and suddenly attacked again. Her fists landed on Qi Tianhe's left and right ears for the third time. This time, her strength was 10 times stronger than the previous 2 times combined. Qi Tianhe's entire body swayed from the impact. The first thought that came to his mind was that this guardian beast actually knew how to hide its strength. If it was based on this kind of strength, it would be impossible for it to be sent flying with a single punch from him. According to this kind of strength, this guardian beast's strength was actually not much weaker than his own. Qi Tianhe, who had a splitting headache, felt very angry in his heart. He also felt the humiliation of being deceived. His opponent possessed the strength of a divine general, yet he had thought that he could send him flying with a casual strike. He had been too careless. The scarlet sky divine flame was ignited along with Qi Tianhe's fury. It erupted like a volcano, and a golden energy clone drilled out of his head with an irresistible force. It brandished its golden meteor-like fists and counterattacked. The storm goddess was forced to retreat several dozen meters. Danger reappeared. Qi Tianhe had discovered that both he and his energy clone had come to a standstill. Its might was similar to the Wheel of Eternity, but it carried an irresistible pressure. It was as if an unknown divine light shone over, causing Qi Tianhe and his energy clone to feel an intense scorching heat. No, this wasn't an injury on the surface, but a judgment in their souls. A small hand that was like a white orchid slowly extended forward from its original position of holding the shining ball of light. It closed into a fist. In the end, it lightly hit Qi Tianhe's forehead. That kind of strength was too gentle. It couldn't even kill a mosquito. However, Qi Tianhe felt that his soul and his mind was being attacked by a terrifying energy. This energy wasn't any weaker than the storm goddess general's. It followed the traces of the storm goddess general's injuries and continued to penetrate deeper and spread, giving his soul a heavy blow. His soul instinctively protected itself with divine power, instantly cutting off the connection with the outside world. The soft hand that couldn't harm Qi Tianhe rotated in a spiral and released its strength. Qi Tianhe's frontal bone was cracked by her hidden attack. Moreover, the energy clone that was originally connected to Qi Tianhe's mind was forcefully dragged out of his body by the storm goddess general. She coordinated with Yu Yang's movements and placed the energy clone on the Nirvana flame pillar in Yu Yang's palm, allowing it to be purified by the Nirvana flame pillar. This movement was extremely similar to a human's barbecue. However, she was using the Nirvana flame to purify Qi Tianhe's remaining mind in the energy clone. Ah, no. When Qi Tianhe forcefully used his divine power to repel the enemy's unknown energy invading his brain, he discovered that his energy clone had already turned into a ball of masterless pure energy. He cried out involuntarily. At this moment, he discovered that the storm goddess general wasn't the only one hiding her strength. There was also the weak little Lamia Loli. This little Lamia Loli's strength wasn't inferior to the storm goddess general's. In fact, her innate skills and attack timing were even better. It seemed as if this little Lamia Loli was a veteran that had experienced millions of battles. It seemed as if she had been bathed in blood and fought in countless battles of death. She wasn't as young and weak as she looked. Qi Tianhe was shocked not only by the opponent's ability to conceal her strength, but also the power of her will. Faintly, he felt that this little Lamia Loli had a stronger will than him, a god. Even if she was a divine beast and possessed a divine beast's will, it shouldn't be able to surpass him, right? He was a god. Why was this so? Losing the energy clone was already impossible to reverse. Without spiritual control, the energy clone that had collapsed due to the opponent's spiritual attack was undoubtedly like a ball of snow falling into soup under the Nirvana flame. It was impossible to take over again. The only thing he could do now was to completely destroy this hateful human man in front of him. As long as he was killed, then this little Lamia Loli, who was his guardian beast, would also die. As for the storm woman behind him, he would also have to kill her master. An enemy with this kind of strength definitely couldn't be allowed to live. He had to use a forbidden technique. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any chance of winning this battle. Qi Tianhe had discovered that he really couldn't kill his opponent. Unless he used a forbidden technique that would greatly damage his body. You're a god? Are you crazy? Yu Yang's killing intent soared. First, he summoned his grimoire and gave the energy ball that he obtained from purifying the energy clone to the world to absorb. Normally, he wouldn't do this, but the current Yu Yang simply didn't have time to deal with it. With weakening the enemy as his first goal, Yu Yang generously gave the energy ball to the world. Next, he cast 5 giant shadows on Little Winli and the Storm Goddess General, raising their strength to the limit. Chi. Little Winli held her twin blades in her hands and glared at Xianxia for the second time. Her binding inherent skill erupted. Huh. The Storm Goddess General took advantage of the fact that Little Winli had frozen Xianxia and spent 2 whole seconds to gather her strength. In the 3rd second, when Xianxia was about to struggle free, her fists, which had been strengthened by the giant shadows, struck Xianxia's ears for the 4th time. Boom, this time even someone as strong as Xianxia couldn't hold on any longer. His left and right ears exploded and his eardrums shattered. The power that went straight to his brain shook it into a mess. Xianxia's ear fluid and blood splattered out as he held in pain. Xianxia held for the first time. His voice was deafening like the cries of thousands of soldiers and horses. He lost his balance due to his heavy injuries. The moment he fell to the ground, Yu Yang raised the Prison Emperor Divine Seal with both of his hands and smashed it heavily on Xianxia's forehead. The wound that Little Winli had previously struck Xianxia's forehead was aggravated. The Prison Emperor Divine Seal released a might that could suppress the heavens and earth. With just one smash, it surpassed the Storm Goddess General's 4 attacks. It directly dented Xianxia's forehead. This was the power that Yu Yang could unleash when he hadn't obtained its approval. If Yu Yang had completely fused with it, Xianxia's head might have been smashed into pieces. Those who were heavily injured like Xianxia would suffer a backlash. With both of his hands on the ground, he used his remaining leg to kick Yu Yang's chest in desperation. However, Yu Yang was 10 times crazier than him. He rushed into Xianxia's embrace without a care for anything. He raised the power of the ancient code and a trace of disaster god power he could control to the limit. The golden beast jumped out and transformed into the sky-reaching blade. It slid into his hands and fiercely pierced into Xianxia's chest under Yu Yang's shouts. Xianxia still wanted to use his god power to resist when the blade entered his body. Yu Yang went berserk. His face looked sinister because he used too much strength. He forced the sky-reaching blade with both of his hands and stepped on Xianxia's chest. The primal chaos origin power that he had obtained after purifying the disaster god power in the Valley of Desire completely erupted. He pushed forward with all his might under the Guizong sword. Puff. The sky-reaching blade directly pierced through Xianxia's chest and back. Even Xianxia, who was hit by the sword, was stunned by this kind of irresistible destructive power. A weapon that could injure a god's body? An earth god weapon? No, a heavenly god weapon? Xianxia, who couldn't find an answer, felt that he was already in a dangerous situation. If he didn't reverse the situation, he would be in danger. The enemy's next step might be to use this god weapon to chop off his head, god blood, sacrifice. Xianxia's eyes flashed with fear as he kicked away the madman Yu Yang. He leaped into the air and used his right hand to drill into the bloody hole in his chest. He extracted a lump of golden god blood and muttered to himself. It seemed like he wanted to sacrifice this lump of god blood. His body suddenly emitted countless rays of light. It seemed like every inch of his skin and every pore was gushing with thousands of kinds of divine light. Xianxia, who was bathed in the multicolored divine light, quickly enlarged. He became a scarlet giant that was 10 meters, 20 meters, and 30 meters tall at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, a scarlet river of blood appeared around his body. It was full of spirituality and surrounded him. This was the greatest forbidden technique of Xianxia's life. It was the Scarlet Blood Celestial River, a technique where he sacrificed his own god blood to kill 1,000 enemies. If it wasn't for the fact that he was at the most critical moment of life and death, Xianxia definitely wouldn't use this forbidden technique. This was because once he used it, he wouldn't be able to recover to his peak state for 1,000 years. In fact, he might even be in a weakened state for a long time. Die. Let's see whose ultimate technique is stronger. Yu Yang also went all out. The Wheel of Eternity was born under his feet. At the same time, it transformed into the Wheel of Destruction. The wheel of destruction was crazily pushed by his supreme will and the power of the immemorial runes. It started from the bottom and spun upwards. It sliced towards Xianxia. In the sky, the instant Xianxia stopped recovering, he activated all of his god power and caused the scarlet blood celestial river to truly explode like a heavenly river. It rushed towards the top of Yu Yang's head. The ultimate techniques of the two erupted at the same time. The scarlet blood Milky Way was like a waterfall from the 9 heavens as it slammed into Yu Yang's head. In an instant, he was pushed several hundred meters into the frozen ground. The huge impact created a huge pit in the ground. The scarlet blood was like fire, boiling within the pit and making sizzling sounds. Under its burning, the hard frozen ground continuously melted into magma, forming a terrifyingly hot pool of blood. The storm goddess was looking at her arm. Only a drop of scarlet blood had splashed onto her arm, but her ice-cold arm was also on fire. A hole had already been burned through the small spot of scarlet blood. This was the power of the scarlet blood, and Yu Yang, who was under the blood pool, was bearing the full brunt of its power. Little Wenli, who had never left Yu Yang's side, was staring at the blood pool with a solemn expression. If it was any other time, she would have already jumped in to save Yu Yang. But now, she didn't move at all. Even when the storm goddess flew closer and wanted to look at Yu Yang, who was in the blood pool, she shook her head and waved her hands lightly, signaling the storm goddess not to go forward. She continued to float above the blood pool, ignoring the blood pool that was getting bigger and bigger and boiling more and more. The storm goddess was a little confused, but she knew one thing. When Yu Yang wasn't here, it was best for her to listen to the little Lamia. On the other side, Yu Yang and Xianxia were fighting back. They were also acting strangely. Xianxia's hand suddenly fell from midair. There was a look of disbelief on his face, as if he couldn't believe that he, who possessed a divine body, could be injured by the enemy's attack. Xianxia instinctively leaned forward and stretched out his bloody arms, wanting to grab the pair of broken hands, completely forgetting that they had already been severed by the wheel of destruction. And it was precisely this action that aggravated some of the hidden injuries. His only leg had been silently severed. It was 100 times sharper than being cut by the sharpest divine sword in the world. His only leg had been severed at the knee, and the wound didn't even have time to bleed. Xianxia, who was half-leaning, fell to the ground with an even more shocked expression. Only now did he realize that his only remaining leg had also been severed by the wheel of destruction. The pair of severed hands and the ball of divine blood in the middle. He fell into the boiling scarlet blood pool. White smoke billowed out. The moment the god's blood fused into the blood pool, Yu Yang, whose entire body was naked and covered in runes, darted out. He grabbed the 2 broken hands with one hand and the god's blood with the other. His body was steaming hot. The scarlet blood on the skin outside of the runes was crazily corroding his body, but it was constantly being devoured by the world and the unknown power in his body. Impossible. It's impossible for you to injure my divine body. Xianxia rolled on the ground. His broken leg was like a lightning hammer descending from the sky, smashing towards Yu Yang. Quick! Yu Yang collected Xianxia's severed hands. With a shake of his left hand, an extremely fast semi-divine tool ring appeared on it. The moment he dodged the attack, Yu Yang smeared his god's blood on the prison emperor divine seal. The metal beast that had transformed into the sky-piercing war blade looked at it. He couldn't care less about fighting. He immediately changed back to his original body. Before the prison emperor divine seal could absorb the god's blood, he used his little tongue to lick the god's blood. At least half of the god's blood was swallowed into his stomach. Yu Yang was so angry that he threw this little gluttonous ghost into the blood pool. He then received Xianxia's kick head-on. He focused all his attention and willpower on the prison emperor divine seal, following behind the god's blood. If he couldn't subdue the prison emperor divine seal this time and obtain its approval, then no matter how powerful this treasure was, it would be destroyed. This was because after this, no matter if it was killing Xianxia or the snake-hair demon man, or even clearing the trial grounds demon valley, it would be the time when he needed this treasure to show its might the most. He would have to wait until Yu Yang became a divine elder. At that time, the divine equipment would only be the icing on the cake, it would be dispensable. It wouldn't be as urgent as now. The light was like an arrow. Hundreds of millions of light rays shot out from the prison emperor divine seal. Yu Yang's body was almost transparent under the light. Other than those runes, Yu Yang's skin seemed to be penetrated by the light rays. The battle with the Prison Emperor Divine Seal had reached its final stage. Although a powerful enemy was in front of him, in order to succeed, Yu Yang had no choice but to take the risk. Xianxia's face was distorted at this moment. His body bounced back into the air, and with his broken arms, he sent the Storm Goddess General and Little Wenli flying. Then, he spun in the air and heavily attacked Yu Yang's head. If it was any other time, Yu Yang would definitely not suffer such a loss. However, his mind was completely immersed in the Prison Emperor Divine Seal. He was at the critical moment of his battle with the heavens, so he couldn't pull himself out. Yu Yang's body was like a nail that was forcefully nailed into the ground by Xianxia. Xianxia didn't let him off easily. With another whip kick, he sent Yu Yang flying from the ground. Having lost both his arms and legs, although his battle power had been reduced, and he had even been greatly damaged by the god's blood sacrifice, he didn't care about it at all. He knew that if this brat didn't die today, then tomorrow would be the day of his death. When Xianxia successfully contracted the divine seal and fully displayed the power of the divine equipment, the heavily injured Xianxia wouldn't be his opponent. You want to contract the divine equipment? Dream on. Xianxia turned his elbow in the void and heavily hit the back of Yu Yang's neck, who was still holding the Prison Emperor divine seal with both hands. Yu Yang, who was unable to resist, violently spurted blood from his mouth, drenching the Prison Emperor divine seal. Go to hell. A divine sword pierced through space, almost surpassing time. It arrived in an instant and heavily slashed Xianxia's head. It was Princess Sisai. She had rushed back. Xianxia was furious. Although he was injured by the divine sword, it wasn't enough to stop him from moving. The instant Princess Sisai flew over and held the Prison Emperor divine sword, he had already arrived in front of Princess Sisai. His broken arm, which had lost its right hand, heavily smashed down. Princess Sisai used her sword to parry the attack. Her hands were trembling so much that blood flowed continuously from her perlicue. Xianxia, who was in a state of rage and disregarding everything, was still unstoppable even though his strength had been weakened. He quickly turned his body and swept his elbow at Princess Sisai's arm. A muffled cracking sound came from her arm. It was almost broken. If it wasn't for the divine sword's protection, Princess Sisai wouldn't have been able to resist Xianxia's all-out attack. The cross-slash flashed a bloody light on Xianxia's back. Little Wenli's attack had succeeded. Xianxia didn't have the time to turn around and counterattack or dodge. He was already sent flying by Little Wenli's tail. He was sent flying 100 meters away, far away from where Yu Yang and Princess Sisai were. The Storm Goddess General leaped high into the air. The moment Xianxia landed on the ground, she clasped her fists together to form a hammer and added another attack. Xianxia was smashed deep into the frozen ground. Half of his body was stuck in the ground, leaving only a pair of broken legs outside. The Storm Goddess General turned into a gigantic storm goddess. She grabbed the pair of broken legs and pulled Xianxia out from the ground. Then, she smashed him randomly on the ground. After smashing him dozens of times, the entire ground was filled with deep pits and mottled cracks. Blood splattered all over the ground. However, Xianxia didn't die. The moment the Storm Goddess General jumped high into the air, he smashed her head with a hammer. The Storm Goddess's body became sluggish, and Xianxia instantly escaped. Under Little Wenli's slash, he drilled into the ground and came out from the faraway ground. He crashed into Yu Yang, who was still using his spirit to fight with the Prison Emperor Divine Seal. Princess Sisai wielded her sword and guarded beside Yu Yang. She slashed down with her sword, but this couldn't stop Xianxia's attack. Xianxia rammed towards Yu Yang amidst his bloodthirst. He even swept the Prison Emperor Divine Seal with his broken arms, preparing to send it flying and cause Yu Yang, whose mind was in chaos, to vomit blood and fall to the ground. Don't even think about it. Princess Sisai didn't even have time to retract her divine sword. She immediately hugged Yu Yang and tried to dodge to the side. While she was hugging Yu Yang, Xianxia rammed into her shoulder, injuring her internal organs. Her entire body flew out like a kite with a broken string, and she spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. Half of the blood splattered on the Prison Emperor Divine Seal. After she vomited a mouthful of blood, the prison emperor divine seal that had the upper hand suddenly dimmed. Then, it crazily released millions and millions of golden rays of light. Not only Yu Yang and Princess Sisai, even Little Wenli and the Storm Goddess General, even the entire sky and earth were dyed gold by this ray of light. "I'll fight it out with you." Qi Tianhe felt the change in his enemy in despair. Not only did he not heavily injure his enemy, he had also somehow helped him successfully contract the divine seal. Other than fighting it out with his life, there was no other way. Qi Tianhe clenched his teeth and once again crashed into Yu Yang with all his might. This time, he used all of his strength. The Storm Goddess General couldn't catch up in time, and Little Wenli was directly sent flying by the airflow he brought with him. Princess Sisai, who was hugging Yu Yang, was almost in despair. She didn't have the strength to escape anymore. She could only clench her teeth and turn Yu Yang around, forcefully using her back to block the enemy's attack. Princess Sisai didn't have time to think too much. She only hoped that she could use herself to protect her lover's life. Everything else wasn't important anymore. Boom, an earth-shattering sound shook the entire world. The ice mountain in the distance also collapsed. It was as if the sky and earth were going to collapse. It was a scene of doomsday. The shockwave tore apart space and swept away all kinds of chaotic energy. The scarlet blood in the blood pool and all kinds of scattered energy formed an extremely strange blood-red energy whirlpool. The only thing that could stand on the frozen ground was Princess Sisai's prison emperor divine sword. Only divine weapons could maintain their own consciousness. After an unknown period of time. Only then did Xianxia slowly open her eyes in fear. Then, she shockingly discovered that she didn't die. She didn't even suffer any more injuries. Other than her arms and shoulders, her back didn't feel any injuries at all. It was still perfectly fine. What happened? When she regained her consciousness, she discovered that Yu Yang, who was in her embrace, had unknowingly laid on her shoulder. Void stretched out his hand, one hand pressing on her shoulder, the other holding the prison emperor divine seal. Under the prison emperor divine seal was Qi Tianhe, whose skull had caved in. It turned out that Qi Tianhe's all-out attack was stopped by Yu Yang's divine seal. Once she understood, Princess Sisai's entire body softened and fell to the ground. She didn't have the strength to stand anymore. Qi Tianhe's 5 orifices were overflowing with blood. His face was extremely terrifying. Drops of blood converged to form a bloodstream, dripping onto the ground. Ah! Qi Tianhe's broken arm suddenly swung crazily, sending Yu Yang flying backwards. At this moment, Qi Tianhe no longer had any thoughts of risking his life. He only wanted to escape. He already understood one thing. With his injuries to this extent, even if he didn't have the divine seal, Storm and the little Lamia Loli, he wouldn't be able to fight against this brat. He must escape now. If he didn't escape, he would die here. Just as Qi Tianhe turned around to escape, at the top of the sky, there was a flash of light. The wheel of destruction that Yu Yang had shot out had returned. Its spinning momentum was the same as before, destroying everything in its path. Qi Tianhe escaped 100 meters away before his body split into 2 halves, falling onto the frozen ground. Even so, the 2.5 Qi Tianhe still wanted to struggle and crawl. He still wanted to combine the 2 halves of his body into one to escape. However, the situation was already irreversible. With the prison emperor divine seal in one hand and the Shuanghua sword in the other, Yu Yang flew down with the momentum of a monarch. This battle had been a bitter one. Qi Tianhe, dead. Seeing that Qi Tianhe was completely killed, Yu Yang relaxed and fainted on the ground. Little Wenli quickly took over his work and temporarily put Qi Tianhe's corpse into her storage ring. Xianu carried Yu Yang and hurriedly brought him back to the grimoire world to heal his injuries. Princess Xianxia was crying and laughing at the same time. There was still a lingering fear in her heart. She was afraid that Qi Tianhe wouldn't stop even after his death, and that he would relapse. She cautiously observed her surroundings, and only after she sensed that the battle had ended and everything was safe did her body softly fall down. The storm goddess hurriedly went forward to support Princess Sisai's arm. She quietly waited for little Wenli. After sealing the red blood pool with the purification light and extreme cold ice, Xiao Wenli summoned her grimoire and summoned the stone element Medusa, storm mermaid, thunder naga, and ice serpent demon, letting them take over her work. She floated over and guided Princess Sisai and the storm goddess back to Yu Yang's grimoire world. The grimoire world was already in a mess. Many places were piled up with icebergs the size of small hills. There were also some places that were burning with the scarlet divine fire that had not been purified in time. There were also countless unknown divine powers that went against Yu Yang's will in the grimoire world, creating large and small energy whirlpools. Outside the room, Shui Wuxia's body was floating in the sky, continuously fusing with that unknown divine persona. The Book of Truth was also blossoming with thousands of rays of light. From the original semi-god equipment, it was gradually evolving into a divine equipment. Yu Yang laid on the bed. Although his will was no longer contending against the prison emperor divine seal, his previous contract had almost exhausted all of his mental energy. Thus, the current him had fallen asleep due to exhaustion. Such a stubborn fellow. You have to bear everything by yourself. Other than sleeping, you're still a little better. You're really annoying normally. Furthermore, you're always like that, making people worry. When will you finally calm my heart down? Princess Sisai threw herself on Yu Yang's body. With a gentleness that Yu Yang would never have seen when he was awake, with her fingers that had just dried after being stained with blood, she caressed his face gently. Then she bent down and kissed him passionately. Little Wenli and the storm goddess smiled at each other. They all knew what kind of woman this tigress was. She was strong and competitive, so it was normal for her to fight with Yu Yang. She had always been waving her little fists at him. It was rare for her to be as gentle as today. Actually, perhaps this was her true side. She had to wait until Yu Yang fell asleep and there was no one to argue with her. Only then would she return to her true self. Although it was not exactly the same, the real her was similar to the gentle Yu Yu. Princess Sisai's little secret was probably something that Yu Yang would never have thought of. What did Fourth Mother say? She asked you to take good care of me, but what happened in the end? Wu Xia and I took care of you instead. You big bad guy. Princess Sisai hugged Yu Yang tightly. She muttered to herself. She smiled faintly. Occasionally, a teardrop of love would fall. The teardrop was warm and hot, dripping onto Yu Yang's sleeping face. She didn't know when this man had barged into her heart, but he refused to come out. Yes, he was such a barbaric little hooligan. What a hateful guy. Princess Sisai relaxed her mind and unknowingly fell asleep. She lay in his arms. Even though she was asleep, there was still a trace of moisture on her eyelashes. A sweet smile appeared at the corner of her lips. Her hand was placed in his big hand, but she clenched it into a small fist, as if she was going to hit someone. Perhaps, in her dream, she met the big bad guy that made her angry and annoyed, and she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After little Wenli and the storm goddess saw this, they smiled at each other. They were also exhausted. They sat beside Yu Yang, snuggling up to each other. They thought about the previous battle and couldn't help but smile. Today's battle. Speaking of attacks, skills, killing intent, and so on. Qi Tianhe couldn't be compared to the Empress, who had been on the battlefield for a long time. It must be known that when they killed the Empress, Ji Zun and Yu Yang used all their strength. Even the Qilin girl Bing Yin was summoned to help. Yu Yang even used the uncontrollable power of the Golden Giant's Law to deal a heavy blow. Only then did he barely defeat the Empress. If it wasn't for the Phoenix Sisters and the Heavenly Sword Goddess' absolute protection, the victorious Yu Yang and Ji Zun would probably have died under the Heaven Empress, Star Explosion. Now, Yu Yang had defeated Qi Tianhe with just his own strength. This didn't rule out the possibility that Qi Tianhe had just escaped from the seal and even destroyed his leg. It also didn't rule out the possibility that Yu Yang had broken through again and again after the battle with the Empress. He even passed through the rain, wind, sand, desire, and the 5 beast valleys in the trial grounds. He also cultivated with the girls in the World Tree and resonated with the will of the many seniors in the World Tree. He explored the divine realm that couldn't be seen before. Finally, one couldn't rule out the possibility that Yu Yang won because he fused with the immemorial runes and contracted with the prison emperor divine seal. However, even if all the factors were added together. Let's make a comparison. The empress who invaded the Tong Tian Tower was far stronger than the current Qi Tianhe. It must be known that Qi Tianhe possessed the divine fire, divine body, and divine blood that the Empress yearned for even in her dreams. Just this one advantage was enough to make a warrior invincible. If the Empress had obtained the same divine fire and divine blood as Xianxia and obtained an indestructible divine body, she definitely wouldn't have been defeated by Yu Yang. The Empress could beat Yu Yang to a pulp just by relying on the power that she had cultivated. If it wasn't for Jizun, Yu Yang wouldn't have been her match no matter what. In terms of overall strength, Xianxia was undoubtedly much stronger than the Empress. However, in terms of battle power and battlefield performance, he wasn't at the same level as the Empress. According to Yu Yang's words, Xianxia was just a nouveau riche who had obtained a large amount of divine blood. One day later, when Yu Yang opened his eyes, he discovered that Princess Sisai was sleeping beside him. However, her sleeping posture was very ugly. She used her arms to strangle his neck and pouted her pink lips slightly, as if she was going to shout, "Little thief, surrender to this princess at any time." Her slender jade-like legs were haphazardly placed on the shoulder of Xiaonu, who was lying on the side of the bed. Her other leg was directly placed on Yu Yang's lower abdomen. Furthermore, it went between his legs and forced itself under his knees. It was as if she was afraid that she would fall under the bed even when she was sleeping. No wonder in his dream, there was a beauty who would use her jade-like legs to tease him from time to time. It turned out that it was Tigress who had a terrible sleeping posture. "Don't go." It was unknown what Princess Sisai was dreaming about, but she hugged Yu Yang tightly and didn't want to let go. "It's so heavy. Lift your leg." Yu Yang felt that it was fine for him to be pressed down by her leg, but it was too hard for Xiaonu to carry one of her legs while she was asleep. He quickly reached out and moved her leg away from Xiaonu's fragrant shoulder under Princess Sisai's tight embrace. "Eh? Ayaya, why did Xiaonu fall asleep?" "Master, wake up later. Wait for Xiaonu to go to the kitchen to cook something delicious before you wake up." "Alright, accompany the princess and rest for a while." "Xiaonu will be fast, I promise I will be fast." Xiaonu opened her eyes and realized that Yu Yang was awake. She cheered happily, but immediately covered her little mouth obediently, for fear of waking up Princess Sisai. She pressed Yu Yang back onto the bed and carefully covered him with a blanket. Then, she happily jogged to the kitchen to prepare food for her master and hot water to wash up. Little Wenli and the Storm Goddess, who were startled outside the door, popped their heads in to take a look. Little Wenli came in, hugged Yu Yang, kissed him, and went out again. However, the Storm Goddess did not. She only nodded. She did not act as intimately as Little Wenli. Perhaps she did not dare to be too close. After all, she did not spend too much time with Yu Yang after she gained wisdom. Taking advantage of everyone's absence, Yu Yang naturally displayed the wolf hand. However, Princess Sisai did not wake up. Other than the perfect feeling, he did not feel much desire to conquer her. Yu Yang untied her armor and kissed the blossoming red plum on the pile of snow. Then, he gently covered her with a blanket. This tigress belonged to him forever. Even if he wanted to eat her up, there was no hurry. He must conquer her heart and body together. Completely conquering her would be the highest achievement. Now, let her have a good sleep. She had been running around and was scared. She was really tired. Outside the door, Xiaonu ran back quickly like a happy bird. She had already prepared everything. First, she served Yu Yang a big meal. Then, she prepared hot water for him shyly. "Master, let Xiaonu serve you in the bath." Xiaonu studied very seriously at Sister Sky Law's place previously. "Eh? These rune patterns still can't disappear?" Yu Yang looked at the immemorial rune patterns on his body and shook his head. "Maybe it will take some time, at least a month." Xiaonu sat behind Yu Yang. She used the move that the impatiens used before. Her unparalleled breasts rubbed against his back gently in the bubbles. She moved closer to his ear and asked, "Did Xiaonu do it right? Sister Skylaw or Sister Aquamarine, who did it better?" It doesn't matter if it's better or not. As long as the intention is there, it's worth praising." Yu Yang returned his hand and massaged Xiaonu gently. His bad hand moved. Out of control. Xiaonu, who was trying hard to learn how to please her master, was easily kneaded into a soft dough figure. After a while, a certain guy from another world couldn't help but start a fight. He hugged the weak little slave girl and prepared to find a place to have a fierce gunfight. A certain cute little slave girl, however, clung to the hot pool and broke free from his embrace. She leaned over and raised her butt to make a respectful gesture. She even sighed to her master with a little regret. Xianxia hasn't done a complete set yet. Next time, Xianxia won't be so useless. I will definitely give master the greatest happiness. Ah, master, you can't kiss there. Oh, Xianxia can't take it anymore. The fierce battle was endless like rain. After an unknown period of time, the two of them finally stopped fighting with satisfaction. Yu Yang waited for Xianxia to fall asleep. He felt energetic and refreshed. He simply sealed Xianxia's corpse in the demon-subduing tower. Then, he ran outside and collected a large number of ice cubes into the grimoire world, preparing to transfer them into the black hole space next time. After finishing everything, he sneaked back to sleep with Princess Xianxia. He didn't look like the wolf who had secretly eaten her before. Instead, he looked like an obedient child. When Princess Xianxia woke up, she gave him a punch. He was dumbfounded. It can't be? Tigress, I'm so obedient. Why do I have to be beaten when I sleep with you? Yu Yang desperately cried out for injustice. You still have the nerve? While I was asleep, you actually undid my clothes. What bad things have you done? Tell me the truth. What? Don't tell me you still want to deny it? Princess Xianxia found that her bra was split open, her snowy peaks were half exposed, and the red plums and red fruits were naughtily sticking out. It would be strange if this brat didn't steal a kiss. You still want to cry out for injustice after beating him? You're simply courting death. Yu Yang had forgotten that he had also committed this mistake. He had only erased some traces of him and Xiaonu's intense lovemaking. He had forgotten that he had unbuttoned Hunyo's bra and forgot to button it up for her. Now that she had caught him, he really had nothing to say. Prisoner, do you have any last wishes before you die? Princess Xianxia glared at the dejected pervert with her tiger-like eyes. Yes. Yu Yang suddenly pounced on Princess Xianxia and reached his wolf claws in. I only kissed you a few times at that time. I haven't touched enough yet. Wait until I've touched enough before you receive your punishment. Ah, you bit me, fine, I'll bite you too. Hey, that's not fair. You bit me so hard, I'll bite you gently, you can also use force. If you have the ability, bite off this piece of meat. Anyway, it's not as big as your Xuanyao, just bite it off. I can't bear to. Other than spending a few hours to return to the 6th floor of the Thunder Fortress and asking the fat toad Jiada to pass the news that he and Princess Xianxia were training in the 10th floor, Yu Yang never left this damaged unit world again. During the day, Yu Yang used the power of the small code to guide the black hole to seal the space. He absorbed a large amount of icicles and helped Queen Vivian Li to speed up the completion of her ice world. At night, Yu Yang returned to the grimoire world tiredly and enjoyed Xiaonu's gentle massage. If Princess Xianxia was in a good mood, she would come and take a bath with him. However, he was not allowed to touch her, otherwise she would bite him. Beautiful days passed by. Another 10 days passed, but Xue Wuxia still did not wake up. Yu Yang estimated that this Xuanyao would need at least half a year to completely fuse with the unknown godhead. And this was under the situation where he transferred his innate qi to her every day. That unknown godhead was too strong. Until now, Yu Yang still could not understand why a warrior with such a strong godhead would sacrifice himself to seal Qi Tianhe. Xuanyao is already not bad. Other than getting a godhead for free, the Book of Truth can be upgraded to a divine equipment. Only I got nothing. Princess Xianxia could not help but be jealous. In this battle, Queen Vivian Li got the ice ability, Xue Wuxia got the godhead and Yu Yang got the immemorial runes. Only she got nothing. Tigress, there will be someone more suitable for you next time. Yu Yang quickly comforted her. Let me take a bite, Princess Xianxia requested. Huh? Yu Yang was curious. What was this? I'm angry. Of course, Princess Xianxia's request couldn't be satisfied. This was because Yu Yang had used an even more barbaric method to temporarily conquer her. That was to use a suffocating kiss to seal her mouth. This way, she couldn't bite him anymore. Yu Yang felt a little guilty that Princess Xianxia didn't get the treasure. Tigress had contributed a lot, and he couldn't let her suffer too much. Thus, he decided to find some time to help her refine the Prison Emperor Divine Sword. Anyway, the collapsed ice mountain was almost completely filled up. If it was before, Princess Sisai would never agree to Yu Yang's decision. Now, after the suffocating kiss, his body was still weak. He couldn't bring up the tiger's might. She could only give up and let Yu Yang approve it. Before helping Princess Sisai refine the Prison Emperor Divine Sword, there was a problem. That was, how could he not refine it into his own? One must know that the Divine Sword had recognized Yu Yang as its master. However, because of the interference of the Prison Emperor's will, the one who used it became Princess Sisai instead. If Yu Yang was able to remove all of the Prison Emperor's will, the new Prison Emperor Divine Sword would definitely recognize Yu Yang as its master. Not only would Princess Sisai not be able to fuse with it, she wouldn't even be able to use it like she was now. Yu Yang already had the more powerful Prison Emperor Divine Seal. When he completely refined the Prison Emperor's will imprint and turned the Divine Seal into his own, its power would definitely be stronger than the Divine Sword. Thus, Yu Yang still hoped that Princess Sisai could continue to use the Divine Sword from the bottom of his heart. The heroic Princess Sisai was actually very cute when she wore her armor and held her sword. It was just that Yu Yang, who was obsessed with uniforms, had never said it. He even fantasized that one day, when she wore her sword and armor, he would push her down. That kind of conquest was the true meaning of life. What are you thinking about? You're drooling. Princess Sisai used her fist to hit Yu Yang, who was in a daze. She hated his perverted look the most. This knock wasn't able to make Yu Yang into a gentleman, but instead, it gave him some inspiration from his fantasies. Actually, it wasn't something that he could think of now. He had thought of this idea a long time ago. However, he wasn't strong enough at that time, and the ability he could grasp was also very different from now. Most importantly, he didn't have enough materials. Even if he had the heart, he wouldn't be able to complete it. Thus, Yu Yang had left that idea behind for a long time. Today, when Princess Sisai hit him like that, Yu Yang recalled it and formed a new idea based on that idea. Ah, I've thought of it. However, before I help you refine the Prison Emperor Divine Sword, I have to do an experiment first to confirm it and accumulate some experience. Wait for me. Once he confirmed it, he immediately grabbed her little hand in joy and kissed it forcefully. He kissed Princess Sisai until her fingers trembled. He couldn't care less about wearing his clothes as he jumped out of the water naked. He sprinted all the way to his laboratory. When Princess Sisai saw it, her blushing face became hot. She pretended to be angry and scolded him, "Idiot, look at you, what are you doing?" However, she felt that it was funny in her heart. This fellow, sometimes he was really like a big child. He would do whatever he thought of, disregarding everything. Seriously. She didn't know if it was good to say that he was completely immersed in his work, or that he was extremely stupid. However, it showed that he was still very serious when he did things. She was actually very happy to see Yu Yang busy. She felt that he was the most charming at this moment. Others might think that Yu Yang's smile was the most charming, but she didn't think so. She only thought that it was a pervert trying to do something bad. Crescent Moon, you finally have a day where you can be reborn. I really didn't expect that. I thought you were going to be kept in the warehouse as a souvenir. Yu Yang summoned his Crescent Moon and sighed. Because he wasn't strong enough, when Yu Yang forged the Crescent Moon, he could only make it platinum ranked. He couldn't even make it holy ranked. In the end, this sharp blade that was useful in the beginning had almost no chance to be used in the later stages. Especially the evolution of the Tao Tai blade and the birth of the two divine weapons, the Star Scorpion, completely squeezed the Crescent Moon. Forget about the Golden Beast, forget about the Tao Tai blade and the Star Scorpion, just the holy ranked God-killing dagger and the quasi-5-colored divine light's black light were enough to make the Crescent Moon moldy in his storage ring. If he didn't pretend to be weak and confuse Xianxia, Yu Yang wouldn't have thought of using the Crescent Moon. In this battle, Yu Yang had obtained a lot of God's blood. He tried his best to let the Prison Emperor Divine Seal absorb most of it, but there were still about 10 drops left. Yu Yang decided to upgrade his Crescent Moon as well. Although it couldn't become a divine weapon like the Tao Tai blade, it could still become a killing weapon. At the very least, it should be a wholly ranked weapon, right? The most important weapon spirit was no longer a problem. When he used the black hole space to swallow the ice mountain, Yu Yang discovered that there were still a few traces of the unknown Supreme Divine Being's consciousness left in the ice mountain's core. It was probably broken and couldn't be restored. Maybe the remnant consciousness of the Supreme Divine Being had unintentionally drifted into the ice core before she disappeared. Yu Yang couldn't read the memories of that predecessor, and he didn't know anything about her when she was alive. He only knew that she was a female from the godhead she left behind. Maybe it was a little disrespectful to use such a powerful female senior as his weapon spirit. But this might be the only way to continue to remember her. Otherwise, when the ice core dissipated, the few remaining bits of soul sense would vanish into thin air and be completely annihilated. I don't know how to address you, Senior. Since it's like this, please possess my crescent moon and fight alongside me in the future. The crescent moon has an ice attribute, so you shouldn't hate it. Please fuse with it and help me kill all my enemies in the future. In order to protect the unknown senior's remnant consciousness, Yu Yang personally cut his finger and used his own blood to draw his understanding of the new immemorial runes on the blade of the crescent moon. Then, he used the ice core that was as big as a small mountain to refine it. The god's blood wrapped around the unknown goddess soul and slowly poured it into the crescent moon. Then, he used nirvana flame to refine it. After the refinement, the crescent moon would usher in a new transformation. What would it become? Yu Yang himself couldn't imagine it at the moment. This was because he had given the final choice of changing his form to the natural choice of the unknown goddess remnant spiritual consciousness to show his respect for the predecessors. A day passed. As the refinement reached its peak, Yu Yang bit the tip of his tongue and sprayed his blood and chaotic energy onto the blade. Princess Xianxia and Xianxia were so nervous that they didn't dare to breathe. Princess Xianxia gripped her sword hilt tightly, while Xianxia covered her mouth cutely, afraid that her teeth would tremble from nervousness. She was afraid that the sound of her teeth chattering would affect Yu Yang's final refinement. Thousands of rays of light bloomed like flowers. The colorful light was like a rainbow, spreading in waves. At the same time, an invisible cold intent filled the entire grimoire world. Ding! Along with a deafening cry, the first crescent moon, which contained the most precious dream ice crystal gold, ice core, God's blood, the unknown goddess's consciousness, chaos origin force and Yu Yang's blood, was finally refined by Yu Yang's innate sword chi and nirvana flame. The first crescent moon was finally born anew. It broke through its original foundation and surpassed its original quality. It had evolved successfully, it floated in the air in Yu Yang's mind. Compared to the original half-moon-shaped blade, it was now longer and sharper, making it look like a perfect work of art. The dream ice crystal gold and the ice core fused together seamlessly, turning into the blade. At the core, there was a spherical chaotic energy. The chaotic energy was the fusion of God's blood and Yu Yang's blood. After Yu Yang's blood swallowed God's blood, it formed a brand new blood, which contained the unknown goddess soul. Of course, the three of them fused together perfectly. It turned out that the ancient runic circle permanent solidification and the heaven runic circle frost and sharpness had undergone a unique and wonderful mutation and evolution under the rebirth of the immemorial runic circle that Yu Yang had infused with his blood. The new immemorial blood rune circle rebirth amplified and mutated the permanent, turning it into an existence that surpassed ordinary ancient rune circles, eternal. Even the original frost and sharpness. They had evolved into ice river and sky splitting, which were close to the power of the ancient runes. Their power had increased to a completely different level. The newly reborn crescent moon slowly landed on Yu Yang's hand. Its appearance wasn't too abnormal, as its original form had become very perfect after going through Yu Yang's design. The unknown goddess soul only extended it a little, making it look more slender and elegant. On the outside of Yu Yang's blood rune, there was an additional layer of fine patterns. Perhaps this was the symbol of her when she was alive. However, Yu Yang didn't know what these fine patterns belonged to, nor did he know what they represented. It looked more like a weapon than a work of art. In terms of quality, it had already surpassed Yu Yang's original expectations. Right now, it had already become a semi-god equipment. From the original platinum ranked, it had directly skipped the saint ranked and directly leaped to the semi-god equipment. If the unknown goddess had more soul, or if she could bring along the divinity, even if it was just a remnant divinity, it could directly advance to the level of a semi-god equipment. It was a pity that the unknown goddess left behind too little soul, and the divinity was also fused with Shui Wuxia. Therefore, the crescent moon could only reach the level of a semi-god equipment. In the future, I will still call you Crescent Moon. In the future, please follow me to slay demons and gods. To be able to reach the level of a semi-god equipment had already far exceeded Yu Yang's expectations. He originally thought that it would at most reach the saint ranked. He didn't even dare to think about transcending the semi-god equipment. He didn't expect it to reach the level of a semi-god equipment. Unusually satisfied and extremely excited, Yu Yang raised the crescent moon and couldn't help but say some bold words. Ding, as if responding to Yu Yang, the crescent moon's brilliance was like a wheel, like a blooming flower. It then let out a deafening sound that shook the depths of people's hearts. It didn't subside for a long time, causing the hearts of Princess Sisai and Xianxia to tremble. At this moment, Princess Sisai rushed in and gave Yu Yang a punch. Scoundrel, I didn't expect you to really succeed. Yu Yang took the opportunity to take advantage of Tigress and nibbled. Without waiting for her to raise her fist, he turned around and hugged Xianxia, pretending that this was a reaction of overexcitement and not a premeditated sneak attack. Princess Sisai rolled her eyes. Please, do you think my 6 records inherent skill is for nothing? But she didn't expose him and left him some face. With this best experience, Yu Yang now had the confidence to help Princess Sisai refine the sword. However, Princess Sisai waved her hand and said, I'm not in a hurry. While you are in a good state, why don't you refine the quality of the Eye Destroyer dagger and the Pisces ribbon as well? Especially the Pisces ribbon. If it can be used to its full potential, then under certain circumstances, we can control the entire battle. The Pisces ribbon? Yu Yang felt that it made sense. If the Pisces ribbon could be better, this thing would be as terrifying as the war chain in Heroes of Might and Magic. It was not difficult to create the Pisces ribbon, but it lacked the most important material. The golden fleece that he obtained from the 12 zodiac temples had already been fused into the Star Scorpio gloves. Yu Yang hoped to find a treasure that was similar to the golden fleece, or even better, to create and upgrade the Pisces ribbon. If he wanted to do it, he would do it to the best of his abilities. On the other hand, the Eye Destroyer dagger, which was originally a silver-ranked dagger, had the best opportunity. Yu Yang first imprinted the ancient rune Truth on it, then supplemented it with the Heaven rune Circle Break and Void Ride. He then used the Thunder Crystal Gold, Red Flame Crystal Gold and the ancient Dragon Blood and Dragon Tooth that he extorted from the 2-headed black dragon in the Beast Valley to upgrade the Eye Destroyer dagger to Platinum rank. In an instant, it had surpassed the Crescent Moon. It was a pity that the Eye Destroyer dagger could not evolve to Saint rank even though it had surpassed Platinum ranked. This was similar to how a Heaven-ranked warrior could not reach the innate Elder Realm no matter how hard he tried. The Eye Destroyer dagger had become extremely beautiful. It was hung on Yu Yang's waist. It was enough for him to use when he was outside and not in a big battle. If he took out the Crescent Moon and the Tao Tai blade right from the start, he would either scare his enemies away or provoke them into a greedy and crazy plot to steal them. Platinum ranked, even in the Heaven realm, was considered a good treasure. It was more than enough to deal with small situations. How is the capacity of the black hole space reacting? The ice mountain is about to be sucked dry. On this day, after Princess Xianxia finished assisting Yu Yang to absorb the ice mountain, she realized that the gigantic ice mountain had already been swallowed up by the black hole space. If Empress Fei Wenli was still unable to leave, then she would have to find another place to absorb more pure ice energy. Even if there were a few more ice mountains, it would not be enough. Yu Yang shook his head and smiled bitterly. What kind of existence was the senior who sealed Queen Vivian Li? Don't be discouraged. Not to mention the Heaven realm, even the Tong Tian Tower has hundreds of similar ice and snow worlds. We have mastered this method, so we don't have to worry about not having enough energy. Princess Sisai rarely comforted him. Actually, if there was no one else around and it was just her and Yu Yang, Tigress would be very gentle in their sweet world. Usually, it was Shui Wuxia who did not give her the chance to appear beside Yu Yang all the time. That was why Shui Wuxia would deliberately resist her. Now that Xuanyao was in a deep slumber, she naturally returned to her original self. After another half a day, the ice mountain was completely swallowed up. Even the area within a radius of 1,000 miles was sucked dry by Yu Yang's uncontrollable swallowing method. It would not do if he continued to absorb. Firstly, the efficiency would become extremely low. Secondly, this unit world had already caused the devouring to become unstable. There was a possibility of the space collapsing at any time. Thirdly, Yu Yang could not stay for a long time. He still had many things to do. For example, one thing that he needed to do recently was to go to the Heaven Realm to keep his appointment at the Tianhua region's White River City. He had already made an appointment with the snake-haired devil. He had not gone for so long. The snake-haired devil was probably waiting until mushrooms grew out of his hair. Even Princess Sisai felt that this period of time was enough for the two of them. As expected, at night, Princess Sisai began to tidy up. She no longer practiced her swordsmanship. Instead, she warmly prepared a bath for Yu Yang and made the bed early. She was like a well-behaved wife who had just married into her family. After a night's rest, Princess Sisai broke free from his embrace. She put on her white tiger silver armor and restored her signature face of a violent female swordsman. Yu Yang still wanted to laze around in bed, but she grabbed his ear with one hand. "Don't play dead. I let you touch and kiss me yesterday. What's there to be unhappy about? Get up immediately. We have a lot of things to do. You still dare to touch me? You're asking for death." Shoulder throw. Coming out of the unit world, they left the 10th floor of Tongtian Tower. They went to the 6th floor of the Thunder Fortress to take a look. After assigning some tasks, they returned to the 1st floor of the Soaring Dragon Continent. Jun Wuyu, Old Cunning Fox, and Elder Yu Hai were nowhere to be seen. On the other hand, Feng Kuang, Eagle-Eyed Guy, and the others were training the Dragon Knights and the new members of the Dragon Blood Guards. Yu Yang, as the number one person in the founding team, naturally stood out to encourage them. Then, he quickly slipped away amidst the fanatical cheers. The pressure from the onlookers was too great. After getting rid of the fanatical fans, Yu Yang caught Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, and the others. "Your training is not bad. However, your potential has already been set by me. That was your standard at that time. However, you guys are lucky. Not only did I get the ancient dragon's blood, I also got the Scarlet Heaven blood pool that was close to God's blood. This was a killing move that a guy who was close to God sacrificed his God's blood. I changed it a little." Yu Yang decided to change the potential of Fatty Hai and the others' blood before going to the Heaven Realm. Previously, it was the ancient Slaughterer King's blood that had set Fatty Hai and the others' death. The strongest they could get was only Heaven rank. It was still okay for them to walk around in Tongtian Tower. If they were to go to the Heaven Realm, they would not even be able to match up to some of the powerful city masters. However, Yu Yang felt that people would always improve. With the improvement of their knowledge and realm, their abilities would naturally improve too. Things that were impossible in the past were not impossible now. It all depended on whether they had the guts to fight for it. It was impossible to use the god's blood. Fatty Hai and the others could not withstand the power of the god's blood for the time being. If they were to forcefully inject it, their bodies would explode. Therefore, Yu Yang decided to completely destroy the original foundation of Fatty Hai and the others and change it with the ancient dragon's blood. If it was only the ancient dragon's blood that was obtained from the Beast Valley, the potential would not be too high. However, after Yu Yang killed Qi Tianhe, he also obtained the Scarlet Heaven blood river that was created from the god's blood and sealed it into a blood pool. Yi Kong suppressed his excitement and did not say a word. Fatty Hai rubbed his hands and looked like he was afraid of death. His fat trembled. "This must be very dangerous, right?" Yu Yang denied, "No, it's not dangerous at all. I can guarantee that my body will definitely not explode." When Fatty Hai heard this, he immediately flattered, as expected of the Yu clan's third young master who is second only to me, the boss. "Alright, since you have good intentions, as a boss, how can I reject your kind intentions? I will reluctantly accept it." "Who hit me?" F***ck, monkey, are you itching for a beating? This young master will fight it out with you. When Yu Yang condensed a blood pool in midair and kicked Fatty Hai into it, Fatty Hai screamed like a pig being slaughtered. He was shocked to find that his skin was melting. "Didn't you say that my body won't explode?" Yu Yang nodded with certainty, of course not. I can guarantee that you won't even have time to explode. You will melt into a pool of blood. Ah, I don't want to die. I'm still a pitiful virgin. If I don't lose my virginity, I won't be able to die in peace. After Fatty Hai heard this, he simply cried into a mess. Drink this. Yu Yang handed him a bottle of dragon's blood. Goo goo goo. What is this? Fatty Hai hurriedly poured it into his stomach and asked suspiciously, why is there a ball of fire burning in my stomach? AI, not good. I feel like I'm a volcano that's about to explode. Third young master, are you sure you didn't give me the wrong thing to eat? Drink this too. If you don't die, it means that you've succeeded. Yu Yang handed Fatty Hai another bottle of purplish-blue liquid. What if I die after drinking it? Fatty Hai's fat hands trembled as if he was having a stroke. Ah, then it means that you've failed. Yu Yang replied seriously. I won't drink it. Fatty Hai decided not to be Yu Yang's guinea pig. It was too dangerous. It turned out that this brat was not confident at all. Shameful. Looks like my tutoring is not good enough. The wind-breathed seabird that had already evolved into a human was furious. She grabbed the fat on Fatty Hai's cheek and poured the liquid into his mouth. When Fatty Hai choked and coughed, she beat him up again, scaring Princess Sisai, who was watching and learning tutoring skills. After a long time, Princess Sisai finally dared to ask softly, are you sure you won't cripple him like this? I think I heard a lot of bones breaking just now. This fatty is very resistant to beatings. It's fine. If the tutoring isn't strict enough, what would people think of him? They would definitely say that our Hai family has no rules. The wind-breathed seabird threw away the lump of fat that she couldn't tell what it was and clapped her hands as if nothing had happened. Your family's tutoring is really strict. Princess Sisai was so scared that she stuck out her tongue. Although she was angry sometimes, she still couldn't beat Yu Yang up like this. She really couldn't bear to. Princess Sisai strongly suspected that the reason why Fatty Hai's vitality was so strong was because he was trained by the wind-breathed seabird beating him up every day. Yi Kong and the Li brothers drank the ancient dragon blood and the bottle of mysterious purplish-blue liquid and jumped into the blood pool at the same time. They might not believe that they would succeed, but they would never doubt that Yu Yang's method would be ineffective. In fact, if they knew that the purplish-blue liquid they drank contained the juice of the fire god's soul-refining grass, an existence similar to God's blood, they would be so scared that they would cancel this blood exchange plan. Because it was too precious, even Yu Yang himself couldn't bear to use the fire god's soul-refining grass. But now, for them, he plucked a leaf and refined the juice to increase their potential. If the old cunning fox and the others knew about this, it would be strange if they didn't beat them up with their crutches. In the old cunning fox's eyes, other than Yu Yang, the most worthy person to invest in was Yu Bing, who was still growing rapidly and was about to contract the ancient forest ancient rune. This little girl was the real hope. The old cunning fox felt that it would be good if he could give some of the leftovers to Fatty Hai and Yi Kong. Fatty Hai and Yi Kong who were present couldn't see it, but the wind-breathed seabird who was about to become a holy beast could see the value of the bottle of purplish-blue soul-refining liquid. That was why she beat Fatty Hai up in anger. She felt that his wishy-washy actions had let down Yu Yang's hidden good intentions. A few hours later, Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the Li brothers who had fainted from the pain had once again been reborn. However, because their previous foundation had been destroyed, their strength had decreased to a certain extent. They had to cultivate again. Yu Yang didn't bring them to Conqueror City for the time being. Instead, he let them stay in Tong Tian Tower. In terms of their foundations, they could ask their seniors, especially Elder Nan Gong, Grandma Wu Tang and the other sages. The better their foundations were, the higher their future growth would be. Yu Yang and Princess Sisai returned to Tianluo Palace from Dexia Imperial Palace to see Fourth Mother. They reported to her about the battle with Qi Tianhe. Fourth Mother blamed Yu Yang a little for risking his life to fuse the immemorial rune alone. However, she didn't tell Yu Yang in detail because it was her secret. She only told Yu Yang not to do this kind of thing casually in the future. She hinted that no matter if it was a divine equipment, rune, or divine grimoire, he must not touch it. Without knowing the truth, Yu Yang wanted to ask why, but Fourth Mother didn't answer. She carried Xianxia back to her room to rest. Princess Sisai secretly kicked him, telling him not to force Fourth Mother. There must be a reason why Fourth Mother didn't tell him. He hadn't brought his sister to train for a long time. He originally wanted to bring Yu Bing to Heaven Realm, but this hard-working girl and Anan had gone to the Heaven Stairway to train again. Yu Yang could only find Yu in the laboratory. No, I'm not going. You and Xianxia should go together. Yu rejected, giving the opportunity to Princess Sisai. Let's go together, I'll call Sister Yi too. Princess Sisai's 6 records inherent skill also had a strange premonition that she didn't know if it was right or wrong. She felt that there were 2 people that couldn't be missed in this trip to Heaven Realm, and that was Drunken Cat and Yu. Furthermore, Yu was the most crucial person. If she wasn't there, who knows what the result would be. Hence, Princess Sisai gave up the chance to be alone with the 2 of them and forcefully brought Yu into Yu Yang's grimoire world. Why don't you help Xianxia fuse with the Prison Emperor Divine Sword? After Drunken Cat and Yu Yang broke through the last hurdle, they became natural and unrestrained. They came without hesitation. Taking the chance when Princess Sisai was persuading Yu, she pulled Yu Yang to one side. You brat, you haven't taken down Tigris yet? This isn't like you. Cough, you know that I'm actually a good boy. When Yu Yang dared to say this, Drunken Cat felt embarrassed for him. Tianhua Region. From Bahuang Region to Tianhua Region, it would take more than half a day to use the teleportation formation. However, from Tianhua Region to Baihe City, there was no corresponding teleportation formation. It was said that because of the state of war, more than a dozen districts, nearly 1,000 continents and tens of thousands of countries in Tianhua Region were all fighting. What surprised Yu Yang the most was that this chaos had been going on for nearly 3,000 years and had yet to subside. Countless warriors died in battle, but the war did not stop. In reality, it was impossible to stop. Unless more than half of the powers in Tianhua Region were wiped out. The more people died, the greater the hatred. The more races and powers joined the war, the more intense the conflict of interests and the more complicated the relationship became. In Tianhua Region, there were no righteous countries or armies, no righteous warriors. Everyone was a sacrifice in the meat grinder of war. At the same time, they were also the executioners who participated in the meat grinder of war, countless mercenaries. Or the Heaven Realm warriors who were invited by the various powers to help, died here. If their corpses were piled up, it would probably form a mountain that was thousands of meters tall and hundreds of kilometers long. But for the sake of immediate benefits, or to train their skills on the battlefield, every day, countless warriors would swarm into this meat grinder of Tianhua Region. Welcome, rich and brave merchants. In the entire Heaven Realm, there were no more welcomed merchants than those in Tianhua Region. This was because the merchants who dared to come to Tianhua Region were the bravest adventurers in the world. Although the 3 region emperors of Tianhua Region were fighting each other to the death, in order to continue the war, they unanimously announced a decree: no one was allowed to rob or kill merchants without reason. Those who disobeyed would be punished and beheaded. The goods, lives and freedom of the merchants would receive the greatest protection in Tianhua Region. No one was allowed to confiscate or detain the goods and freedom of the merchants without reason. With the various goods brought by the merchants, the civilians of Tianhua Region who were caught in the chaos of war could continue to live. The army needed supplies even more. And the 3 rulers who also had the ability to fight for the position of Region Emperor could also continue to fight for the position of the first ruler of Tianhua Region. In the Heaven Realm, if a powerful Region Emperor were to be born, it would be a great thing. If 2 equally powerful Region Emperors were to be born, it would be a bad thing. If 3 powerful Region Emperors were to be born at the same time, it would be a hopeless nightmare. Before he came to the Tianhua domain, Yu Yang had already learned about the situation in the Tianhua domain. Like many others, he disguised himself as a wealthy merchant and officially stepped into this chaotic place. With the cover of a merchant, Feng could go anywhere he wanted. White River City was a piece of cake for him. Of course, since he was a merchant, goods were indispensable. This was especially true for someone like Yu Yang, who was coming to the Tianhua domain for the first time. Without a large amount of goods as a guide, the border guards would definitely not allow such a suspicious person to enter. It wasn't impossible to sneak in, but Yu Yang didn't have to hide like a rat. Wouldn't it be better to enter openly and earn some extra money with the goods? The Tianhua domain had a very high-quality electric ore, which was one of the items that Yu Yang needed to make a beast bracelet. Yu Yang, Princess Sisai, Yu Yu, and Drunken Cat were in front in a luxurious airship. In addition to this luxurious airship that did not carry any cargo, there was a fleet of ships behind it. There were a total of 50 wide ships of food and 10 long and narrow ships of fine wine. The leader of the merchant group was Bao Gu from the southern Heaven Realm's Nightless City. In terms of guards, the Wild Bull group had surrendered to the Nightless City, and this time, they had volunteered to send out guards, Fei Huang and Hua Ban. Also, there was the trio of surrendered Zhong Guan, Bai Ma, and He Tu, who had already gained the trust of Yu Yang. As for Yong Hui and Yu Su, who had lost a lot of their strength, Yu Yang didn't have 100% trust in them, so he decided to leave them alone first. Although the captain of the guards, Zhong Guan, was only at the 3rd level of Heaven Stage, in reality, this strength was already very good in a place like the Tianhua domain. Yu Yang had such a group of guards above the Heaven Stage. It could be said to be a luxurious fleet. Even if they weren't merchants, no one would dare to rob them. 5 Heaven Stage rankers as guards, with this kind of strength, even if he wasn't ranked in the top 10 among the merchant groups in the entire Tianhua domain, no one would dare to doubt that he was in the top 20. 50 ships of food? And 10 ships of wine? Too much. No, we can't take it. Not to mention our Chamber of Commerce, even if all the merchants in Gold Sun City were to join up, they wouldn't be able to take it. You may not know what price the food here is sold for. I dare say that the number of people who starved to death in the Tianhua domain is 10 times more than the number of people killed in the war. Respected Master Bao Gu, quickly sit down. No, of course we don't dare to hide anything. We have always maintained our utmost respect for a super large merchant group like you. However, we need to gather manpower. Please give us some time. I dare say that not only the merchants in the entire Gold Sun City, but also the soldiers and civilians who are starving to the point that their eyes are white will sing praises of your generosity. You have come at the right time. I dare say that if you didn't come, in another month, at least 1/5 of the people here would starve to death, only more. Master Bao Gu, please sit down, I will immediately inform the city lord. Don't worry, even without your 5 Heaven Stage guards, no one would dare to touch a single finger of your goods. When the fleet arrived at a place called Gold Sun City, the largest grain merchant in the area, Appa, had the most sensitive sense of smell and immediately came to welcome them. When this guy heard that all 50 ships were filled with grain, he immediately jumped up in excitement and almost called Bao Gu his father on the spot. We have plenty of food. These 50 boats are just a small test. We are considering the business prospects of the Tianhua region and whether such an investment will pay off. Bao Gu put on an air of I am the master. The current him was no longer the little merchant who was bullied miserably and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. After meeting Yu Yang, his fate had taken a 180-degree turn. Of course, he wasn't the only one with the same fate as Bao Gu. There was also the fat toad Jiade. Even though Bao Gu was the leader of the caravan this time, because of his seniority, Bao Gu still had to call the fat toad president to show his respect. It had to be known that before Yu Yang entered the Heaven Realm, he had already handed the entire Titan Chamber of Commerce over to Jiade to manage. As for the fat toad, he did not disappoint Yu Yang's expectations. He managed the Titan Chamber of Commerce well, which made Yu Yang very satisfied. This outstanding performance also made the fat toad Jiade the first toad in the entire Tong Tian Tower and even the entire Heaven Realm to be lucky enough to fuse with dragon blood. If it wasn't for the fat toad Jiade's physique being too weak and unable to withstand the transformation of his bloodline, Yu Yang would have even bestowed him the supreme honor of the ancient dragon blood. As he was not very familiar with the matters of the Heaven Realm, the fat toad was willing to share his power and give the opportunity to lead the team to Bao Gu. He was responsible for cooperating and organizing the business group together. In this way, the fat toad gained Yu Yang's recognition and Bao Gu's respect. Master Bao Gu, I dare say that this place is definitely worth investing in. With food, you can have everything here, including human lives. There is nothing here that cannot be exchanged for food. The grain merchant Appa patted his chest and gave Bao Gu a guarantee. Since that's the case, I'll be straightforward. Bao Gu directly stated his conditions. We need the electric flower ore. The electric flower or as a military-controlled item? Appa's face turned bitter when he heard this. If not, then let's go. Baogu did not waste any time. Wait, Master Baogu, please don't be angry. Please listen to our explanation. It's not that there is no electric flower ore, but it is usually purchased by the king, smelted, refined, and made into weapons. The region emperor strictly forbids the trading of electric flower ore, especially the outflow. Public trading will result in death. Appa was full of bitterness. We don't need to trade openly, smart Appa. Have you ever thought of this? As long as you hand over the weapons you seized from the battlefield to us to deal with, we can donate food and wine to you. Think about it, Mr. Appa. Sometimes it's very simple to obtain a person's friendship, especially if it's delivered to your doorstep. However, when friendship is far away, you can't get it back even if you want to regret it. Baogu's eloquence had been trained in Nightless City. Most importantly, he had food in his hands. Even if Appa had 100 mouths, he would not be able to outtalk him. It's too infuriating. Is this how you treat your guests? Jiada, the fat toad, added fuel to the fire. Wait, my two masters, please don't be angry. Your proposal is very good, but we need a decision maker. I think the city lord will agree to this good proposal. I'll go look for him immediately. Please give us this opportunity. The grain merchant had no choice but to submit. His granary could practically starve rats to death. He had just encountered a fleet of ships filled with food. Even if he had to behead them, he would not let them slip away in front of him. As for why the electric flower ore could not be traded, that's right. If we don't trade, we can just give it to our friends for free. Furthermore, for such an awesome merchant group, even if the higher-ups knew about it, they would turn a blind eye and pretend not to have seen it. When Baogu and Jiada teamed up to threaten the grain merchant Appa, Yu Yang was studying the route of travel. The merchant group was just a stepping stone. His real destination was White River City. The problem was that White River City was almost the center of the Tianhua region. It was not close, and it was also a place of long battles. Why did the snake-haired devil, the young master of the four great families, ask to meet him there? Could it be that there was some secret in White River City? Was there a divine weapon? Or was there some treasure? Or was there some relic there that made the snake-haired devil so anxious that he had just escaped from the Earth Demon Temple and was in a hurry to search for treasures? Have you noticed that in White River City, no, in this large area, it's all rivers, lakes, or swamps? Princess Sisai suddenly pointed out an important point. If the city here is drawn like this, it seems to form a strange pattern. Yu also revealed her findings in the past few days. I'm very ashamed, I didn't discover anything. When Drunken Cat saw Yu Yang looking at her, she quickly waved her hand. Let me think about it. Yu Yang felt that Princess Sisai and Yu had both seen some important points, but they were not complete. What kind of secret was hidden in White River City? Was it really as simple as an ordinary Heavenly Realm city? Baogu and Jiada, who had just boarded the luxurious airship to report, saw Yu Yang pondering over the map. They quickly turned around and left quietly. Compared to what he wanted to do, the Chamber of Commerce was not worth mentioning. It was better not to disturb him. He could deal with the city lord and the grain merchant Appa himself. The city lord of Gold Sun City was called Fengji. He was a cat clan elite with quasi-heaven rank strength. With this strength, other than in Tianhua region, he would probably be killed by a bandit leader in a second. But among the dozens of cities nearby, his strength could be said to be in the top 5. In Tianhua region, the closer the city lords and king were to the battle zone, the stronger they were. Most of the city lords who did not directly participate in the battle were below heaven rank. Some were even earth rank level 6. Fengji was not originally the city lord of Gold Sun City. He was an adventurer who came to Tianhua region to train. Because the previous city lord of Gold Sun City died in battle, the personal guard captain and butler who took over died in battle, there was no one who could take over the position of city lord. So he took over Gold Sun City. Adventurers like him who took over the position of city lord were not rare in Tianhua region. Although the requirements for the city lords in the periphery of Tianhua region were not high, there were still a few empty city lord positions. No one was willing to take over the mess. For example, there was Sheepfoot City not too far away from Gold Sun City. Because of the lack of minerals, the barren land, and the natural and man-made disasters, the citizens were all in a state of hunger after being heavily taxed. So no one was willing to take over the place. The king could only send a small team of garrison troops to manage the place and barely maintain law and order. If it was a large business group outside, sending a representative to take over the position of city lord would be more popular in Tianhua region. Strength was not important, but they had to complete the battle preparation tasks assigned by the higher-ups. Other than that, the higher-ups did not interfere with the actions of the city lords. It could be said that places like Gold Sun City and Sheepfoot City, which were in the periphery and lacked special products, had long been forgotten by the higher-ups. Where do you expect me to make so much food? I have no choice. Feng Ji was angrily shouting at his butler, Sha Tong, it's not that I don't want to care about those citizens, but I have no choice. The last seeds have been given to them to plant. How would I know that those seeds were sold by profiteers? I don't know agriculture, and I don't know breeding. I used to be a mercenary who could feed himself and his family. I didn't come here to take over the position. I didn't want to be a city lord, but this place is too chaotic. I just wanted to contribute to Ai Chao's hometown. You want me to conjure out grains and seeds? Do you think I'm a god? You know how much money I have in my treasury. The last of my funds have all been given to the profiteers to buy those damned seeds. Now the seeds have been fried by the profiteers and can't sprout. Can you blame me for that? You can do whatever you want, I've had enough. Lord, if there's no food, I dare say that half of the people in Gold Sun City will starve to death within a month. Steward Sha Tong had a bitter expression on his face. Of course, he knew the city lord's difficulties, but apart from reaching out to him, what else could he do? After all, Feng Ji was the governor and he was the most powerful person. I don't know what to do. Feng Ji roared, I've also been frugal. I've been starving for 3 whole months. In these 3 months, I haven't had a full meal. There's no way I can continue being such a cowardly city lord. You can choose another city lord. Whoever wants to do it can do it. I really don't have the ability to feed hundreds of thousands of people. This? Butler Sha Tong sighed. He knew how difficult it was for Feng Ji because he also didn't have the ability to feed hundreds of thousands of people. The shortage of food was not just a problem for Gold Sun City, but the entire Tianhua region. Other than some rich lands in the Tianhua region, the rest of the regions were poor. The war had caused too many laboring men to die on the battlefield. Most of the people left in the outer regions were the old, the weak, the women, and the children. Other than the necessary garrison personnel and the severely injured and disabled, any adult, regardless of gender, regardless of race, as long as they had a certain level of fighting ability, would be transferred to the military camp in the war zone for intensive training. Then, they would be sent to the battlefield to fight in the Domain Emperor's war that could end any time. The food supply was almost finished. Without seeds and crops, it meant that the next harvest would be 0. About a month later, all the grass, tree bark, and livestock would be finished. Finally, hundreds of thousands of starving people would enter the same tragedy as the disaster areas in Sheephoof City. Exchanging children for food, this wasn't the first time Sha Tong had seen such a tragic situation. Could it be that Gold Sun City would also become a land of death filled with bones and corpses? Sir, there's good news, good news. The world's poorest grain merchant, Appa, rushed in with a flushed face and knocked Sha Tong, the starving and skinny butler, to the ground. Appa, a merchant is here? It's a miracle that there are merchants willing to come to such a poor region like ours. Sha Tong didn't have time to get up and directly grabbed Appa's leg and asked. Where are the merchants? Feng Ji was also very welcoming, but after asking this question, he revealed a bitter expression. We have no money. They don't want money, they don't want money. Appa shook his head and waved his hands excitedly. There are merchants in this world who don't want money. Feng Ji didn't believe it. If merchants didn't want money, then all the pigs in the world would know how to climb trees. Yes, that's right. They don't want a single gold coin from us. No, they don't want magic crystals either. Honestly speaking, if we give them our low-grade magic crystals for free, they won't even want them. You can't imagine what kind of merchant group would come to our place. There are a total of 50 ships with provisions and 10 ships filled with fine wine. My God, if those goods could enter the battlefield, I dare say that even the kings would be badly beaten. I'm done talking. Yes, back to the trade. They don't want our money, they only want the various weapons that they retrieved from the battlefield. Appa was so happy that his words were a little incoherent. Have you lost your mind? We are in the periphery, not the battlefield. How could there be any weapons? Furthermore, those are prohibited goods. Those who trade with us will be beheaded. Xiaotong denied the possibility of such a trade. That's right, you're right. But what I want to say is, what is the purpose of them wanting weapons? They wouldn't be interested in ordinary weapons like the electric sparkle ore. We can use the electric sparkle ore to exchange for a large amount of rations. City Lord and Butler Shah, think about it. 50 ships, each of which is 100 meters long. As long as we take them down, it won't be a problem for the entire city to starve to death. Appa quickly explained. I say, Appa, lower your voice. The electric sparkle ore was forbidden by the domain emperor himself. Xiaotong felt that his heart was beating like a drum, but he couldn't deny that he was tempted. Was there anything more terrifying than starving to death in this world? No, rather than being beheaded, it was better to fill one's stomach first and die a full death. When Appa saw that Xiaotong, a diehard member, was starting to relent, he quickly struck while the iron was hot. We are not trading, City Lord. We are just expressing our sincerity to our distinguished guests. As a proof of our friendship, we will give them a small gift, and they will generously repay us with the rations that we urgently need. Even if the higher-ups know about this, I believe they won't punish us severely. After all, there is a shortage of rations everywhere, and the king is also having a headache. Fengji felt that this idea wasn't bad. However, he was worried about how much rations could the little electric sparkle ore in the Golden Sun City be exchanged for. No matter what, he had to calm the other party down first. If the other party left with the ships, then everything would be over. The three of them decided to take the risk and pulled a few other merchants who were equally poor to visit the leader of the merchant group. Anyway, this trade was a trade of beheading. If they lived, they would live together. If they died, they would die together. No one would be left behind. When he saw the 50 ships, even Fengji, the lord of the Golden Sun City, couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Damn it, if only it wasn't the city lord. If he was still a thief in the past, he might as well rob a fat sheep. A business without any capital. It was better than risking his life to make a trade. When he saw that the other party had 5 heaven rankers as guards, he was so scared that his body went limp. If he really robbed them, he wouldn't even be able to keep his skin. Without a few heaven rankers among the 50 ships, even with the protection of the domain emperor's token, they wouldn't be able to enter the central battleground. However, where did this Titan business group come from? 5 heaven rankers as guards. Such a large sum of money was not inferior to the top 10 merchant groups. You are the city lord? Let's not talk too much. Our request is very simple. As long as you hand over the electric flower ores, other than food, we can also provide you with seeds. Baogu expressed his position. He only wanted the electric flower ores and nothing else. Seeds? When Fengji heard this, his heart beat faster. In the Tianhua region, seeds were definitely the root of life. They could do without anything but seeds. The purity of our electric flower ores isn't high. Moreover, the king only collects them once every 3 months. Our stock is insufficient. Xiaotong, the butler, lowered his head. He had to lower his head because he could already tell that the other party was a super luxurious merchant group. They probably wouldn't care about the small stock of the Golden Sun City. As long as they drove the ships into the battleground, the kings would fight to trade the electric flower ores. Although it was forbidden by the domain emperor, there were exceptions to everything, right? Such a luxurious and wealthy super merchant group would usually be able to get the domain emperor's special approval. We really don't care about the little stock we have. We need a large amount of electric flower ores, a very large amount. When Fatty Jiada said this, Fengji, Appa and Xiaotong almost fell into despair. They were pleading when Fatty Jiada waved his hand and proposed a plan. How about this, we invest in mining here. You will be responsible for providing labor and we will provide food. We will allow you to exchange your wages for food. At the same time, we can also provide you with some seeds. In return, you will send as many people as possible to mine the electric flower ores. As for the purity, you don't have to worry about that. No problem, we don't lack manpower here. Appa was afraid that Feng Ji and Sha Tong would hesitate and agreed on his own. I might as well give the Golden Sun City to you. I am an incompetent city lord. Moreover, any one of you is stronger than me. You can send someone to be the city lord of the Golden Sun City. You can do whatever you want. Feng Ji felt that he was really useless. As a dignified city lord, not only did he not have the gold-grade armor of the other party's guards, he even had to starve. He took off the city lord ring, the only token that represented his identity, and stuffed it into Jiada's hand. Then he held Bao Gu's hand. Captain, can I be a guard here? This guy's shocking actions made Bao Gu and Jiada dumbfounded. There was such a thing, Sha Tong and Appa also cried out like resentful women. City lord, you can't abandon us. If you leave, what will happen to us in the future? Feng Ji waved his hand. Stop, stop, stop. I am no longer your city lord. To be honest, I have had enough of this damned city lord position. I don't have that ability, and I don't like to worry about the food and drink of hundreds of thousands of people. Ever since I became the city lord, I have not been happy for a day. Even when I was at my lowest, I was not as poor as I am now, and I have never been as hungry as I am now. If I have to starve to death as a city lord, why would I want to be a city lord? Why don't I be a guard, or a mercenary like before? At least, I can still eat my fill. Kid, you are not qualified to be a guard. Zhongguan and the others laughed until their stomachs hurt. How many people wanted to be a city lord? But now, as an expert of a city lord, he was worried about starving to death in office. This was truly a huge joke. My strength is lacking, but I have good skills and talent. Although I can't grow food, I am good at scouting and tracking. Feng Ji quickly fought for it. The problem is, although I am the captain, there is still a master above me. Bao Gu laughed. Unless you can obtain the master's permission, it is useless no matter how strong you are. How many experts break their heads to become guards? There are even experts of heaven stage level 4, but they are not qualified. Here, in addition to ability, loyalty is also important. To be honest, I doubt your loyalty, because you can leave a city just because you are hungry. You have a master above you? Feng Ji was dumbfounded. What was the background of this merchant group? The master of a heaven stage expert, was that the king? Or was it an even more powerful existence? Master said that if you can find a way to cross the still swamp, then you can be temporarily hired as a guard for a trial period of 3 months. Yu Yang was on the luxury yacht and sent a female dragon person from the heaven realm to pass the message. Although Feng Ji was unwilling to be a starving city lord, it seemed that there was a problem with his loyalty. But if one looked at things from 2 sides, one would find that this fellow from the cat clan was actually not bad. If it was another city lord, even in a poor city, would he starve? At least, it could prove that Feng Ji did not exploit the commoners to obtain wealth. He might not be qualified to be a city lord, but it should not be a problem for him to be a pathfinder and use his specialty. Moreover, it was indeed better to let people like Bao Gu and Jiada take over Gold Sun City than to let Feng Ji do everything. In the mountains near Gold Sun City, the reserves of electric flower ore were not bad, but it was difficult to mine. The problem here was that there was not enough manpower and technology to mine, which resulted in low production. If they had the technology to mine the thunder ore in the Thunder Fortress, with a large number of manpower, the electric flower ore might not be enough to become an elite weapon on the battlefield, but it would be enough for Yu Yang to refine a beast bracelet. Still swamp, that's a land of death. Feng Ji's face changed when he heard this. We don't want cowards. Fatty Jiada tried to goad him. Who said I'm a coward? You guys found the right person. If it was someone else, they really wouldn't be able to cross the still swamp. Even I, who escaped from the still swamp, only had a 30% chance of success. You guys don't know, that place is too scary, it's basically a land of death that can't be crossed. If you want to cross the still swamp, other than strength and experience, the most important thing is luck. Fengji bowed to the female dragon person who was still waiting for an accurate reply. His eyesight was not bad, he knew that this female dragon person's position was actually higher, at least higher than the few real guards who had the strength of heaven stage. Fengji's attitude was very respectful, and his words were also very sincere. If you want to cross the still swamp, other than me, you need to find another person from another place. The two of us are indispensable. After Fengji freed himself from the painful position of the Golden Sun City Lord and became a temporary guard, he quickly got into his role. He first made a sailing route and handed it to Baogu before presenting it to Yu Yang. Then, he quickly returned to the city lord's mansion and brought out his long-legged lizard that was also starving. Fortunately, this long-legged running lizard's loyalty was not bad. In addition, there were many times when Fengji would rather not have enough to eat himself and share a portion of his food with it. Otherwise, after starving for a few months, even the most good-tempered beast would run away. Don't tell me that you are planning to use this beast to lead the way? The fat toad Jiada looked at it and sweated profusely. He thought to himself, can you, a city master, be any poorer? Where's the flying war beast? Baogu also felt that Fengji's position as the city lord was wasted. There's no flying beast, but I dare say that as long as it's fed, it can run as fast as flying. Fengji's words made Zhongguan and the others laugh so hard that tears flowed down from their eyes. To be in such a state and still be a city lord. They were really unlucky. Finally, the speechless fat toad Jiada waved his hand and ordered his underlings to prepare food for Fengji and the long-legged running lizard. Because Fengji and the others' food was served a little slower, he couldn't care less about the many people watching from the side and started to eat the raw meat together with the long-legged lizard. Jiada and Baogu turned away, unwilling to look. Even the reincarnation of a hungry ghost wouldn't be like this. Looking at the bloody raw meat, Sha Tong, Appa, and the other Gold Sun merchants secretly swallowed their saliva. Fortunately, they were more conscious of their status and had better self-control. In addition, they didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of a noble person, so they could only try their best to endure. In the end, when the roast meat was finally placed on the table, and when Baogu opened his mouth to invite them, they immediately surrounded him impatiently. Everyone tore the meat with their hands. They didn't even have time to use any cutlery, nor did they need any condiments. They directly grabbed it tightly with their hands and stuffed it into their mouths with all their might. Although Sha Tong, Appa, and the others were wolfing down their food, no matter how ugly their table manners were, they were still better than Fengji, who was swallowing so quickly that his eyes were rolling back. If not for his quasi-heaven stage strength, Fengji would have choked to death on the spot. It wasn't like Fat Toad Jiada had never seen starving poor people before. In the past, before the third young master took over the mines in the Thunder Fortress, the number of slaves who starved to death every day was at least a few dozens. It wasn't strange at all. However, in the legendary Heaven Realm, in the Heaven Realm where rankers were as common as dogs, in the Heaven Realm where the rankers of Tong Tian Tower yearned for, there were actually people who were so hungry. It really made people speechless. Fatty Jiada dared to say that if the higher-ups in Tong Tian Tower knew the truth, they would probably refuse to come to Heaven Realm even if they were carried by 8 carriages. After a big meal, Fengji and the long-legged lizard's bellies bulged as if they were pregnant. It would be a miracle if he didn't die from overeating, not to mention the journey. We'll give you a flying beast. Baogu did not want to wait for this fellow to catch his breath before continuing his journey. He knew how precious Yu Yang's time was. No need, no need. Fengji sucked on his toothpick, burped and waved his hand to refuse. It's not a problem to hurry now. As long as my fast legs are full, they can run faster than most flying beasts. Cut the crap and do as I say. Zhongguan, give him a flying dragon and set off immediately. The fat toad Jiada ordered without any hesitation. Although Yu Yang did not ask for it, fat toad Jiada would never allow anyone to waste his precious time. No matter how fast this beast ran, it could only run on the ground. The ground was rugged, how could it compare to flying in the sky? If they encountered mountains and hills, then the time needed to run on the ground would be countless times longer to reach their destination. There were flying beasts that didn't ride, but used 4 legs. No, this lizard still ran with its hind legs, which meant it had 2 legs. How could 2 legs be faster than flying in the sky? Hearing this, Feng Ji's face suddenly turned awkward. Butler Sha Tong, who was familiar with him, gathered his courage and stood up to explain. City Lord Feng Ji, cough, it's Feng Ji's guard. He has acrophobia. Unless his life is in danger and he needs to avoid flying, he doesn't dare to fly in the sky. When Baogu and Jiada heard this, they all fell to the ground. Good heavens, a warrior with the strength of a quasi-heaven stage can't fly. It's fine if he can't fly, but he has acrophobia? Can this guy make people even more speechless? If you are not specially hired by the master, I will drag you to be buried alive. Zhongguan had never seen such a person in his life. If it was because of the special characteristics of the body, for example, fire people did not dare to go into the water, and water people did not dare to enter the hot and dry areas, it was still reasonable. A normal cat race did not dare to fly. What was this? Fortunately, he was not a flying race like Eagle Man or Yen Man. Otherwise, this kid would have been thrown away by his family as trash the moment he was born. After Yu Yang heard this, he could not help but laugh. The heaven realm was really full of strange things. A quasi-heaven stage could not fly, it was equivalent to the innate rankers of Tong Tian Tower could not fly. It was the same as having acrophobia. Of course, in Tong Tian Tower, because a warrior's strength was not innate, but cultivated, any innate would definitely fly. Not to mention acrophobia, even if the innate rankers of Tong Tian Tower were inferior in flying skills and flying speed, they would be despised. Moreover, after innate level 6, there was not much difference between living in the air and living on the ground. Zhongguan and the others stay and cooperate with Baogu and Jiada to take care of Jinyang City. The electric flower ore is the main point. Yu Yang made a decision at the last minute. He no longer sat on the luxurious airship. Instead, he followed Feng Ji and walked around the Tianhua region. Perhaps this way, he would be able to obtain more information and understand the snake-haired demonic man's purpose of meeting him here. Drunken Cat and Yu entered Yu Yang's grimoire world. The Heaven Realm Dragon Woman and the luxury airship temporarily waited in Jinyang City, while the fat toad Jiada and the others were busy. Yu Yang and Princess Sisai, who were wearing the same platinum armor, appeared in front of Feng Ji and the others for the first time. Seeing the two of them dressed almost the same, Sha Tong, Appa and the others were stunned. Even Feng Ji, who had good eyesight, was a little uncertain. Please forgive my rudeness, which one is the Titan boss? The fat toad Jiada was furious on the spot. I really doubt if you are blind. The one beside Master Titan is the mistress, Princess Sisai. You can't even recognize the most heroic princess in the world. Do you really know how to scout? Even a blind person is better than you. Actually, it was not Feng Ji's fault for not being able to tell the gender. In Yu Yang's domain, no one could see through the truth. In addition, Princess Sisai and Yu Yang's armor were the same, a blurry image deceiving them. Unless one had solved the mystery at the gate of life and death, or had the strength of an innate elder, who would be able to see through it? What Jiada and the others saw, under Yu Yang's control, was different from what Feng Ji and the others saw. In fact, what Feng Ji and Sha Tong and the others saw was completely different. Feng Ji felt a little ashamed when Jiada showed off his strength. However, he felt that this Master Titan and Princess Sisai's strength was a little lacking. Previously, he thought that they had the same strength as the king. Because the guards were all heaven-ranked level 3, they should at least be heaven-ranked level 4, right? Unexpectedly, they seemed to be weaker than him. If they wanted to use this kind of strength to safely pass through Stillwind Swamp, it was really an impossible task. Of course, this Master Titan and Princess Sisai might have hidden strength. When the two of them stood together, they gave off a very strange feeling. They seemed to be very strong, but also seemed to be very weak. It was a little hard to judge. Feng Ji decided to personally understand. Otherwise, it would be too late to regret it when they reached Stillwind Swamp. If he were to give up now, it would be better than dying in vain in Stillwind Swamp. Moreover, if nobles like Master Titan and Princess Sisai were to die because of him leading the way, not only him, even the commoners of Gold Sun City would be annihilated. Feng Ji thought for a while, gathered his courage, and bowed to Yu Yang and Princess Sisai. Since Master and Her Highness have given me the task of leading the way, then I have to be responsible for your safety. Before attempting to pass through Stillwind Swamp, I hope that Master and Her Highness can display impressive skills. Otherwise, if you get lost in Still Wind Swamp, no one will be able to save you. At that time only death awaits. You want to test Master's skills? Zhongguan suddenly felt that this guy was a madman. If he wasn't a madman, why would he abandon the city lord and become a guard? If he wasn't a madman, why would he use the identity of a guard to test the Master's strength? Was this something he could do? You're courting death. He Tu and Bai Ma were also furious. As for Hua Ban and Fei Huang, they were ready to beat him up. How could he doubt the third young master's identity? Wouldn't it be fine to just be a spy? Why would he doubt the third young master's strength? If the third young master wasn't strong enough, would he leave behind all the guards to protect him and Her Highness? The fact that he made this decision showed that he had enough confidence, and this Feng Ji actually doubted this. What an incurable fool, Yu Yang waved his hand, letting Hua Ban and Fei Huang retreat. He made another gesture. Come, I'll let you punch me. Let's see if you can determine my strength. Feng Ji naturally knew that doing this was strenuous and unrewarding, but no matter how bad it was much better than dying in the Still Wind Swamp. He gritted his teeth and increased his strength. Of course, he didn't dare to use his full strength, but secretly reserved 30% of it, lest he hurt this Master Titan who had an unknown status. After receiving another hint from Yu Yang, he threw a punch at Yu Yang. Halfway through the punch, suddenly, he changed his direction at the last minute and hit Princess Sisai. Princess Sisai originally didn't want to pay too much attention to him, but now she noticed the persistence of this Pathfinder thief. Sometimes, persistence was not a good thing, but if the intention was good, it was definitely not a bad thing. She stretched out a finger and casually caught Feng Ji's punch with 70% of his strength. At first, Feng Ji, who thought that her strength was similar to his, was stunned on the spot, while Sha Tong and Appa's jaws dropped to the ground. She was able to block Feng Ji's sneak attack with just one finger. Just how powerful was this princess? But she clearly didn't look like she had the strength of heaven rank. What was going on? Feng Ji was stunned for 3 seconds before he reacted. He bowed to Princess Sisai and sincerely apologized. Your Highness, Feng Ji just wanted to test your strength and reaction speed. In the Still Wind Swamp, there is danger at any time, so. Before he finished speaking, he jumped and threw a punch at Yu Yang. This time, he didn't hold back, but used all his strength to attack Yu Yang. In the Still Wind Swamp, there were many powerful and unpredictable heaven-rank magical beasts. If he couldn't even handle this sneak attack, then it was better not to go to the Still Wind Swamp. Yu Yang also stretched out a finger. His movement seemed to be slow. It was so slow that anyone could see it clearly, including Feng Ji, who launched a sneak attack. That very slow finger unbelievably bypassed Feng Ji's lightning-fast fist. It didn't block like Princess Sisai, but directly counterattacked. He lightly flicked his finger on Feng Ji's forehead. In the next second, Feng Ji flew out like a cannonball. He flew 10,000 meters away, broke dozens of trees, and crashed into the mountain with a rumble. Appa, Sha Tong, and the rest were so scared that their knees went weak and their bodies trembled. They wanted to immediately kneel in front of this powerhouse and beg for forgiveness, but they were afraid that doing so would make the other party unhappy. They panicked and didn't know how to react. After an unknown amount of time, Feng Ji crawled out from the deep mud pit like a dead dog. He spat at the soil in his mouth. Feng Ji bowed in admiration while suppressing his excitement, and shouted, I have offended you. However, this test makes me feel at ease. With the powerful strength of you and Her Highness, in addition to my scouting, I now have at least a 60% chance of passing through the Still Wind Swamp. If I find another person, with his dog nose and my cat eyes working together, the success rate can even increase to 80%. Even if I fail, I think I can escape safely. After all, the strength of you and Her Highness is the most powerful guarantee. Master Titan, are you willing to hire another hunter from the Hound clan? I dare say that it doesn't cost much money, as long as he can eat meat bones every meal, it will be enough. Yu Yang nodded. It doesn't matter if I spend some money, but we must pass through the Still Wind Swamp. Feng Ji was overjoyed when he heard this. Regardless of the dirt all over his body, he jumped onto the back of the long-legged lizard and waved his hand. Master, and Her Highness, let's go. Wait a minute. Zhongguan and the others suddenly surrounded him. What do you want? Just now, Master personally agreed to let me take the test, and I didn't hurt Master. Fengji realized that something was wrong. These guards who let him steal the limelight, were they trying to avenge their personal grudges? What Master said cannot be doubted, of course, we have no objection. However, you have joined the ranks of our guards, and as usual, we have to welcome the newcomer. Zhongguan smiled and patted Fengji's shoulder, with a warm look of I am your boss, I will protect you in the future. Fengji's heart warmed up, and he quickly jumped down to greet them one by one. I haven't greeted all of you just now, I am too impatient. What is the welcome ceremony? How about this, when the task is over, I will invite all of you to drink. There is no hurry to drink, now is the welcome time for the newcomer to join, the ceremony is very important. Our guards have such a fine tradition. Zhongguan punched Fengji in the face, knocking him down. Hey too, Bai Ma, and the others also surrounded him and beat him up. They didn't stop until they were tired. Fengji wanted to cry, but no tears came out. What kind of welcome ceremony was this? Damn it, this was simply abuse of the newcomer. Zhongguan reached out to him and pulled Fengji up. He patted his clothes and said earnestly, because you have a mission, you can't take up too much of Master's time. The following welcoming ceremony will be postponed for the time being. When you come back, we will definitely welcome you to join us grandly again. Don't cry, in fact, your welcome ceremony is already considered good. To think of us, young people, the tradition must be inherited and carried forward, that is a good tradition. Fengji now understood what was going on. It turned out that these guys had been beaten before they joined, so once a newcomer joined, they would be beaten up. Damn, this kind of tradition, of course, this beating could only be in vain. He wiped his tears and nodded solemnly to Zhongguan, Captain, don't worry, when a newcomer joins, I will definitely welcome him well, and let him understand what a good tradition is. At the end, Fengji gritted his teeth, wishing that a newcomer would join immediately, so that he could beat him up to vent the anger in his heart. It's good that you understand. Zhongguan's big fist hit Fengji's face, and when Fengji fell to the ground, he kicked him with his big foot. Welcoming a newcomer is the benefit of every old member, you must remember this. Don't beat him too long, let's beat him for another 10 minutes. Yu Yang had never opposed this tradition, in fact, he was the first to create this tradition. Sometimes, the more you hate, the angrier you get, the more motivation you have to work. The more you feel like this in your heart, the more hope you have. The more you wait, the more patience you will have. Although not all, many things in the world are like this. The long-legged running lizard flew at high speed. Mountains, hills, cliffs, all of them were like flat ground. If one could ignore his fear of heights, Fengji could indeed be considered a pretty good pathfinder. He had extraordinary eyesight and could clearly see birds and beasts more than 10 kilometers away. He could also clearly see the flapping wings of a fly. The most important thing was that he had a strong instinct to predict danger. Once he realized something was wrong, he would quickly take a detour and change his route. Other than having an outstanding talent in scouting, he was also an expert in stealth. His mount, the unremarkable long-legged running lizard, also had the special ability to change its color and quickly blend into the environment. Although this guy can't compare to Smoke Flea, it's still good for pathfinding. However, his fear of heights is really too boring. To think that he's a quasi-heaven ranker. Princess Sisai was a little speechless towards Fengji. She and Yu Yang held hands and flew in the sky at a moderate speed. They were more than 1,000 meters apart and followed from afar. Sometimes, when she was happy, she would pull him to sit on the rocks of the mountain peak. Watching the clouds rise and fall in the sky, watching the wind and drizzle on the ground, she really enjoyed this world of two people. If she was tired, she was sick of it. Then she would lie on Yu Yang's back and let him teleport while she comfortably took a nap. Maybe it's because of the psychological trauma when he was young. Yu Yang analyzed with a "I'm an expert in psychology, please don't worship me too much" attitude. What about you? Is it because of the psychological trauma when you were young that you became so lecherous? Princess Sisai suddenly asked. I'm born like this. Yu Yang felt like he was about to sweat. Is it worth shouting about it publicly just because you're born lecherous? Princess Sisai didn't expect this guy to admit it. Well, being lecherous is better than being a eunuch. At least, being lecherous can reflect on yourself. You can occasionally pretend to be Lu Xiaohui and see if there are any beauties coming to your embrace. However, once you become a eunuch, there's no turning back. Haven't you heard of it? Once you enter the palace, you will be as deep as the sea. No matter how powerful the eunuchs are, they are at most eunuchs. I think it's a mistake to discuss this with you. Princess Sisai rolled her eyes at him and deliberately shook her hand, trying to break free from Yu Yang's grasp. However, before Yu Yang had been transported to this world, he had read many posts about his senior's experience in picking up girls on the internet. One of the posts was, when you hold a beauty's hand, and the beauty tries to struggle free, you must never let go. If you let go, you will become an idiot. One had to know that beauties were strange creatures who said one thing but meant another. In other words, whatever they said, their hearts might be the exact opposite of what they just said. If a beauty told him to let go, he wouldn't be a man. He would be a yes man. Who would be willing to fall in love with a yes man? Who would be willing to spend the rest of their lives with a yes man? Then let's not talk about this. Let's talk about something else. For example, last night, there was a tigress who said she wanted to take a bath with me. Who would know that I soaked until a layer of my skin peeled off and disappeared? Now, I'll have to trouble a certain tigress who claims to be trustworthy to explain. Yu Yang asked with a smile, as if he wasn't angry at all. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Princess Sisai asked Yu Yang a multiple-choice question. A lie. Yu Yang chose a choice that normal people wouldn't choose. Sometimes, he didn't play his cards according to common sense, but he could get good results. Who in this world likes to hear lies? You're purposely trying to anger me, aren't you? Princess Sisai couldn't help but want to give him a punch. However, she thought that sleeping on his back was very comfortable. If she couldn't eat and sleep to her heart's content, she would throw away the coolie who served her. Forget it, she would forgive him this time. Moreover, she was the one who started this topic. It's not important what I want to hear. What's important is whether there will be compensation tonight. Yu Yang expressed that he was a magnanimous adult and always thought about the future. If there isn't a kitty sitting on your lap tonight, I'll think about it. Princess Sisai snorted. Actually, that was an accident. She was tired from training and wanted to soak in hot water to wash off her fatigue. Who knew that there would be a pitiful me soaking there, waiting for a certain heartless princess who would verbally agree but would never keep her promise? Yu Yang laughed. The jealous tigress was really cute. No matter what, she still sat on your lap. Princess Sisai felt that the process wasn't important, and the result was what she saw. You don't even mind Xianu, but why is it Kitty? You're the one who's getting jealous? Didn't you call her sister? Moreover, it wasn't like what you saw yesterday. She was too tired. I only helped her massage her shoulders and arms. I definitely didn't do that. Yu Yang felt a little strange. In the past, before he pushed down drunken cat, Princess Sisai and the others would always encourage him in the open and help him secretly. They wanted to make this happen. Why was she unhappy now? It doesn't matter if it's a shoulder massage. Even if you guys do something, it has nothing to do with me. However, you guys were whispering in each other's ears and plotting against a certain pitiful princess last night. Isn't this a little too much? Princess Sisai looked at Yu Yang like a judge looking at a thief, waiting to see how he would quibble. There was definitely no plotting. Yu Yang cried out his innocence loudly. I heard it with my own ears. Do you still dare to deny it? Princess Sisai expressed that the evidence was irrefutable, and the criminal had to confess. What did you hear? Yu Yang felt a little hot. He had forgotten that this tigress had the 6 records inherent skill. Damn it, she heard something she shouldn't have heard. For example, helping out at certain times, taking down a certain princess who was kept in the dark. Princess Sisai unhappily gave Yu Yang a cute eye roll. I really don't know what tricks you used to confuse people. Sister Yi, who was originally shy and protective of us, turned around and helped you plot against us the moment you ate her. It's all your fault, you bastard. Sister Yi, who was so good, has completely changed now. Haha, successfully transforming Kitty is an achievement that I'm proud of in my life. Tigress, she didn't have any bad intentions. She was just a little more noble and wanted to share the good stuff with you guys. Yu Yang laughed evilly. Let me let you be proud, let me let you be cocky. Princess Sisai couldn't hold it in anymore and sent this brat flying with a punch. What was called taking advantage of others and still acting innocent, this brat was. After 3 days of rushing, Feng Ji became more and more obedient towards his two bosses, Yu Yang and Princess Sisai. No matter how fast he ran on the running lizard, no matter how far he ran, sometimes the two of them were already dozens of kilometers behind, but in the blink of an eye, they could catch up. The long-legged running lizard hadn't recovered at first, but with enough food these few days, it had already recovered 90% of its speed. It was almost no different from flying. However, if the two bosses were willing, they could hold hands and fly leisurely in the sky. They wouldn't be a second faster or a second slower. That kind of control could make many heaven-ranked rankers smash their heads to death. The scariest thing was that sometimes when the Titan boss and mistress were in the mood, they would run to the ground to enjoy the scenery or have a picnic. Even if they were a few hundred kilometers away, they could still catch up with the teleportation. Having great strength and learning how to teleport was not considered abnormal. The problem was that this Tianhua region was filled with all kinds of abnormal energy due to the long years of chaotic battles. In addition, there were many strange spatial laws in many places. Not to mention teleportation, even flying might not be smooth. Moreover, to be able to accurately find a person a few hundred kilometers away, ignore the influence and restrictions of spatial energy, and teleport over in an instant. What kind of control did one need? Forget about the city lord, even the king. Feng Ji reckoned that no one could do this well. Could it be that the Titan boss who hired him was really a ranker whose strength surpassed the king's? If that was true, then why would a ranker like him come to the Tianhua region which was already in a mess? Could this Titan master be a ranker invited by one of the 3 region emperors to help? Feng Ji guessed along the way. Curiosity could kill a cat, but he had no answer. Hiss hiss. The long-legged running lizard suddenly cried out. An enemy appeared? Feng Ji understood the abnormal reaction of his mount. An enemy must have appeared somewhere in front of him. The smell that came with the wind made it feel uneasy. There shouldn't be any heaven-ranked demon beasts nearby that could threaten his life. Then the enemy was not a demon beast, but a ranker. How could a powerful ranker appear here? Strictly speaking, this was still within the boundaries of Gold Sun City. This was the border intersection of Gold Sun City, Yangti City, and Chisun City. Mercenaries would never come to such a desolate and poor place without a mission. Bandits would never come to such a place to plunder. Because if bandits came here, they might starve to death in such a godforsaken place. If it wasn't mercenaries or bandits, could it be the army? The problem was, this was the rear, not the chaotic region. Unless the commander of the army was retarded, it was impossible for him to send his soldiers to such a place. Feng Ji hurriedly stopped the running lizard and stopped to wait for Yu Yang and Princess Sisai. He was no longer the city lord, but a guard. He no longer needed to make decisions. This kind of headache, he just needed to report it to the higher-ups. What's the matter? Why did you stop? Yu Yang was chatting with Princess Sisai along the way. When he realized that Feng Ji had stopped, he went up to ask. There seems to be an enemy in front. It smelled a threatening scent. I reckon that an enemy with the strength of heaven ranked has appeared. Feng Ji himself did not understand why an enemy with the strength of heaven ranked would appear here. He was puzzled. Now that you mention it, I can sense something strange. There are less than 1,000 people rushing towards us. The source of the malicious murderous aura is also coming from that direction. Is that the source of the malicious aura the strength of heaven ranked? It seems that there are only 1 or 2 of them, not enough to be feared. After hearing this, Princess Sisai used her 6 records inherent skill to sense it. She first looked into the distance, then wrinkled her nose, and finally shook her head, indicating that she could not see clearly. Your Highness, you can see the enemy? Feng Ji turned pale with fright. Even his cat eyes could not see the enemy, but this Princess Zhang's mistress could actually see them? Not with my eyes, but with my senses. Forget it, I don't want to explain. Princess Sisai waved her hand. She actually felt a little regretful. Although the Six Records' inherent skill was very powerful, compared to the divine sense domain that Shui Wuxia had cultivated in the Door of Life and Death, it was still a distance away. If Shui Wuxia, who had the Book of Truth, was here, she would probably be able to clearly see how many enemies there were and how strong they were. It was much better than her own Six Records' inherent skill. Because the distance was too far, she was still unable to provide accurate information to Yu Yang. It seemed that if she wanted to surpass Xuanyo and become his greatest help, she would have to work hard and train hard. Princess Sisai was lamenting about her own inadequacies. She was completely unaware that her performance had scared Feng Ji so much that he almost knelt on the ground. All along, Feng Ji was most proud of his pair of extraordinary cat eyes. This pair of eyes could see further and more accurately than anyone else. Even compared to the eagle eyes of the eagle men, he was not the least bit inferior. He did not expect that his mistress actually had a pair of eyes that were 100 times more powerful than his. Before he could even see the shadow, she could already see the number of enemies. She could even see that there were only 2 heaven-ranked enemies. What kind of eyes were these? He really wanted to ask what race this mistress was from. Could she be from the legendary heavenly eye race that was famous for their divine eyes? That couldn't be right. This princess did not have a third eye at all. She did not look like someone from the heavenly eye race. A very weak aura mixed with a very violent aura. It's very puzzling. Alright, let's not guess blindly. Let's go and take a look. Yu Yang could also sense some of it. However, before the supreme martial artist's consciousness was fully expanded, his heaven eye's divine vision could not see clearly like Princess Sisai's Six Records' inherent skill. Moreover, the distance was a little far, so he was too lazy to see. It seems that there are also sounds of crying. The crying of a woman and a child. Princess Sisai and Yu Yang looked at each other. They increased their speed at the same time and flew forward quickly. I can't hear anything. I can hear the crying of a woman and a child from tens of kilometers away. What kind of hearing is this? Feng Ji was completely convinced now. It seemed that if he were to compare himself with the Titan Lord and Princess Her Highness, he was really a piece of trash. No wonder that fat toad felt that he did not even have the qualifications to be a pathfinder. Hurry up. Hurry up. Run. Run. If you want to live, run as fast as you can. In the dense forest, nearly 1,000 starving people in rags were running barefoot. Everyone was fighting to be the first. Even the dozens of mercenaries in shoes who were in charge of maintaining order were also in a mess. The leader of the mercenary troop was covered in blood. He was carrying a giant axe on his back, constantly waving his hand to signal the exhausted starving people to run faster without stopping for even a second. Vaguely, in the thick forest behind them, there was a kind of giant red wolf with red eyes. As long as the mercenaries who were responsible for guarding the starving people didn't pay attention, they would jump out from their hiding places and attack as fast as lightning. There. Giant mouths could easily grab the skinny prey and drag it into the forest to eat. There were more than 20 to 30 of them. Moreover, they were extremely cunning. They were born to know how to deal with the mercenaries. If the mercenaries who were responsible for guarding the starving people relaxed a little bit, they would be able to attack them. Bastard, get out of here. The mercenary captain was the only one who could fight against this kind of scarlet wolf alone. However, even his giant axe couldn't kill this scarlet wolf. He could only injure and force this extremely greedy and thick-skinned hungry wolf to retreat. A silver axe cut through the air, slashing down. The red wolf, who was talking about the starving people, got a wound on its neck. The skin on its neck was split open, and blood splashed. It screamed, reluctantly dropped the prey in its mouth, flattened its tail, and quickly ran into the forest. The starving person on the ground was already dead. His head was broken, and his head was flowing out. Although his hands and feet were still twitching, he couldn't be saved. The leader of the mercenary troop didn't need to look. He knew that this kind of red wolf was extremely brutal. Even if it had to drop the prey in its mouth, it would still bite the enemy to death first. Unless the warrior was more powerful than the red wolf, no one could survive the wolf's bite. He shook his head, turned around, and waved his arm. Run. Everybody run faster. We're almost out of the red wolf forest. Run as fast as you can. After he had taken a few steps, the wounded red wolf stuck its head out again. It slyly observed the situation around it and instantly dragged the starving person's corpse into the bushes. It didn't give up at all. It was just that its opponent was too powerful and it couldn't defeat it, so it retreated a little. While this red wolf was eating, more red wolves were roaming behind, looking for an opportunity to attack. Usually, there was a shortage of food in the forest. This time, there was a large number of prey passing by, so they naturally did not want to miss it. Thump, thump, a dozen vines hanging in the forest tripped over the starving people who were running for their lives in panic. At first, only a few people fell to the ground. However, the people behind him only cared about running and did not see clearly in front of him. Even if they could see clearly, they would not be able to stop. He tripped over the tree vines, tripped over his companions, and it immediately became a chain reaction. Except for a few people who still had a little bit of strength to cross over, the rest of the starving people staggered and fell to the ground, like a pile of dominoes that collapsed. By the time the mercenary captain discovered this and rushed over to deal with it, the ground was already littered with exhausted people. There were also some starving people who did not trip, but they were worried that they would fall into the wolf's mouth if they left the group. They did not dare to run anymore, and they stayed beside their companions with fear. Even the group of people who ran past the tree vines did not know what to do when they turned around and saw this situation. Should they continue to run, or should they go back? If they continued to run, the number of people they had would not be enough for the wolves to eat. If they went back to the group, they might be temporarily safe, but behind the wolves, there were even more terrifying enemies chasing after them. If those enemies caught up, it would definitely be more tragic than dying in the wolf's mouth. Now, what should they do? Continue to run forward, or stop to take a breather? Idiots, why are you still not running? If the enemies catch up, we're finished. A few brave starving people continued to run forward. They were all men, and although they were thin and weak, they were still men, and they were more decisive than women. In the group of 1,000 people, most of them were old, weak, women, and children. They could not make a decision at all, and could only look at the mercenary captain who was in charge of everyone's safety. They hoped that he could come up with a good idea. The few men running in front were knocked down by the red wolves that circled to the front, and they screamed in pain. This situation caused the entire team to be shocked into a mess. There were also wolves in front. What should they do? Run, don't worry about the wolves, we'll deal with them, you guys continue to run, the real enemies are looking for us, if they catch up, all of us will die. The mercenary captain ordered the 5 members to quickly catch up and protect the people in front. He anxiously shouted, indicating to the people not to stop, not to rest, they must use all their strength to run, otherwise they would not be able to survive. Save me, an old man was knocked down by a wolf, he tightly grabbed onto a tree vine and shouted for help. The red wolf pulled with all its strength, but it could not pull the vine. It was angry and used its front claws to tear the old man's body in half. The old man was not dead yet, half of his body fell to the ground, rolling around and letting out a miserable cry. It was a tragic scene. The mercenary captain closed his eyes, he had seen too many lives disappear like this. When they set out, there were nearly 10,000 people running for their lives. Now, there were less than 1,000 people left. He waved his hand forcefully and shouted, "Everyone, you can stick close together, but you have to keep moving forward. I won't wait for those who stay behind. If any of you can't walk anymore, I will definitely leave you behind. If you want to live, then run with all your might, the distance to Gold Sun City is not far, if we run there, we will have a chance of survival. You have already run for thousands of kilometers, just a little bit more, do you want to give up here? If you have the strength, take the child, if you don't have the strength, clench your teeth and endure. After we pass through the red wolf forest, there are almost no ferocious beasts, if we reach a safe place, we will rest for a while, but not now. Hold him. Remember to take good care of your little brother, do you understand? An old woman suddenly passed the baby in her arms to a thin little girl beside her. Grandma. The little girl's entire body began to tremble, but her small black hands tightly hugged the baby who was barely breathing. You are already so big, you must be sensible, you must take care of your little brother. Grandma can't walk anymore, you must live well in the future." The old woman revealed a smile, leaned over to hug the little girl, and lightly kissed her forehead. "My baby, you must live, the merciful God will look after you from the heavens. At any time, you must not give up hope, our family's hope is all on you, you must work hard to live, Hua Er." The little girl's face was full of tears, she desperately nodded. She, who was sensible, knew what was going to happen next. She was not the only one who did this, there were dozens of old people and women who entrusted their babies or loved ones to others, and stayed behind to feed the wolves. Just like in the past when they risked their lives to pass through dangerous areas with ferocious beasts, some people had to be sacrificed to let the rest escape. Now there were only 20 to 30 red wolves, it was still considered a small number. Dozens of people were enough to fill their stomachs, at least they could temporarily stop chasing the fleeing people, and focus on enjoying the fresh blood and meat. Seeing a group of starving people stay, the mercenary leader did not refuse, in fact, he did not have a better way, this sacrifice was already the best way. He did not have powerful strength, he could not even kill a red wolf, he could not prevent this tragedy at all. Along the way, it was unknown how many people stood up like this, sacrificing for their loved ones, using their own lives in exchange for the survival of their loved ones. Because there was a lack of adult men, the first to stand up were the injured. Then there were the old people who had no loved ones. Later on, there was no one who could be sacrificed, but there were still people who stood up and sacrificed themselves. In the whole group, the ones with the highest survival rate were the babies and little girls, because they were the last hope of the whole group. If they all died, then there would be no meaning in escaping. "Grandma is gone." The old woman took out a dagger, ran towards the red wolf in the distance, and used all her strength to pounce on the enemy. When the red wolf was about to slap her to the ground, she used the last of her strength to stab the red wolf's eyes. Then, with a smile, she straightened her limbs. On her chest and abdomen, there was a deep claw mark, all of her internal organs were destroyed. She had never thought of killing a red wolf, but she hoped that she could do her last bit of strength for her granddaughter and grandson to leave. Out of the dozens of starving people who sacrificed themselves, only a few managed to injure the red wolf. On the contrary, these people were quickly hunted down by the red wolf pack. They were torn into pieces. The group of escapees with tears in their eyes, once again went on their way. In the middle of the crowd, the little girl's dirty face let the tears rush out a few white streaks, but she did not cry, she clenched her teeth, tightly hugged her little brother, wrapped in the crowd, staggered as she ran. She didn't know how long she would have to run like this, but her survival instinct made her surpass her limits again and again. "While the red wolf is eating, we need to leave the red wolf forest as soon as possible. It will be safe in front, we need to go faster, faster, run." The mercenary leader was extremely anxious, the truly terrifying enemy was not the red wolf, but an existence that was 100 times more terrifying than the red wolf. If they were to let those enemies catch up, they would definitely be wiped out, they would not be like the red wolf pack, leaving behind 100 or so people to pass. So touching, I almost cried. A sharp voice, like an L, came out from the forest. "What a good life and death parting, I also admire this show, if only a few more people could die, it would be even more touching." Another loud voice, like a gong, sounded out, this voice was like thunder, exploding above everyone's head. Upon hearing this voice, the legs of the starving people who were running for their lives all went soft. It was even more exaggerated than a tree vine tripping, one by one they fell to the ground. Their bodies were trembling with fear. Their eyes were even more shocked than if they had seen a ghost, not to mention the old, weak, women and children, even the calm mercenary leader's face was ashen. The dozens of mercenaries who had been protecting the starving people were dumbstruck. Some dropped their weapons, some even knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. There were a few mercenaries who abandoned the starving people and ran for their lives with all their might, trying to escape from this place. A few leaves flew over like darts and pierced through the necks of the escaping mercenaries with a whistling sound. When those mercenaries fell back to the ground, their heads were already separated from their bodies. Instant kill, they did not even have the strength to resist, just a few leaves were enough to instantly kill these mercenaries with the strength of Earth rank level 5. This is too disappointing. I thought that there would be a few people who would rush over to defend themselves and make a great sacrifice. I didn't expect that there wouldn't be a single one. The man with the voice of an owl floated over like a bat. Seeing this person appear, those greedy red wolves were scared to the point of scattering, no longer caring about the flesh and blood on the ground. They all ran for their lives with their tails between their legs. Of course, their outcome was the same as the few escaping mercenaries. It was impossible to see the strange man make a move. It was as if there was a whirlwind around him, and dozens of leaves flew out, instantly killing the red wolves that the mercenary leader could not kill even with his full strength. The red wolves were all decapitated. Originally, they were predators, but now they had all become corpses. The mercenary leader was in despair. This man's strength was even stronger than the rumors, and even stranger, he had no chance at all. He sighed sorrowfully, raised the giant axe in his hand, and prepared to commit suicide. He knew that if he fell into the hands of this man, he would definitely regret living in this world. Rather than living a life worse than death, it was better to end it early and not suffer the torture. I didn't agree. Do you think you can die? Do you think my name, Hand of Control, is just for show? My Hand of Control, not only can I control the enemy's life, I can also control the enemy's death. The strange man with the voice like an owl and the body of a bat, flicked his finger, and a leaf silently floated up, cutting the giant axe in the mercenary leader's hand in half. You've all escaped so far. If you just give up like this, it'll be too boring. How about this? I'll play a game with you. I'll count to 100, if any of you can escape from my sight, then I'll let you go. All of you, stand up and run, ha ha ha, how merciful I am. The loud voice that sounded like a broken gong appeared. It was a noble man who was carried by 18 slaves on his shoulders, wearing precious armor, holding fine wine in his hand, and a blood-red cloak fluttering in the wind. Between his knees, there was even a naked female slave nestled at his feet, pouring wine for him. Seeing this man appear, the hearts of all the fugitives were filled with despair. This self-proclaimed merciful man was 10 times more vicious than the guy who liked to control the life and death of others. If he was said to be the cruelest and most tyrannical person in the Tianhua domain, no one in the surroundings would object. No one ran, because everyone knew. There was no point in running again. Let's not even talk about whether they could escape from his sight within 100, even if they could, this guy would not keep his promise. The crowd was dead silent, only the little girl who was hugging her brother lowered her head, squeezed out of the crowd, and ran forward with all her might. Yes, 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 just like that. Run a little faster, faster, I'm going to count soon. Don't you want to live like her? I'll give you this chance. Everyone run, I'm only counting to 1 now, pay attention, I'm only counting to 1, when I count to 100, if any of you can escape from my sight, I'll spare your lives. What a pity, not a single one of you responded to my suggestion. You're making this city lord very unhappy. Can't you just struggle a little and give me a little pleasure? Fortunately, there's still a little girl participating in my game, haha, not bad. I like people who always have hope in their hearts. If I can kill the hope in a person's heart, that would be such a happy thing. Alright, now it's time to count to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, little girl, you have to run faster, faster, haha, after that, it's 7, 8, 9, what about after that? Of course it's 100. Alright, little girl, you also know that I'm not very good at counting. It's such a pity that you haven't run out of my sight when I count to 100, you should be faster. Let go. A slave's figure flashed, and the little girl was grabbed back like a little chick, thrown under the golden throne. The starving people covered their faces, unable to bear to watch. They already knew that this guy would not be trusted, but what could they do? Without power, there was no right or wrong, the little girl cried. She hugged her little brother tightly in her arms, sobbing, after 9 is 10, not 100. The current her was still serious, although she was sensible, she was still a child, after all, and did not understand why the other party broke his promise. The middle-aged man sitting on the golden throne laughed loudly, tears splashing out from his eyes. He patted the armrest of the throne. That's right, after 9 is 10, not 100, but I like to count 100 in advance, can't I? I didn't say that I had to count all of them, ha ha ha. Do you think this city lord is particularly hateful? Do you feel particularly wronged? Be a little sadder, or perhaps, a little angrier. I like to see your gazes of anger but not daring to speak up. Ha ha, little pitiful worms, trampling you is this city lord's greatest joy. Seeing the weak like you being tortured to death under my feet, I feel a great sense of accomplishment. You will never understand, this is a sense of accomplishment unique to experts. What is an expert? Someone who can control the fate of others at will. Do you still want to play? The strange man with a voice like a night owl and a body like a bat seemed to frown. Don't be nervous, no one will come here, and besides, this place has long been abandoned by the king, becoming an abandoned land. Even if these weak ants die, who will care? It's rare for us to come out for a breath of fresh air. If we don't play to our heart's content, we will immediately go back. It will be too much of a waste of an opportunity, you know, it has been a long time since anyone dared to run away. The middle-aged man sitting on the golden throne laughed loudly. Then, up to you. The man with a voice like a night owl and a body like a bat shook his head, fluttering to the side. Come, first, peel off the skin of this little girl, pay attention, do not damage it, it must be intact. As for that baby, he is too thin, there is nothing to eat, dig out his heart and liver and roast it. Also, I want to eat sweet brain, don't make me salty like last time, the middle-aged man sitting on the golden throne ordered casually. Don't kill me, I beg you, spare us. The little girl was so scared that she fell to the ground, paralyzed, and a slave came over, wanting to dig out the baby's heart. Only then did she jump up with a scream, pouncing towards the slave, opened her mouth, and used her only weapon, using her teeth to bite the enemy. This was the only way she could fight back. Although it was useless, it was still resistance, unlike the starving people and mercenaries who were numbly waiting for death. The mercenary captain secretly took out a dagger, but before he could commit suicide, he found that his whole body was paralyzed, his whole body stiff, unable to blink even if he wanted to. As expected, in front of the enemy who had the ability of manipulative hand, suicide was impossible. If he could not die, his ending would probably be no better than the little girl's. It's over, everything is over. I admire this kind of resistance. If everyone is like this, then this city lord will definitely not be bored. Before peeling off her human skin, first pry out her teeth one by one. Pay attention, the roots of the teeth can't be broken, they must be pried out completely, each one must be intact, I want to collect. The middle-aged man sitting on the golden throne drank a glass of wine with satisfaction, and then made a temporary adjustment. First pry out the teeth, then peel off the skin, this way there would be two collectibles. Just as the slave took out a sharp knife, preparing to pry out the teeth, its body swayed slightly. Suddenly it fell to the ground. It fell to the ground, and after a few seconds, it split into two halves from head to toe. What happened? The middle-aged man sitting on the golden throne was stunned, the wine in his hand spilled. Who did it? Someone actually killed someone in front of him, and could do it so secretly, it was simply silent, killing without a trace. A shadow flew over from afar, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, landed beside the little girl, reached out and picked her up. Fortunately, you are not hurt. This damned place is too annoying, we can't even teleport, idiot, we were almost late, what are you waiting for? Move immediately, kill all these guys, no, take them down first, pry out their teeth and peel off their skin, I am too angry. The person who came was, of course, Princess Xianxia. The angry tigress was definitely not someone to be trifled with. The current her, it could be said that she was extremely angry. The shadow that appeared behind, however, was not Yu Yang, but Feng Ji, the poor thief who claimed to be unparalleled in speed, but could not keep up with Princess Xianxia's flight. As for Yu Yang, he had unknowingly sat on the back of the golden throne. Not only did he sit on the back of someone else's chair, he even crossed his legs, and directly stepped on the middle-aged man's shoulder, using a treasure to confine space, right? Making this young master late for the first time in his life, how are you going to compensate me? Teeth and human skin are of no use. This young master's noble taste is not something a piece of trash like you can compare to. What? That middle-aged man immediately became angry, someone actually dared to step on his shoulder? This was simply courting death. He jumped up, exploding with all of his strength. He exploded towards Yu Yang. The one with the fastest speed was not the middle-aged man that Yu Yang had stepped on, but the strange man with a voice like an owl and a body like a bat. He stretched out his hand. A strange light wind swirled around him, and a few fallen leaves immediately sped up and flew towards Yu Yang as if they were summoned beasts. However, the hand of manipulation that had never failed suddenly failed. It was as if the strings of a marionette had been cut by a pair of scissors, causing it to lose control. The fallen leaves that had flown halfway were all blown away by the wind, without any strength left. The strange man who had stretched out his hand of manipulation to control other people's life and death had an expression as if he had been punched by someone. He was extremely shocked. At the same time, there was a layer of shame and anger on his face that could only be seen after being humiliated. He stared at Yu Yang. The middle-aged man who claimed to be the city lord and was sitting on the golden seat also had eyes that were spitting fire as he punched fiercely towards Yu Yang. "Welcome to my game. I guarantee that you will definitely feel very happy." If Yu Yang was hit by him, then he wouldn't be the Yu clan's third young master who could even kill the Empress and Qi Tianhe. If he were to attack seriously, he could definitely kill the enemy instantly. However, Yu Yang didn't do that. This was because he wanted to give this enemy, who liked to use human lives to play games, a surprise. If Yu Yang's specialties were to be ranked, his godly skill in picking up girls that everyone envied would probably not be ranked first. However, if there was one speciality that was ranked second, then none of his other specialties would be able to surpass it. That was torturing people. Because he didn't have the heart of a bodhisattva, he was thick-skinned, smart, and had a unique way of thinking. As a result, Yu Yang, who was different from the others, was able to deal with his enemies more smoothly and nimbly than before. In the process of continuously fighting, exploring, and growing, Yu Yang had gradually formed his own style. Yu Yang's style was to return an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Many great people could do it. They would slap the left side of their face and then send the right side of their face to be slapped by the other side, repaying evil with good and reforming the enemy. Many people who were not great but had a broad mind could also be magnanimous and magnanimous. Even if a dog bit a man, the man would not bite the dog back. At most, he would take a detour and would not lower himself to the dog's level. Yu Yang naturally understood these principles. But understanding doesn't necessarily mean doing it. According to Yu Yang's style of doing things, if someone slapped his left cheek once, he would return the favor and slap the other party 10 times. If he was not satisfied, he would chop off the other party's hand. However, there were times when things were different. If it was a dog that bit a man, Yu Yang would definitely not bite the dog 10 times, but would directly chop off the dog's head. After all, in Yu Yang's heart, there was still a difference between a man and a dog. The middle-aged man who liked to play games just now had met Yu Yang. His luck had come because Yu Yang had decided to play with him. Play games? Who wouldn't? Actually, I don't really like roasted hearts and livers. Sweet brains are also passable. But when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Don't worry, after eating this meal, I will spread the news to my companions. If they also want to try, I will introduce your family and friends to them. I believe that your family and friends are just like you, they are all passionate and hospitable. Yu Yang dodged and cleverly dodged the heavy punch in midair. He then casually landed on the back of the golden chair and sat down. The middle-aged man's fist did not hit, so he became even more furious. His voice was like thunder. He leapt high into the sky and used all the strength in his body. The shockwave that was emitted shook the entire red wolf forest, and his imposing manner fell like a mountain. The starving people on the ground almost suffocated. If they had not huddled together and used their collective strength to resist, with their individual strength, they would have been crushed into a meat patty by this kind of terrifying power. The middle-aged man looked as if he wanted to destroy the whole earth. He swooped down from a height of a few hundred meters and heavily punched the ground. The man and the fist were still in midair, but all the starving people were already vomiting blood from the pressure. If it was not for Princess Sisai, who was holding the little girl and the baby, dodging to the sides of the starving people and raising her domain of power, these starving people who were scared out of their wits and those frightened mercenaries would have all been smashed into pieces by the shockwave of this punch. The golden seed at the center of the punch. It smashed straight into the ground. The 17 slaves who were carrying the golden seed all had their tendons and bones broken. In the midst of their screams, blood flowed out of their 7 orifices. In the end, their bodies exploded and turned into clouds of blood mist. On the other hand, the female slave who reacted quickly escaped from the center of the attack in a sorry state. Her naked body fell into a pile of sand. Seeing that the fist was about to hit him, Yu Yang was still sitting very calmly on the back of the chair. It was as if he did not see anyone attacking him at all. Little Wenli appeared in a flash. Her beautiful big eyes stared. The heavy punch that was 1 meter away from hitting Yu Yang's head, along with the middle-aged man's whole body, instantly stopped in midair. The strange man with a voice like an owl and a body like a bat saw this scene and was dumbfounded. He could not believe his eyes. He was very clear about his companion's strength. Even if he had the hand of control, he would not have the upper hand in comparison. But, such a powerful companion's full-strength attack was actually stopped by the opponent's eyes? Wasn't this kind of inherent skill too terrifying? Could it be that this little lowly serpent demon, no, this is a mythical beast, this is not an ordinary serpent demon, realizing that the opponent had a mythical beast, the strange man was so scared that he immediately wanted to escape. What a joke, fighting against a mythical beast, no matter how many lives you have, it would not be enough. The man with a voice like an owl and a body like a bat turned around and prepared to increase his speed to escape from this red wolf forest. However, behind him, there was already an ice serpent demon holding a war blade, staring at him coldly. The strange man with the body like a bat turned around again, wanting to escape to the side. However, when he turned around, he realized that there was also a thunder naga on his side. He looked around and realized that he was already surrounded. On the other side, there was also a storm mermaid and a stone element Medusa. He did not know when these powerful creatures had arrived, but they were so fast that even he, the hand of control, who controlled everything on the battlefield, did not notice them at all. If he did not escape, he would die. The strange man with the body like a bat seemed to know what was going to happen next. If he was attacked by these 4 powerful creatures together, even if he did not die, he would definitely be heavily injured and fall to the ground. Escape, I have to escape this place as soon as possible. The strange man with the body like a bat used all his strength to soar into the sky. He desperately rushed into the sky, wanting to break out of the encirclement and escape to a safe place thousands of miles away. In order to survive, he did not care about anything. As for his companion, let that playful fellow die. If it was not for his arrogant words that angered the strong, he would not have been implicated like this. Rumble, above the 9 heavens, a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel struck down and directly hit the strange man's head. The strange man, whose body was charred black, fell down like a meteor and smashed onto the ground. The terrifying lightning bolt not only almost smashed his head into pieces, the strong electric current also charred his whole body, causing him to twitch uncontrollably. Aha! The strange man with the body like a bat struggled to move a finger. A light breeze, as light as breathing, blew past him without a sound. It was as if an invisible rope had been thrown from afar in the forest and wrapped around the strange man's body. Then, it forcefully pulled back and pulled the strange man's charred body into the distance. Whoosh! A sharp arrow accurately nailed into the back of the strange man's wriggling hand. This was the masterpiece of the stone element Medusa. That hand instantly turned gray and petrified. At the same time, it quickly spread to his arm and elbow. On the other side, the hand of control that no one had ever seen before was suddenly exposed. The power of petrification not only petrified the strange man's hand, but also his ability. 5 thin lines appeared on the strange man's hand and extended into the distant forest. These were originally invisible existences. Now, under the innate ability of the stone element Medusa, they had also turned into stone lines. As for the middle-aged man who attacked Yu Yang, he was still frozen in midair and could not move at all. Little Wenli, who possessed a godly body and could even bind the awesome Xianxia for a second, wanted to use the divine beast's will and binding innate ability to take down this middle-aged man who was an unknown city lord. It was simply easier than eating beans. If she was willing, it wouldn't be a problem to set it for 2 to 3 hours. Yu Yang did not care about the fellow above him. Instead, he angrily criticized the strange man who wanted to escape. You disappoint me. How can you do this? If you want to escape, just say it. How can you escape secretly? When everyone heard this, they were speechless. Could it be that if he wanted to escape, he had to shout, "Pay attention, I'm going to escape"? The bat-like strange man was originally in despair, but now he felt a trace of hope. Could it be that Yu Yang wanted to release him? Yu Yang's expression was very serious. He put up a finger and said, "Actually, it's not that you're not allowed to escape. On the contrary, I encourage you to escape. Let's continue the game we were playing just now. Feng Ji, come and count from 1 to 100. Take note, don't count too little. You must count accurately. If you can escape from my sight within 100, then you'll be free." He ordered Feng Ji to go forward and count as he snapped his fingers. The middle-aged man, who was originally frozen in midair, crashed into the ground with a loud bang following the snap of his fingers. The shockwave almost destroyed a large part of the surrounding forest. However, no one was shocked by the middle-aged man's terrifying power anymore. Furthermore, everyone started to understand what the two demons, the strange man and the middle-aged man, were going to face next. It was an even more terrifying punishment. A ranker who liked to return a tooth for a tooth and an eye for an eye was preparing to carry out a punishment that would satisfy everyone. It turned out that the game suggested by the enemy was being returned to them to vent his hatred. Furthermore, he was still continuing to humiliate them. "Boss, can I count? Can I?" Feng Ji was a little excited but also a little uneasy. What if he messed up? "If you can't, then I'll fire you." Yu Yang always forbade his subordinates from saying no. "Don't, I'll count, okay? I'm really counting?" He raised his head to look at Princess Sisai again. The quick-witted him had already realized that this mistress also had the right to speak. The degree to which Master Titan doted on her was incomparable to the wives of ordinary Heaven Realm rankers. So much bullshit. Although Princess Sisai often quarreled with Yu Yang in private, she had always forbade people from questioning him in public. "Run, if you don't run, you'll lose your life. If you don't want to become my collection of teeth and skin, then you should start running now. This merciful young master will give you this chance." "I forgot to tell you, I agree with what you said just now. Pitiful worms, trampling you is my greatest joy. Seeing the weak you die under my feet, I feel a great sense of achievement. You will never understand, this is a special sense of achievement that only a ranker has." "What is a ranker?" "A ranker who can control other people's fate at will." Yu Yang repeated the words that the middle-aged man had said when he was arrogant, without holding anything back. This kind of face-slapping was worse than death. The problem was, the middle-aged man and the strange man had no chance to refute. Just like the difference between them and the starving people, although their strength was at heaven rank, compared to Yu Yang, they were powerless. No matter what Yu Yang wanted to do, they could only wait helplessly for death. The strange man knelt on the ground powerlessly, while the middle-aged man's face was ashen and his whole body trembled. Now, they started to feel the despair of the starving people just now. They started to understand the fear in the hearts of those ants that they killed in the past. They had already understood how pitiful it was to be abandoned by fate. If they could turn back, they would definitely not chase after these fleeing starving people. They would not even happily kill those pitiful worms that crawled under their feet and begged for mercy. If they could turn back, they would regret everything that happened today, everything that happened in the past. However, there was no possibility of starting again in this world. Vomit, vomit, vomit. When he thought that he might be like the slaves that were killed in the past, having his teeth pried open, roasted, and brains dug out, the middle-aged man's originally happy heart was suddenly filled with fear and vomited. I really counted, 1, 2, 3. Feng Ji was afraid that his boss, Yu Yang, would be angry, so he quickly counted. What a joke, he was only a temporarily hired guard. If he did not cooperate well, would there be any good consequences in the future? Moreover, these two notorious fellows, it was not too much to torture them, evil people needed to be tortured by evil people. These two fellows deserved to meet Master Titan, this evil person. They had probably done too many bad things and were cursed by others. Now, retribution had come. The strange man, who was trembling all over, suddenly raised his hand and swiped at his neck. He wanted to commit suicide. A few leaves turned into blades in an instant. However, the moment he swiped at his neck, Yu Yang snapped his fingers. Those blade-like leaves burned and turned into smoke, disappearing without a trace. The strange man's skin did not have a single scar, it was as good as new. He wanted to die, but the right to decide was no longer in his hands. Without my permission, do you think you can commit suicide? Do you think that my name Master Titan is just for show? My master's Titan hand can not only control the enemy's life, it can also control the enemy's death. Yu Yang looked as if he was doing PSOAS training. With his hands on his waist, he proudly returned all of the strange man's words back to him. To be able to slap his face to such an extent, it could be considered one of a kind. Of course, this was just the beginning. If Yu Yang could torture his enemies until they vomited, he would definitely not mind torturing them until they cried. There was a group of refugees in Golden Sun City, but there was a group of guests in Black Tomb City. These guests were a little strange. They were different. In front of them was a sharp-eyed thief riding a lizard to scout the way. In the middle of the team were dozens of mercenaries. They were escorting more than a dozen criminals who had been tortured to the point that their flesh and teeth had been cut off. They were tied to the prison cart and slowly entered the city. At the back, there was a huge lesser dragon, the earth-walking dragon. Following the path filled with white bones, the earth dragon slowly walked over. On its back, there was an incomparably luxurious golden throne. On the golden throne, in addition to two silver-armored warriors who were dressed alike, there was also a female slave and a little girl holding a baby. Unlike ordinary caravans, this team was more like a slave-catching team. But it was rare to see a slave-catching team so luxurious. They would get a quasi-heaven-ranked earth-walking dragon that only city lords and above were qualified to sit on, and they even got an incomparably flashy golden throne. The most surprising thing was that there were no nobles with particularly noble identities on the golden throne. There were only two warriors, and there was even a lowly female slave and a little girl who looked like a starving person. Even if they were sitting at the feet of the two silver-armored warriors, sitting on the luxurious golden throne, looking down at the surroundings, the timidity and uneasiness in their eyes could still be clearly seen. Anyone with a little insight could see at a glance that they were definitely not the descendants of nobles. On the contrary, they should be lowly people, the starving people among lowly people. What right did lowly people have to sit on the golden throne? The guard captain in charge of collecting taxes at the city gate felt that this was inconceivable. Wine and meat stink at the door, frozen bones on the road. He vaguely heard the silver-armored warrior on the left on the golden throne say to the silver-armored warrior on the right, "Don't drop the book bag. Now is not the time to sigh. Hurry up and get down to business. We don't have much time, and we still have to pass through Stillwind Swamp. Hurry up and take down the periphery." The guard captain at the city gate heard the silver-armored warrior on the right say this again. Although the distance was a little far and the surroundings were a little noisy, he could not hear it clearly. But judging from the accent, the silver-armored warrior on the right should be a woman. "What are you guys doing?" The guard stopped the thief who was walking at the front and shouted loudly. "Coming to Black Tomb City, no matter what identity you had to pay taxes." This was the rule set by the Lord. The Lord of the Black Tomb City was the younger brother of the Lord of the Kingdom. Let alone the Black Tomb region, no one in the entire Windstop Kingdom dared to defy the Lord's will. Here, the Lord was the heavens, the earth, the only ruler who controlled the fates of everyone in the Black Tomb region. The thief with bright eyes jumped off the back of the long-legged running lizard and greeted him with a smile as if he were an old friend who had not seen each other for a long time. He skillfully stuffed a small pouch into the guard's hand and whispered into the guard's ear. Then, he pointed at the earth dragon on his thigh and whispered something. In the end, the thief who explored the way took out an even bigger and bulkier money pouch and offered it up with a smile as tax. All of this was very normal. Almost all caravans and slave-hunting teams did this. Bribing the guard was the most common action of the thief who explored the way, and paying the tax was also in accordance with the laws of the various regions. This seemingly ordinary procedure made the captain at the city gate frown inwardly. He did not know what this feeling was. The captain of the guards felt that the thief's smile was not flattery, but an indescribable ridicule. It was as if the guard who took the money would immediately be out of luck. But there was no problem with the gold coins. When the captain of the guards saw the guard open the money pouch to register the tax, he found that the gold coins were real and there was no deception. Moreover, there were a lot of them, far more than ordinary slave-hunting teams, and even more than ordinary caravans. Did these people have so much money that they had nowhere to squander? Looking at the escaped slaves they had caught, they were all tortured to the point where they could not live anymore. They had no value at all. For these escaped slaves, was it really worth paying nearly 1,000 gold coins as tax? Besides, for a team like this, other people would complain endlessly if they had to pay 100 gold coins, but this thief had paid nearly 1,000 gold coins and still had a smile on his face. It was too strange. When the team entered the city, the captain of the guards still could not understand why he felt uneasy. He had obviously received a heavy tax, and he had a bigger share. He should be happy, but why did he still feel uncomfortable? What was the problem? Greyhound, what did he say just now? The captain of the guards asked his men. Leader, that is a slave-hunting team that chases escaped slaves. They travel between still wind country and crazy country for a long time. This time they are just passing by. It is said that they are mainly responsible for smuggling, and slave hunting is only a part-time job. I guess they bought a lot of goods this time, and they are very generous. They paid more than 800 gold coins as tax. Leader, we are going to be rich this time. Even if we pay the maximum limit of 200 gold coins, we can still get more than 600 gold coins. Now we can finally have a good celebration. In this poor and broken place, how long has it been since we had such income? Half a month, no, half a year. The guard was so excited that he danced with joy, beaming with joy as he reported the good news to the captain. The captain of the guards nodded, indicating that he knew. Although there was a chance to fill his pockets, he did not feel happy, and there was even a faint fear. Impossible, this slave-hunting team actually paid 800 gold coins as tax? Even if smuggling was easy to earn money, it was impossible to pay so much tax when entering the city. This was simply the behavior of a fool. Who would spend so much money for no reason? If this slave-hunting team deliberately did this, then what was their purpose? Why did they bribe people to enter the city? Why did the thief who was scouting the road reveal a mocking smile in the depths of his eyes? How could those lowly female slaves and starving little girls be qualified to sit on the golden seats? The most puzzling thing was that the two silver-armored warriors dressed exactly the same, were obviously very weak, but why did they give him a feeling of incomparable fear? The captain of the guards in charge of collecting taxes at the city entrance could not understand. After an unknown period of time. In the distance, a griffin flew over, carrying a flying messenger covered in blood. Before he could enter the city, the messenger fell down. When the captain of the guards rushed forward to save the flying messenger, he found that he was already heavily injured and on the verge of death. In his final moments, the flying messenger became spirited and tightly held the captain of the guard's hands. Quickly report to Sir Lord, Sheephoof City, Sandstone City, Gobi City, Thorn City, and Walnut City have all been breached. I just escaped from Waterbowl City. I was the only one who escaped. Quickly report to Sir Lord, the enemy, ask the king for help. The messenger seemed to have more to say, but could not hold on any longer. His head tilted to the side and he died. I will immediately. When the captain of the guards heard the news, he immediately jumped up. The entire Black Tomb territory had been breached. How could that be? He did not know who it was, but a territory that was not a war zone was also invaded. Could it be that the flames of war had already spread to the rear of the Still Swamp region? He was preparing to use the fastest speed to rush to the Lord's mansion to report this bad news to the Black Tomb Lord. However, the bloody and miserable state of the escaped slave who was tied up in the prison cart and tortured to the point that he no longer resembled a human flashed across the captain's mind. Sheephoof City, Sandstone City, Gobi City, Thorn City, Walnut City, and Waterbowl City had all been breached by the enemy. Then, were the lords of these cities and the generals stationed there all captured? Could it be? The captain of the guards suddenly shivered in fear. He thought of the bandits who had just scouted the way with a smile even after paying a heavy tax, thought of the untouchables who could never sit on the throne, thought of the escaped slaves who were tied up in the prison cart and tortured, and thought of the conversation between the male and female warriors who were dressed alike. The captain of the guards trembled in fear, sweat drenching his entire body like rain. What's wrong, leader? Leader? The guards looked at their captain in confusion. I have something very important to report to the king. You guys stay here and guard this place well. Oh right, I don't want the share of the tax, you guys can split it among yourselves. Remember to have fun tonight. The captain of the guards wiped his sweat, suppressed the fear in his heart, and ordered. Understood, Captain, you have to go early and come back early. When the guards heard that the Captain did not want to split the money and was going on a mission with the king. They were overjoyed. The griffin is ready. The quick-witted greyhound even quickly helped the captain restrain the flying messenger's mount, waiting for the captain to set off. Brothers, goodbye. The captain of the guards flipped onto the back of the griffin and said this sentence intentionally. Then, he frantically urged the griffin to move. He ordered it to travel at the fastest speed possible. 2 days later, the griffin that was overtired from flying at high speed day and night collapsed to the ground. The captain of the guards had already abandoned it. The captain of the guards used all his strength to hurry on with his journey. What he wanted the most was not to report this news to the king. For this kind of news, the king did not need his report at all. He believed that the king had already received it. What he wanted to do was to protect his own life and desperately escape to the king's capital, because that was the safest place. The capital of Still Wind Kingdom, Green Willow City, that tall spire had already appeared at the limits of his vision. Green Willow City, a peaceful place that had never broken out of war. Because of the great power of the king of Still Wind Kingdom, and because it was located behind the war zone of the Tianhua domain, there were thousands of miles of fertile land here. It was prosperous, and no army or mob could ever attack this place. The captain of the guards could vaguely see Green Willow City in sight. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Alright, I'm safe now that I've escaped this far. He took off his captain's clothes and threw them all away. Then, he put on the deer skin that he had obtained from hunting and disguised himself as a hunter who had lived in the forest for a long time. Although he did not know how the war was going, he had already given up his previous identity as the captain of the city gate guards. He decided to change his identity, sneak into Green Willow City, and start a new life in this peaceful city. He had a certain level of power and did not need to worry about starving to death. As long as the place was safe enough, his identity was not important. After checking from top to bottom, he felt that there were no flaws. The original captain of the guards flew out of the forest and landed at the city gate of Green Willow City. He handed over his identity and taxes that he had long ago disguised to the guards. He smiled and said that he needed to enter the city to buy some fur. What a poor fellow. The guard snorted with a little disgust, and forcibly extorted 2 more gold coins. Then he waved his hand, "Get out of here." Wow, look over there, there's a luxurious slave-catching team coming over. Oh my god, this slave-catching team seems to have made a lot of profits. There's actually a golden throne on the back of a big-footed earth dragon. F***CK, which slave-catching team is this? A few guards discussed in surprise. When the original captain of the guards of Black Tomb City heard this, his whole body stiffened. He looked back in disbelief. To his despair, he found that the slave-catching team he had seen in Black Tomb City was slowly walking towards Green Willow City. Their team seemed to have grown a bit bigger. There were more than a dozen mercenaries in charge of guarding them, and there were also a few more prisoner carts. The only thing that didn't change was the thief who was riding on the galloping lizard. His eyes were still bright, and his face was still smiling. Sitting on the golden seats were still the female slave and the little girl holding the baby. Above them were the 2 silver-armored warriors who were dressed almost exactly the same. The original captain of the guards was so scared that his face turned pale, and he almost collapsed to the ground. He knew the distance between Black Tomb City and Green Willow City. Not to mention the Earth Dragon, even if he used the griffin to fly, it would still take 10 days. The reason why he was able to get here in 3 days was that he found an unknown space crack. Through the space crack, he saved at least 70% of the journey to get here. This slave-catching team that could catch up with him from Black Tomb City to Green Willow City with slow footsteps, the original captain of the guards didn't dare to think or look anymore, because he found that a bloody shadow in one of the prison carts was very familiar. The thief with sharp eyes jumped off the running lizard and stuffed a money bag into the guard's hand with a smile on his face. He suddenly smiled at the original captain of the guards of Black Tomb City and said, "You are quite fast. I didn't expect you to be ahead of us. You know each other?" The guards of Green Willow City looked at the captain who had escaped from Black Tomb City. The captain of the Black Tomb City gate forced a bitter expression. If he said he did not know each other, this damned thief had already greeted him. Looking at his enthusiastic look, it was as if they were best friends who had grown up together. No one would believe him if he said he did not know each other. But if he said he knew each other, wouldn't that mean he admitted that he was in cahoots with the thief? He definitely could not admit it, the consequences would be unimaginable, he had no choice but to pretend not to hear. However, the thief who handed over a large bag of taxes nodded and admitted without any self-awareness, yes, we are together. When he said this, the captain of the Black Tomb City Gate even had the intention to kill him. Unfortunately, his strength was obviously not as good as the other party, so he could only remain silent. He still pretended not to hear. Anyway, it was not wise to fall out with the other party here. He would think of a way to escape after entering Green Willow City. The captain of the Black Tomb City Gate squeezed through the crowd and used the busy streets to quickly move forward, intending to get rid of the terrifying slave-catching team behind him. If possible, he wanted to rush to the other city gate as soon as possible and escape from there. No matter what would happen in Green Willow City, he did not want to participate. Although the king of Stillwind Kingdom had the strength of Heaven rank level 5 and was very powerful, and had many Heaven rank warriors under his command, but compared to the terrifying slave-catching team that could take down nearly 10 cities in Stillwind Kingdom within a few days and even dared to use prison carriages to kill their way into Green Willow City, the captain of the Black Tomb City Gate was not optimistic about the king of Stillwind Kingdom at all. If they did not have the absolute strength to take them down, who would send themselves to their doorstep? If this slave-catching team dared to come, it meant that they had the confidence. If they took another look at the city lords and garrison generals in the prison carriages who had been tortured beyond recognition, they would feel a chill in their hearts. Unless it was the Domain Emperor, how could they take down so many city lords so easily? Sheep Hoof, Sandstone, Gobi, Bramble, Walnut, Water Buffalo, City Lord, and General of Black Tomb City, not a single one was left out. They were all tied up in the prison cart. What kind of power was needed to achieve this? Furthermore, if he wasn't a Domain Emperor, how could he use a giant foot earth dragon to catch up to him, who was riding on a griffin and using a spatial crack to escape? Although he wasn't very strong, the Black Tomb City Gate captain had seen countless people because he had been the city gate captain for a long time. He had never seen someone as strong as the silver-armored warrior couple sitting on the golden throne. He couldn't judge their strength with his eyes, but when he sensed them in the depths of his heart, he found that they were unquestionable existences. Could it be that this couple was one of the 3 Region Emperors, the Region Emperor of Revenge? Only the vengeful Region Emperor would show such mercy to the untouchables and female slaves. But why would the Vengeance Region Emperor appear in the Ceaseless Wind Kingdom? The Still Wind Swamp was too far away from the territory controlled by the avenging Domain Emperor. This was not the real battlefield at all. The Black Tomb City Gate captain could not understand the background of this slave-catching team. He could not understand why they had come. However, he didn't have time to think about these questions. The only thing he wanted to do was to quickly escape from Green Willow City, as far as he could, and never see this slave-catching team again. Wait. The thief riding on the wind lizard caught up with him again. He said with a smile, although your strength is very weak and is much weaker than mine, your eyesight is not bad, and your speed is not bad. Why don't I introduce you to be a member of our guard team? You have a bright future, and as an old member, I will warmly welcome you to join us. Ah, my name is Fengji. What's your name? Fengji? Aren't you the city lord of Gold Sun City? The Black Tomb City Gate captain felt that this thief looked familiar. It turned out that this guy was the legendary city lord of Gold Sun City who almost starved to death. That was 10 days ago. Now, I am a qualified and loyal guard, Fengji admitted generously. You don't want to be a city lord, but you want to be a guard? The Black Tomb City Gate captain wondered if this lad was retarded. However, after thinking for a while, he realized that being a guard for the Region Emperor was indeed more promising than being a city lord. Moreover, in a rotten place like the Gold Sun City, there was nothing to be gained. It was not shameful to be a guard. Most importantly, those who did not agree to be a guard were all in the prison carriage behind. Fengji's treatment as a guard was probably extremely generous. The captain of the Black Tomb Gate guards shuddered as he thought of this. He lowered his voice and pleaded, "Sir, please be merciful and let me go. I only want to live and will never tell on you. This is a battle between superiors, it has nothing to do with us ants. Please spare me." So boring. I thought you had good eyesight and were a promising talent. I didn't expect you to be a coward. Feng Ji waved his hand in boredom. Then get lost. Thank you, sir. I will leave immediately and never show myself again. The Black Tomb City Gate captain's heart that was hanging in the air finally calmed down. That was close. His strength was too weak and his status was too low. Just as the Black Tomb City Gate captain was prepared to leave at the fastest speed in his life, suddenly, a voice came from behind. It was one of the two silver-armored warriors on the Earth Dragon. He was the mysterious man who once said, "Wine and meat stink in the luxurious door, and bones of frozen dead on the road." He waved his hand and asked Feng Ji, "Why are you not leaving?" Feng Ji walked forward and reported, "Sir, it's like this. I have my eyes on someone and want to introduce him to the guard team. He has good eyesight, but he is very timid. I don't know how he is doing at the moment." After he finished speaking, he turned around and pointed at the Black Tomb City Gate captain. Feng Ji's words almost made the Black Tomb City Gate captain cry on the spot. This is the end. On the golden seat, the female warrior of the silver-armored couple denied, "He is timid. Even if he has good eyesight, we don't want a coward." Hearing her words, the Black Tomb City Gate captain felt relieved and wanted to kneel down to thank her. However, he did not dare to move. In front of such a strong person, any wrong words or mistakes could lead to a fatal disaster. He was waiting for the final decision of the mysterious man who was suspected to be the Emperor of Vengeance. He hoped that he would have the same opinion as the mysterious female warrior, that he hated cowards and drive him away. "Coward, of course, we don't want him." The mysterious man nodded and said, "However, a person's courage is not always what it seems on the surface. Some are hidden and need to be stimulated, some are related to growth and need to be cultivated. Courage is usually proportional to strength. The greater the ability, the more courage. It is impossible for everyone to be born a bold guy, especially smart people. After thinking about it, their courage is always smaller than Erlingzi. So, give him a chance and assign a task. If he can complete it, then recruit him as a temporary guard and see if he can be trained. If he can't complete the task, kill him directly. I hate cowardly and incompetent guys." The female warrior added. The Black Tomb City Gate captain felt that the sky was dark. It's over. It's completely over. What kind of opportunity is this? It's impossible to refuse. It's not about whether I'm willing to join as a guard or not. It's about whether I can keep my life. If I can't complete the task, I'll be executed. Why am I so unlucky? Could it be that retribution for collecting too much taxes in the past? The mysterious man threw a magic crystal. The Black Tomb City Gate captain caught it subconsciously. When he saw it, he trembled in fear. Good Lord, this is the unique magic crystal of the dragon swallowing with the strength of heaven stage level 3 in the still wind swamp. Moreover, it has been purified by an unknown energy, showing a flawless treasure. If he had such a crystal, it wouldn't be a problem for him to change his position with the Lord of Still Wind Kingdom. Now, the mysterious man gave this hot treasure to him. What did he mean? Your task is to hand it to one of the 3 chief stewards under the Lord of Still Wind Kingdom. Tell them that the Tita Chamber of Commerce wants to attend the birthday celebration of the Lord of Still Wind Kingdom's 88th concubine the day after tomorrow. The mysterious man assigned a task to the Black Tomb City Gate captain. The Black Tomb City Gate captain didn't dare to refuse. He could only force a bitter face and bow to accept the task. When the slave-catching team had passed, Feng Ji, the Pathfinder thief, intimately patted the Black Tomb City Gate captain's shoulder, like a boss looking after a subordinate. This is very simple. I've done this in Black Tomb City, Water Bowl City, Thorn City, and so on. I believe that with your ability, completing this task won't be a problem. Do a good job and fight for it. There's still a chance that you'll join our guard group. The Black Tomb City Gate captain actually wanted to strangle him to death. If this kid hadn't stopped him, he would have escaped long ago. Of course, he could only think about it in his heart. If he really made a move, Feng Ji, the former lord of Gold Sun City, was a quasi-heaven stage. If he wanted to take down an Earth stage level 7 like him, it would be as easy as playing with a toy. In the end, the Black Tomb City Gate captain could only force out a smile that was uglier than crying. I'll give it a try. Seeing this expression, Fengji was overjoyed, but then shook his head. It's not a try, it's a 100% serious execution. Otherwise, I guarantee that you'll die a horrible death. Actually, you've already calculated it. Out of so many people who escaped in front of us, you're the only one who survived. If it wasn't for our master thinking that you're a promising talent, do you really think that you could escape to Green Willow City? With your little strength, don't mention others, I can pinch you to death with one hand. Do a good job, maybe you can become a Real Guard, and our master will bestow you a heaven stage beast, then you'll be able to turn things around. Of course, being a guard is not something that you can do just because you want to. I'm only hiring you temporarily, you're still far from it. Ha ha ha. This kid went far away. The Black Tomb City Gate captain realized that he was sweating profusely, and his legs were trembling as if they were convulsing. Life or death, it seemed like he really had to fight for it. Snitch, if the Lord of Stillwind Kingdom knew the truth, he would definitely take measures. If he could win, he should be able to make a great contribution, but if that mysterious young man was really the vengeful Region Emperor, if he played any tricks in front of him, not to mention the Lord of Stillwind Kingdom, even the other two Region Emperors wouldn't be able to save his life, he'd better listen obediently. If he hesitated any longer, his life would probably be in danger. God knows if there were people watching him in the dark. The Black Tomb City Gate captain looked around and secretly shivered. He hurriedly walked forward and went straight to the Green Willow City's king's mansion. 10 minutes later. Dejected, he was directly thrown out of the room. The Heaven Stage Level 3 Dragon Swallowing's Demon Crystal was indeed accepted. He also received the promise of being allowed to attend the birthday banquet. But he knew that everything was over. Because the 3 stewards didn't show up, and the one who received him was only an ordinary steward without an invitation, that guy's promise was completely invalid. The demon crystal that was offered must have been secretly embezzled by that guy. This kind of thing was not only happening in Green Willow City. It also happened frequently in Black Tomb City. If it was not sent by an Earth Stage Level 7, but by a quasi-heaven stage, then these lowly people wouldn't be so bold. Because the strength of the person who sent the gift was too weak, and the quality of the demon crystal was too high, it made the other party want to embezzle it. That dragon-swallowing demon crystal would definitely not be sent to the 3 stewards, in other words. His mission had failed. The Black Tomb City Gate captain, who had been punched a dozen times in the face, climbed up from the ground in despair. He had already exhausted all means, begged bitterly, and even took out his real identity as the Black Tomb City Gate captain. He repeatedly stated that he was entrusted by the powerful Tita Chamber of Commerce to deliver the gift. He also said that he knew the Golden Tooth class leader on duty in the king's mansion, and hoped that he could really get an invitation to the birthday banquet. But the guy who received him still ignored him and said, "Come when the time comes, I will make arrangements. If you continue to cause trouble, I will kill you." Then he sent the guards to throw him out. This was because he was too weak, so weak that the other party felt that even if he was bullied, it would be in vain. Even if he snatched the treasure, there would be no negative consequences. If he was not entrusted by the Chamber of Commerce, he would probably have been killed and destroyed. The Black Tomb City Gate captain suppressed his anger and shook his head. This damned king's mansion was really dark. But there was no use complaining. Who asked him to not have enough strength? If he had enough strength, he would definitely kill all those trash, and definitely set fire to this damned hell palace that sucked the blood of the people, and was almost built from the bones of the people. Things don't seem to be going well? Feng Ji had unknowingly appeared behind the Black Tomb City Gate captain. I failed. The Black Tomb City Gate captain closed his eyes and quietly waited for death. Now you understand the helplessness of not having strength? A person not only needs to have vision, but also strength, and finally courage. If you have all these, then you are qualified to be the Master's Guard. Feng Ji patted the other's shoulder. Master Titan already knew that you would fail, but he saw your hard work and felt that you were a promising talent, so he gave you a second mission. Second mission? In the Black Tomb City Gate captain's heart, he suddenly felt like he had been reborn, and was about to cry. In the midst of despair, he once again saw the light of hope. This time, he definitely could not fail again. Work hard. The second mission, even if he had to risk his life, he had to complete it, not for anything else, but for the recognition and trust of the superior. Even if he had failed, the superior still trusted him and gave him a second mission. In his life, who had ever trusted him like this? Who would give him a second chance? Only that mysterious and powerful young man, only he, would feel that he was a promising talent. A gentleman would die for his bosom friend. The Black Tomb City Gate captain clenched his fists. For the first time, he felt an unprecedented strength of faith burst forth from his body. Leader Jin's surname was not Jin. However, when he was a mercenary in his early years, his face was smashed and his teeth were all broken. Later on, he had a set of gold teeth inserted, and coincidentally received the appreciation of the King of Still Wind's chief steward, and became the squad leader of the guards on duty. Therefore, the name Squad Leader Jin had always been this way. The day after tomorrow was the birthday celebration of the King of Still Wind's 88th beloved concubine. Leader Jin was very busy at the moment. He arrogantly commanded the servants on the street to make the commoners move faster and carry all the meat and alcohol they needed onto the carriages. Although Leader Jin was only responsible for the preparation of the second-class guests at the periphery of the king's residence and not the honored guests in the residence, it was still an important task. In order to win this task, Leader Jin presented the chief steward and the chief steward's son with 10,000 gold, 2 gold-ranked treasures, and 4 beautiful virgin female slaves. With great effort, of course, there would be great rewards. After Leader Jin successfully took on this important task, countless merchants tried to curry favor with him, and the guards who did not have a deep relationship with him previously also secretly presented him with gifts, hoping to get a share of this task. Although the King of Still Wind had many beloved concubines, his 88th beloved concubine was the most favored. It turned out that this beloved concubine could be ranked in the top 5 in terms of status. Other than his first wife and 2 concubines, it was almost her turn next. But strangely, this beloved concubine called Pearl Light did not seem to like being in the top 5, but especially liked the number 88. In order to please this Pearl Light beauty, the King of Still Wind killed all of his concubines after the 87th, allowing the Pearl Light beauty to have her wish fulfilled and sit in the 88th room. From this, it could be seen how much the Pearl Light beauty was favored by the King of Still Wind. In Green Willow City, other than the birthday celebration of the king and his first wife, the Pearl Light Beauty's birthday celebration was the grandest. Since 3 years ago, when the King of Still Wind obtained the Pearl Light Beauty by chance, he had always treated her like a treasure, and could not wait to hold her in his palm every day. The Pearl Light Beauty's smile and frown. It directly determined the mood of the Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom. If not for the fact that the First Lady was personally bestowed by the Regent Emperor and that she came from a large family in the Tianhua domain, making it impossible to abolish her, the King of Still Wind Kingdom would have abolished the increasingly indifferent First Lady and promoted his beloved Pearl Beauty to the throne. Captain Jean, Captain Jean, Captain Jean, Class Leader Jean heard someone call him and turned his head to look. He discovered that it was fiery-eyed Jin Yun, who had taken risks in his early years but did not do well. It was said that he later transferred to Black Tomb City to be the city gate captain. Although they had not seen each other for almost 10 years, he still recognized this companion of his from the past. But when he saw this companion, he looked like a hunter wearing beast skin, and his face was swollen from being beaten. Needless to say, he knew that he had been kicked out by the Black Tomb City Lord and had no one to rely on, so he came to seek shelter with him. If it was someone else, Class Leader Jean would definitely ignore them. But fiery-eyed Jin Yun had some ability. Not only was he good at reading people, he was also smart. He used to be the brains of the team. Moreover, he had taken care of him when he was adventuring in the past. Most importantly, Class Leader Jean felt that a person who had made it big like him would not be able to show off his success without 1 or 2 companions who were down and out in the past. He made up his mind and smiled. He pretended not to recognize this fiery-eyed Jin Yun and pretended to be puzzled as he asked, You are? The former Black Tomb City Gate captain, fiery-eyed Jin Yun, naturally knew that this fellow was pretending to be ignorant to humiliate him. But in order to complete the mission, he suppressed his anger. He hurried forward and bowed respectfully. Class Leader Jean, you have been promoted. You are busy and have probably forgotten about your old friend. I am Jin Yun, the Jin Yun who did the collection mission at the periphery of Still Wind Swamp with you. Class Leader Jean slapped his forehead when he heard this. He seemed to remember something and shouted, "Hey hey hey, really, how can I forget my old friend? It's all because of this muddle-headed brain of mine. I can't even react in time." TSK. Fiery Eye Jin was our good team leader back then. He took care of logistics, gathered information, and arranged plans. He was good at everything. His wisdom and eyesight were 1 in 1,000,000. How could I forget him? But your outfit, Jin, team leader, didn't you take up a position in Black Tomb City? How did you end up like this? I resigned. Fiery Eye Jin felt a bit ashamed when he thought about how he had become a deserter. So it's resignation. Class leader Jin sneered in his heart. He had clearly been kicked out, so why was he still pretending? He was in this state and still cared about his face. Of course, for a wily old fox like class leader Jin, no matter how much disdain he felt in his heart, it could not be seen on the surface. He stretched out his hand and touched the animal skin on the former Black Tomb City gate captain Jin. He pretended to sigh, "It's still good to be free. Like me now, I have to take care of the food and drinks of hundreds of people. I'm so busy that I can't even find time to hang myself. It's too hard. I can't compare to you guys who are free and unrestrained, drinking big bowls of wine and eating big pieces of meat. I can't get away, but if I work for a few more years, I'll quit this hard job like you guys and enjoy a free life." Class leader Jin, you've been promoted. You're an important steward of the king's office. It's normal to be busy. Fiery Eye Jin smiled. He wanted to slap this guy to death in his heart. The matters of the king's office are all important matters. I, your old brother, am also risking my life for them. If I neglect any of the lords, my head might fall off one day. Class leader Jin was pleased with himself. He wished that the other party would continue to flatter him. It would be best if he didn't stop. Yes, of course the matters of the king's office are important. Fiery Eye Jin didn't do a good job, so he could only agree. Team leader, what's today? You've probably just entered the city and haven't eaten yet, right? Come. Now that we're in Green Willow City, with your old brother here, how can I let you starve? Come, I'll take you to drink. I'm happy today, so let's drink until we're drunk. Team leader, now that you've come to Green Willow City, to my old brother's territory, you don't have to be afraid anymore. If there's a big matter, I'll help you. I don't dare to say anything else, but if our class leader Jin has a bowl of rice to eat, then you won't starve. Come, let's go to the best intoxicating spring breeze brothel in Green Willow City to drink wine. Let's not talk about anything else, but our class leader Jin can still afford to treat a budding virgin. Class leader Jin became more and more pleased with himself as he spoke. The more he spoke, the more careless he became. Everyone on the street could hear him clearly. Under countless respectful gazes, his face was flushed red. His body shook, and he emitted the aura of a bastard. Actually, I have something I want to ask of you today. Fiery Eye Jin endured it. In order to complete his mission, so what if he was humiliated by this guy? If it's not important, then let's eat first. No matter what, our class leader Jin can't let his brother starve, right? Come, let's talk during the meal. Team leader Jin, don't worry. In short, since you've come to my old brother's place, I'll be there for everything. Class leader Jin felt exhaled. The bad luck of his early years had been swept away. He still felt a bit of pity in his heart. If only this Jin had offended him in the past. He would have taken the opportunity to step on him a few times and take revenge. But back then, Fiery Eye Jin had treated him pretty well. He had even saved his life once, and he didn't have any evil deeds. At this moment, he really couldn't think of anything to take revenge on. Forget it. Being able to show off his current success in front of someone who was more impressive than him in the past was enough to make him happy. How could this fiery-eyed Jin have imagined that the poor mercenary who had almost lost his life back then would one day reach such a position? Moreover, Jin had even helped him when he was down and out and had no one to rely on. Haha, he must have felt both humiliated and grateful. Fiery-eyed Jin explained the purpose of his visit in a low voice. It's like this, class leader Jin. I'm pulling some strings for a small merchant association. That merchant association wants to take advantage of Lady Pearl Light's birthday banquet to enter the king's residence to express their respect and sincerity. They hope that class leader Jean can help them. As for the gifts and rewards, they will definitely not be lacking. This kind of matter, to class leader Jean Yun, was not considered too difficult. This was because the king of the Kingdom of Tranquil Wind would not reject the offerings of the merchant association. At most, it was a matter of where the guests would be seated. If the offerings of the merchant association were generous, it wasn't impossible for them to be treated as distinguished guests. But the person who came to ask was fiery-eyed Jean Yun, his old friend. When class leader Jean Yun heard this, he revealed a difficult expression. He waved his hand, pretending to be in a difficult position. Deputy, it's not that I want to make things difficult for you. You're my brother, I can't make things difficult for you. But first, I have to tell you the truth. This matter is really a little difficult. Although I'm in charge of arranging this matter, my main responsibility is outside the residence. To enter the residence and occupy a seat, think about it. How many people from the merchant associations would want to enter the Kingdom of Tranquil Wind and outside? This is practically a head-breaking task. It's not that I don't want to help, but it's really difficult. Even if this matter was not difficult. In order to humiliate fiery-eyed Jean Yun, class leader Jean had to do it with a high degree of difficulty. What he wanted was for this old friend who was down and out to beg him desperately. It would be best if he knelt down and begged him with tears and snot. Class leader Jean could see that this fiery-eyed Jean Yun had already fallen to a state where everyone could bully him. If he didn't take the opportunity to step on him and make him look up to him, he would have wasted this opportunity. We definitely won't make things difficult for class leader Jean. A voice as clear as a spring rang out not far from the two of them. Class leader Jean turned his head and saw a guard with quasi-heaven rank strength and very sharp eyes. He was accompanying a handsome young master wearing silver armor. He was walking over. With class leader Jin's eyesight from the king's residence, he could tell at a glance that this young master was a dragon among men. Not to mention anything else, just by looking at his attire, he knew that his identity was not ordinary. On the surface, this young man seemed like an ordinary warrior. In fact, just by looking at the ring on his hand, it could be seen that he deliberately kept a low profile and dressed like an ordinary warrior. That was a saint-level ring, but it was unknown what special skill was used to conceal its brilliance. This ring was called Rainflower and was very rare. It was said that the entire Tianhua region used to have a set of 5 rings. They were divided into Hurricane, Still Wind, Roaming, Cloud Piercer, and Rainflower. The first 2 rings were owned by the Hurricane Kingdom and the Still Wind Kingdom. They were personally bestowed by the Domain Emperor and were powerful saint-level upper-grade treasures. This was also the origin of the 2 kingdoms' names. The last 3 rings were slightly inferior, but they were all saint-level treasures. It was said that gathering all 5 rings would have a mysterious function. That year, the Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom rewarded his younger brother, the Black Toon Lord, for his meritorious service of capturing 1,000,000 slaves and raising an army of 300,000, exceeding the Domain Emperor's mission. It was also said that the Black Toon Lord begged bitterly in order to calm his brother's heart. Thus, the Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom had no choice but to give up his treasure. It was precisely because one of the Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom's 3 greatest regrets was that he would never be able to gather all 5 rings and find out what that mysterious function was. That was why class leader Jean remembered the appearance of the 5 saint rings. Who would have thought that she would actually see this Rainflower ring on a stranger's hand today? Of course, this kind of treasure was definitely not something a normal warrior could possess. If a normal warrior really had it, he would probably be killed and taken away in less than a day. This noble young man dared to wear it on his hand in such a natural and unrestrained manner. This proved that he was an extremely noble person. This young master is? Class leader Jean naturally did not dare to treat this noble young master the same way she treated Jean Yun. He is the president of our Titan Chamber of Commerce. The Windbreaker thief beside him hurriedly introduced the Yu clan's 3rd young master. Class leader Jean, the external deacon of the king's mansion, the person in charge of the preparations for Lady Pearl Light's birthday banquet. The fiery-eyed Jean Yun also stood at the side and pretended to introduce to Yu Yang. So it's class leader Jean. Yu Yang imitated class leader Jin's tone just now and was about to open his mouth to mock and humiliate this arrogant fellow. Who would have thought that this fellow was completely shameless and even more slippery than an old fox? That class leader Jin bowed deeply, his butt immediately higher than his head. He respectfully greeted, "This lowly one deserves to die." This lowly one did not know that young Master Titan would come to visit. "Please forgive me." Then what about entering the birthday banquet? The fiery-eyed Jin Yun was finally convinced. Although this fellow's character was not good, his slyness and reactions were really not something a normal person could compare to. Of course, bootlicking and observing other people's expressions were also not bad. At least with one look, he could tell that Master Titan had purposely put on the rainflower ring to test him. It could be said that he was born with a pair of dog eyes. Class leader Jin patted his chest and gave 10,000 guarantees, "Leave this to me. If young Master Titan is not able to sit in the VIP seats, I will chop off this head of mine and let young Master sit on it." He looked around carefully. There were a few mercenaries with decent strength forming a protective circle on the street. There seemed to be more than 10 heaven-ranked rankers secretly protecting him. He was even more certain that this young Master Titan was a disciple of a famous sect. After receiving Yu Yang's signal, Feng Ji quickly stuffed a heaven-ranked level 1 Red Wolf King's magic crystal into class leader Jin's hand. Class leader Jin was so happy that he almost knelt down and kowtowed to Yu Yang. When class leader Jin left, he hurriedly rushed to the king's mansion to make arrangements. The fiery-eyed Jin Yun asked suspiciously, "Why must we get the invitation card from him?" Yu Yang smiled, "When playing chess, sometimes you need to be patient. Sometimes you need to make some stupid moves. When the stupid moves become the ambush, then you will be able to reap the rewards." After he finished speaking, he left, completely ignoring the fiery-eyed Jin Yun, who did not seem to understand. Feng Ji waited for Yu Yang to turn around and leave before punching Jin Yun's head. "You bastard, what did I tell you before? Forbid any doubts. The only thing you have to do is to execute, execute, and execute." "Oh right, it seems that the welcome just now was not warm enough. In order to express my care and love for you as a newcomer, I have decided to warmly welcome you again." The fiery-eyed Jin Yun rolled his eyes. "Damn it, who set this kind of welcoming ceremony? You still want to hit me? If you hit me again, I will hit you back." Feng Ji punched Jin Yun to the ground, then stretched out his legs to kick him. He laughed with incomparable happiness. "You do not need to know who set the welcoming ceremony. You only need to understand one thing. Whenever there is a newcomer, you just need to fiercely welcome him, just like how I welcome you. You do not know how long I have waited for this day. Damn it, you really hit me back. Alright, I will not be polite." After a round of violent beating, the fiery-eyed Jin Yun's forelegs straightened. He almost died. Feng Ji, this person who beat people up, was also so tired that he stuck out his tongue. Beating people was also very tiring, wasn't it? Damn it, if there is another newcomer joining, I will definitely beat him to death. The fiery-eyed Jin Yun gnashed his teeth in hatred. He felt that if this tradition and this welcoming ceremony were to end here, it would be the saddest thing in his life. Therefore, no matter what, this tradition must be carried on, and must be carried forward. That's right, a fine tradition must be carried on. Feng Ji, who had caught his breath, forcefully kicked the fiery-eyed Jin Yun, who had fallen to the ground. "You still want to fight? In your dreams. Why don't we fight?" At that time, I was surrounded by a few heaven rankers and fought for a full 20 minutes. I might have to continue fighting when I go back. If I don't take revenge, then wouldn't I suffer a great loss? You brat, accept your fate. Fighting is a must, but since your life is too weak, I can fight separately. Fight a few more times. Damn it, you introduced me to join just to take revenge. End of chapter 929. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.